Water. I want to drink water. A few murmured voices echoed in Li Dong's ears, rousing him from his slumber. How could there be a woman beside him? Could it be that he had drunk too much last night and had been found in a compromised state? The thought jolted the drowsy Li Dong into full awareness, and he hurriedly threw off the covers to inspect the situation. Oh no! Was his 22 years of innocence now lost? The woman beside him continued to murmur her desire for water, drawing Li Dong's gaze. This woman looks somewhat familiar. Li Dong rubbed his eyes vigorously, causing stars to dance before them, and leaned closer for a better look. To his astonishment, this was a monumental situation. It was Xue Jieqi, a philosophy instructor at Tsinghua University of Science and Technology, the goddess in the hearts of countless male students and teachers alike. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Li Dong neglected to pour water for Professor Xue and leaned against the headboard, attempting to recollect the events of the previous night. As an impending graduate, Li Dong had celebrated with his roommates by spending 2 hours at an internet CAF playing games. Unsatisfied, they had then proceeded to a nearby KTV for drinks and singing. They had imbibed until the early hours, and Li Dong, in his drunken state, had stumbled out to the restroom when he noticed a familiar figure precariously passing by. Out of curiosity, he approached and discovered that it was none other than his philosophy teacher, Xue Jieqi. Noticing that she was alone, Li Dong felt compelled to ensure her safety, especially in the late hours, so he inquired about her residence, intending to escort her home. However, in her inebriated state, Professor Xue was unclear and incoherent, and despite asking her twice, Li Dong failed to grasp where she lived. With no other options, a befuddled Li Dong took the equally disoriented Xue Jieqi to a nearby budget hotel and secure a room. After considerable effort, he managed to place Xue Jieqi on the bed. While he himself collapsed beside her, exhausted, he intended to rest for just a few moments before leaving, but the more he rested, the heavier his head felt, and his vision began to blur in the dim light, taking on an almost enchanting quality, as if reality itself had shifted. Uncertain of who initiated what followed, Li Dong could only recall the events in a haze, driven by instinct. As he reminisced about the previous night's delights, Xue Jieqi seemed to awaken, parched. Their eyes met, and then came a piercing scream. What is happening? Professor Xue, you were drunk last night, and so was I. Li Dong succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. Turn away, I need to get dressed, Xue Jieqi stated expressionlessly, though internally she was in a state of shock. 25 years of innocence have vanished in a haze of confusion. Words escape me. Oh, I wish to weep. Indeed. Yet, what purpose does crying serve? Will lamentation reverse the flow of time? Will it restore my lost innocence? Oh, Li Dong quickly turned away, his sudden movement causing the blanket covering Xue Jieqi to shift, revealing swathes of her pristine skin. Do not dare to steal a glance otherwise. I shall pluck out your eyes, Xue Jieqi warned menacingly, her flustered hands scrambling to retrieve her clothes scattered on the floor. Unbeknownst to her, Li Dong observed the entire scene clearly through the nearby mirror. That a goddess is indeed a goddess, with an angelic visage and a devilish figure in excess of an inch appears plump, while a reduction makes one appear slender. Even devoid of makeup, her breathtaking beauty remains undeniable. Have shared an intimate moment with such a divine being. Li Dong couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinarily fortunate he was. Could he possibly be the chosen one of this realm? Sensing the atmosphere had turned slightly awkward, Li Dong, albeit reluctantly, said, Teacher Xue, I am willing to take responsibility for what transpired last night. Responsibility? What age are we living in? You ought to watch fewer mindless dramas, Xue Jieqi retorted, rolling her eyes with a hint of exasperation. It was not her intention to sound harsh, rather, her vigorous movements while putting on her pants had inadvertently caused her some discomfort. Li Dong respondió pleasantly. Indeed, in the 21st century, relying on the notion of consummating a relationship to establish it is a relic of the past. Even with children involved, it does not prevent couples from parting ways. Today's youth have a rather open-minded approach to such matters. As she was about to leave, Xue Jieqi seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to Li Dong. Did you just call me Teacher Xue? Yes, indeed. You taught me philosophy. I am graduating soon from the food science program. And my name is Li Dong, he explained. Xue Jieqi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the room, Casting one last glance back at Li Dong, as Li Dong rose to dress, he inadvertently spotted a patch of crimson on the bedsheet, jolting him in surprise. The enchanting teacher Shui, it seems, was still untouched. Once dressed, Li Dong was about to freshen up when his phone rang unexpectedly, drawing his attention. "Hello, my friend. You finally decided to answer. If we couldn't reach you soon, we were ready to report you missing," boomed his roommate, Wang Xiaolei, through the receiver, prompting Li Dong to hold the phone at arm's length in distaste. Last night, the four of them had been enjoying themselves, only for Li Dong to suddenly disappear halfway through the revelry. They had spent a restless night, worried sick as he failed to answer calls or respond to messages. "Ahem, my apologies. I ran into an acquaintance while at the restroom, and we became engrossed in conversation. I got carried away and forgot to inform you." Li Dong fabricated a serious excuse. "One can only guess, but speaking of which, is the acquaintance male or female? Are we acquainted?" Wang Xiaolei's curiosity burned brightly within him. "You already know them. Enough of that. I must attend to some paperwork shortly. Once it's completed, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." Li Dong skillfully deflected the conversation. After concluding the call, Li Dong freshened up before departing the hotel. Upon arriving at the university's employment office, Li Dong knocked and entered. "Good day, Teacher Zhang. I am Li Dong, a fresh graduate from the food science program. Last month, I submitted a business plan, and I was informed that a decision would be made in the coming days. I am here to inquire about it." Li Dong spoke respectfully to a middle-aged instructor. "Oh, you must be Li Dong. Had you not come today, I would have reached out to you. Your entrepreneurial application has been approved. Here are the results," Teacher Zhang said, retrieving a document from his drawer and handing it to Li Dong. While graduates from the food science program have various career paths such as food research engineer, quality manager, food safety manager, and food inspector, salaries often leave much to be desired, making the dream of purchasing a home in a major city seem elusive. As a young man grappling with his aspirations, Li Dong was unwilling to resign himself to the mundane existence of a worker. To understand Li Dong's choice to study food science, one must consider the background of this young Li Dong hails from a fourth-tier city in western Hunan, where his father has worked as a chef in a state-owned enterprise's canteen for the past 25 years, tirelessly manning the cooking station. His mother is a freelancer who operates a small eatery, specializing in local delicacies such as cold noodles, rice noodles, and various snacks. Growing up in such an environment, Li Dong developed a profound understanding of culinary arts. He often found himself experimenting with how to prepare food, transforming ordinary ingredients into an array of delightful dishes. Li Dong firmly believed that there are no unpalatable ingredients, only chefs lacking the skill to prepare them. Determined to excel in the culinary world, he defied his family's objections and resolutely enrolled in the food science program, aspiring to carve out a name for himself in the industry. Once he entered university, while his classmates were preoccupied with romance, he felt as though he had plunged into a vast ocean, free as a bird soaring through the sky. Subjects such as food chemistry, principles of food engineering, food processing and machinery, food preservation technology, and food quality control and safety, which appeared monotonous to others, became invaluable treasures of knowledge for Li Dong. His peers. He was the epitome of an anomaly, finding delight in the very courses that others deemed tedious, and he immersed himself in his studies for 4 consecutive years. Throughout this time, Li Dong diligently borrowed every book related to food science from the library, diligently recording his insights and reflections in notebooks, filling over a dozen with his observations. By the time he reached his junior year, a portion of his classmates began preparing for graduate school or civil service examinations, while others utilized their spare time to intern at various companies or factories. However, Li Dong, a top student in his major, distinctly expressed his unwillingness to pursue further studies, much to the astonishment of his academic advisor. In the advisor's view, Li Dong was exceptionally suited for graduate studies, perhaps even a doctoral program, and he believed that Li Dong could achieve significant accomplishments in this field in the future. Consequently, the advisor took the initiative to engage Li Dong in conversation, attempting to persuade him to reconsider his decision. He even hinted that, should Li Dong choose to apply for graduate school, admission to their institution was virtually guaranteed, at least. Nonetheless, Li Dong maintained a resolute stance, never revealing his plans for post-graduation, which left his advisor feeling rather helpless. It was not until 2 months prior that Li Dong serendipitously learned about the impending renovation and enhancement of the snack street across from the university, where the previously chaotic stalls were to be restructured and available for new leases. With this in mind, Li Dong sought out his advisor, expressing his desire to rent a stall on the snack street for entrepreneurial ventures. This snack street, being part of the university's property and situated near 2 universities and 2 middle schools, attracted a bustling clientele daily. The university's initiative to upgrade the snack street aimed at enhancing its quality and increasing the number of stalls to generate additional rental income. Upon hearing Li Dong's intentions, the advisor cast a regretful glance at him, lamenting that such a promising talent might squander his potential on a street vendor's stall. Nevertheless, out of genuine concern for Li Dong, the advisor not only secured him a favorable stall, but also negotiated advantageous terms. The first year's rent would be waived, as a gesture of support for a student of their institution. "Thank you, Professor Zhang," Li Dong said, bowing slightly upon reviewing the approval document in his hands. "Do not thank me, express your gratitude to your advisor instead. Once your stall opens, I shall come to show my support," Professor Zhang replied with a smile. In his heart, he struggled to comprehend why a student of Li Dong's caliber would choose not to pursue further studies or employment, opting instead for a stall on the snack street. They say that work should not be judged by status. Yet can the labor of a manual worker truly be compared to that of an engineer? Can a foot masseuse stand alongside a university professor? Such ingrained notions of class cannot be easily eradicated. Nonetheless, while he might not understand it, it was ultimately of no consequence to him, for Li Dong was not his son. This is the lease agreement. Once you sign it, it will become officially valid. The renovations on the snack street have been completed, with water and electricity lines and basic decor already in place. Once you finalize the necessary procedures with the business administration, you may commence operations, Professor Zhang reminded Li Dong. "Understood. Thank you, Professor Zhang," Li Dong said, inscribing his name on the final page of the lease agreement. After leaving the employment office, Li Dong prepared to visit the business administration to obtain his business license. While many operate without a license, Li Dong had no intention of doing so. To the entrance of the school, while waiting for the bus, I chanced upon a familiar visage. Clad in blue denim jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, her hair elegantly swept up, she walked gracefully in black high heels, each step producing a crisp sound. "Hello, Teacher Xue," Li Dong greeted with a smile. "Hello," Xue Jiechi replied, her demeanor slightly unsteady as she regarded the student who had inadvertently tarnished her innocence, her heart a tumult of emotions. After returning home that morning, she sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation, grappling with the incredulity of the previous night's events. Yet regardless of how surreal it felt, the reality had unfolded, and dwelling on the minutiae seemed futile. Any blame could only be directed inward. As she approached, a concerned colleague inquired, "Teacher Xue, why does your complexion appear somewhat off? That student just now seemed to be watching you intently." "Don't be ridiculous, he is my student," Xue Jiechi said, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding an alluring charm with every movement. "Indeed, there are countless students who gaze at you daily. Even the dean's eyes linger on you peculiarly," teased Zhang, a fellow teacher from the same office. "Men are nothing but trouble. Steering clear of them is the best form of self-preservation," Xue Jiechi replied with a light-hearted shake of her head. "Oh dear, if that group of men were to learn of our goddess Xue's sentiments, I wonder if they would collapse in tears in the restroom," Zhang jested. Tears are futile. How wonderful it is to be unencumbered and free without worries." "I aspire to be a single aristocrat," Xue Jiechi declared, extending a delicate finger. As Li Dong watched her retreating figure, a sharp pang pierced his heart, as if pricked by a needle. They say one should not cling to eternity, but rather cherish what was once possessed. Yet, Li Dong felt compelled to express that if permanence is unattainable, then it is better not to experience fleeting moments at all. Transient possession only leads to anxiety and obscures the line between dreams and reality. "Hello, I would like to apply for a business license for a sole proprietorship," Li Dong stated earnestly at the Gongshangju window in the Administrative Service Hall of Tianqing City, Linjiang District. "Please fill out these forms according to the template provided and prepare 2 copies of your ID and 1 copy of the rental contract," the staff member instructed flatly, pointing to the samples on the desk. "Understood," Li Dong nodded with a smile, beginning to fill out the application. When he reached the section for the business name, he hesitated. What should he name it? Furrowing his brow, he pondered, knowing he ought to choose wisely for this inaugural venture. Ah, inspiration struck. He would name it Tianjin City Linjiang District Dongqi Barbecue, a tribute to the cherished memories of days gone by. After completing the forms and gathering the necessary photocopies of his ID and rental contract, he submitted them to the staff and awaited approval. The review period for the application is 3 working days, which means that, barring any issues, he will be able to obtain his business license in 3 days. After exiting the administrative service hall, the hour was already late, and Li Dong casually chose a small restaurant by the roadside to satisfy his hunger. Upon finishing his meal, Li Dong, eager and impatient, proceeded to the snack street opposite the school. This street, which he had visited countless times, had recently undergone renovations, boasting a series of brand-new storefronts on either side, approximately 50 to 60 yen total. Arriving at his shop numbered 16, he took out his key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The establishment spanned 25 square meters, a square space that could accommodate 5 to 6 dining tables, allowing for a seating capacity of 20 to 24 patrons at once. A barbecue shop does not require extensive decoration, simply arranging a few sets of tables and chairs and preparing the necessary tools and ingredients for grilling would suffice. To open for business, however, given the timing, the business might not thrive initially, as the 2 nearby universities were about to enter their holiday period. Although there would be some students remaining on campus for various reasons, they would be in the minority. Additionally, the 2 nearby high schools were also about to commence their summer break, with the next school term not resuming until late August or early September. A slight consolation was the presence of several residential communities nearby, where a fair number of individuals pass through during their daily commutes and evening strolls. Around the 2 universities. After leaving the snack street, Li Dong did not hurry back to his dormitory. Instead, he took the opportunity to check for rental listings in the nearby residential area. With the impending move-out date approaching, he needed to find a place to stay quickly, or he would be left with no choice but to sleep outside. Arriving at the closest residential complex to the snack street, which was the old staff quarters of the Polytechnic University constructed over 30 years ago during the era of welfare housing allocated to teachers, she noted that over the years, the number of teachers residing there had dwindled significantly, now mostly occupied by retired educators, as younger teachers often deemed the living conditions inadequate. AKT, the community announcement board. Li Dong searched for rental information. To his surprise, he found 2 apartments available for lease. He promptly took out his phone and dialed the number listed, and upon connection, he clearly expressed his interest. The person on the other end responded promptly, arranging to meet in 20 minutes, allowing Li Dong to view the apartment before making a decision. Utilizing this time, Li Dong strolled around the community. Yes, it was an older complex, greenery was sparse, and the pathways were merely paved with ordinary bricks, lacking designated parking spaces, resulting in private vehicles being parked haphazardly. Fortunately, there was a dedicated team responsible for garbage collection, preventing the area from becoming littered with refuse or dog waste. "Hello, was that you who just called?" A middle-aged man approached him with an inquiry. "Yes, that's me." "Hello," Li Dong replied with a smile and a nod. "Come, we'll take you to see the apartment," the middle-aged man said, leading the way. Li Dong followed him to room 201, Unit 1, Building 6. "That you look quite young. Are you still a student?" The middle-aged man remarked, observing Li Dong. "I just graduated this year and will soon be leaving school," Li Dong remarked as he surveyed the tidy 1-bedroom apartment that featured a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony, devoid of the musty odor typical of long uninhabited spaces. The living area was furnished with a wooden sofa, an old-fashioned dining table, and 2 armchairs. The bedroom contained a vintage wooden bed, which Li Dong noted was almost dust-free with the addition of a mattress and bedding. It was ready for immediate use. The balcony was equipped with a clothesline and a drying rack. The apartment benefited from south-north breeze, with ample natural light flooding both the bedroom and balcony, rendering the need for artificial lighting unnecessary during the day. "Are you from a technical university or a normal university?" inquired the middle-aged man. Looking at Li Dong. "I studied at a technical university, majoring in food science," Li Dong replied succinctly. "That's wonderful. This apartment was once occupied by my mother when she worked as a teacher at the technical university. She taught mathematics and dedicated her life to the profession. After her retirement, she returned to her hometown, leaving this place vacant. However, We hire a cleaning service every quarter, so the apartment remains quite clean, the man explained. This place looks quite nice. How much is the rent? Li Dong asked. Since you're a student from the technical university, we share a bit of a connection that I can offer you a discount on the rent. It will be 2,000 yuan per month, the man responded cheerfully. In this neighborhood, rents range from 2 to 3,000 yuan, and given that this apartment was on the second floor, the price of 2,000 was indeed reasonable. That sounds fair, but as I have just graduated and currently lack a source of income, would it be possible to pay the rent monthly? Li Dong said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. At present, he had 18,000 yuan in his bank account, 8,000 from a national scholarship he received last year, and 10,000 he had saved from tutoring. He managed his earnings independently. While his parents continued to provide him with a monthly allowance, without that, he would have struggled to save any money at all. Monthly payments are perfectly acceptable. Considering your status as a technical university student, I won't require a deposit. That I only hope you will take care of the place during your stay, the middle-aged man reflected, not wishing to dwell on the particulars. He understood that a freshly graduated student without income was likely facing challenges. Thank you very much, Li Dong said with a smile, bowing slightly to the man. After reaching an agreement, they promptly signed a rental agreement, with Li Dong transferring the first month's rent of 2,000 yuan on the spot, while he would be responsible for the utility bills. The water and electricity should have a small surplus remaining, which is meant to facilitate the cleaning service. Consider this a gift, there's no charge, the middle-aged man suddenly remembered as he was about to leave. Gazing at the vacant room, Li Dong felt a surge of ambition. Often, the seeds of great endeavors are sown in the most unassuming of places. Chapter 4. Purchasing a vehicle. Upon returning to the dormitory, everyone was preoccupied with packing their belongings. Dongzi, what are your plans? Wang Xiaolei inquired with concern upon seeing Li Dong. Among the 4 residents of the dormitory, 2 had successfully passed their entrance examinations for graduate studies. One had secured a job, leaving only Li Dong, the top performer, still without a clear direction. I plan to start my own business, Li Dong replied with a smile, proceeding to articulate his plans and preparations undertaken during this period. A barbecue stall? Dongzi, have you lost your mind? Wang Xiaolei gazed at Li Dong in astonishment, as did the others, their expressions mirroring his surprise. In the collective mindset, operating a barbecue stall was not considered a respectable profession, but rather a means of subsistence chosen by those lacking education or skills, not someone like Li Dong, who excelled academically. I have a deep passion for the food industry, and barbecue is one of the simpler avenues. I'm just starting out, so naturally, I will begin with the most straightforward option. It's unrealistic to jump straight into owning a restaurant without capital. I intend to accumulate gradually, transitioning from a small eatery to a larger establishment and eventually to a chain. Li Dong asserted with enthusiasm. He felt no shame in selling barbecue, believing that excellence could be found in every trade. Graduates from Tsinghua University could sell pork. What was wrong with him, a science and engineering graduate, selling barbecue? That does make sense. Well then, we shall await the day you establish a chain across the nation. Wang Xiaolei encouraged, patting Li Dong on the shoulder, unwilling to dampen his spirits at that moment. Being a local from Tianqing City, he had secured a position at a local food factory as a quality inspector, earning a decent salary. With Li Dong choosing to stay and pursue entrepreneurship, the 2 brothers could enjoy frequent gatherings in the future. After spending the entire afternoon moving their belongings to the faculty housing, Li Dong also kept busy by visiting a local branch of a nationwide second-hand car trading platform, intent on purchasing a used vehicle. After careful selection and comparison, he chose a second-hand electric vehicle, the Corn. The new model had an initial price of around 150,000 yuan, while this second-hand car was available for a total price of 50,000 yuan. It had a displayed mileage of 40,000 kilometers, with no major repairs or accidents, and the seller would handle the registration and transfer paperwork. The down payment was 5,000 yuan, with monthly repayments of 4,000 yuan over 12 months. That very afternoon, Li Dong received his new vehicle registration certificate, and the first thing he did was register as a rideshare driver. Indeed, as the barbecue stall's business might not be particularly busy over the 2 months of summer vacation, Li Dong planned to utilize his daytime hours for ride-sharing. As the barbecue business picked up, he would gradually reduce his rideshare hours. On June 30th, the 4 friends shared their final meal together in the dormitory. During the meal, they embraced and wept, overwhelmed with sorrow at the impending separation. They vowed to meet at least once a year, regardless of how busy life became. Should anyone get married, they must inform the others, and as long as it was feasible, everyone would attend to offer their blessings. Those who have welcomed a child should certainly inform others, sharing the joy of this new blessing with their brothers. On the morning of July 1st, Li Dong prepared a simple breakfast at home, crafting a cup of multigrain soy milk, frying 2 eggs, and warming half a steamed bun. After enjoying his meal, he stepped out just as the clock struck 8. Upon exiting the neighborhood, he received his first order as a ride-hailing driver, with a customer located a kilometer away, destined for the city center, a journey of 10 kilometers. Li Dong snapped his fingers, feeling quite elated. This marked the commencement of his career as a ride-hailing driver, and he had secured his first order immediately upon leaving home, a promising omen. "Hello, may I confirm that you are the customer with the last 4 digits 1662? Li Dong inquired as he arrived at the pickup point, where 2 young women promptly opened the back door and entered the vehicle. "Yes," one of them replied. "Wonderful. Please fasten your seatbelts. We are ready to depart," Li Dong responded warmly. "Master, you look quite young. How long have you been doing this?" One of the girls, sporting a short hairstyle, asked, perhaps out of boredom during the ride. "Today is my first day. This is my very first order," Li Dong replied, playfully gesturing with one finger. "Wow, I'm so lucky to be your first passenger. Wishing you prosperous business," the short-haired girl responded with a playful tone. "Thank you. May I ask, do you live near the spot where you just boarded?" Li Dong casually inquired. "Why do you ask that?" the short-haired girl replied, a hint of caution in her voice. "No misunderstandings intended. I operate a barbecue stall at the snack street across from the Polytechnic, and we are opening tonight. If you have time, do come and try. I assure you, my grilled gluten is truly exceptional," Li Dong explained with a smile. "Oh, we'll see." The short-haired girl relaxed, now aware that it was nearby. "It seems the renovations there have been completed. I noticed several businesses opening when I passed by yesterday, about a dozen or so," the girl with the ponytail added. "That's wonderful. Otherwise, we would have nowhere to dine. As we've grown weary of the few eateries at the community entrance," the short-haired girl lamented. Throughout the ride, Li Dong refrained from initiating conversation, responding only when questioned, otherwise focusing intently on driving. 20 minutes later, they arrived safely at their destination. The total fare for this journey, comprised of mileage, duration, and base maintenance fees, amounted to 28 yuan, with the platform taking a commission of 7 yuan. Li Dong received a net amount of 21 yuan, reflecting a commission rate of 25%. Although the cut felt rather steep, there was little he could do, as he had registered with the 2 most popular platforms, accepting orders from both simultaneously. By 11:30, excluding a 30-minute restroom break, Li Dong had completed 9 orders in 3 hours, earning a total of 149 yuan. With a remaining range of 150 kilometers, he stopped at a roadside stall selling cold noodles, treating himself to a meat sandwich and a serving of cold noodles for 20 yuan. By 4:30 in the afternoon, with only 30 kilometers of range left, Li Dong decided to wrap up for the day. He parked his vehicle beside the charging station at the entrance of the community and commenced charging. Today, he had been on the road for a total of 8 hours, earning 420 yuan. After spending 20 yuan on meals and approximately 50 yuan to fully charge the vehicle, excluding other expenses, he netted 350 yuan from his ride-hailing endeavors. Upon returning home, he began preparing the ingredients for his evening food stall. The barbecue grill, along with tables and chairs, had already been set up at the snack street the previous day. At this point, he was threading the gluten, eggplants, chives, and meat onto skewers. At 6 in the evening, Li Dong arrived at booth 16 of the snack street, carrying a large bag filled with supplies. He took a moment to count and discovered there were 56 shops in total, with 36 currently in operation. The remaining establishments were either still under renovation or had no plans to open for the summer season. At this time, the snack street was bustling with around 100 patrons, predominantly young people, and without any formal opening ceremony, Li Dong promptly commenced his barbecue venture. Chapter 5. The Barbecue Venture. Hello, handsome. It seems you weren't deceiving us after all. You truly have a barbecue stall here on the snack street, teased a girl with short hair. Of course, I am known for my honesty. I'm not one to deceive, Li Dong replied, busying himself with the barbecue grill. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up and recognized her as his first customer from the morning. That statement seems rather misleading. How much are you selling your grilled gluten for? If it's reasonable, I might just support you, the short-haired girl quipped. 2 yuan per skewer. Or 10 yuan for 6, Li Dong smiled, pointing to the price list hanging nearby. That is not expensive at all. Let us start with 20 yuan worth of grilled gluten, no chili, to see if it lives up to your claims. The girl nodded in agreement. Sure. Please make yourselves comfortable inside. It will be ready shortly, Li Dong replied with a grin, then got to work. A few minutes later, he brought over the grilled gluten and said, "You are my first customers. Here are 2 complimentary meat skewers for you." What a coincidence to be the first, the short-haired girl exclaimed, her face filled with skepticism. Perhaps it is simply fate, Li Dong responded with a playful expression, also feeling the serendipity of the moment. Wow, this grilled gluten is indeed excellent. It has a delightful chewy texture, perfectly balanced, and the flavor is remarkable, the girl remarked, giving Li Dong a thumbs up after tasting a skewer. Indeed, it's a family recipe, tested by countless customers, Li Dong boasted. He made the gluten himself, refusing to source from wholesale markets as he deemed their quality subpar. If he were to do it, it had to be the best. The seasonings were also meticulously crafted by him, ensuring that they were neither greasy nor bland. Additionally, the chili oil was fragrant yet mild, allowing even those who could not tolerate spice to partake without overwhelming their palates, enhancing their appetite without causing discomfort. Wow, this meat skewer is also delightful, remarked the girl with a ponytail, taking a bite of the grilled meat. The meat looks quite fresh. It must be lamb, the short-haired girl acknowledged with approval. Boss, please prepare 10 skewers of grilled gluten for me, with minimal chili, she requested. A stylish couple approached the stall, expressing their excitement. All right, you 2 can step inside and wait for just a few minutes, Li Dong greeted them warmly. No worries, we'll take our food to go. Here, your grilled gluten is ready. Today is our grand opening, and these 2 skewers of meat are complimentary. If you find them delectable, do come back for more next time, Li Dong said with a smile as he handed them their order. Oh, thank you, boss. 1 skewer costs 4 yuan, and 2 skewers amount to 8 yuan. Who wouldn't appreciate a free treat? If it's convenient, you can scan the code to join our group. In the future, if you crave something but can't make it here, we'll offer delivery services, Li Dong added cheerfully. No need for that just yet. We live nearby and can come over directly if we want something, they replied. All right then, take care. Despite being turned down, Li Dong remained jovial and unbothered. Hey, you just gave away 8 yuan worth of meat skewers. What if they don't return? The short-haired girl inquired, munching on grilled gluten with curiosity. That's all right. At least I know these 2 don't fancy my grilled meat, which indicates I still have room for improvement, Li Dong responded with a gracious demeanor. The boss is magnanimous. With such a mindset and outlook, your business will surely prosper, the short-haired girl praised, giving him a thumbs up. Thank you. Please do visit my stall more often, Li Dong replied with a smile. No problem. I'll take 10 skewers of grilled gluten and 5 skewers of grilled bean curd, with less chili, for takeaway, the girl enthusiastically ordered on the spot. Meanwhile, not far away, another couple enjoyed their grilled gluten while chatting. Darling, this place's grilled gluten and skewers are genuinely delightful. I highly recommend it, the girl remarked. Yes, I believe this is the 10th barbecue place we've tried today, and this one has the best flavor. Plus, the owner is quite attentive. He even wiped off the charred parts before handing us the skewers, the boy complimented. INT noticed that. Let me upload some pictures to promote him, she said. Making skewers is easy, with a low entry barrier. But creating delicious ones is no simple feat. This young owner possesses such skill. He'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life. She continued, sharing several photos and noting the location. It turned out this couple were food enthusiasts with over 1 million followers online, sharing various culinary delights with their audience daily. Due to their consistently objective reviews and recommendations, many fans would seek out the foods they endorsed, cultivating a strong trust over time. By 9:30 p.m., Li Dong's prepared ingredients were nearly sold out, with only some eggplants, enoki mushrooms, and corn kernels remaining. He stretched and eased his sore neck. The past 3 hours hadn't been overly busy, since it was the opening day. He had prepared an excessive amount of ingredients. Every customer who visits receives a complimentary skewer or 2, which is a significant reason for the brisk sales today. In the realm of commerce, one must be astute. The inexpensive and vegetarian grilled gluten sells the most rapidly, while grilled meat and other skewers perform relatively poorly. Li Dong gives away the less popular skewers to patrons for a free tasting, hoping that if they enjoy them, they will return to purchase more next time. If unsold, these items would be left to spoil overnight, rendering them inedible and destined for the trash. Rather than waste them, he chooses to offer them to customers, fostering goodwill and showcasing his business acumen. After tidying up his stall, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning home, Li Dong first took a shower to wash away the lingering scent of smoke, which would otherwise hinder his sleep. Once refreshed and lying in bed with idle thoughts, he began to tally the day's earnings from the barbecue stand. The income amounted to over 750 yuan, and after deducting the costs of ingredients and seasonings, the profit stood at approximately 305 yuan. Most of the high-profit skewers had been given away. Otherwise, the profit could have exceeded 400 yuan. Additionally, the absence of gluten led to 6 customers leaving empty-handed, costing him at least another 100 yuan in potential sales. The total earnings for the day reached 655 yuan, quite satisfactory. 16 individuals had joined his customer group, all of whom were repeat patrons, and it was essential to nurture these relationships as they could prove beneficial in the future. Once the barbecue stall gained popularity, doubling or tripling the earnings would not be a far-fetched prospect. He also planned to expand the menu to include seafood, homemade beer, and sour plum soup, among other offerings. Chapter 6. A reunion. On the morning of July 2nd, Li Dong, as per his routine, had breakfast before heading out to drive for a ride-hailing service, concluding his shift by 4 in the afternoon. Today's earnings from driving totaled 320 yuan, slightly less than the previous day. At 6 o'clock sharp, he opened his barbecue stall, and customers began to arrive immediately. Boss, I'd like 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of meat, 2 skewers of chives, 2 skewers of kidney, and 2 skewers of enoki mushrooms, with extra chili, please, a young man requested. We currently only have soda, but in a few days, I will have homemade sour plum soup available. You must come by to try it. Next month, I'll also introduce homemade beer that surpasses the usual quality. Li Dong replied confidently. Generous of you, boss. I'll take 2 bottles of soda for now, and I'll come back to sample your homemade beer. If it's truly delightful, I might just buy a whole barrel. The young man chuckled as he settled into a chair to wait. Boss, we're back. Are we the first customers today? Teased a short-haired girl. Almost. A handsome gentleman is already inside waiting, but you are indeed the first female customers of the day. Li Dong laughed, gesturing toward the patrons seated inside. All right, 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of grilled meat, 1 portion of grilled eggplant, 2 skewers of potato slices, and 2 portions of chives, with a little less chili, said the short-haired girl. Sure thing. Just a moment, Li Dong replied with a smile, beginning to busy himself with preparations. This establishment, Dongchi Barbecue, is owned by a young man. The shop appears quite clean. Let us give it a try. Boss, I'd like 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 20 skewers of grilled meat, 1 portion of grilled eggplant, 5 skewers of grilled bean curd, 5 skewers of enoki mushrooms. Add extra chili, and 2 bottles of chilled soda, another customer ordered. All right, just a moment. Li Dong continued his swift movements, applying sauces and flipping the skewers with grace. His actions flowed seamlessly, like a gentle stream. As the evening progressed, the number of patrons increased, leading to a queue forming. Amidst the smoke and flames, Li Dong's hands were in constant motion, expertly managing the grill and manipulating various skewers. Boss, your gluten is quite delightful. Where do you source it? A customer inquired after finishing 12 skewers. I make it myself. The store-bought ones lack quality, Li Dong replied without looking up. No wonder. I've tried many barbecue places, but yours is the most satisfying. Is the chili blend your own creation? The customer continued. Yes, how does it taste? Li Dong's hands never paused, maintaining his fluid routine. It's fragrant and exquisite, perfectly masking the fishy flavor of the squid while preserving its inherent texture, the customer praised. Li Dong worked diligently until 10 o'clock that night before closing up. While he was cleaning up, a neighboring vendor approached him. Hello, young brother. I'm from the stall next door. I haven't seen you before. A middle-aged man wearing an apron greeted him. I'm new here, Li Dong replied. The stall next door sells Odin, with business being steady but not particularly bustling, lacking queues. In contrast, Li Dong's stall consistently had patrons waiting, with as many as 10 people at a time, a testament to his thriving business that evoked envy from his neighbor. No wonder. We'll be neighbors from now on. I hope we can look out for each other, the middle-aged man said, clasping his hands in greeting. Absolutely. Mutual support is key, Li Dong nodded with a smile. After tidying up, he returned home, calculating his profit for the day at 520 yuan, a significant increase from yesterday. His total earnings for the day amounted to 840 yuan. By day, he drove for ride-sharing services, and by night, he operated his barbecue stall, leading a life that was both monotonous and fulfilling. With delicious flavors, fresh ingredients, and Li Dong's warm service, he often treated customers to complimentary skewers, which brought them joy and made them feel valued. The introduction of sour plum juice significantly boosted his business, attracting numerous customers specifically for a cup. As word of mouth spread, more and more people flocked to Li Dong's stall for barbecue delights. Every day, the earnings gradually increased from an initial 4 to 500 to 7 to 800, and by the end of July, the daily earnings stabilized around 1,000 yuan. On the morning of August 10th, as a light rain fell, Li Dong was driving his ride-hailing car, transporting a pregnant woman to the First People's Hospital of Tianjin City. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor?" the pregnant woman asked, her expression somewhat uneasy. "Of course, just let me know, sister. I'll help if I can," Li Dong replied. "I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable and I'm carrying some things. Could you accompany me to the obstetrics department? I can offer you extra payment," the pregnant woman said anxiously. "There's no need for extra payment, sister. Just wait for me to park the car, and I'll escort you there." Li Dong shook his head, feeling that it was a small act of kindness. Everyone faces difficulties at times. Asking for money now would weigh heavily on his conscience. "Thank you so much. You're truly a good person," the pregnant woman expressed gratefully. After parking the car, Li Dong helped carry her belongings and escorted her to the obstetrics department on the 4th floor. The hospital was bustling as always. The waiting area filled with pregnant women and their accompanying family members, while several individuals stood nearby due to a lack of seating. Having safely delivered the pregnant woman, Li Dong prepared to leave, eager to take advantage of the rainy weather which often resulted in more orders. As he approached the corner near the guidance desk, a name on the display caught his attention: Shui Jiechi. She was currently consulting in the obstetrics clinic. The surname Shui is not particularly common in the country, with only about 6 to 7 million bearers, making the likelihood of encountering someone with the same name relatively low. If it were a gynecological issue, Li Dong could understand. After all, women sometimes face various health concerns. However, obstetrics was different. It was unlikely for a woman to visit the department without significant reason. Curiosity piqued. Li Dong sought out the obstetrics consultation room. Before he could reach it, a familiar figure emerged from one of the rooms and headed directly towards the stairwell. Li Dong quietly followed her to the staircase, but before he could greet her, he overheard a familiar voice exclaim, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Wait, could it be that Teacher Shui has encountered a scoundrel? He pondered. It was plausible. Nowadays, many men, particularly those with wealth, often embrace a philosophy of merely seeking physical intimacy without commitment or responsibility, playing with women's emotions. As Li Dong continued to mentally criticize the man who had wronged Shui Jiechi, he suddenly heard her shout, "Li Dong, you bastard, you scoundrel, you worthless man. Didn't you say you would take responsibility for me? Where are you now?" Li Dong felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. If he had heard correctly, she was directing her ire at him. Could it be that their encounter that night had left a lasting impression? Oh no, he thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead in shock. Chapter 7. I will support you from now on, Teacher Shui. I'm right here. Li Dong summoned his courage and stepped forward to speak. Upon looking up at the person before him, he realized it was none other than Li Dong himself. In Su Jikiki's large, expressive eyes, a flicker of panic was momentarily eclipsed by a sense of relief. After all, she had never encountered such a situation. This unmarried, inexperienced young woman suddenly found herself confronted with the revelation of her pregnancy, leaving her bewildered as to how she had exited the consultation room. Just moments earlier, she had vented her frustrations by unleashing a barrage of accusations at Li Dong, merely seeking to alleviate her own distress. As a university lecturer with 3 years of experience, she felt utterly unequipped to navigate this predicament. How could a freshly graduated youth like Li Dong possibly comprehend it? "Why are you here? Have you been following me?" Su Jikiki fixed a stern gaze upon Li Dong. She harbored an intense animosity towards him, the root of her troubles. No. I merely accompanied a pregnant woman to the hospital and happened to see your name on the display screen. Curiosity compelled me to come and see," Li Dong hastily clarified. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Jikiki's expression softened slightly, but the doctor's earlier words lingered in her mind, igniting a thought. "I'm pregnant, and it's yours." "I'm already 8 weeks along," she stated, observing Li Dong's reaction closely. "Teacher Su, is it truly mine?" Li Dong's excitement was palpable. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his emotions. It seemed his earlier suspicions had been confirmed. Noting the sheer elation on his face, Su Jikiki interjected, "However, I am not prepared to become a mother. I never envisioned a day when I would take on that role, so I do not intend to carry this pregnancy to term. Li Dong's exhilaration swiftly morphed into astonishment. His mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Sujikiki. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. What? Do you have objections? Sujikiki inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. I am uncertain how to articulate my feelings. If there is any possibility, I would hope you might consider bringing the child into the world, Li Dong responded earnestly, searching for the right words. This declaration could very well determine the fate of a life that was profoundly connected to his own, leaving no room for carelessness. Please, continue, Sujikiki nodded, eager to hear Li Dong's thoughts. I have never been in a relationship, nor have I engaged in any intimate actions with a girl, he admitted, his cheeks flushing. Hearing this, Sujikiki felt a wave of comfort. It appeared he too was a novice in such matters, which somehow made her feel less disadvantaged. I lack the experience to care for a girl or a baby. Yet I am willing to devote myself entirely to ensuring the well-being of both the young woman and the child. Although I am merely a recent graduate, I possess independent financial means, earning more than many who graduated years before me, and I am capable of providing a stable material foundation for the baby and their mother. This is my bank card. From now on, I entrust it to your care. Currently, it holds a balance of 45,000 yuan, and each month, no less than 25,000 yuan will be credited to this account. While this amount may not be substantial, it should suffice to support both the child and yourself. I have a fondness for children and enjoy playing with them. I possess the patience, confidence, and determination to be a good father, Li Dong declared resolutely. Are you finished? Shui Jiaqing inquired, gazing at Li Dong. Yes, I have finished, Li Dong replied nervously, nodding before looking at Shui Jiaqing. At that moment, his heart raced at least 140 beats per minute, even faster than during a physical fitness test after running a kilometer. Shall we go? Take me back, Shui Jiaqing said unexpectedly. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Are you not leaving? Then I shall take my leave. Shui Jiaqing turned towards the elevator, and unbeknownst to Li Dong, a fleeting smile crossed her face as she turned. I'm coming. Li Dong hurriedly followed her. Is this your car? Shui Jiaqing asked as she settled into the passenger seat. Yes. It's a second-hand car I bought for driving ride-hailing services, and I also use it as a means of transportation, Li Dong explained with a smile. You mentioned you earn at least 25,000 each month. Surely, driving for ride-hailing services cannot yield that much? Shui Jiaqing asked with curiosity. Indeed, driving for ride-hailing services doesn't bring in that amount. I typically earn around 5,000 to 6,000 a month. I also have another source of income. I sell barbecue at the food street across from our school, where I can make several tens of thousands a month. After deducting rent and car loans, I can still save over 20,000, Li Dong elaborated as he drove. To have over 20,000 remaining after deducting rent and loans is impressive. I had assumed you were referring to gross income, she remarked, surprised that it was net income. Is selling barbecue really that lucrative? She pondered, considering that as a lecturer at a university, her monthly earnings, including allowances, barely exceeded 20,000. It seems a freshly graduated student could earn more than she did. Arriving at the residential complex Mingdu Garden across from the school, Li Dong hesitated on how to broach the subject of entering together. Sensing his uncertainty, Shui Jiaqing kindly offered. Do you want to come up and take a look? Yes, I would love to, Li Dong responded eagerly, nodding. Upon reaching Building 9, Unit 2, Room 2101, Shui Jiaqing unlocked the door with her fingerprint. As they stepped inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped them. The room was impeccably tidy, revealing that teacher Shui indeed prioritizes personal hygiene. Unlike some girls who, despite their beauty and fashionable attire, keep their living spaces in utter disarray. Please, have a seat. I'll pour you a glass of water, Shui Jiaqing said, changing into slippers. No. You are expecting, and I am not thirsty right now. Let us just sit and chat, Li Dong swiftly interjected. Very well, here is your bank card. Shui Jiaqing placed the card before Li Dong. Observing Li Dong's suddenly flustered expression, Shui Jiaqing remarked, lately, I have been engrossed in preparing for my thesis publication, rising early and returning late, with sleepless nights becoming a daily routine, causing my biological clock to spiral into chaos. Therefore, when my period did not arrive as expected, I merely attributed it to my exhaustion. This has occurred in the past, with delays ranging from 3 to 5 days, or even up to 7 or 8 days. However, this time, it has been 3 weeks without any sign. Recalling that fateful night, I purchased a pregnancy test and conducted several home tests, all resulting in 2 lines, which left me somewhat unsettled. In fact, I visited the hospital last week and confirmed my pregnancy, yet I am uncertain whether to proceed with carrying the child. The doctor informed me that my uterine lining is thinner than usual, and should I decide against this pregnancy, I may not have another opportunity to conceive in the future. Xue Jiaqing sighed, while Li Dong listened with evident concern. Chapter 8. Braised chicken. After a week of contemplation, I ultimately resolved to bring the child into this world. Since fate has bestowed upon us this connection, we ought to cherish it. At the hospital, my inquiry was merely to gauge your reaction, regardless of your response. It would not alter my intention to carry the child. Xue Jiaqing wore a gentle expression, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming. Regardless of whether this is a test, as a man, I must assume responsibility. I am an adult and must bear the consequences of my actions, Li Dong stated earnestly. Consider this carefully. This is not merely a romantic affair filled with poetic moments and idyllic scenery. Raising a child often entails a myriad of challenges and incessant disputes. Xue Jiaqing regarded Li Dong with equal seriousness. Why can't raising a child be romantic? I do not perceive it as merely a series of mundane troubles. It can also be filled with warmth, joy, and happiness, Li Dong countered. Xue Jiaqing nodded, choosing to remain silent. There is a distinction between words and actions, and she would observe Li Dong's subsequent behavior. Should he prove himself capable, she would gladly provide their child with a complete family. If not, she possesses both the courage and strength to embrace single motherhood, as many have chosen to do. Time was slipping away. It was nearly lunchtime. What would you like to eat? Li Dong glanced at his phone, noting it was already 11:30. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Whatever I eat tends to make me nauseous, Xue Jiaqing replied, shaking her head, uncertain of what she desired. For the past 2 weeks, she had been experiencing symptoms of dry heaving, which initially were not very pronounced or frequent, but had recently intensified, with even the faintest odor triggering her nausea. Do you usually prefer noodles or rice? Li Dong inquired with concern. He was confident in his culinary skills, while he might not achieve universal acclaim. His cooking would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary restaurant. Both are fine. Can you really cook? Xue Jiaqing asked, looking at Li Dong with surprise, feeling somewhat astonished. She rarely cooks at home, not due to laziness, but rather because her culinary skills leave much to be desired. Unless absolutely necessary, she typically refrains from preparing her own meals. I can manage a little. Today, you shall sample my culinary prowess. I have yet to cook for any woman besides my mother, she remarked. Li Dong chuckled softly and ventured into the kitchen to examine the ingredients in the refrigerator. Oh, that makes sense. He has never been in a romantic relationship, so of course, he wouldn't have cooked for other girls. Strangely, upon hearing Li Dong's words, Xue Jiaqing felt a surge of joy within her. Xue Jiaqing settled on the sofa, observing Li Dong as he busied himself in the kitchen, uncertain of his cooking abilities. What if the dish he prepared was unpalatable? Would it be impolite to decline, especially since it was his first time cooking for her? Perhaps she could claim severe morning sickness as an excuse. Yes, that would alleviate any perceived rudeness. Before long, Li Dong emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. The kitchen had limited ingredients, yet there was a pack of dried noodles and a few scallions and tomatoes in the refrigerator. Let us make do with this for now. I'll go grocery shopping this afternoon and prepare something delectable for you tonight, Li Dong mentioned while inspecting the ingredients. It smells quite appealing. Let me taste it. Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile, taking a bite of the noodles. How is it? Li Dong inquired. It's quite good, far superior to what I would make. Xue Jiaqing exclaimed joyfully. You're experiencing morning sickness, so don't overindulge. Just eat what feels comfortable, Li Dong advised. Remarkably, she had not managed to finish a full bowl of food in days, yet today she polished off the ordinary noodles, much to her own astonishment as she took her last bite. You relax. I'll take care of the cleanup, Li Dong said promptly, rising to collect their used bowls and tidy the kitchen. Okay, Xue Jiaqing nodded, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Teacher Xue, you should take a nap. Please give me a spare key to the front door, and I'll return when it's time to prepare dinner. Li Dong wiped his hands and glanced at Xue Jiaqing. You still need to set up your stall at the snack street tonight. You should focus on your work. I'll just order takeout later, Xue Jiaqing replied, retrieving a spare key from the drawer and handing it to him. Takeout is neither clean nor nutritious. I want to head out until 6, I'll prepare your meal first, as it's close by. This afternoon, I need to visit the administrative service hall for some errands before stopping by the supermarket, Li Dong explained. After a month of fermentation, his homemade beer had been completed last week. To ensure legal sales, he had obtained a food business license and was set to collect the certificate today. Compared to barbecuing, the profits from craft beer were considerably higher, and he held great confidence in his product. He had self-taught brewing since his freshman year and had begun selling it at his mother's small restaurant. Through numerous iterations of recipes and techniques, he had refined the flavor significantly. Many patrons visit the restaurant solely for the homemade beer crafted by him. All right then. Shui Jiechi nodded and handed Li Dong a spare access card for their residential community. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Dong returned with 2 large bags of goods while Shui Jiechi was still asleep. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Dong began to showcase his culinary skills. He first prepared the black-bone chicken, then stewed it in a clay pot, adding a few red dates. He opened the rice cooker to steam some millet. Awakened by a delightful aroma, Shui Jiechi slowly opened her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths to confirm the enticing scent. Rising, she stepped out to find Li Dong tidying up. When did you come back? Shui Jiechi inquired. I've been back for a while, he replied. By the way, I bought some folic acid, nuts, and various fruits this afternoon. See if they suit your taste. Li Dong set aside the mop and presented some of the food he had purchased. You bought folic acid? Shui Jiechi looked at Li Dong in astonishment. Yes, I checked. And it's essential to supplement folic acid in the 3 months prior to pregnancy to effectively prevent neural development defects in the fetus. Ideally, it should be taken 3 months before conception, but given our unique situation, starting now is still beneficial, Li Dong explained. By the way, what are you cooking? It smells amazing, Shui Jiechi changed the subject. Stewed black-bone chicken, steamed millet, chilled cucumber salad, and a plate of beef. Li Dong gestured toward the dishes on the dining table. You can stew chicken too? Shui Jiechi was genuinely surprised. When Li Dong mentioned he could cook earlier that morning, she had assumed he meant simple home-cooked meals. She hadn't expected him to master even the complex task of stewing chicken. Moreover, he could even grill. Truly a treasure of a man. I know a little. You can try it, and let me know if it suits your palate. If not, I'll improve next time. Li Dong chuckled. Chapter 9. Homebrewed beer. This soup is so fresh, Shui Jiechi exclaimed after tasting the black-bone chicken soup, her eyes sparkling with delight. Despite her striking beauty and enviable figure, she was undoubtedly a foodie with high standards. Ordinary meals could never bring her such joy. Yet, the chicken soup that Li Dong prepared was undeniably to her liking, rivaling that of high-end restaurants. How was the flavor? I didn't dare add too many seasonings, Li Dong said, looking at Shui Jiechi with hopeful anticipation. Just right. It's delicious, she replied with a smile and a nod. Try the chicken. I stewed it for an extra 20 minutes to make it more tender, Li Dong suggested. I'll give it a try. Oh, it's so hot. Shui Jiechi took a bite, fanning her mouth with her hand. Take your time, teacher Shui. Pair it with millet rice to avoid it becoming too rich, Li Dong offered, handing her a bowl of millet rice. As Shui Jiechi immersed herself in the meal, a warm sensation flowed through her. Throughout her life, she had never lacked admirers or suitors, yet she had never considered romance, let alone marriage and children. In her childhood, whenever her parents quarreled, she would seek refuge beneath her blanket, weeping in fear, dreading the day she might become a child of a single-parent household. Upon completing her dual degree and embarking on a teaching career, the notion of romance never crossed her mind. She observed that many of her peers and colleagues experienced breakups after years of courtship, with few relationships enduring from inception to conclusion. To her, men were inherently fickle, easily swayed by novelty. Once the initial excitement waned, they would often seek affection elsewhere, rather than endure the emotional turmoil that such experiences might bring. She preferred to embrace a solitary existence, free from unnecessary woes. Yet, Li Dong, with his gentle demeanor, enveloped her in warmth, making her feel uniquely cherished. By the way, teacher Shui, let us connect on social media for easier communication, Li Dong suggested, presenting his phone with the social media QR code displayed. Sure, Shui Jiechi replied, her mouth full of chicken, her words slightly muffled. After their meal, Li Dong diligently tidied up the dishes and kitchen, glancing at the clock and noting the late hour. Teacher Shui, I'm off to set up my stall now. You should rest at home. However, you might want to take a stroll around the neighborhood. If you gain too much weight too quickly in the early stages, it might complicate matters during delivery, he advised after a moment's hesitation. Understood, Shui Jiechi nodded, appreciating Li Dong's thoughtful concern. Boss, you're 10 minutes late to set up today? As Li Dong arranged his stall, a lively voice chimed in, belonging to the short-haired girl who had come alone today. I was held up by some matters. I'll treat you to a skewer of grilled gluten later. Li Dong replied cheerfully, his spirits lifted. Thank you. The short-haired girl giggled as she settled inside. She lived nearby and had a penchant for grilled gluten. A day without it felt incomplete. Shall I prepare 10 skewers of grilled gluten, with less chili? Li Dong inquired, turning his head. Yes, and add 2 skewers of grilled meat, along with a bowl of sour plum soup, the short-haired girl replied. I've made some beer today. I'll treat you to a glass later. Li Dong handed over the skewers and the sour plum soup. I don't drink alcohol. Hey, you're not trying to flirt with me, are you? The short-haired girl teased. Since Li Dong began selling barbecue in the snack street, she had visited almost daily, becoming quite familiar with him and often exchanging lighthearted banter. Throughout the past month, he had managed the stall alone, never once having seen anyone else lend a hand, regardless of how busy he was. Li Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. His naturally shy disposition, coupled with his lack of romantic experience, left him tongue-tied. Just kidding. Look at you turning red. You haven't dated anyone before, have you? The short-haired girl found amusement in his flustered response. Just as Li Dong pondered how to continue the conversation, a familiar customer arrived. Boss, I'll take 10 skewers of grilled meat and 10 skewers of grilled gluten. If they're not delicious, I won't pay. Wang Xiaolei's voice rang out suddenly. Well, what brings you here today? Li Dong smiled at Wang Xiaolei. For over a month now, Wang Xiaolei has been visiting weekly, checking in on his good friend to see if there is anything he can assist with, while also offering his support. Today, while on duty, he happened to be in the vicinity and brought along a colleague. Wang Xiaolei gestured towards the 2 individuals beside him. All right, let's hurry inside and sit down. My homemade beer is ready, and we shall enjoy a splendid meal and drink today. Li Dong nodded to the other 2. Just as they were discussing the drinking arrangements, a customer approached seeking beer. Boss, is your craft beer ready? The middle-aged man who had visited last month returned. Sure. Take a seat for now, and I'll treat you to a drink shortly, Li Dong replied with a smile. Wow, this white beer is delightful. The taste is exquisite. Far superior to most craft beers I have tried. Do you have a secret recipe? The man inquired with enthusiasm. His name was Wu Jun, a wholesaler in the agricultural market, specializing in distributing various agricultural products primarily to restaurants, canteens, and small vendors. Of course, you won't find this flavor elsewhere, Li Dong responded, his expression filled with pride. How much for this glass? Wu Jun asked, taking another generous sip. 20 yuan for a liter. A barrel contains 25 liters, which can be sold for 500 yuan. While the production cost is less than 50 yuan, it's quite a lucrative venture. Currently, production was limited to 4 barrels daily. And to cater to a wider audience, Li Dong had crafted 3 varieties, 1 barrel of white beer, 1 of dark beer, and 2 of fruit beer. Hey, your prices are quite reasonable. I'd like to take a barrel home, Wu Jun remarked, being a connoisseur of fine craft beer. I don't have a large enough container, Li Dong pondered aloud. Who buys such a large quantity of beer, especially in bulk? I do. I specifically brought a purified water barrel just for your beer. Wu Jun snapped his fingers, revealing his preparedness. Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of grilled meat, 2 skewers of chives, 1 eggplant, and a cup of sour plum soup. All right, please wait a moment, Li Dong said cheerfully, continuing to grill the skewers. Boss, I see you have a promotion. Spend 50 yuan to receive a complimentary glass of homemade beer? Indeed. Then I have met the requirement, Wu Jun stated. Absolutely. I'll bring it over as soon as the skewers are ready for you to discover, Li Dong chuckled. Haha, you're quite amusing, boss. Boss, 2 cups of sour plum soup, please. Aren't you ordering any skewers? Li Dong inquired. No, I'm feeling quite full today. We just came from the shop over there and we're eager to try your sour plum soup, so we made a special trip. Is that so? In appreciation of your support, I'll gift you a glass of my homemade beer. It just started selling today, so you're in luck, Li Dong smiled. Homemade beer? At 20 yuan per liter, the price is quite reasonable. I'll treat you to this glass. If you enjoy it, you can bring friends next time. Li Dong said with a grin as he handed over a glass of beer along with 2 servings of sour plum soup. The proprietor's business acumen is truly remarkable. Within just a short span, he has dispensed 4 or 5 glasses of beer. Regardless of the taste, the patrons undoubtedly perceive a distinct experience. Wu Jun, wiping his mouth, let out a hearty burp. Many of the customers are repeat visitors. Treating someone to a drink is merely a means of fostering camaraderie. Li Dong remains indifferent, recognizing that such gestures are intrinsic to the art of commerce. Chapter 10. Planning. By the time the last skewer of grilled meat was sold, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing Li Dong engrossed in his work, Wang Xiaolei and the others decided not to linger and left, agreeing to celebrate together at a later date. Li Dong raised a nearby glass and gulped down half of its contents in one go, massaging his sore wrist and waist. The entire evening had been a whirlwind of activity, leaving him no opportunity to even sip water. However, the day's earnings were commendable. All 4 barrels of beer had been sold out, with approximately 5 liters given as complimentary, totaling 95 liters sold. Most customers remarked on its delightful taste, favorably comparing it to bottled industrial beer, while a minor faction felt it was comparable to other craft brews. 60 servings of sour plum drink had also been sold. And when adding in the profits from the grilled skewers, the total earnings for the night reached a staggering 2,800 yuan. This figure represents profit, not mere revenue. Today, his rideshare endeavors had fallen short, yielding only 3 completed trips, the returns from which were negligible. Although Li Dong felt a sense of joy, he was not entirely satisfied. If it were just him, this income would have been cause for celebration. However, he is not alone. There is an impending arrival of a child and the child's mother. Currently, they are renting a modest residence, and post-birth, they cannot continue living in rented accommodation, can they? Both the apartments rented by him and Xue Jiaqing are far too cramped, leaving little room for a child to thrive. Once the baby arrives, they will undoubtedly require a maternity nurse. Where will she reside? Furthermore, both sets of parents will likely visit occasionally. Where will they stay? Thus, they are confronted with a critical issue: purchasing a home. As a thriving metropolis, Tianqing City boasts a vibrant economy and a large influx of residents, coupled with an attractive urban environment, resulting in persistently high property prices. For instance, in the residential complexes near their university, prices exceed 30,000 per square meter, with desirable layouts nearing 40,000. Acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment of 150 square meters would cost 4 to 5 million yuan, with a 20% down payment ranging from 800,000 to 1 million yuan. Yet, he currently has only a little over 50,000 yuan in his account. Accumulating enough for a down payment could take a year, by which time the child will have already arrived. The costs associated with childbirth are substantial, and afterward, expenses for formula, diapers, hiring a maternity nurse, clothing, and toys for the child will arise. Heavens! The more Li Dong contemplates, the more overwhelmed he becomes. Tossing and turning in bed, he struggled to find sleep, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion without knowing what time he finally drifted off. Early the next morning, Li Dong rose early to tidy up, preparing breakfast for himself before packing the remainder into a thermal lunchbox. He hurried to Xue Jiaqing's home. It was not yet 8 o'clock, and Xue Jiaqing was still asleep. Just as Li Dong was about to leave a note for her, the bedroom door swung open. Dressed in a pink pajama set and yawning with sleepy eyes, Xue Jiaqing emerged. "Good morning, Teacher Xue," Li Dong greeted her. "Why are you here so early?" she asked, surprised. After Li Dong left the previous afternoon, Xue Jiaqing found herself feeling rather bored alone in the house, even losing focus while watching her favorite shows, often forgetting what she had previously watched. Though she had often spent time alone, engrossed in dramas or scrolling through her phone, ever since Li Dong entered her life, her habits seemed to be gradually changing. "It's not early, it's almost 8. You should wash up and get ready for breakfast," Li Dong suggested. Glancing at the time, beauty is indeed beauty. Even without makeup, she looked stunning just after waking, a stark contrast to those who rely heavily on cosmetics. "You've made breakfast?" Xue Jiaqing asked in astonishment. "Yes, I prepared it and brought it over. It's in the thermal lunchbox. I'll serve it now," Li Dong replied nonchalantly. "Great. Thank you for your effort," she said, feeling a wave of joy at having someone care for her. The breakfast included millet and red date porridge, cucumber salad, boiled eggs, and sweet and sour bean sprouts. "I used to be quite a regular with my meals, often eating whenever I felt like it due to my busy work schedule," Xue Jiaqing remarked while sipping her porridge. "That can't continue. You have a baby in your belly now. From now on, I will take care of you both. I won't make any promises beyond that, but cooking and household chores will be my responsibility," Li Dong declared confidently. "How is your barbecue stall business? Keeping busy?" Xue Jiaqing casually inquired. "It's manageable for now," Li Dong shrugged, though in reality, he was quite busy and contemplating whether to hire a couple of students for part-time assistance. Yet he had not made a decision. Running a rideshare during the day and managing the barbecue stall at night must be exhausting. Xue Jiaqing observed, gazing at Li Dong's youthful face. Still marked with a couple of acne spots. Not at all. As a man, I must shoulder the responsibility of providing for my family. Li Dong replied with a hint of pride. What are your plans for the future? Xue Jiaqing asked casually, eager to know his thoughts regarding their future together. My long-term plan is to open my own restaurant, making it a renowned establishment that people think of whenever they consider dining. If possible, I aspire to turn it into a chain. My short-term goal is to buy a house, acquire a larger vehicle, and propose to you, bringing you home as my wife. Li Dong looked at Xue Jiaqing earnestly and expressed his thoughts. In Xue Jiaqing's view, long-term planning posed no issues. The likelihood of realization seemed substantial. Over the past few days, Li Dong had prepared a variety of dishes, each distinct in flavor, so much so that even she, with her discerning palate, could find no fault. Opening a restaurant appeared to be well within his capabilities. As for establishing a chain of restaurants, managing 10 or 8 locations did not seem particularly challenging. His short-term plans included purchasing a home, acquiring a vehicle, and bringing her into his life, which stirred her heart. A man may be financially constrained. After all, Li Dong was merely a recent graduate, and amassing several tens of thousands in savings in less than 2 months was quite an accomplishment. Many individuals, after 3 to 5 years in the workforce, have yet to reach a 5-digit sum in their bank accounts. She was not one to disdain the less fortunate or be materialistic. Otherwise, given her own standards, Li Dong would hardly be on her radar. However, it was imperative for a man to have a vision for his life, to understand what he ought to do presently and what his future aspirations are, then strive towards those goals. In this regard, Li Dong excelled. He was diligent and, at the very least, made her aware that he was contemplating their future together, considering their children and family. This was the most fundamental demonstration of a man's responsibility. Xue Jiaqing nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further comments, for some topics, if broached by her, could take on a different connotation. Discussions about where to buy a house, the size of the property, whether to opt for a new or second-hand home, and the price range of a car, for instance. Chapter 11. A call from Li's mother after leaving Xue Jiaqing's home. Li Dong hastily hailed a rideshare vehicle, understanding that he needed to earn a living. As he drove out of the community, his phone rang. Hello, Mom, are you missing me? Li Dong activated the speakerphone, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. You little rascal. It's been days, and you Haven-T even thought to call your mother to check in. Truly ungrateful. His mother, Chen Sufan, chided him with a laugh. Hey, I've been thinking about you all along, Li Dong replied awkwardly, explaining that he had been exceedingly busy, and with the unexpected news of impending fatherhood. His mind had been preoccupied. Son, how is your barbecue stall faring? Chen Sufan inquired with concern. While Li Dong's father harbored some reservations about his son's decision to pursue a barbecue business instead of seeking traditional employment, believing that his university education was being squandered, his mother offered her unwavering support. After all, she herself was a self-employed individual operating a small restaurant, and her earnings exceeded those of Li Dong's father. She valued substance over pretension. As long as one could earn a lawful income and sustain oneself, that was sufficient. Those office jobs might sound appealing, but one could hardly be certain that the monthly earnings would suffice. The business is thriving. Your son is a culinary enthusiast, having inherited your cooking talent. The barbecue I prepare is adored by all. Even young women yearn for it after a day without indulging, Li Dong boasted exuberantly. Get lost. The more you talk, the more ridiculous you sound. When will you bring home a girlfriend for your mother? That would truly put her heart at ease, Chen Sufan remarked with a pout, letting out a sigh internally. Her son was commendable in every aspect, yet he was excessively honest, somewhat shy, and rather introverted. Meanwhile, the neighbor's child had already begun dating in middle school, much to their parents' concern over its potential impact on academic performance. Her son, however, never faced such dilemmas. He was perpetually engrossed in his studies, devoting his leisure time to exploring various culinary delights. While this did provide her with peace of mind, now that he had graduated from university, it was high time for him to seek a partner, was it not? Even though the trend of late marriages and parenthood was prevalent, a relationship would typically require a year or two to flourish, followed by marriage and then children, another couple of years. Before they knew it, they would be approaching 30. This was assuming everything went smoothly. If not, who knew how many relationships he would have to navigate before finding the right one? Why rush? Just bring your future wife and our grandchild home when the time comes. And you can boast to your old friends, Li Dong teased with a smile. If you truly have that capability, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. His mother replied, feigning a sorrowful expression. This morning, she had chanced upon the neighbor's child returning home with his girlfriend to introduce her to his parents. Although the girl was rather ordinary in appearance, her envy was palpable. Her expectations for a future daughter-in-law were modest. She simply desired someone grounded and capable, willing to embrace a life together, as this was the foundation for a stable marriage. Matters such as looks, education, career, and family background were secondary, mere embellishments. I wish it were that simple, but nowadays, the first question is always about having a house, a car, savings, and whether one's parents receive a pension. It's a daunting prospect, Li Dong sighed. Where would freshly graduated young individuals acquire houses, cars, or savings? Unless they come from well-off families who have already secured these assets, it's beyond the reach of ordinary households, Chen Sufan remarked. The society has transformed. It's not like it was in their time. Back then, every family struggled financially, and the dowry was contingent upon individual circumstances. Many couples married without any dowry at all, living in dilapidated homes. Now, in the city, purchasing a single apartment can cost hundreds of thousands, and even if ordinary families emptied their wallets, they could hardly manage it. Those who barely scraped together the funds would still be burdened with a 30-year mortgage, living a tight and stressful life. Mom, in Tianjin City, the down payment for a comparable apartment is about $1 million. Perhaps I should wait until I save that much before seeking a partner, Li Dong said with a grin. Really? Is $1 million enough for a down payment on an apartment in your area? Don't mislead your old mother. I lack such knowledge, Chen Sufan replied, her face a mask of skepticism. Having only visited Tianjin City once when her son enrolled in university, she, along with Li Dong's father, had accompanied him to report for classes. Living in a fourth-tier city, both she and her husband were filled with curiosity about the bustling cityscape, with its towering buildings, bustling traffic, neon lights, elevated highways, and subways. She had heard that in Tianjin City, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to purchase a home and settle down, unless they hailed from affluent families, as even a single property could cost hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the expenses for renovations, parking spaces, and furnishings, which altogether amounted to a staggering financial burden. Consequently, she subconsciously believed that acquiring a home in Tianjin City was an unattainable dream. $1 million would suffice to secure a 3-bedroom apartment of approximately 140 to 50 square meters in a decent location. Li Dong compared the prices of nearby residential complexes around the Polytechnic University. What would the monthly payment be? Chen Sufan inquired, feeling an inexplicable joy. If we were to finance it over 30 years, the monthly payment would approximately be around 21 to 22,000 yuan, Li Dong estimated. Such a high monthly payment? Chen Sufan pondered, feeling conflicted. Li Fu earned only a little over 4,000 a month, while she made a bit more from her small restaurant, with a net income of around 16 to 17,000 monthly, occasionally nearing 20,000. Thus, if they abstained from all expenses, they could barely cover the monthly payment. But the critical issue was the 30-year term. Whether she would even be alive to see the end of it was another matter altogether. Why are you asking so many questions? Mom, are you planning to sponsor my home purchase? Li Dong asked with a chuckle. He was uncertain about the family's exact financial situation, but he assumed they had several $100,000 in savings, given that his mother had been running the restaurant successfully for nearly 20 years. However, he had always envisioned purchasing a home and a car through his own efforts. It wasn't mere fantasy. Given a little time, he was confident he could achieve it. Currently, his monthly income was relatively stable, around 50 to 60,000, translating to over 700,000 annually, which meant he could save enough for a down payment in just a year and a half. Yet, time was not on his side. In just over 7 months, the child would be born, leaving him little time to prepare. The newly purchased home needs renovation, right? Renovations would take at least 2 to 3 months, and it would require at least another 6 months for proper ventilation afterward. If it were solely up to him, the child would be ready for kindergarten before they could even move in. His own comfort was inconsequential, even if he had to endure living in a bare shell. The well-being of his wife and child was paramount. He could not let them suffer. How much can you earn from the barbecue stall? Can you make around 10 to 8,000? Chen Sufan asked. In her view, if her son could earn 10,000 a month, they could consider purchasing a home, with the monthly payments divided, his share being a smaller portion, leaving just enough for their living expenses. Not less than. I could earn around 20 to 30,000. Li Dong replied, providing a conservative estimate. considering he had only been in the barbecue business for a little over a month and anticipated that winter would significantly impact sales. Well done, son. You truly are a product of my careful nurturing. Did you just say that having a house would help you find a partner? Chen Sufan sighed with relief, realizing her son was faring quite well. An income of 20,000 a month placed him among the higher echelons of earners. Roughly. Li Dong seemed to suddenly grasp something, his heart racing rapidly. All right, mother, I will transfer 1 million to you. When you have the time, go and look at some houses. I read in the news that housing prices are continuously rising. The sooner you buy, the more money you save. Chen Sufan, with her unwavering resolve, spoke without hesitation. Are you serious, mother? Li Dong exclaimed, pulling over to the roadside, anxious that distraction might lead to an accident. Of course. I am serious. How could you possibly think you were deceiving me? Chen Sufan inquired, her tone sharp. No, mother. Since we have come this far in our conversation, there is something I need to inform you of in advance, so you won't be taken by surprise later. Li Dong was mentally preparing his words, contemplating how to broach the subject of Shui Jiaqin with his mother. What is it that warrants such seriousness? Chen Sufan asked. If, and I emphasize if, I were to get that girl pregnant, mother, what would you do? Li Dong stammered, carefully structuring his thoughts. Chen Sufan was momentarily taken aback. This question was rather provocative. He did not even have a girlfriend yet. How could there be a child? No, that was not right. Just moments ago, her son had mentioned not being able to find a partner due to the lack of a house. And now he was asking what would happen if his partner were to become pregnant. These two seemingly unrelated statements appeared to intertwine in some way. Her son not only had a girlfriend, but had also gotten her pregnant, and now the girl insisted that they must have a home before marriage. Otherwise, their relationship would inevitably falter. Yes, that must be it. This is the truth. Chen Sufan's eyes sparkled with realization. This rascal was quite capable, managing to conjure such a shocking situation without a word. Mother, are you all right? Li Dong asked, concerned. You little rascal. Have you forgotten your mother now that you have a wife? Since the girl is already pregnant, we should promptly arrange for both families to meet and discuss the marriage arrangements. You two should hurry and register your marriage. Otherwise, when the time comes, the bride won't fit into her wedding dress, and having a wedding with a bulging belly would be quite unseemly. Chen Sufan's face lit up with joy. Li Dong was stunned. When had his mother become so quick-witted, immediately discerning the truth of the matter? What's with the You little rascal. I will go to the bank and initiate the transfer right away. You and your future wife should look at houses together. After purchasing, there will be renovations and airing out to consider, all of which require time. How could you only tell your mother about such a significant issue now? Truly incorrigible. Chen Sufan's excitement resonated clearly through the phone, reaching Li Dong's ears from afar. Li Dong was utterly bewildered by his mother's response. He had merely initiated the conversation, and she had already filled in all the gaps. How many months along is your future wife? Chen Sufan asked the critical question, as the months could hint at how long her son had been in a relationship. Just 2 months, Li Dong replied, still adjusting to his mother referring to Shui Jiaqin as his future wife, especially since she had not yet agreed to marry him. As for whether she would marry him, he was still uncertain in his heart. Time is still on your side, but you must act swiftly. As a man, it is imperative that you consider various aspects and shoulder the responsibilities of a family. By the way, your mother will transfer a bit more to you. If you can increase the down payment, your monthly burden will lessen, alleviating some of the pressure. Marriage, home renovation, and children all require financial investment. So it is prudent to keep some funds reserved for emergencies. Without waiting for Li Dong to respond, Chen Sufan hung up the phone, eager to share this news with Li's father. After all, joy is best when shared. Staring at the disconnected call, Li Dong bitterly smiled, realizing that even his mother was more decisive than he was. Now that a child was on the way, purchasing a home, getting married, and obtaining a marriage certificate seemed inevitable. As a man, one should take the initiative. Should he really wait for someone like Teacher Shui to bring it up? Enough of the ride-hailing. It would be wiser to explore the vicinity of the Technical Institute to find suitable housing. Upon arriving at a nearby real estate agency, Li Dong stepped into the lobby where a property consultant warmly approached him. Greeting. Good day, sir. How may I assist you with your housing needs? Are there any properties near the Technical Institute, within a kilometer radius, approximately 150 square meters, and built within the last 2 to 3 years? Li Dong inquired with a smile. He was not willing to wait for pre-sale properties. Only completed residences would suffice so that he could commence renovations immediately. Please hold on. Sir, Have some water while I check for you, the consultant replied, sitting down at the computer to search for listings. After about 3 minutes, the consultant looked up and said, "Sir, there's a community called Shui Yifang located 1 kilometer east of the Technical Institute, which was delivered 3 years ago. It has a raw unit of 156 square meters and a furnished unit of 178 square meters. How much is the 156 square meter unit?" Li Dong asked, nodding with a smile. This size was just right, not too large, not too small, and being a raw unit, he could design it according to his own preferences. "Sir, the total price is 5.46 million, and this unit includes a parking space, available at half price," the consultant enthusiastically stated. "At around 37,000 per square meter. It falls within the normal market range. That's a bit steep. Around 35,000 per square meter would be more reasonable," Li Dong remarked, frowning. "A little negotiation could lead to significant savings." "That may not be possible, sir. This community boasts an excellent location, with convenient transportation. The subway station is just a few hundred meters away, and a large shopping mall is nearby, along with public kindergartens, elementary schools, and middle schools. This price is already quite fair." The consultant firmly shook his head. After a lengthy discussion that left Li Dong parched from bargaining, he finally managed to reduce the price to 5.4 million, with the parking space included. Beyond that, the seller would not budge. Li Dong also visited 2 other real estate agencies for consultations, but either the properties did not meet his criteria or the prices were unsuitable. Ultimately, he returned to the first unit, finding it the most fitting. As noon approached, Li's mother transferred 1,300,000 yuan, with 1 million designated as the down payment and 300,000 for renovations. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already 12 o'clock. Chapter 13. The proposal. On August 15th, Li Dong, as was his routine, delivered breakfast to Shui Jiaqing before heading out. After completing a few rides with a ride-hailing service, he made his way to the shopping mall. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the sales clerk inquired with enthusiasm. "I wish to propose. Do you have any recommendations for stylish and innovative gold rings?" Li Dong gazed at the dazzling array of jewelry before him. Having received the property deed yesterday, he had become a homeowner bound by a 30-year mortgage. However, he felt no anxiety about repayment. With his earning capacity, he could make substantial payments every 6 months, clearing at least 500,000 each time. In 3 or 4 years, the debt would be settled. With a home secured, the foundation for a family was laid. And thus, the proposal was ready to be planned. "Sir, these 3-dimensional engraved rings are the most popular. This one features the letter for love. This one is shaped like a golden hoop, and this one resembles a rose," the clerk elaborated, explaining the significance of each ring. "I'll take this one, the rose design." Li Dong decided after careful consideration among the 3 options. "Excellent choice, sir. This solid gold ring contains 9 grams of gold and is priced at 4,576 yuan, the clerk informed him. "All right, please wrap it up. Also, could you recommend a bracelet and a necklace?" Li Dong gestured to the nearby display. "Of course, please follow me," the clerk replied, delighted. After meticulous selection, Li Dong chose a pair of phoenix bracelets for 29,800 yuan and a classic necklace for 5,670 yuan. With the jewelry in hand, he visited the renovation company to explore design options and pricing. Lacking expertise in this area, he spent a considerable time deliberating, but ultimately decided to take a few renovation case studies that he found acceptable to discuss with Shui Jiaqing later. Upon returning home at midday, Li Dong found Shui Jiaqing lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. "You're back," she smiled as she noticed him. Throughout the past week, she had observed Li Dong's tenderness and thoughtfulness. His culinary skills, meticulousness in housework, and diligent work ethic were qualities she valued immensely. "Hungry, are we?" Li Dong asked with a grin. After washing his hands, instead of heading straight to the kitchen, he sat beside Shui Jiaqing. "Is there something on my face?" she wondered, noticing Li Dong's gaze. "Yes, indeed, a flower of femininity," he replied, his eyes sparkling with admiration for her beauty. "Have you become quite the flirt?" Shui Jiaqing teased. Taken aback momentarily, perhaps due to their previous relationship dynamics, Li Dong tended to act more reserved in her presence, and this sudden display of affection left her feeling slightly disconcerted. "Jieqi, in recent days, I have pondered deeply and earnestly about our relationship, and I believe I should take a more proactive stance, shouldering greater responsibilities." Li Dong gazed at Shui Jieqi, addressing her for the first time in such a manner. However, Jiechi did not dwell on the title. Rather, she was momentarily taken aback by Li Dong's words, struggling to comprehend their full significance. This is the house I recently acquired, located near the University of Science and Technology. Although there is a mortgage, my current income is sufficient to manage the repayments, leaving enough for you and our child to enjoy a comfortable life. Li Dong produced a red booklet and handed it to Jiechi. Dumbfounded, she accepted the property deed and opened it to reveal a spacious 3-bedroom apartment in a prime location, valued at 5 to 6 million. Here are several renovation proposals I obtained from the design firm. I am not particularly knowledgeable in this area, so please review them and let me know if anything appeals to you, or if you have ideas to share with the designer for a new plan. Li Dong presented another booklet containing the renovation designs to Jiechi. Noticing her silence, Li Dong grew uncertain, as the scene was diverging from his earlier expectations. However, with the moment upon him, he decided to abandon conventional approaches. Producing a red jewelry box, he revealed a ring and, kneeling before her in surprise, earnestly declared, "Teacher Xue, will you marry me? I am confident in my ability to be a good husband and a devoted father. I wish to unite with you as true partners and to share a life together. I had my mother send over my household registration, as I wish to obtain a marriage certificate and take you as my wife." Jiechi's silence was not due to a lack of reaction, but rather her astonishment at Li Dong's swift actions. Just days prior, she had inquired about his plans for the future, hoping to gauge whether he had considered their life together. His response had satisfied her, yet she believed that buying a house, proposing, and marrying required preparation time. She had been speculating about when he would propose, discuss purchasing a home, and arrange for their families to meet. To her surprise, on this Qixi festival, Li Dong had presented her with such a grand gesture. That morning, while he departed, she had wondered if he was aware of the significance of the day, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she found herself at a loss for words. "Do you agree?" Li Dong, his heart racing, asked once more. "Yes," Jiechi replied, nodding excitedly while striving to contain her emotions, fighting back tears. Though the proposal was somewhat simplistic, lacking elaborate arrangements and absent of friends and family as witnesses, those details paled in comparison to the sincerity of the one proposing. "Do you truly wish to marry me?" Li Dong inquired, his voice trembling with excitement as he pinched his thigh to steady himself, reminding himself that this was not a dream. "I do." Jiechi nodded. Extending her left hand, Li Dong, filled with excitement, gently placed the ring upon the 4th finger of her left hand, his own hand trembling with anticipation. Observing Li Dong's elated demeanor, warmth blossomed in Jiechi's heart. Though the future remained uncertain, in this moment, she felt profoundly happy. "Jiaqing, I also have these for you. As tokens of our commitment," Li Dong said, retrieving 2 small boxes from his pocket and presenting them to Jiechi. "What are these?" she inquired with a smile. "Just open them and see," he replied, feigning an air of mystery. Upon opening the boxes, she discovered a bracelet and a necklace. I wasn't sure which style you would prefer, but the sales associate mentioned these were best sellers and favored by women, so I chose them," Li Dong admitted bashfully, scratching his head. "I adore them. Please help me put the necklace on," Jiechi beamed, nodding in agreement. "All right," Li Dong responded enthusiastically, moving behind her to carefully adorn her with the necklace. The delicate, fair neck complemented the radiant gold chain, captivating Li Dong's gaze. "How does it look?" Jiechi asked. "It looks stunning, far more beautiful than any celebrity on television," Li Dong replied, lost in admiration. "You silly," Jiechi chuckled, biting her lip in amusement. "Hey, silly people have their own blessings. I'm off to cook now," Li Dong declared joyfully, bustling into the kitchen, watching him hum a tune as he prepared the meal. Jiechi couldn't help but smile. He truly was a treasure of a man. Could this be the feeling of a May-December romance? Lowering her gaze to the renovation plan in her hands, she began to envision and dream of their future home. Time to eat. After about half an hour, Li Dong emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate. Braised fish, fish head tofu soup, and spinach egg pancakes are nutritious and delightful. This morning, he had prepared shrimp and egg custard with a 5-grain soy milk, while last night featured millet, yam, and red date porridge alongside pan-fried pork tenderloin. "It smells wonderful. How did you come up with such a variety of dishes every day?" Jiechi asked with a laugh. If it were her, she wouldn't even be able to conceive of making such meals. "I followed a meal plan from a pregnancy guide that I found online, which suggests recipes for each week," he explained. Having never been a father nor possessing any experience caring for a pregnant woman, it seemed implausible for him to know such things without guidance. Yet, in this digital age, any information could be easily accessed online. Really? I never paid attention to that. Shui Jiaqing playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing that this small man had been more thoughtful than she had. Don't worry, I've got it covered. The next prenatal checkup is at 12 weeks, and we'll go together. After that, we can establish the file, Li Dong said confidently, assured in his ability to fulfill the responsibilities of a father. Hee, I'll make a note of that. By then, school will have already started, and I fear I might forget amidst the busyness. Shui Jiaqing remarked as she grabbed her phone to mark the date on her calendar. In just half a month, the university term will commence, and she will soon be attending classes. No need to worry. I have already set the alarm, and it will remind me a day in advance, Li Dong indicated, pointing to his phone. Indeed, Shui Jiaqing smiled and nodded, feeling delighted by Li Dong's thoughtfulness. After finishing their meal, and once Li Dong had completed his tasks, Shui Jiaqing suddenly inquired, will you be driving for the ride-hailing service this afternoon? I won't be going this afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock. I will head over to prepare the skewers for tonight, Li Dong replied. As business continued to flourish, the demand for skewers each evening grew increasingly high, requiring more time for preparation. Consequently, he could only spare a few hours in the morning to earn enough for daily expenses, typically around 100 or 200 yuan. Then shall we go to register for our marriage this afternoon? Shui Jiaqing suddenly looked at Li Dong. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback. If you're unwilling, then never mind, Shui Jiaqing teased. Of course I am willing, 100% willing. Li Dong exclaimed, his face reddening. My family is already aware of our relationship. My parents are just waiting for my news before they come over. But what about your uncle and aunt? Initially excited about their engagement, Li Dong was taken aback by how swiftly they could proceed to register for marriage, feeling that such happiness had arrived rather unexpectedly. Yet, he also pondered the potential disapproval of Shui Jiaqing's parents. Would they consent to their union? This thought stirred a sense of apprehension within him. From their interactions over the past few days, he had learned that Shui Jiaqing's family resided in the neighboring Tianhai city, with her father being a senior engineer at a large state-owned enterprise and her mother a researcher at a national-level research institute, a family of distinguished intellectuals. However, Shui Jiaqing's parents were often preoccupied with their demanding careers, frequently traveling for work, resulting in limited time spent with her during her upbringing. If they oppose, will you give up? Shui Jiaqing regarded Li Dong with a playful expression. How could that be? Nothing can deter my resolve to marry you, Li Dong retorted defiantly. Then that settles it, Shui Jiaqing replied with a smile. Although both of her parents held prestigious positions and their financial situation was somewhat superior to Li Dong's, she believed that her happiness was hers to determine. The contentment of a marriage is not necessarily correlated with the amount of savings one possesses. It requires effort and maintenance from both partners. Regardless of wealth, a large home, or luxurious cars, if the couple harbored divergent dreams, where would happiness reside? Indeed, a certain material foundation is necessary for marriage, as one cannot solely survive on aspirations. However, Li Dong's current ability to earn was sufficient to provide a stable living environment for her and their soon-to-arrive child. Moreover, she was not idle. Her own income was substantial enough to support the family as well. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing arrived together at the marriage registration office within the administrative service hall. Today was the Qixi festival, and approximately 6 or 7 couples were there to register for marriage, their faces radiating joy and anticipation for the future. However, beside the divorce window, at least a dozen couples were queuing. The expressions on the men's faces were mostly impassive, while many of the women displayed a sense of relief, leaving one to ponder the misfortunes that marriage had bestowed upon them. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, it was finally Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing's turn. They submitted their identification cards and household registration book, filled out the application form, and took a joint photo nearby. You are both here voluntarily to register your marriage, correct? The staff inquired routinely. Indeed, Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Very well, I wish you a century of happiness and a lifelong companionship. From this moment on, you are legally husband and wife. The staff handed the 2 small red books to Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing. Thank you. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau and sitting in the car, Li Dong couldn't help but gaze at the marriage certificate, repeatedly reading the content on that single page while grinning foolishly. Li Dong, are you dazed? Shui Jiaqing chuckled at his expression, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth. Yes. Indeed, I'm dazed with joy. I can't believe I am now a husband. Li Dong exclaimed, elated by the realization of his newfound family status. You silly man. Let's head back. Don't you have things to prepare for your evening stall? Shui Jiechi reminded him. All right, I'll take you home first, he replied, grinning like a fool. Steering the wheel with a broad smile. I'll help you get everything ready. It will be quicker that way, she suggested as they exited the vehicle. She had previously enjoyed eating skewers and had even cooked with friends during her leisure time, though her culinary skills left much to be desired, leading her to cook less frequently thereafter. That won't do. You are pregnant now. How could I allow you to do such heavy work? I can manage it myself, Li Dong insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Then can I at least watch you prepare the skewers? I'm quite curious about how they are made. Shui Jiechi said with a smile. Of course, but you must promise not to lend a hand, Li Dong replied, nodding as he led Shui Jiechi to the old residential area of the engineering faculty. Just as they stepped out of the car and walked a few paces, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Teacher Shui, who is this? A kindly middle-aged woman inquired, noticing Shui Jiechi holding hands with a stranger. In the entire engineering university, who did not know the name of Teacher Shui Jiechi? A beauty, indifferent to the pursuits of many, now appeared to be in a relationship. The male faculty members would surely be heartbroken upon hearing this news. Teacher Zheng, this is my beloved, Li Dong, Shui Jiechi declared warmly and confidently. You are married? Why didn't you inform us? We were all waiting to celebrate with you. Teacher Zheng exclaimed in surprise, glancing between Shui Jiechi and Li Dong. We haven't hosted a banquet yet. We just obtained our certificate, Shui Jiechi clarified. Teacher Zheng, a venerable professor from the same college, was well respected and had always shown great care for the younger faculty members. First, let me extend my congratulations to you. Now, you may proceed with your tasks, and we shall engage in a more meaningful conversation once the semester commences. Teacher Zheng cast another glance at Li Dong, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place where he had seen him before. Upon arriving at Unit 201 of Building 6, Shui Jiechi was immediately enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of chili oil. She had a penchant for spicy foods, often requesting Li Dong to add a hint of heat while cooking. Otherwise, her meals would seem insipid. This is for making gluten. This one is for brewing beer. And this area is specifically designated for skewers, Li Dong explained, showcasing the various items within the room. Would it be possible for you to grill a few skewers of gluten for me tonight? Shui Jiechi inquired, gazing at Li Dong. She had mentioned this a few days prior, but Li Dong had advised her against consuming barbecued foods, given that she had just become pregnant. All right, then perhaps just a little, she relented. Li Dong settled down to prepare the skewers, his technique deft and agile, effortlessly balancing conversation with his tasks. Shui Jiechi sat back, watching him work, feeling as though Li Dong was not merely grilling skewers, but laboring for the happiness of both of them. At 6 in the evening, Li Dong's barbecue stand opened promptly, with customers already waiting in anticipation. Boss, you finally arrived. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. A young girl exclaimed. Is that so? Then I shall treat you to a skewer of meat shortly, Li Dong replied with a smile. Shui Jiechi remained seated indoors, observing as Li Dong busied himself with preparations. Here, try this and let me know how it tastes. I haven't added much seasoning. He offered her several skewers of grilled gluten. Shui Jiechi nodded, taking a bite of the grilled gluten, which was perfectly tender yet chewy, and bursting with flavor. It was indeed the best she had ever tasted. No wonder Li Dong's business was thriving. She had previously thought he might be exaggerating, but now it seemed otherwise. Boss, I'd like 10 skewers of gluten, 10 skewers of meat, 2 skewers of kidney, and a liter of dark beer. A couple who frequented his stand approached. Sure thing. Just a moment, Li Dong responded cheerfully. Hey, boss, why are there 2 extra skewers of meat? One of the girls asked, puzzled. They are on the house, as a token of my gratitude for your continued support of my business, Li Dong chuckled. In a particularly good mood that day, considering it a way to give back to his customers. Thank you, boss. Shui Jiechi, seated inside, couldn't help but smile at Li Dong's words, recognizing his joy but also admiring his marketing acumen. A small gesture of kindness often fosters goodwill among patrons, increasing the likelihood of their return and ensuring a steady flow of business. Handsome, we'd like 2 liters of fruit beer, 20 skewers of gluten, 10 skewers of meat, 10 skewers of spicy gluten, a serving of grilled eggplant, a portion of enoki mushrooms, a serving of grilled chives, and a portion of tofu wrapped in foil. 3 girls approached. Certainly, the skewers will be ready shortly. Let me bring your fruit beer first, Li Dong replied. Wait, handsome, We ordered 2 liters, not 3. One of the girls questioned, bewildered. It's complimentary, a token of appreciation for your unwavering support of my business. These were his regular customers, who frequently patronized his stand. The charming gentleman confidently declared, "Then please bring us 10 skewers of grilled gluten and 3 skewers of grilled leeks, with extra chili." The girl, beaming with delight, gave Li Dong a thumbs up. Today, every customer at the barbecue was generously gifted something by Li Dong, ranging from a modest skewer of grilled gluten to as much as 2 liters of beer, even extending his kindness to first-time patrons. "Darling, are you tired? Perhaps you should take a break," Li Dong asked, concerned, as he seized a moment to approach her. "I'm not tired. I've been sitting here, and it's quite entertaining to see you bustling about so energetically." "It's a pity I can't assist you," Shui Jiechi replied with a shrug. Since the stall opened at 6, Li Dong had a moment's respite, often. New customers arrived before he could even finish preparing the skewers for the previous order. Regardless of his hectic pace, he greeted each customer with a warm smile, a gentle tone, and a kind demeanor, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Coupled with the complimentary skewers and drinks, patrons felt they were receiving special treatment, prompting many to order additional items. "You're the boss lady. What kind of boss lady works?" he teased. "If you're feeling bored, I have a significant task for you, though I wonder if you can handle it." "What significant task? I doubt I'm cut out for physical labor. And my mental faculties are not at their best either," Shui Jiechi jested. "This is my payment information. Each order will detail what the customers have requested. Could you help me calculate the average order value?" Li Dong handed her a small payment device. "I'll give it a try, but if I make a mistake, you mustn't blame me," she pouted unconsciously. "Never. You are the boss lady, and I am merely your employee. It would be my folly to complain about you," Li Dong said, his heart racing inexplicably as he gazed at her pouting lips. Heavens, how could someone be so enchanting? "You flatterer." Shui Jiechi chuckled at being referred to as the boss lady. Observing the modest establishment, with Li Dong industriously attending to customers while she relaxed inside, she felt very much like a boss lady, while Li Dong appeared to be the employee. 46 yuan for this order, 20 yuan for that one, 38 yuan for another, 90 yuan for yet another, 66 yuan for this one, in addition to the in-house orders, for delivery drivers arrived in quick succession to collect skewers and beer, with delivery orders typically priced higher, often ranging from 50 to 60 yuan or more. Furthermore, orders for beer and sour plum soup were expensive, as a liter of beer alone cost 20 yuan, and adding a few skewers could easily bring the total to 100 or 80 yuan. Chapter 16. Calling him husband by 10 o'clock in the evening, the skewers were nearly sold out. Li Dong rubbed his sore waist and stepped inside, smiling as he asked Shui Jiechi, "Have you calculated everything?" The average order value is 46 yuan, with grilled gluten and meat being the best sellers. "We've sold out of beer," Shui Jiechi replied, tilting her face upward, her expression radiant with joy, as if expecting praise. "Remarkable. I thought you might not be able to figure it out and end up in tears," Li Dong teased. "A pregnancy often renders one somewhat foolish for 3 years. Yet it seems that Shui Jiechi is not afflicted by such a condition. I am not a child. However, I have observed that our family's business outshines all others on this street, with only one other establishment selling Odin enjoying comparable success. The remainder of the shops are rather mediocre." Shui Jiechi wandered around the snack street twice, thoroughly exploring it and sampling various delicacies. Some flavors were indeed delightful, while others were merely average. When I calculated the average transaction value, I was initially indifferent, but as the evening progressed, my astonishment grew due to the sheer volume of sales. In just one night, Li Dong accrued over 4,800 yuan. A venture she had previously overlooked turned out to be remarkably profitable. Of course, the primary reason lies in Li Dong's exceptional culinary skills and excellent service, which have cultivated a loyal clientele that often returns, bringing friends along, thereby expanding the circle of repeat customers. In the evening, while selling skewers, many patrons exchanged jovial banter with Li Dong, demonstrating a familiarity that was palpable. After closing up, Li Dong escorted Shui Jiechi home, and once she was settled, he instinctively prepared to return to the teacher's complex. "Li Dong, why don't you stay here tonight?" Shui Jiechi, blushing, dared not meet his gaze. They were already legally married, so the idea of living apart seemed rather absurd and detrimental to their relationship. Since they intended to be together, they might as well begin by sharing their daily lives. "All right," Li Dong agreed without pretense, knowing it would be unwise to hesitate. For if Shui Jiechi were to change her mind, it would be he who would suffer. Shui Jiechi went to freshen up first, and only after she finished did Li Dong take his turn. Upon emerging, he instinctively headed to the guest room, only to find the bed unmade. He knocked on the door, intending to inquire where the bedding was stored, but Shui Jiechi's response nearly made him leap with excitement. "I don't have any spare bedding here. Let us just sleep here," she lied, her face aflame, avoiding eye contact. In reality, it was improbable that a single room would contain only one set of bedding. She had been contemplating whether to sleep separately at first, and then gradually transition to sharing a bed. However, she concluded that such precautions were unnecessary, given her current condition. Li Dong wouldn't dare to act inappropriately. Furthermore, this arrangement would allow her to gain deeper insight into Li Dong's character. As the person closest to you knows you best, does he not? Okay. Li Dong suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously. They lay down on the bed together. Shui Jiechi, shy and hesitant to look at Li Dong, pretended to close her eyes, though her heart raced with anxiety. Li Dong felt similarly. This was only the second time he had shared a bed with Shui Jiechi, and with her beauty so near, his gaze burned with intensity. "Let us turn off the lights and sleep," Shui Jiechi whispered. "All right," Li Dong replied, turning off the bedside lamp and then turning to face her, silently observing her. After a few minutes, Shui Jiechi broke the silence, asking, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I can't sleep. I just want to watch you." "You sleep. Don't mind me," Li Dong replied, a smile blooming on his face. She murmured. Shui Jiechi closed her eyes, attempting to clear her mind. And before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. That night, she slept soundly until dawn, only to awaken and discover that she was lying in Li Dong's embrace. Carefully opening her eyes, she noticed that Li Dong seemed still asleep. She gently tried to move his arm away, inadvertently waking him up, which startled her into quickly shutting her eyes again. In truth, Li Dong had been awake for some time, having observed her playful antics, finding them utterly charming. "Since you are so playful, I shall tease you a bit," he thought. Whispering softly as if in a dream, "Shui Jiechi, I like you. I really, really like you." Hearing his dreamy confession brought a smile to Shui Jiechi's lips, her face aglow with joy. "How about calling you my wife from now on? And you can call me husband?" Li Dong continued his playful murmurs. "All right," Shui Jiechi replied, gazing at him with a playful smile. Had she not seen the smile dancing on his lips, she might have believed he was truly lost in dreams. This mischievous fellow was playing tricks on her. "Oh, you're awake, my wife?" Li Dong feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the situation. Shui Jiechi replied with a teasing smile. "Good morning, my esteemed wife," Li Dong greeted with a grin, showing no sign of embarrassment. "Good morning, Li Dong," Shui Jiechi replied, her eyes twinkling. "Weren't we supposed to call each other husband and wife?" he asked, feigning a hurt expression. "Did we?" she responded innocently, suppressing her laughter. "Yes, indeed," he insisted, nodding vigorously. "I want to call you that, especially since you just teased me," she pouted playfully. Such a cute demeanor was foreign to Li Dong. He marveled at how the aloof goddess, Shui Jiechi, possessed such an endearing side. Thus, in response to her astonished gaze, he leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. Perhaps taken aback by the suddenness, Shui Jiechi lost her resolve to push him away. And it was only after several kisses that she finally reacted. "Ouch, my wife, that hurts, it hurts," Li Dong whimpered, sticking out his tongue in mock grievance. "Well, who told you to stick out your tongue?" Shui Jiechi's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him in playful annoyance. This rascal was utterly shameless, not only stealing her first kiss while she was fully aware, but also teasing her mercilessly. "Hey, my wife, I'm going to prepare breakfast. You can lie down a bit longer," Li Dong said, seizing the moment to escape and get to work. Watching him flee in a flurry, Shui Jiechi couldn't help but laugh. He was rather endearing. Half an hour later, a nutritious breakfast was ready. Pumpkin and red date millet porridge, winter melon pancakes, shrimp and egg pancakes, and stir-fried spinach with pig's blood. She mused that if she continued to eat like this for a week, she would surely gain weight. Shui Jiechi, while indulging in a sumptuous meal, couldn't help but let out a worried sigh. "Nutritional balance is essential," she mused, "especially since we are on break and my daily activity has significantly decreased. Things will improve once school resumes in 2 weeks." Li Dong offered her some reassurance. "It's your fault for making such delicious food. I always end up eating to my heart's content," Shui Jiechi pouted playfully. "That's because you appreciate my culinary skills. Someone else might not find it as palatable," Li Dong replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 17. The arrival of Shui's mother at 8 in the morning. Li Dong set out promptly to drive for a ride-hailing service, driven by the aspiration for a brighter future. One must have bread and milk, he thought. The adage that a poor couple faces numerous woes is not to be taken lightly. Everyday life is fraught with trivialities, many of which stem from financial constraints. If money were no object, countless conflicts and unnecessary arguments could be significantly diminished. For instance, if your wife has not purchased a handbag in a long while and has her eye on a 10,000 yuan bag that she desperately desires, yet you earn that amount only after toiling day and night for a month, the question arises, should you buy it? Regardless of the decision, at least one person will be discontent, and it is not a matter of right or wrong. Furthermore, if your wife wishes for your child to attend a private school where the quality of education is superior and beneficial for the child's learning and future development, yet the tuition is exorbitant, amounting to 30 to 40,000 yuan annually, while you struggle to earn even 100,000 yuan in a year, should you allow the child to enroll? If you do, the family may face financial hardship for years. If you don't, your wife and child may harbor resentment towards you, potentially lasting a lifetime. However, if money were no concern, such dilemmas would cease to exist. After Li Dong departed, Shui Jieqi spent some time scrolling through her phone, her expression reflecting indecision as she repeatedly picked it up and set it down. Finally, she exhaled deeply, resolved, and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Mom, are you busy?" Shui Jieqi summoned her courage. "What's the matter, Jieqi? Is there something you need?" Her mother, Zhang Xia, inquired. "Mom, there's something I need to discuss with you. I want you to be mentally prepared." Shui Jieqi began to explain her relationship with Li Dong, including their marriage certificate and cohabitation. On the other end, Zhang Xia, engrossed in analyzing a report, was so taken aback that she dropped her pen. "Pregnant before marriage? This is something I never expected from my precious daughter." And they clandestinely obtained a marriage certificate, taking such a bold step. Despite the changing times and the more open-minded attitudes toward premarital cohabitation and pregnancy, it felt entirely different when it concerned her beloved daughter. Just as summer vacation began, her daughter had mentioned wanting to focus on her thesis before returning home. Now, out of the blue, she had delivered such shocking news. "Wait for me. We need to talk in person." Zhang Xia abruptly ended the call, striving to compose herself. "Sister Xia, are you all right?" A concerned colleague from the same office gazed at Zhang Xia. "I'm fine. I must take my leave. Please look after things for me." Zhang Xia waved her hand. The phone conversation with her daughter had conveyed only the essential points, and the overwhelming information required her to process it thoroughly. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Xia arrived at the underground parking lot, revving her car and speeding towards Tianjin City. Mother is coming? This was an anticipated event for Shui Jiaqin, given the proximity of their locations. With such significant upheaval on her side, it was only natural for her mother to feel anxious and not remain where she was. Shui Jiaqin quickly called Li Dong to prepare him mentally and urged him to return promptly. At the moment, Li Dong was transporting a passenger. Upon receiving his wife's call, he hurriedly dropped off the passenger and immediately turned back. Throughout the journey, Li Dong pondered how to downplay the situation when meeting his mother-in-law, striving to resolve the issues calmly. After all, they would soon be family, and it was best to avoid any discord, as it would ultimately hurt Shui Jiaqin. When he returned home, he found Shui Jiaqin lying on the bed, recently plagued by persistent fatigue. "Dear, how long until my mother arrives?" Li Dong asked with a smile as he changed his shoes. "Soon, in about half an hour, if she takes the expressway," Shui Jiaqin replied, glancing at the clock. "I'll wash some fruit and tidy up the house a bit so it doesn't seem messy when she arrives." Li Dong nodded with a smile. "Aren't you nervous?" Shui Jiaqin inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Nervous? My legs are trembling a bit. I felt like I was gliding when I pressed the brakes on the way back." Li Dong chuckled. "Then why are you so cheerful, as if nothing is amiss?" Shui Jiaqin asked, perplexed. In her view, their union was not typical, and with her mother arriving to confront them, Li Dong should appear more flustered rather than composed. "Because there's nothing I can do, the die is cast. And I've acted before consulting. I can only face the impending storm from my mother-in-law." Li Dong shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "Your attitude is quite commendable," Shui Jiaqin said, amused by his response. His acceptance of the situation lightened her previously anxious heart. "Indeed, since we cannot evade it, we shall confront it together. Regardless of what my mother says, we will be together. No one can change that. So, what is there to worry about?" After about 20 minutes, Li Dong had finished washing the fruit and tidying up the house. Just as he was about to sit down and take a breather, the doorbell rang. Xue Jiaqin opened the door to reveal a stylish middle-aged woman with short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt. "Mother, there wasn't any traffic, was there?" Xue Jiaqin asked with a smile. The road was clear, yet her heart felt heavy. Zhang Xia gazed at her daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to her, with an expression that conveyed a deep disappointment. One remark left Xue Jiaqi at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Dong interjected with a warm smile. "Hello, Annie. I am Li Dong. Please have a seat. I will fetch you a glass of water." Observing Li Dong, Zhang Xia's first impression was that he had a youthful demeanor. Although he might not be conventionally handsome, he radiated vitality and energy, exuding an invigorating spirit. "Come inside. I have something to discuss with you," Zhang Xia instructed Xue Jiaqi. "Oh," Xue Jiaqi replied as she followed her mother into the bedroom, noticing Li Dong's concerned gaze directed at her. She waved her hand reassuringly, signaling him not to worry. "Now, tell me, what is going on?" Zhang Xia asked as she settled at the head of the bed, her eyes fixed on her beloved daughter. Xue Jiaqi sat across from her mother and recounted every detail of her experiences with Li Dong. "What am I to say about you? Among so many outstanding young men, you find none worthy, and now you have chosen a student of yours who is yet to secure a formal job. How can he ensure a quality life for you and your future child?" Zhang Xia said sternly. "Do not speak to me of effort and struggle. If hard work guaranteed a superior life, then everyone would be living as such. I am not insisting that you marry a rich heir or a government official, but at the very least, seek someone who can provide for you without worry for a lifetime. When you wish to purchase clothing, bags, or cosmetics, you should not need to consider the price. When you desire to travel, you should not have to ponder the balance in your bank account. You should be able to pack your suitcase and go without a second thought." Chapter 18. Persuading the mother-in-law mom. Although Li Dong's family isn't wealthy, they are relatively comfortable. Just a couple of days ago, his mother transferred him some money to buy a property near the Polytechnic, which is currently being renovated. Additionally, while Li Dong runs a barbecue stall and drives for a rideshare service, his monthly income is quite substantial, surpassing that of many of his peers, thus ensuring a stable future for me and our child. Moreover, Li Dong is an excellent cook. His current barbecue business is merely a stepping stone. In a couple of years, when the opportunity arises, he plans to open his own restaurant, aspiring to create a renowned establishment. Xue Jiaqi looked at her mother, striving to speak favorably of Li Dong. "Can he truly treat you well for a lifetime? Youth often accompanies immaturity. Right now, in the throes of romance, he is compliant and devoted. What will happen in a few years?" Zhang Xia inquired, her tone softening slightly. "Mom, what kind of man do you believe can guarantee a lifetime of kindness? Should I marry someone older or wealthier?" Xue Jiaqi grasped her mother's hand. Her daughter's question left Zhang Xia momentarily speechless. Indeed, does marrying someone of equal social standing guarantee a blissful life and a happy marriage? There are far too many marriages that exist in name only, often for the sake of career considerations or children, without formal divorce proceedings. Some have even divorced yet remain under the same roof. Happiness, much like drinking water, is a matter of personal experience. If he were to bully you, harm you, or treat you poorly in the future, what would you do? Zhang Xia sighed deeply. In truth, her heart had already softened, not merely due to her daughter's praise of Li Dong, but rather because of the glimmer of hope she had seen in her daughter's eyes when she spoke. Should she choose to confront Li Dong harshly today, it would not only fail to alter the established reality but would also sow seeds of resentment within him, resentment that could erupt at any moment, ultimately causing her daughter to suffer. If such a situation were to arise, her daughter was not the type to meekly endure it. She would opt for divorce. Xue Jiaqi pondered for a moment. "All right, remember what you said today. Bring Li Dong in." Zhang Xia nodded helplessly, rubbing her forehead, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. "Annie, you called for me." Li Dong entered, standing to the side rather than sitting immediately. "Jiaqing has shared your situation with me, and I wish to inquire, if you were in my position, what would you do now?" Zhang Xia gazed at Li Dong, uttering her first words to him. "If my daughter were in such a predicament, I would first feel disheartened and pained, for after nurturing her like a prized vegetable, to see her with someone unworthy would be unbearable. I doubt I could maintain the calm demeanor you exhibit. Secondly, since the situation has transpired, I would seek my daughter's thoughts. If she insists on being with that person, I would acquiesce to their wishes, for should any extreme events arise, regret would come too late. Lastly, if my daughter were to suffer in the future, I would urge her to divorce immediately to mitigate losses and strive to secure custody of the child. Li Dong swiftly organized his thoughts, endeavoring to convey a mother's sentiments and emotions while engaging in empathetic reasoning. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Zhang Xia felt a slight relief, recognizing that the incident stemmed from an unforeseen circumstance beyond control and was not a result of Li Dong's machinations. Furthermore, as her daughter's affections leaned towards Li Dong, she worried that opposing their union might create a rift between mother and daughter, possibly leading to extreme outcomes. Lastly, while Li Dong may not possess a stable job, his income was sufficient to provide her daughter with a decent life. As for happiness, it is a subjective experience known only to those who live it. I have but one request. I hope you can treat Jiaqing with utmost sincerity. Should she err in any way, it is my failure as a mother not to have guided her properly. Please inform me, and I will take it upon myself to correct her. Zhang Xiao glanced at her daughter, speaking earnestly. Mom, Shui Jiechi looked at her mother with teary eyes, realizing that her mother had tacitly accepted her relationship with Li Dong, regardless of her own feelings. Auntie, rest assured, words alone hold little meaning. Just observe my future actions, Li Dong affirmed. Very well. Zhang Xiao nodded, feeling a profound weariness in her heart. After enduring countless hardships to raise her daughter, she found it disheartening that she had casually chosen a man to marry. Since you have already obtained your marriage certificate, when do you plan to hold the wedding? The longer you wait, the more pronounced your pregnancy will become. Not only will the wedding dress not fit, but it will also be unseemly for others to witness, Zhang Xiao inquired, gazing at the couple. Li Dong and Shui Jiechi exchanged a meaningful glance. They had yet to discuss the wedding arrangements, primarily due to uncertainty about Shui Jiechi's family's stance. Auntie, do you have any suggestions? Li Dong asked earnestly. Perhaps you should arrange it as soon as possible. Jiechi will soon be returning to school, and while time is still on your side, it would be prudent to act. A wedding is merely a formality. It need not be extravagant. A simple gathering of both families will suffice. What do you think? Zhang Xia pondered. Let us follow Annie's advice. I'll speak with my parents shortly to finalize the wedding date and subsequent arrangements. In the meantime, we should schedule the wedding photos. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Very well. You two can handle the details. I will discuss it with your father when I return, Zhang Xia said, looking at her daughter. Thank you, Mom. Shui Jiechi's tears transformed into a smile, feeling considerably lighter. Her father, a quintessential engineer, had doted on her since childhood, although his job often kept him away. It did not signify a lack of concern for his daughter, especially regarding such a significant life event. What are you thanking me for? As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. If you encounter difficulties, remember that you chose this path, so don't come crying to me. I won't be the one to console you. Zhang Xia replied, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection. Auntie, it's getting late, and it's nearly lunchtime. Please allow me the pleasure of sharing my culinary skills with you, Li Dong cheerfully suggested. Still calling me Auntie. Shui Jiechi playfully feigned annoyance at Li Dong. Forgive my clumsiness, Mom, he chuckled, lightly tapping his mouth. Do not perform for me. Instead of trying to please me, focus on managing your own lives. Zhang Xia thought to herself, amused, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. Indeed, what you say is true, Mom. I shall prepare lunch now. And you two can enjoy some time to chat, Li Dong said with a smile, gracefully exiting the bedroom to provide the mother and daughter some privacy. He exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated the challenge posed by his future mother-in-law. The anticipated storm had not materialized, likely due to Shui Jiechi's commendations or possibly promises made in her defense. In the kitchen, Li Dong busied himself while the mother and daughter engaged in conversation. Chapter 19. Wedding Photo Shoot. Mom, please try this sweet and sour pork rib dish and give me your opinion. Jiechi mentioned you particularly enjoy it. Though I am unsure if it suits your taste, Li Dong remarked cheerfully. With only 3 of them, he had prepared a modest meal comprising 4 dishes and a soup: sweet and sour ribs, garlic vermicelli, steamed shrimp, mushu pork, braised eggplant, and a seaweed, white fungus, and egg flour soup, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. Quite good, Zhang Xia replied. Zhang Xia savored a bite of sweet and sour ribs, finding the flavor comparable to that of the prestigious restaurants she frequented. It appeared that her daughter's praise was well-founded. Li Dong indeed possessed a remarkable culinary talent, achieving such proficiency at a young age. Mom, he began, Jiechi mentioned that you often dine at the cafeteria at work. While the variety is abundant, it cannot compare to the intimate flavors of home-cooked meals. Tianhai City and Tianqing City are adjacent, so during your free time, do come over for a visit. I shall prepare a few home-style dishes, and you can offer your insights, as you know Jiechi's preference is best. Zheng Xia glanced at her daughter and then at Li Dong. Her mind clear as day. The suggestion for guidance was merely a pretext to win her over. She decided to defer her response for the time being. After their meal, Zheng Xia, with work still awaiting her at the office, departed straight back to Tianhai City. Once the kitchen was tidied, Li Dong approached, saying, "Darling, shall we go for our wedding photos tomorrow morning? Is it so soon?" Xue Jiechi responded, astonished by the suddenness of the plan. "Isn't it customary to first select a studio, then choose the shooting locations, decide on the number of outfits, and consider the personnel involved? I consulted about this package when I purchased the rings a couple of days ago. Take a look. If we finalize our choice, we can set off tomorrow." Li Dong replied with a smile. "You've thought of everything? What if my mother disapproves? Wouldn't your efforts be in vain?" Xue Jiechi teased. "There is a possibility of it being in vain, yet there is also a chance it could be realized. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, I shall strive for it," Li Dong responded, gazing at her with a grin. "Hiki, let me see," Xue Jiechi nodded, feeling touched by Li Dong's thoughtfulness. While she wasn't overly concerned with the formalities, his consideration brought her joy. After a thorough comparison, they ultimately selected a package priced at $28,888, which included 12 outfit styles, a total of 8 indoor and outdoor locations, 260 retouched photos, 24 frames, 6 albums, and 6 throw pillows. The following morning, Li Dong and Xue Jiechi arrived at the chosen Love You for a Lifetime photography studio to commence their wedding photo shoot. When Xue Jiechi emerged in her pristine white wedding gown, Li Dong was truly taken aback by her beauty. "Are you mesmerized?" Xue Jiechi asked, enjoying his reaction. For a woman indeed adorns herself for the gaze of the one she cherishes. How can there exist such exquisite beauty in this world? Had you been born 300 years earlier, the Qianlong Emperor would not have ventured south. Had you been born 1,000 years prior, the Tang Emperor would not have favored Yuan. Had you been born 3,000 years hence, why would El Bu entertain Diao Chan? Li Dong marveled. "Oh, you flatterer. Am I truly so beautiful?" Xue Jiechi's cheeks flushed at his bold confession. "I could overlook your beauty, but you embody precisely the features I admire. How could I possibly resist?" Li Dong chuckled. "Such sweet talk." Xue Jiechi blushed again, momentarily lost in thought. Last night, as they prepared for sleep, Li Dong expressed his desire to hold her close. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, however, Li Dong grew somewhat unruly. He not only embraced her but also kissed her for an extended period, even indulging in playful banter. At that moment, she found herself utterly bewildered, allowing him to tease her without resistance. "All right, you two lovebirds, look over here." The photographer called out, crouched on the floor, meticulously arranging their poses and actions. "Now, simply recreate a kissing gesture, akin to how you would normally kiss." "Must we kiss again?" Xue Jiaqing shyly inquired. Although she was comfortable with kissing at home, the thought of doing so in front of others felt somewhat awkward. "Just bring your lips close together. It will appear as if you are kissing," Li Dong explained with a smile. "Very well then," Xue Jiaqing nodded, realizing that an intimate shot might indeed be quite lovely, considering they were capturing wedding photos rather than mere identification pictures. "Excellent, very good," the photographer encouraged. The beautiful woman wrapped her arms around the handsome man's neck, feigning an expression of admiration. "Now a Princess Carrie." "Yes, just like that. Wonderful. Hold steady." The lady playfully tugged at the gentleman's tie, adopting a mock-angry demeanor. "Show a bit more displeasure, a tad more seriousness." "Splendid." As she sat in his embrace, their gazes locked in a profound connection. "Ah, splendid indeed." Following the photographer's guidance, Xue Jiaqing and Li Dong transitioned through a myriad of poses, changing outfits and settings continuously. From 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, they captured images, as Li Dong had evening commitments. After 3 consecutive days of shooting, they finally completed their wedding album. This experience deepened their bond. After all, the numerous intimate gestures during the shoot fostered a greater psychological acceptance of one another. Meanwhile, over 1,000 kilometers away in a small city in western Hunan, another scene unfolded. "Are you certain this is our daughter-in-law?" Li Jianxin queried, pointing at a photograph on his phone. "Indeed, our son randomly selected this one to send," Chen Sufan replied with a smile. Initially, she too had found it hard to believe. After all, photographs can be deceiving, and the disparity between reality and image can be significant. Ultimately, their son initiated a video call, and upon seeing her face-to-face, she was assured of her daughter-in-law's beauty, rivaling that of a star. "No, she surpasses many stars." How could such a stunning daughter-in-law possibly be interested in our son? Li Jianxin asked, astonished. Being adults and having life experience, we understand many things more clearly. A mediocre man marrying a beautiful wife may not necessarily be a blessing. It could very well lay the groundwork for future complications. The ancient wisdom of marrying a virtuous wife and taking a concubine for beauty holds truth, he reflected. Your sentiments displease me. What is wrong with my outstanding son finding a beautiful daughter-in-law? Must you insist that your son find an unattractive partner for your satisfaction? Chen Sufan retorted, her tone sharp. In her eyes, her son marrying such a beautiful bride is a testament to his capabilities. If he were lacking in merit, a girl of such beauty would hardly look his way. After all, she is a university professor with an intellect far surpassing the ordinary. Please don't misconstrue my words. That is not my intention. My concern lies in whether he can truly handle her. She possesses a commendable job and comes from a superior family background. They are mismatched. As you can understand, Li Xianjin expressed with apprehension. Chapter 20. Negotiating the betrothal gifts. Women tend to approach issues with emotion, while men are more rational. Chen Sufan only thought of her son finding a beautiful and accomplished wife, which filled her with pride. In contrast, Li Xianjin pondered the couple's future happiness and harmony. After all, love and marriage can sometimes stem from impulsive decisions, but living together entails the mundane realities of daily life, groceries, household chores, and the routine of existence. Without shared values, common interests, and mutual topics of conversation, sustaining a long-term relationship becomes arduous, especially in today's societal climate where divorce has become trivialized, and marriages are treated lightly, often entering and exiting in a flash. What good is all your consideration? Can you prevent your son from marrying her? Since you cannot, it is best not to dwell on the inconsequential. You know your son well enough. As for the daughter-in-law, although we have yet to meet, I would imagine that, given her position as a university teacher, she is not someone prone to unreasonable demands. She must be a sensible and discerning young woman. Chen Sufan remarked with a hint of disdain. Well, if that's how you see it, then I shall begin preparations to ensure the wedding is splendid. Li Xianjin replied with a smile. The details will be managed by a professional MC. We merely need to prepare the funds. Chen Sufan chuckled, recalling how just days ago she envied her neighbor whose son had brought home a girlfriend, only for her son to surprise her with the news that not only did he have a partner, but they were also expecting a child. The remarkable qualities of his bride had filled her dreams with joy. What is an appropriate sum for the betrothal gifts? Here, the customary amounts are 33,000, 66,000, or 88,000, with some even offering 99,000. Since this bride is from a major city, I wonder what their customs dictate, Li Xianjin pondered anxiously. He was aware that Li Mu had transferred 130,000 for his son to purchase a home, covering the down payment and renovations, which was essential, as renting indefinitely was unsuitable, though the couple could save a decent amount annually in their modest 4th or 5th-tier city. Such sums would seem meager when compared to 1st-tier cities. Perhaps I shall consult my son, Chen Sufan mused, uncertain of the right course of action. After all, she feared that a disagreement over the betrothal gifts could sour relations with the bride or her family, turning a fortuitous situation into an unfortunate one. If it proves difficult, one might as well borrow a little from relatives and friends. This is a significant occasion for my son, and as parents, we must ensure it is splendidly arranged. As for the debts, they can be repaid gradually in the future. When Li's mother called, Li Dong and Xue Jikiki had just finished their wedding photos and were resting at a tea restaurant. Hello, Mom. Well, I'm not entirely certain. I'll need to consult your daughter-in-law, Li Dong replied with a smile, glancing at Xue Jikiki across the table. All right, once I have your answer, I'll give you a definitive response. Rest assured, Mom. Li Dong chuckled as he ended the call. What did Annie say? Xue Jikiki inquired with curiosity. Their relationship had grown closer in recent days, and their modes of address had begun to shift, a sign of psychological acceptance. My mother asked how much betrothal gift you were planning to request. In our customs, it typically amounts to several thousand yuan. I'm unsure what the customs are like in your family, Li Dong said, smiling. As for the betrothal gift, there is no uniform standard. It is ultimately a gesture of goodwill from the groom's side, Xue Jikiki reflected thoughtfully. Oh dear, that gesture complicates matters. If it's too much, it may be unmanageable, and if it's too little, it could seem insincere, Li Dong teased. Stop it. Let us go with your customs. The life we create together matters more than the amount of the betrothal gift. After all, this money will ultimately serve our little family, Shwejikiki responded with a smile. This sentiment echoed her true feelings. As an only child without a brother to support her, she would ensure that every bit of the betrothal gift would be directed towards their future home, and her family would undoubtedly contribute a substantial dowry as well. All right then. Let us aim for the highest amount, Li Dong replied with a grin, sending a message to his mother. Dear, I find both traditional Chinese wedding attire and Western-style wedding dresses beautiful. How should we choose? Shwejikiki asked playfully. During their wedding photo shoot, both styles had left an impression on Li Dong. While the wedding dress was breathtaking, the traditional Xiohe dress had left him in awe. That works. We can wear the Western wedding dress for the ceremony and switch to the traditional Xiohe attire for toasting the elders afterward. It's quite practical, Li Dong suggested with a smile. Wow, how clever of you. That arrangement sounds delightful, Shwejikiki exclaimed in surprise. I also looked it up online. How could I have come up with it on my own? Li Dong chuckled. As they continued their conversation, Shwejikiki's phone rang. Hello, yes. We're at table 6 at the Ulai restaurant, she said before hanging up. Is your friend here? Li Dong asked. Yes. She's parking and will be here shortly, Shwejikiki nodded. Moments later, a fashionable young woman entered, sat down next to Shwejikiki, and stared intently at Li Dong. Hello, Teacher Qi, Li Dong greeted with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Qi Xiaoxiao, who had taught Li Dong English for a year at university. So it's you, huh? When Jikiki mentioned your name, I suspected it was you, she remarked. Earlier, when I taught you, I thought you were quite honest. Even though your English was average and you weren't very active in class. Yet now, you have managed to win over Jiechi. You truly are a hidden gem. Qi Xiaoxiao teased with a smile. Fools have their own fortunes. Perhaps you are simply lucky, Li Dong chuckled in response. I have only one good friend. So you must treat Jiechi well. Otherwise, beware of my fists, Qi Xiaoxiao playfully threatened, raising her fist. She and Shwejiechi had been childhood friends. Classmates in both elementary and high school, and they pursued their undergraduate and master's degrees together, eventually becoming university lecturers. Initially, they even shared an apartment. But when Qi Xiaoxiao began dating, she moved out to live with her boyfriend. However, after dating for just over 6 months, they broke up due to frequent arguments. It can be said that while Qi Xiaoxiao and Shwejiechi were not sisters by blood, their bond was as strong as that of siblings. Additionally, Qi Xiaoxiao came from a well-off family, allowing their friendship to flourish. It is both my duty and my honor to treat Jiechi well, Li Dong declared. How was your trip abroad? Shwejiechi asked with a smile. In late July, Qi Xiaoxiao had invited Shwejiechi to travel together, but due to her thesis writing, Jiechi could not join, leaving Qi Xiaoxiao to go alone. She had a whirlwind of adventures, showcasing her experiences on social media, filled with various delights, whether culinary or recreational. Reveling in her single life. How much fun can one person have? I thought you were diligently working on your thesis, considering how hard my dear friend is working. I even brought a suitcase full of local specialties to soothe your wounded heart. Yet here you are happily dating. Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. Ah, are those the delicious treats you posted about before? I don't care. What you promised me is mine. If you don't share today, you won't be leaving. Shwejiechi replied with a grin. Today, I plan to crash at your place, acting as a third wheel for both of you, Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed animatedly. Her teasing expression causing Shwejiechi's cheeks to flush. Meanwhile, Li Xianjin and Qin Sufan were deliberating on which relatives to invite to the wedding when they received a message from Li Dong, which left them in deep thought. Since Li Dong had not specified an exact amount, stating only to follow their wishes, Li Xianjin and Qin Sufan exchanged glances, feeling perplexed. Regardless of the amount, it could be considered a gesture of goodwill, but the real question was whether it would satisfy the other party. Chapter 21, Returning Home. Numerous couples have quarreled over bride prices, some before the wedding, others during the ceremony, so Li Xianjin and his wife could not afford to be careless. After much contemplation, they decided to prepare a little extra, considering it a starting fund for their son and daughter-in-law's new home. On the morning of August 24th, Li Dong dressed early, ready to take Shwejiechi back to his hometown, as the wedding was set for the following day. Darling, let us go, Shwejiechi said with a smile as she emerged from the room. Two individuals first boarded a flight to the capital of Hunan province, followed by a dedicated vehicle that took them directly home from the airport. Accompanying them were Qi Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaolei, and other attendants. Upon arriving at the airport lounge, Wang Xiaolei was the first to greet. Hello, Teacher Xue. Hello, Teacher Qi. Greetings, Xiaolei, Qi Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Congratulations, groom. You've won the affections of a beautiful teacher. When Wang Xiaolei and a few other roommates learned that their close friend Li Dong was getting married, their astonishment rendered them speechless. Isn't that a swift turn of events? We were all single when we graduated, and now, in the blink of an eye, you are heading towards matrimony. Their emotions were a blend of joy and envy. As the saying goes, one fears their brother's struggles, yet envies their prosperity. Upon hearing that their dear friend was soon to become a father, their surprise turned into admiration, realizing that he was not merely driving a Land Rover, but a Mercedes. When they discovered that Li Dong's bride was none other than their idol, teacher Xue Jieqi, their hearts raced with excitement. It turned out that their friend was not just in a Mercedes, but in a Bugatti. Well, with such a momentous development, should we address you as master when we see you next? Du Xingsan jested. Xue Jieqi and Qi Xiaoxiao giggled nearby, reveling in the exuberance of youth. Not later, but right now. We have already obtained our marriage certificate, and legally, we are a married couple, Li Dong proclaimed with pride. It wasn't until that very morning that Li Dong unveiled his marriage partner, keeping the mystery until the last moment. The shock among his friends was palpable, for the news was utterly unexpected, especially given that his bride was the goddess of their university. However, after the initial surprise, they offered their heartfelt congratulations, delighted that their friend had swiftly found his perfect match. After all, it was a delightful tale that their beloved goddess had been wed to their close friend, ensuring that the good fortune remained within their circle. Li Dong, you must treat our teacher Xue well, or else we might forsake our brotherly bond, Chen Chen joked. Rest assured, I will take great care of your teacher Xue, Li Dong replied with a grin. The 4 years spent together in university had been quite pleasant. And although the future remained uncertain, with the potential for feelings to fade due to time and distance, they were all eager to maintain their friendship for the time being. Let us go, it's time to board, Li Dong said with a smile, as the announcement began. After a long journey, they finally arrived in Shan City at 3 in the afternoon. After settling Wang Xiaolei and the others in the hotel, Li Dong and Xue Jieqi returned to their new home. This apartment was purchased by my parents when I first entered university, with the intention of using it for my future marriage. Consequently, they opted for exquisite renovations to avoid any hassle later on. The property prices in this small town are quite affordable. When it was bought, the cost was merely 3,000 yuan per square meter. My mother chose the largest unit in the complex, spanning 150 square meters. The new home was arranged by professionals, and Li Dong inquired, "What do you think of the decor?" "It's quite lovely. However, since it's just for temporary use, a simple decoration will suffice. There's no need for excessive effort," Xue Jieqi replied with a smile, while seated on the sofa. The two engaged in conversation, with Li Dong sharing amusing anecdotes from his childhood, allowing Xue Jieqi to gain insight into his past. After about half an hour, there was a commotion at the entrance, and Chen Sufan and Li Jianqin entered. "Dad, Mom, this is my wife, Xue Jieqi," Li Dong announced with a smile, turning to Xue Jieqi to introduce. "Jieqi, this is my dad, and this is my mom." "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie," Xue Jieqi said, her face flushing as she stood up to greet them. "Wonderful, wonderful. Jieqi, you must be exhausted from the journey. Please sit down. There's no need for you to stand. Let's have a good chat," Chen Sufan said, taking Xue Jieqi's hand with delight. "My daughter-in-law is truly beautiful in person. She surpasses her photos. Although she is 3 years older than my son, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings prosperity. Besides, being a bit older means she knows how to cherish others. Fortunately, I'm not too far along yet. If I wait a bit longer, it may be difficult to travel," Xue Jieqi replied with a smile. "Since the distance is quite substantial, visiting each other isn't convenient. When Li Dong first told me about your relationship, I wanted to come and see you, but he advised me to wait, claiming that today marks our first official meeting," Chen Sufan remarked. "In the future, once the baby is born and a little older, we will visit you and Uncle more often. When Uncle retires in a few years, you should consider not running the restaurant anymore, or perhaps opening a small eatery in Tianjin City. We could rent an apartment for you there, which would allow us to see each other frequently," Xue Jieqi suggested with a smile. "Oh, how lovely to hear. That sentiment truly resonates with Chen Sufan." She had been contemplating this matter for quite some time, with only Li Dong as her son, and now he is settled in a distant place. The travel back and forth is quite taxing. There's a chance she might not see her son and grandchild even once a year. Xue Jieqi's words brought Chen Sufan some peace of mind. Opening a restaurant in Tianjin City seems feasible, and with her years of experience, transitioning to a new location would pose no issue. allowing her to visit her son and grandchild regularly. Truly a win-win situation. Wonderful, wonderful, Shen Sufan exclaimed, her joy evident. Meanwhile, Li Jianxin and Li Dong were also engaged in conversation. You've done well, my boy. Achieving this in just over a month is commendable. First, stabilize the situation, and then proceed cautiously. Once you've earned sufficient capital, we can consider the prospect of opening a restaurant, Li Jianxin advised. Chapter 22. Father Li's advice. I understand, Dad. Li Dong replied with a smile. After marriage, you will truly become a man, shouldering the weight of a family. Your wife and children will depend on you for sustenance and livelihood. A man must have a sense of responsibility, Li Xianjin advised, gazing at the still youthful Li Dong. In any situation, you should first consider how to resolve it rather than retreating or evading. Do you understand? I comprehend, Dad, Li Dong nodded. Having someone as wonderful as Chi-Chi by your side is a fortune you have cultivated over several lifetimes. You must cherish it. A wife is to be cherished and pampered, never to be a source of your frustrations. Treat her well, ensuring she never feels wronged in your company. Moreover, in married life, there will inevitably be disagreements. Even teeth can bite a tongue. Therefore, you must learn to appease your wife. Women, especially the younger ones, tend to be more emotional. It is essential to grasp the essence of the issue. They care more about your attitude than the rightness or wrongness of the matter itself. Do you understand? Indeed. Li Dong nodded. As long as it is not a matter of principle, if you and your wife disagree on something, you should heed her opinion. You merely need to express your views. How to choose should defer to her. Unless she explicitly asks for your decision, this approach will spare you much trouble and distress. Li Xianjin continued. Why is that? Li Dong inquired, puzzled. My son, you may not grasp this yet, as you have just begun your journey of family life. In time, you will come to understand. Just remember your father's words. You will experience this in life, and it will foster harmony in your home and a more beautiful relationship between spouses. Is it really that profound? Li Dong asked, chuckling. Ah, indeed, it is quite profound. Li Xianjin replied with a hearty laugh. All right, I shall remember, Dad, Li Dong affirmed. Also, regarding your wife's family, invest more and speak less. Make it a point to visit your in-laws frequently, whether there is a special occasion or not. Remember, never arrive empty-handed. Even if it is just 2 pounds of fruit, do not go unburdened. When buying gifts, if uncertain, always opt for the more expensive choice. Do not be miserly, understand? Li Xianjin continued his counsel. Understood, Dad. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Words can be joyous keys or hurtful blades. Do not make hasty decisions when angry, nor should you speak carelessly. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted, much like spilled water. When faced with issues, reflect on whether your actions were right or appropriate. Seek to identify problems within yourself first. Learn to empathize rather than shifting blame or attributing all faults to the other party, Li Xianjin advised. That I can manage, Li Dong affirmed with a nod. Yes, your temperament mirrors mine, quite gentle and not prone to sudden anger. When confronted with insurmountable challenges, it is wise for both individuals to engage in thoughtful discussions. After all, Jechi is a teacher, slightly older than you, possessing greater experience, education, and life stories. You should strive to listen and learn. Do you understand? Li Xianjin continued. These words encapsulate his half a lifetime of wisdom, drawn from both personal experiences and those of others around him, a testament to the nuances of life. All right, I believe I can manage that, Li Dong replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The inherent teacher-student dynamic naturally positioned him at a lower stance, and given his non-competitive nature, he was certain that any matters would be resolved through mutual consultation. Meanwhile, within an upscale residence in Tianhai City, a couple was diligently organizing their belongings. Have you met that young man? Do you find him trustworthy? Shui Rengang inquired. He appears quite amiable, not the type to be overly flirtatious. His culinary skills are commendable. Opening a restaurant should pose no issue, Zheng Xia responded. That's good. But it's a pity he isn't a STEM guy, Shui Rengang lamented. What is wrong with not being a STEM guy? Are they inherently better husbands or fathers? Can a STEM man guarantee a caring disposition towards family and nurture their spouse and children? Zhang Xia retorted sharply. All right, forget I said anything, Shui Rengang conceded. Raising his hands in surrender, realizing he had unwittingly stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. In his perception, STEM individuals tended to be straightforward with simpler thought processes, lacking the cunning found in others. Additionally, most were entrenched in technical fields, offering them limited exposure to social engagements resulting in comparatively uncomplicated interpersonal relationships. When you meet Li Dong and his parents, do refrain from wearing a stern expression. This joyous occasion should not resemble a debt collection, Zhang Xia advised. This is just my face. I've worn it for half a lifetime. I cannot simply change it, Shui Ringang replied with a smirk. Upon learning of his daughter's unplanned pregnancy, he had been so enraged that he shattered a teacup and was ready to confront Li Dong in Tianqing City. Thankfully, Zhang Xia intervened. Otherwise, the wedding's very existence could have been jeopardized. Of course, Zhang Xia believed that Shui Ringang was merely posturing for the sake of their daughter's happiness. He would never act impulsively. After all, he was a STEM individual, his rational thoughts dominating his mind. During their frequent quarrels, Zhang Xia would throw objects in frustration, while Shui Ringang never resorted to such actions. Moreover, whenever she stormed out, he would follow her immediately, concerned about potential repercussions. You know what I mean. During that brief period, at least pretend to be more congenial, otherwise your daughter might hold it against you for a lifetime. Don't say I didn't warn you. Zhang Xia stated. All right, I understand, Shui Ringang replied, resigned. As a senior engineer in a large state-owned enterprise, he occupied a position of considerable authority within the corporation, with subordinates and colleagues often wary of speaking too loudly out of respect. When had he ever offered a smile to anyone? Hence, Zhang Xia's request was indeed a formidable challenge for him. Nevertheless, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he would endure this difficulty. Sigh. By the way, Lao Shui, how much dowry are you planning to give your daughter? Zhang Xia suddenly inquired. What's the matter? Shui Ringang asked, eyeing his wife warily. Just asking. It wouldn't be appropriate if it's too little, Zhang Xia replied with a smile. The couple maintained separate finances, as each earned more than enough to spend, and there was no arrangement for either to hand over their salaries. Thus, Zhang Xia was genuinely unaware of how much Shui Ringang possessed. Rest assured, it will certainly be more than what their family offers as a betrothal gift, and besides, I won't be needing the betrothal money. It rightfully belongs to our daughter. Shui Ringang chuckled. That's fine then. We are not selling our daughter, so such a small sum is not worth stirring up trouble. Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. The wedding. At 11 o'clock on the morning of August 25th, Li Dong and Shui Jieqi arrived at the wedding venue in a luxury car worth millions. Hand in hand, they gracefully ascended the stage, where a multitude of guests awaited them below. The attendees primarily comprised Li Dong's relatives, friends, and neighbors, while Shui Jieqi's side was represented solely by her parents and a few relatives, given the long distance and challenging travel conditions. They planned to host a family banquet at home afterward. The groom appeared strikingly handsome today. I would like to ask the groom, who is the person beside you? The wedding host inquired. The bride, Li Dong replied with a smile. And whose daughter is she? The host continued. A soft chuckle resonated from the audience, aware that this was a customary part of the wedding ceremony. She is the mother of my child, Li Dong responded with a grin. Clearly, he was still in possession of his wits and had not been swept away by the joy of the occasion. Loudly declared to all the guests. Will you treat your bride well for the rest of your life? The host asked. Yes, I will cherish her with my very life, nurture her, grow alongside her, and share our remaining days, Li Dong said, gazing at Shui Jieqi, his eyes shimmering with tears. Dear bride, did you hear what the groom said? The host turned to Shui Jieqi. I did, she replied, nodding with a smile. Do you have any words for the groom? The host inquired. Mr. Li, I look forward to your guidance in the years to come, Shui Jieqi said with a smile, gracefully bending slightly, exuding elegance. What a lovely sentiment of seeking guidance in the years ahead. You two are taking your first steps into the sacred realm of marriage, where everything is new. Together, you shall face the storms and trials that life presents. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate a person. Your presence here today is a testament to the careful nurturing and guidance of your respective parents. On this joyous occasion, let us invite both sets of parents to the stage, the host said with a smile. To the parents of the groom. Today marks the grand day of your son's wedding. After today, he will officially start his own family. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her son traveling 1,000 miles. Please step forward, mother, to adjust your son's attire, the host announced. Chen Sufan stepped forward to adjust Li Dong's collar and smooth out his jacket. Though initially filled with joy, Li Dong suddenly felt tears streaming down his face. Gazing at the stars scattered across his mother's hair and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, Li Dong was suddenly overcome with emotion, reflecting on the sacrifices she had made for him over the past 2 decades. A sense of warmth filled his heart. A child is but flesh of their mother. Her greatest concern is the well-being of her son. Now that her son is bringing home such a beautiful daughter-in-law, are you pleased? The host inquired, handing the microphone to Chin Sufin. Indeed, I am very happy, Chin Sufin replied with a smile. And should such joy not be expressed? The host asked playfully. The audience chuckled in anticipation as the highlight of the wedding approached. I have indeed prepared something, Chin Sufin said, pulling a red envelope from her pocket and handing it to Xue Jiaqin. Oh, this envelope appears a bit thin, doesn't it? The host feigned surprise. It contains a card. Everything is on the card, Chin Sufin responded with a grin. May I inquire the amount? If it's not convenient, feel free to decline. The host continued with a smile. 99,900, Chin Sufin revealed. This figure was the result of considerable discussion with Li Jianxin and consultation with other family members, representing a substantial sum in their city. Ah, that is quite generous. Your mother-in-law has quite a flair for generosity, the host remarked, eliciting laughter from the audience, who were equally astonished at such a considerable amount, not easily afforded by just any family. Dear bride, are you satisfied with this red envelope? If not, you may voice your thoughts now. You could still request a bit more, for once this village is past, the shop will be closed, the host jested with Xue Jiaqin. I am satisfied, Xue Jiaqin replied with a smile. Her satisfaction stemmed not from the amount itself, but from the local customs, which typically involved far less. This gesture reflected the esteem in which Li Dong's family held her. And who might this esteemed lady be? The host inquired jovially. My mother-in-law, Xue Jiaqin replied. And what should one call her? The host continued with a grin. Mom, Xue Jiaqin said softly. Did you hear that, dear mother-in-law? The host asked. I did. Chin Sufin responded, smiling. Merely hearing is not enough. Should there not be a gesture in return? The host teased. Indeed, Chin Sufin said, producing another red envelope. This one noticeably thicker. Ah, your mother-in-law truly knows how to make an impression. The host exclaimed dramatically. Of course, what is mine belongs to my daughter-in-law. Chin Sufin humorously replied, drawing laughter from the crowd. And how do you address this gentleman? The host asked Xue Jiaqin. Dad, she called out to Li Jianxin. Did you hear that, dear father-in-law? The host teased. I did. Li Jianxin grinned widely, brimming with joy. The neighbors were envious. His son had just graduated and found such an outstanding daughter-in-law, and soon they would welcome a grandchild, truly a double blessing. Did you hear that? Should there not be a gesture in return? The host prompted. It has already been prepared, came the response. Li Jianxin produced a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xue Jiaqin, noting that its thickness matched that of Chin Sufin's. The newlyweds approached, and the host announced, it has not been an easy journey for your parents to raise you. Today, at this wedding ceremony, let us bow thrice in gratitude for their nurturing. First bow, for my parents who raised me. Li Dong and Xue Jiaqin deeply bowed to both sets of parents. Second bow, for my parents who taught me the essence of life. They bowed once more. Remember to cherish the elderly and love the young. Harmony between husband and wife can transform dust into gold. They bowed again. Now, groom, please take the bride's hand. From this moment on, regardless of wealth or poverty, health or illness, you are to care for her, cherish her, yield to her, respect her, and accompany her for a lifetime, until the end of your days. Do you agree? Can you fulfill this promise? The host inquired. I do, and I can, Li Dong replied, gazing at Xue Jiaqin. Bride, as you take his hand. From this moment on, regardless of wealth or poverty, health or illness, you shall be loyal to him, support him, assist him, comfort him, and stand by him for a lifetime, until the end of your days. Do you agree? Can you fulfill this promise? The host asked. I do, and I can. Xue Jiaqin responded, looking at Li Dong. Now, please exchange tokens of your vows. The ceremony is complete, the host declared loudly, as Li Dong and Xue Jiaqin exchanged rings. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, conveying their heartfelt blessings for the couple. Chapter 24. Toast the bride is truly beautiful. I heard she is Li Dong's university professor. Indeed, I've heard her family is quite affluent. Just look at the poise of her parents. It is clearly a stark contrast to our humble lives. Old Li has really outdone himself this time. His son got married right after graduation and married such a stunning wife. They might have a grandchild by next year. Their efficiency is akin to taking a high-speed train. Meanwhile, my child is cooped up playing video games all day. One would think he is in confinement. It worries me to no end. I told him to study hard, but look at Li Dong. He married his professor right after college. His children's education will be a breeze. No need for tutoring. When will you bring home a girlfriend? I wake up smiling from that dream. It seems Li Jianxin and his wife have earned quite well over the years. The down payment of over $1 million for that house in Tianjin City was all covered by Li Jianxin. It's quite remarkable. This just proves the importance of doing business. Relying on a meager salary will never amass a fortune. If they couldn't afford that house, who knows if Li Dong would even be marrying today. After all, which girl would want to rent a house with you if you have no home? Wife, shall I accompany you to change your clothes for the toasts? Li Dong asked with a smile. Okay, Xue Jieqi nodded. Upon entering the private room designated for the newlyweds, Li Dong helped Xue Jieqi out of her wedding gown. Wife, you look absolutely stunning, so beautiful. Li Dong gazed in admiration at Xue Jieqi, who was clad only in her undergarments and leggings. Her ample bosom, elongated legs, fair skin, pert posterior, lustrous black hair, and captivating, large eyes framed by long eyelashes, coupled with her prominent nose, left him in awe of her beauty. Silly girl. Quickly hand me the dress. We cannot keep the guests waiting, Xue Jieqi chuckled, playfully flicking Li Dong's forehead. The crimson, form-fitting shohi dress adorned her exquisitely, accentuating her stunning figure, while the ornate hairpin graced her with an air of nobility and poise. Li Dong clasped Xue Jieqi's hand, each holding a small wine cup, ready to toast their guests. Naturally, as Xue Jieqi was with child, her cup was filled solely with plain water. The first table they approached consisted of Li Dong's parents, grandparents, and aunts and uncles. Li Dong, from this day forth, you shall embrace the mantle of manhood, bearing the responsibilities of family. Treat Jieqi well, and show her the respect she deserves, Li Dong's grandfather imparted gravely. Rest assured, we shall visit you often, Li Dong replied with a smile. Jieqi, this lad has always been afraid of me. Should Li Dong ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Li Dong's uncle, Chen Dongwei, added with a grin. Thank you, uncle, Xue Jieqi responded cheerfully. After toasting this table, they moved to Xue Jieqi's parents' table. Father, allow me to offer you a toast. Li Dong raised his cup and downed the contents in one swift motion. His cup contained genuine liquor, a substantial measure of at least one tael. Xue Rengang initially intended to maintain a stern demeanor, but Zheng Xia nudged him, silently urging him to temper his approach. Very well, Xue Rengang remarked, taking a sip. Father, I hear Jieqi mention your fondness for table tennis. Coincidentally, I have also cherished the sport since childhood. When you find a free moment, let us engage in a few matches, Li Dong said with a smile. Oh, that sounds splendid, Xue Rengang replied, previously displeased with Li Dong for courting his daughter, yet intrigued by the prospect of a game. After all, Li Dong was not merely a novice, he was quite skilled, ranking among the top players in the entire company. If Li Dong sought a challenge, this would be an excellent opportunity for him to release some frustration. As for whether Li Dong truly enjoyed table tennis since childhood, certainly not. He was decidedly a novice, but he spoke thus to provide his father-in-law with an easy exit. Very well, it shall be as you say, father. Li Dong raised his cup again to Xue Rengang. Today marks your momentous occasion, and your mother has strictly forbidden any frivolity. Yet, I must convey a sentiment that weighs heavily on my heart. Xue Rengang suddenly rose, his voice resolute. Please, speak, father. I am all ears, Li Dong replied. Xue Jieqi, anxious, watched her father closely, fearing he might voice something displeasing that could mar the celebration. Zheng Xia tugged at him twice, but ultimately resorted to a warning glance. I have only one precious daughter, cradled in my hands for fear of dropping her, held in my mouth for fear of melting her. Today, I entrust my daughter to you. You must love her even more than I do, understand? Xue Rengang said, gazing at Li Dong. Rest assured, Dad. This sentiment is ingrained in my very being, Li Dong replied with a nod. Should your affections wane in the future, and life becomes unbearable, please do not scold her. Let alone strike her. Call me, and I shall come to fetch her home. Do you understand? Tears glimmered in Xue Rengang's eyes. Xue Qiaoqi, standing beside him, wept profusely. It was only at this moment that she realized her father's love for her had always remained unwavering, undiminished by the scant time he spent with her during her childhood. She had never witnessed such vulnerability in her father before. Now, before her eyes, his fierce gaze was filled with tears. Rest assured, Dad, such a day will never come. Li Dong asserted with determination. Very well, I shall observe your conduct from here on. Should my daughter ever suffer the slightest grievance, I shall come knocking with a stick. For I am close by, Xue Rengang declared. Agreed. On that occasion, the son-in-law promises not to retaliate, to endure whatever comes, Li Dong pledged. Just as Gang wished to say more, he was pulled back to his seat by Zhang Xia, as the onlookers grew curious about the unfolding scene, fearing that further remarks might lead to gossip. "Mother, I raise a toast to you," Li Dong said, looking at the elegantly dressed Zhang Xia. "The wedding has concluded. Now begins the journey of life together. You are both only children, cherished by your parents. Yet as you build your own small family, you must understand one another. Discuss matters and communicate often," Zhang Xia advised as she looked at Li Dong and Xue Qiaoqi. "Understood, Mom. We will take heed," Li Dong responded earnestly. Indeed, Xue Qiaoqi's tears had yet to dry, her emotions still tumultuous. "Qiaoqi, you look stunning today, truly the most beautiful time of your life." "I wish you both a lifetime of happiness," her Aunt Zheng Hong expressed. "Li Dong, I hear from Qiaoqi that you were quite diligent. A man must prioritize his career while balancing family, ensuring that amidst the pursuit of wealth, he does not forget the companionship of his wife and children," Zheng Hong added, her gaze subtly drifting towards her sister and brother-in-law. It was said that Zheng Hong, Qiaoqi's aunt, was the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit at the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, an expert with firearms. Despite her gentle demeanor, she showed no mercy when apprehending wrongdoers. It was uncertain whether Qiaoqi mentioned this to convey a message or simply as a reminder for herself. Chapter 25. In-laws. The bride is truly beautiful, and the groom is handsome as well. May you both be blessed with children soon, Qi Xiaoxiao jested. The school's teachers did not notify them, so Qi Xiaoxiao came as a representative, as the distance made travel inconvenient. "I hope you two find a suitable partner soon," Li Dong said with a smile. "Oh, even the teacher dares to joke, does she? Had I known you were this mischievous, I should have let you fail back then," Qi Xiaoxiao teased. "Ah." With such a remark, I must admit I feel a twinge of fear. I should quickly check if my diploma is still intact, Li Dong laughed. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dear friends and family who have gathered here. My partner, Jieqi, and I raise a toast to everyone present." After honoring our respective families, Li Dong addressed the guests with a resonant voice. Once the toasts were concluded, the attendees began to indulge in the feast. "Let us retire to the private room for a more tranquil dining experience," Chen Sufan suggested with a smile, approaching Zheng Xia. Today, Chen Sufan, embodying the role of the joyous mother-in-law, was resplendent in a vibrant blue qipao. She had even styled her hair and added a hint of red tint, rejuvenating her appearance significantly. "Indeed, it's the perfect opportunity for us sisters to have a good chat," Zheng Xia replied, taking Chen Sufan's hand as they made their way to the private room, followed closely by Xue Rengang, Zheng Hong, and Li Xian. "My dear in-law, you appear remarkably youthful. Jieqi mentioned you are a few years my senior, but seeing you today, I realized Jieqi must have been teasing me. It is clearly I who am the elder," Chen Sufan remarked with a smile. "While I am indeed a few years older, I perhaps worry less than you do. Yet you, too, radiate youthfulness, dressed as you are. One would hardly guess you are on the verge of becoming a grandmother," Zheng Xia replied, feeling a delightful warmth in her heart at the compliment. Who wouldn't appreciate being told they look young? Moreover, the unique bond they shared as in-laws made the praise all the more special. "How commendable that Jieqi is so well-behaved and considerate, alleviating your worries and excelling in every aspect." Li Dong, however, was quite the rascal in his youth, often finding himself in trouble. He was notorious for leaving nothing on his plate, and often caused me great vexation. It wasn't until he entered university that he began to show a modicum of maturity, even remembering to call and check on me every couple of weeks. Indeed, one must credit the excellent education he received. "Responsible teachers at distinguished schools cultivate outstanding students," Chen Sufan remarked, showering praise upon both Zheng Xia and her daughter, which gradually eased Zheng Xia's initial reserve. "Did you say he leaves nothing on his plate?" Xue Jieqi whispered to Li Dong. "Yes, I have a particular fondness for food," Li Dong replied with a chuckle. "Do you eat everything?" Xue Jieqi teased. "Absolutely. In a fit of desperation, I would even consume a person, bones and all." Li Dong quipped mischievously. "How scandalous." Xue Jieqi blushed. "Since I am a few years your senior, I shall refer to you as older brother. You have raised a wonderful daughter." Truth be told, Li Dong has truly elevated his status by being with your Jieqi, Li Xian remarked to Xue Rengang. "Li Dong is indeed an admirable young man." Xue Rengang hesitated before adding, recognizing the humility Li Dong displayed, which prompted him to forego any airs. "Li Dong's excellence is unquestionable, but when compared to Jieqi, she shines even brighter, be it in appearance, education, family background, or career. Thus, Dear brother, thank you. I offer you a toast. I shall drink to your health. And you may partake as you wish, Li Xian declared, raising his glass and downing a generous portion. Older brother, I heard from Jiechi that you once participated in the design of warships. That is truly remarkable. In my youth, I aspired to serve in the military, but alas, I was disqualified during the physical examination due to a long scar on my body, Li Xian expressed with envy. That is indeed unfortunate. Yet every role is a form of service to our nation. Even preparing meals for employees in the cafeteria is a noble contribution, Shui Rengang replied with a smile. Regretting 3 years of military service, one may lament a lifetime of not serving. Thus, I harbor a sense of regret. When Li Dong was preparing for college, I encouraged him to apply to a military academy, hoping he could fulfill my dream of attending one. His scores were sufficient to meet the admission threshold of our provincial military academy, yet the young lad insisted on pursuing a degree in food science, which infuriated me to the point where I chastised him with a belt for half an hour. Is that so? What score did Li Dong achieve? Shui Rengang inquired, casting a surprised glance at Li Dong. He scored 666, surpassing our provincial first-tier line by 60 points. He was more than qualified for a military academy. But this boy has his sights set elsewhere, claiming he wishes to make a name for himself in the food industry, Li Jianxin explained. In every profession, excellence can be found. Only within the industry he is passionate about can he truly excel. Upon hearing that Li Dong had attained such a high score yet chose an obscure major, Shui Rengang couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. As a province with a significant number of students taking the college entrance examination, Hunan's admission scores are notably high, and competition is fierce, with candidates numbering in the millions each year. Securing a spot in a second-tier university is a feat achieved only after a grueling struggle. With Li Dong's remarkable score, he could have easily applied to popular programs at prestigious 985 universities, such as finance or computer science, fields that promise lucrative careers, far more appealing than the food industry. Yet, he opted for Tianqing City University of Technology, one of the top 3 food science programs in the nation, a regular 211 institution. Come on, let's drink to that. I'll go first. You follow, Li Jianxin said, as Li Dong informed him that his father-in-law could hold his liquor well and would drink more when in high spirits. Take it slow, don't rush, Shui Rengang advised. It's fine. Today is a day of celebration. With the significant matters of the 2 children settled, they will now embark on their own lives. We live far away and cannot provide much care, so I hope you and your wife will lend a helping hand. Li Jianxin downed another 2 ounces. Brother, you speak as if it were nothing. They are all our children, after all. It is only right, Shui Rengang insisted, unable to dissuade him, and he too drank 2 ounces, feeling his stomach churn from the swift consumption. Brother, if Li Dong behaves improperly or lacks manners, feel free to discipline him without hesitation. Do not concern yourself with my or his mother's pride. A man must embody masculinity. Being single allows for some folly. But once married, family must take precedence, and every action should consider the wife and children, Li Jianxin remarked, belching slightly, revealing that he had indulged too much, his words becoming somewhat slurred. This boy Li Dong possesses a commendable disposition. His future is boundless. With such a high score in the food science program, he is sure to achieve great success, Shui Rengang affirmed with a nod. I graduated from junior high, lacking formal education, merely a cook who can prepare meals, unable to offer him much assistance. You are an engineer, a highly educated individual with profound knowledge and experience far beyond my own. I will rely on you to guide this young lad, Li Dong, in the times to come. Li Jianxin tilted his head back and downed another 2 liang of liquor. Chapter 26. Pigs and Cabbages. No problem. Well said, Shui Rengang toasted again. Without even having touched a warm dish, he had already consumed half a gin of wine. Could it be that he truly could not savor the hot food? Did your father-in-law really lecture you for 2 hours because you chose to pursue a degree in food science? Shui Jiechi inquired with a smile from the side. Well, 2 hours is an exaggeration, but at least half an hour. Even my father got tired of lecturing me. He stepped out for a smoke to catch his breath. Li Dong said with a wry smile. You are quite stubborn, but I admire your courage and ambition. It's commendable to know what you truly desire to do. Many people drift aimlessly after graduation, stuck in jobs they dislike, day in and day out, ultimately extinguishing their passion and drive, Shui Jiechi remarked. Her gaze at Li Dong now tinged with admiration. I am determined to see through what I have set my mind to. Unless I exhaust every possible means and still cannot achieve it, I shall not relinquish hope as long as there remains a glimmer of it. Li Dong declared with a smile. Should we advise them? Shui Jieqi glanced at the two fathers still indulging in their drinks. No need for advice. The bond of male friendship is best fortified with liquor, Li Dong replied jovially. Shui Jieqi did not fully grasp the sentiment, but presumed it was not a significant concern. The others in the private room had finished their meals, yet the two continued to drink, their words becoming increasingly slurred, their hands trembling as they held their glasses. Suddenly, Gang exclaimed, Brother, have another. You really are something. Your pig has devoured my family's cabbage. No, you are the one to be reckoned with. Your cabbage has led my pigs astray. Li Jianxin slurred back. Your pig is the formidable one, Gang insisted, shaking his head. Your cabbage is the true champion. Li Jianxin mumbled, leaning on the table. Your family is impressive, Gang finally succumbed, collapsing onto the table. Had it not been for Li Dong's swift action, he would have tumbled beneath it. Li Dong and Shui Jieqi exchanged glances, unable to endure any further. The conversation had become utterly absurd. They summoned a few individuals to help carry Li Jianxin and Gang to a nearby guest room for rest, ensuring someone would keep watch over them. Are you tired? Let me escort you back to your new home for a proper rest. You've been standing for quite a while, Li Dong said with concern. Yes, that sounds good. Please keep an eye on my father for a bit longer, Shui Jieqi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, your father is as much mine as he is yours. Li Dong smiled. By 6 in the evening, Gang was the first to awaken. In a haze, he sensed someone tending to him, wiping his hands and face, even pouring him water. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Dong by his side, realizing that Li Dong had stayed with him throughout the afternoon. Cough. How is your father? Has he awakened? Gang asked, seeking a topic of conversation. Not yet. My dad cannot hold his liquor well. He usually manages half a gene. But today he has nearly consumed a full gene, Li Dong replied with a smile. I acknowledge you as my son-in-law, but remember what I told you. It remains eternally valid, Gang stated. Rest assured, father, a man's word is his bond. Once a path is chosen, it must be traversed, even on one's knees. Li Dong remarked with a smile. Ah, I admire your tenacity. It reminds me of my own youth, Gang replied with a chuckle. This was the first time he smiled in front of Li Dong, and it alleviated the tension that had been weighing on Li Dong's heart. After more than half an hour, Li Xian awoke, his first words being, Has my elder brother woken up? Due to their respective commitments, Gang and Zheng Xia returned to Tianhai City after spending 2 days in Shan City, accompanied by Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing. My dear, I'm off to set up my stall. Take a stroll around the community. Don't just lie down or sit all day, Li Dong said with a smile. All right. I understand, Shui Jiaqing nodded in response. As he was about to leave, Li Dong pointed to his lips and smiled at Shui Jiaqing. How annoying. We didn't have enough kisses last night. Shui Jiaqing rolled her eyes. Last night, as they were going to sleep, Li Dong had insisted on kissing her. But it soon escalated, leaving her drenched in saliva and her lips nearly swollen from his affections. A lifetime would not suffice for kisses. Li Dong took a couple of steps closer, playfully lifted Shui Jiaqing's chin, and captured her lips in a brief kiss. What a rogue, Shui Jiaqing pouted after he left, her cheeks flushing as she recalled how he had teased her the previous night. At the snack street, Li Dong had just finished setting up his stall when a few students arrived. Boss, you've finally opened. We thought you were done for. A male student exclaimed with a grin. Li Dong had posted a notice on the door explaining that he would be closed for 3 days due to family matters. Yesterday marked the 3rd day, and they had come all the way from Normal University to find him closed. Of course not. I need to support my family. What would you like to eat today? I'll throw in a skewer of grilled meat for each of you, Li Dong inquired with a smile. Although missing a day of business meant losing 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, the significance of his wedding outweighed monetary concerns. See, I told you the boss is generous. You'll be picking up the tab later, the student said to another. On their way, they had bet on whether Li Dong would open his stall and whether he would offer free skewers. The loser was to treat the winner. Absolutely. A wager is a wager, came the agreement. 10 skewers of grilled meat, 10 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of grilled chives, 2 skewers of grilled kidneys, a portion of grilled eggplant, 2 portions of grilled chives, 2 portions of grilled pancakes, hold the chili, and 2 liters of white beer. All right, just a moment. Coming right up, Li Dong replied with a smile. Boss, you've finally opened. I've had to endure several other stalls' grilled skewers these past few days. It's been quite an experience, a short-haired girl named Mei Shan laughed. Family matters kept me busy, but now that they are resolved, What would you like today? Li Dong asked cheerfully, his hands still at work. 10 skewers of grilled meat, 10 skewers of grilled gluten, a portion of grilled pancakes, a portion of enoki mushrooms, and a serving of sour plum soup, Mei Shan ordered. She resides nearby and is also a student at the Normal University. These past few days, after dinner, she often takes a stroll and stops by for a visit. Each time, she leaves feeling disappointed. Today, however, she had no expectations, yet when the door opened, her spirits were lifted. All right, I shall treat you to a skewer of grilled meat, Li Dong said with a smile. Boss, during the holiday, you must be exceedingly busy all alone. Once the neighboring school reopens in a couple of days, you won't be able to keep up. The volume of takeaway orders alone will keep you occupied, Mei Shan remarked with a grin. As a true food lover, she is well aware of the best dining options within a 10-kilometer radius. There are at least 30 establishments serving grilled skewers, and she has sampled them all. However, she believes none can rival Li Dong's offerings in terms of flavor, service, and price combined. Employing another person wouldn't be of much assistance. Most customers prefer takeout, and the bulk of work revolves around the grilling process. If I were to change cooks, they wouldn't be able to master the timing and flavor, Li Dong stated with a chuckle. His skill in grilling stems from his precise control over heat and seasoning. Even a slight deviation can alter the outcome significantly. Indeed, you seem to be experiencing a bittersweet existence, Mei Shan replied, taking a skewer and biting into a piece of grilled gluten. Her joy nearly spilling over as the familiar taste returned to her senses. Boss, 5 liters of pale ale, 5 liters of dark beer, 30 skewers of grilled meat, 30 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of kidney, and 10 chicken wings, with extra chili, called out 4 middle-aged men who had just finished their work at a nearby construction site. Certainly, gentlemen, please step inside and take a seat. It will be ready shortly, Li Dong said with a smile. Boss, does your homebrew beer possess a secret recipe? It tastes remarkably good and has a delightful texture. I brought back a liter last time, and my co-workers all praised it. Today, I've brought them along to try it. One of the men, sporting a receding hairline, said with a grin. Of course, those who drink often can discern quality with a single sip. Some can even differentiate between good and bad just by the aroma. I adhere to a principle in my business. I never compromise on quality, never offer subpar products, and never deceive my customers, Li Dong replied with a smile. The entire brewing process has undergone countless adjustments and validations, considering factors like the purity of hops, the concentration of malt juice, and the quality of yeast. They are akin to a complex equation. Any change in one variable can lead to a different outcome. Well said. From now on, we shall come here for our drinks, affordable and delicious, the middle-aged man responded cheerfully. Hey, Senior Li Dong? A young man called out to Li Dong. Wang Changfeng, what brings you here so early? ISNT school starting in a couple of days? Li Dong inquired, recognizing the sophomore from his major. I have some free time at home and am planning to take the graduate entrance exam, so I decided to come early to review some books. Senior, what brings you to sell barbecue? Wang Changfeng asked, puzzled. I find this quite delightful. It perfectly aligns with my field of expertise. Providing delectable food to customers is an unassailable responsibility for everyone in the food industry. Li Dong spoke with an earnestness that bordered on absurdity. You're impressive, Senior. Please bring me 10 skewers of grilled gluten, with minimal chili, and a serving of sour plum soup, Wang Changfeng said with a grin. No need to pay today. The Senior treats you. You can settle the bill next time, Li Dong replied with a chuckle. He held a favorable view of this junior, who bore some resemblance to himself, appreciating his diligent study habits and self-discipline, albeit he was a bit shy. Well, thank you, Senior, Wang Changfeng said, smiling. Within just a few minutes, Li Dong handed the skewers to Wang Changfeng, who took a bite and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, this tastes wonderful. Senior, from now on, I'll come here for grilled skewers. By the way, Senior, do you know something? What is it? Li Dong inquired, grilling the skewers while observing his junior. Our philosophy teacher, Ms. Shui, has gotten married and is reportedly pregnant, Wang Changfeng said, taking a bite of grilled gluten. Indulging in gossip. Is that so? Li Dong's lips curled into a smile, realizing that the gossip had somehow come back around to him. Indeed, it's quite a pity. I wonder what Ms. Shui is thinking, getting married so early. Perhaps that scoundrel is quite wealthy. Otherwise, why would Ms. Shui be interested in him? Wang Changfeng continued, munching away. That's not necessarily true. Ms. Shui is not the kind of woman who is materialistic. Perhaps they are genuinely in love. Li Dong replied with a hint of arrogance, curious about the expression on his junior's face when he learned that the scoundrel was indeed him. How many hearts have been captured by this goddess, only to be taken by another man? The thought of Ms. Xue being embraced by that scoundrel each night, even in intimacy, troubled him to the point of restlessness. Ugh, Wang Changfeng lamented, venting his frustrations by devouring another couple of skewers. Cough, cough, we shouldn't harbor such thoughts. We ought to wish Ms. Xue well, celebrating that she has found her match. As long as she is happy, we, her students, should feel joy. Besides, Ms. Xue would eventually marry. What does it have to do with you? Li Dong remarked dismissively. That may be so, but the thought still leaves an unsettling feeling. Now that Ms. Xue is pregnant, I wonder if she can still teach us this year. It's all that scoundrel's fault, Wang Changfeng said, sipping his sour plum soup. I'm not sure. If she's just newly pregnant, it shouldn't affect her classes. Last semester was fine, but next semester is uncertain, Li Dong replied. By the time winter break arrives, she'll likely be 7 to 8 months pregnant, which is quite late in her pregnancy. She probably won't be able to teach then. Alas, such a fine prospect has slipped away. I must go, senior. I'll come back another day for your skewers. Wang Changfeng sighed, turning to leave. The evening continued until a bustling 10:30, but the results were indeed commendable, yielding a net profit exceeding 2,800 yuan. After tidying up the stall, Li Dong first returned to the faculty housing to shower and change into clean clothes before heading to Mingdu Garden. Due to being enveloped in the aroma of barbecue all night, Li Dong was reluctant to let his wife catch a whiff of it, fearing it might be detrimental to their unborn child. Thus, after every night of selling, he would first head to the residential area to shower and change before returning to Mingdu Garden. As he approached the entrance of the community, he spotted his wife, Xue Jieqi, seated on a lounge chair. Dear wife, why are you still sitting here at such a late hour? Li Dong hurriedly approached her. I figured it was about time for you to finish up, so I came down early to stretch my legs and take a stroll. After wandering around, I decided to rest here for a bit, Xue Jieqi replied with a smile. Being cooped up inside for too long can be rather dull. I thought I'd enjoy some fresh air, she added. It's getting a bit late. Let us return home and rest. Staying up too late is not advisable, Li Dong expressed with concern. Xue Jieqi nodded obediently. Once they returned home, Li Dong wrapped his arms around Xue Jieqi and headed straight to the bedroom. After lying down on the bed, he playfully embraced her, lifting her chin before planting a soft kiss on her lips. With sincerity and tenderness, he kissed her, while Xue Jieqi shyly closed her eyes, her arms encircling his neck. Enough, enough. My lips are about to swell from your kisses, she remarked, her face flushed. Chapter 28. What's yours is mine. Feeling a bit miffed, Li Dong continued to kiss her a few more times. What's wrong? Xue Jieqi asked curiously. Li Dong then recounted the conversation he had that evening with his junior, Wang Changfeng, which elicited cheerful laughter from Xue Jieqi. Wang Changfeng? I have some recollection of him. He pays great attention in class and often asks questions, some of which are quite challenging to answer. He is a promising student, she commented with a smile. I'm feeling a twinge of jealousy. Let me kiss you once more, Li Dong said, planting another kiss on her. You little jealous pot. Xue Jieqi playfully pushed his head away, her cheeks reddening. Indeed, I am a jealous pot, Li Dong admitted with a candid smile. Hee, Xue Jieqi laughed joyfully, feeling that his jealousy was a testament to his affection for her. From this lifetime onward, I shall be the one to tease you. And I will only ever tease you, Li Dong said, pinching her cheek with a grin. Shouldn't it be to cherish and pamper me? She teased back. Teasing is a form of affection, and affection is a form of teasing, Li Dong replied with a chuckle, then whispered a few words in her ear. Yuck, you rascal. Xue Jieqi, a novice in love, was bewildered by such sentiments. Jieqi, I have liked you since the very first day you taught us. Your grace, your gentleness, your intellect, and your eloquence draw me in like a potent elixir, Li Dong confessed earnestly. Yet, this affection must remain buried within my heart, for I am acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates us, a gap too great to voice my feelings. Among the students you have taught or those who have had the pleasure of meeting you, few do not admire you. I am but a humble member of that multitude. I once believed that this affection would remain buried deep within my heart for a lifetime, until the very moment I closed my eyes. Never did I imagine that one day I would have the privilege of holding you in my arms, uniting as husband and wife, nurturing our offspring together, and spending the remainder of my days by your side. On several occasions, I awoke in the middle of the night, instinctively turning to check if you were still there, questioning whether I was merely dreaming, for dreams encompass everything, and upon waking, all vanishes. Thus, No one could truly fathom my feelings. That overwhelming desire to offer you my very heart. At our wedding, when my father-in-law proclaimed that I must not allow you to endure any grievances, I thought to myself, as long as I possess my wits, how could I ever bear to let you suffer even the slightest discomfort? Li Dong's fervent confession left Xue Jieqi's beautiful eyes glistening. She often received declarations of love and gifts from students or colleagues, well aware that many regarded her as a goddess. However, she had no intentions of embarking on a romantic relationship or marriage. How frustrating, yet it brought tears to my eyes. I fear that after several years, you may grow weary, losing that sense of novelty, succumbing to the allure of the new. With your diligence and resilience, earning money is hardly a challenge. What woman would elude you with wealth? Even those women's assertiveness might astonish you. And then, how could I, aging and worn, compete with them? Xue Jieqi playfully chided. The practice of barter has always flourished in every corner, some noble, others sordid, some visible, others hidden from sight. With wealth, one can always hear the voice of a sister, but without it, one can only watch her douyin on a phone. Let actions speak, my dear wife. Words hold little significance. Now let us sleep. Li Dong gently kissed Xue Jieqi's forehead and said, "Mm." Xue Jieqi nestled into Li Dong's embrace, closing her eyes. Her mind replaying his words, drifting into slumber with a smile. The following morning, Li Dong rose early to prepare breakfast: yam and millet congee, stir-fried potato shreds with vinegar, shrimp and scrambled eggs, and egg pancakes. Darling, it's time to eat. Li Dong beamed while playfully pinching Xue Jieqi's nose. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Xue Jieqi murmured, turning away. Recently, her sleep duration had lengthened by nearly an hour. Previously, she would sleep for over 8 hours, but now it exceeded 9. Then I'll keep the food warm in the thermos. You can eat when you wake up, all right? Li Dong cheerfully suggested. Ooh, why must I eat? I want to sleep. Xue Jieqi pouted adorably. Though she is a university lecturer, at heart, she remains a 25-year-old girl in the midst of her innocent and carefree years, naturally inclined to act playfully. After breakfast, you can continue your slumber. Skipping meals will not only leave you hungry, but also starve the little one in your belly. Li Dong coaxed gently. Wu, you said the princess must rise. Xue Jieqi opened her eyes, rubbing the sleep from them, her lips pouting, embodying the essence of morning grumpiness. Princess, please rise. Li Dong chuckled. Hee. Only then did Xue Jieqi begin to dress and get up. Honey, Su Jiaqin said, while sipping her millet porridge. Please deposit the red envelopes we received at the wedding into your bank account today. Cash is becoming less useful these days. Sure. Just hand me your card and the envelopes, and I'll deposit them when I pass by the bank, Li Dong replied with a smile. Just take care of your card. A man should always have some cash on hand, Su Jiaqin remarked. Men are meant to earn money. Let the women handle the spending, Li Dong chuckled. On their wedding day, Li Dong's parents bestowed upon Su Jiaqin a bride price of 99,900, along with a betrothal gift of 20,200, signifying a rare find. The contributions from Li Dong's grandparents, uncles, and aunts totaled 60,000, while his side received over 120,000 in gifts, bringing the overall sum to 300,000. Chen Sufan generously allocated all of it to Su Jiaqin, encouraging the young couple to furnish their new home or purchase a car. From Su Jiaqin's side, her father gifted 500,000 as dowry. Her mother contributed another 500,000, and the 3 gold pieces amounted to approximately 100,000. Relatives, including her aunt, grandparents, and others, gifted nearly 2 million in total. Of course, all these funds were transferred electronically. No one would carry cash to a wedding. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Do we really need to be so precise about it? Su Jiaqin rolled her eyes. It's not about precision. I simply have no need for the money. You can manage it. My barbecue stall brings in daily revenue, so finances are not an issue. Li Dong replied with a grin. All right, just let me know whenever you need money. Don't hesitate. Su Jiaqin conceded to Li Dong, realizing it was easier to go along with him. By the way, dear, the new house is currently undergoing renovations and is expected to be completed by mid to late October. What are your thoughts on the furniture? Li Dong inquired. The total cost for the renovations is 28,000, with an initial payment of 10,000 made. We'll pay according to the progress from here on out. I prefer solid wood. It's durable, environmentally friendly, and aesthetically pleasing, Su Jiaqin stated, noting that her family only used solid wood furniture, including flooring. Great minds think alike. Let us take some time over the next few days to look around. If we find anything that needs to be custom made, We should order it in advance to avoid delays later. What do you think, my dear? Li Dong asked. That sounds good. I'll follow your lead. Su Jiaqin replied with a smile. We don't need to rush on appliances. Let us ventilate the house thoroughly after the renovations before bringing them in to prevent any secondhand pollution, Li Dong said with a smile. Su Jiaqin yawned, feeling drowsy after just finishing her meal. On September 1st, the day of enrollment at the University of Science and Technology, Su Jiaqin reluctantly got out of bed. Recently, her days had been filled with eating and sleeping, enjoying good food, rest, and a cheerful mood, leading to a rounder visage. Honey, I really don't want to go to work, she pouted after breakfast while Li Dong tidied up the kitchen. I do not wish to attend, so I shall not. It is merely an opening ceremony. You are neither a leader nor a model, and taking a stroll there seems rather pointless, Li Dong remarked with a smile. Indeed, however. The dean has decreed that all faculty members must be present unless they possess a valid reason to request leave, Shui Jiechi replied, puffing out her cheeks. Then how about we show the dean some respect by attending for a brief while before departing? Li Dong suggested, wrapping his arm around Shui Jiechi's shoulders with a grin. Very well, since you have said so, it would be inappropriate for me to decline further. I shall honor both you and the dean. Shui Jiechi replied with a gentle smile. Li Dong drove Shui Jiechi to the entrance of the philosophy department at the University of Science and Technology, where she alighted. And he continued on to fulfill his ride-sharing commitments. Good morning, Teacher Shui. Have you had breakfast yet? Shall we go to the cafeteria together? A female colleague in the office cheerfully inquired. Good morning, Teacher Zhu. Yes, I had breakfast at home, Shui Jiechi responded with a smile. Then took her seat and began wiping down her desk and computer. Have you gained weight over the summer? Teacher Zhu asked with a playful smile, as the two were familiar colleagues sharing an office. Indeed, I've put on 3 or 4 pounds, Shui Jiechi lamented. I stepped on the scale this morning, and goodness, I now weigh 118 pounds, and that is my net weight. Over the past few years, her weight had consistently ranged between 110 and 115 pounds, never exceeding the latter. This was the fundamental reason Shui Jiechi had been vocally reluctant to return to work. She felt she had gained weight. Women, after all, are often preoccupied with their figures and appearances. In truth, given her height of 5 feet 7 inches, Shui Jiechi's ideal weight was 120 pounds, as Li Dong had once conveyed to her. However, you do look more attractive now. You were too thin before, Teacher Zhu commented, her own appearance being rather average, leading her to envy Shui Jiechi's beauty and figure. Is that so? I scarcely dare to look in the mirror, as the flesh on my face is quite distressing. Shui Jiechi chuckled. Good morning, Teacher Shui. Where did you travel during the holiday? Another colleague, Teacher Zhang, inquired with a smile. I went nowhere. I stayed home to finish my paper, lounging about, eating and sleeping. I was just telling Teacher Zhu that I feel I have gained weight. Shui Jiechi replied with a laugh. You do seem to have gained a bit, but with your height, it is not very noticeable. In fact, you appear even more attractive. Today's girls obsess over being thin, which I find quite unnatural and unhealthy. Teacher Zhang, slightly older and approaching 50, remarked, her views differing from those of the younger generation. Isn't it said by the ancients that plumpness is beauty? Shui Jiechi mused with a smile. Li Dong had been even more candid that morning, stating that being a bit plump was preferable, as a soft touch was certainly more appealing than being bony, which prompted her to playfully pinch him on the waist in annoyance. Indeed, the current public discourse is entirely controlled by capital, misleading you young ones into pursuing an unrealistic ideal of refinement. The affluent have their own troubles, yet it is the girls from ordinary families who suffer the most. In their quest for beauty, they resort to cosmetic surgery, breast augmentation, and even the extreme measure of having their lower ribs removed for the sake of an aesthetically pleasing figure. The mere thought is chilling. Ultimately, whether they achieve beauty or not is secondary. They find themselves burdened with insurmountable debts. Unable to repay, they turn to predatory loans, leading to their gradual destruction. Lamented Teacher Zhang, a child of a relative, experienced this firsthand, feeling inadequate due to her small bust. She sought to win back her boyfriend's affection by borrowing money for breast enhancement. Unfortunately, she suffered an allergic reaction to the implants and was forced to have them removed, incurring not only expenses but also immense physical suffering. With her boyfriend gone and debts piling up, she could not manage the interest on her loans and tragically took her own life during the summer break. Just as Shui Jiaqing was about to respond, her phone rang. Hello, I'm in the office. Yes, please come over, she replied with a smile. Shortly after, Qi Xiaoxiao arrived. Let us go, The ceremony is about to start. Let us soak up some sun, she said, linking arms with Shui Jiaqing, beaming with joy. I know of a newly opened restaurant that serves delicious rice noodles. Let us go there for lunch. It's near the north gate of the school, Qi Xiaoxiao suggested. I'll let Li Dong know not to prepare lunch for me, Shui Jiaqing responded cheerfully. Oh, a heartfelt lunch? Qi Xiaoxiao teased. Finding a man who cooks so well is a double-edged sword. I've gained weight in just half a month, Shui Jiaqing remarked with a touch of playfulness. Bragging. Are we? Tell me, has Li Dong captured your heart along with your appetite? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired with a grin. As for my heart, perhaps it has also been ensnared. When I'm alone in my room, I often feel bored and restless. Even when I'm on my phone, my thoughts wander. Yet when he returns, everything seems delightful. And every activity becomes engaging, Shui Jiaqing reflected, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Allow me to pose a rather intimate question. After living together for so long, have you two become more intimate? Qi Xiaoxiao glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot. What do you mean? Shui Jiaqing asked, bewildered. Don't play coy. I mean affection, Qi Xiaoxiao replied with a smirk. Yes, we kiss almost every day, Shui Jiaqing admitted shyly. Each night, Li Dong would hold her close, showering her with kisses and caresses. Initially, she felt bashful and dared not open her eyes, but gradually, she became accustomed to it, allowing herself to meet his gaze. Kissing? You mean? Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Isn't that what you were asking about? Shui Jiaqing responded, perplexed. Are there any more intimate actions? I mean no offense. Just simple curiosity, Qi Xiaoxiao inquired with a mischievous grin. No, there aren't, Shui Jiaqing said, her face flushing. That was indeed the case. Chapter 30. The guidance of a good friend. So, it's just kisses? Qi Xiaoxiao gazed at Shui Jiaqing in astonishment. What a waste. With a partner, one should fully explore the possibilities, developing various techniques, and unlocking new positions to reach the pinnacle of life. I'm currently pregnant, though. Shui Jiaqing blushed and shot a glance at Qi Xiaoxiao. After 3 months, it would be fine, as long as one exercises caution. Qi Xiaoxiao whispered a few mischievous words into Shui Jiaqing's ear. Really? Shui Jiaqing wore a puzzled expression. Compared to the roguish Qi Xiaoxiao, Shui Jiaqing appeared as innocent as a little white rabbit. Of course, you can search online. The doctor will provide guidance as well. Qi Xiaoxiao started the car, preparing to set off. The doctor did seem to have mentioned it, but she hadn't paid much attention at the time. Shui Jiaqing nodded thoughtfully, realizing that her knowledge was perhaps not as extensive as that of Qi Xiaoxiao, who was neither married nor pregnant. Despite being a wife and soon to be a mother, your understanding in certain areas is quite lacking. You should delve deeper into the relevant knowledge available online, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, her lips curling in a playful smirk. I hope you're not completely oblivious to everything. Well, Li Dong often searches for parenting information, and sometimes I join in to learn a thing or two. Shui Jiaqing admitted, feeling a bit bewildered. Li Dong is certainly doing well in this regard. He will undoubtedly be a good father. Qi Xiaoxiao nodded in admiration. I agree. At least he will do better than I would. I feel I lack his understanding. Shui Jiaqing's face radiated happiness. As her time with Li Dong increased, she felt he was continuously impressing her in various aspects. I must tell you, you need to learn how to manage your husband better. Don't bury yourself in writing papers all day. How many women with successful careers are truly happy at home? Qi Xiaoxiao urged, exasperated. Shui Jiaqing nodded, somewhat dazed. Each time, Li Dong would hold her and kiss her, and she had progressed from confusion to a limited response. From not daring to open her eyes to being able to sneak a glance, she had come a long way. As a woman, you must learn to leverage your strengths and fully utilize your advantages. Only then can life become increasingly blissful, Qi Xiaoxiao said with a wicked grin. Get lost. Why do I feel like you're waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Shui Jiaqing rolled her eyes. Not at all. I am your good sister. How could I do such a thing? Do you prefer a man who is overly honest and dull, or one who has a bit of a bad side? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired. I definitely don't like someone too honest. It's quite boring, Shui Jiaqing pondered. Being overly honest implies a lack of charm, romance, and adaptability. Few women are attracted to such men. Similarly, men do not appreciate women who are excessively dull. If he works hard and you remain indifferent like a lifeless fish, do you think Li Dong would be pleased? Qi Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. You are the lifeless fish. Shui Jiaqing playfully scratched Qi Xiaoxiao under her arm in annoyance. In any case, you must make good use of your advantages. A mentor may guide you in, but personal effort is essential. The road ahead is still long. Qi Xiaoxiao winked with a cheeky smile. Regardless of whether Shuejiachi will immediately put her thoughts into action, a seed has already been planted in her heart, destined to sprout in due time, at which point she will undoubtedly inquire about the journey. Upon entering the modestly sized restaurant, Ashang Rice Noodles, the establishment was nearly filled to capacity. She ordered a serving of mushroom rice noodles, a portion of chicken rice noodles, and additionally requested 2 braised eggs. The ambience here was pleasant, with a chic and modern decor distinctly different from the traditional establishments of yore, and, importantly, the flavors were delightful, as Qi Xiaoxiao remarked. As a foodie, she found herself utterly defenseless against the allure of delectable cuisine. After a 10-minute wait, the 2 servings of rice noodles, along with the braised eggs, were served. Shuejiachi took a bite, savoring the flavors. "How is it? Quite good, isn't it?" Qi Xiaoxiao asked, relishing a mouthful. "Indeed, it's quite exceptional. The broth seems to be derived from a meat stock, rich in aroma," Shuejiachi responded. "Do you have class tomorrow?" she inquired. "No class." "Why the sudden change of topic?" Qi Xiaoxiao took another hearty bite of the rice noodles. "Come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I want you to try the rice noodles made by Li Dong," Shuejiachi said with a smile. "What, are Li Dong's noodles superior to these?" Qi Xiaoxiao questioned with skepticism. She had tasted Li Dong's skewers and had to concede they were indeed delicious. Furthermore, the homemade beer was quite enjoyable. She had once pilfered a barrel of white beer and thoroughly relished it. However, she had yet to sample the dishes prepared by Li Dong. Having only heard Shuejiachi's praises, which she attributed to the natural bias of a girlfriend towards her partner. "Taste is subjective. You'll know for yourself tomorrow." Shuejiachi chuckled. In her view, while this restaurant's rice noodles were tasty, they paled in comparison to Li Dong's culinary creations. The rice noodles he prepared for her were abundant with ingredients: quail eggs, luncheon meat, lamb rolls, chicken strips, corn kernels, and yellow beans, all simmered in a rich meat broth, yielding an exquisite taste that left her satiated every time, unable to stop indulging. "All right, I shall see for myself if they are truly as delightful as you claim, or merely a reflection of your infatuation," Qi Xiaoxiao nodded. The truth about flavor could only be discerned through experience, not mere words. "Hello, Teacher Xue," 2 girls sitting at the adjacent table greeted upon spotting Shuejiachi. "Hello." Shuejiachi replied courteously. "Teacher Xue, today some of the boys in our class are saying you won't be teaching this year. Is that true?" One of the girls asked, her gaze subtly drifting towards Shuejiachi's abdomen. Rumors had circulated, ignited by someone, claiming that the goddess Shuejiachi had married and was pregnant, thus would not be teaching this year, leaving the boys in a state of heartbreak and despair. Speculation swirled among them about who the fortunate individual was that had won the heart of their goddess. Eager to discover the identity of this person who had claimed such beauty, "I will definitely be teaching, at least for the previous semester," Shuejiachi replied with a smile. "Next semester, there will indeed be roughly a month of classes. However, switching teachers midway would be quite troublesome. It would be simpler to take a leave of absence." "Oh. Understood, Teacher Xue." The girl nodded cheerfully. From Teacher Xue's words, she had already confirmed that Teacher Xue was indeed pregnant, albeit in the early stages. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned that she could certainly teach last semester. Chapter 31. Truly a couple. The following noon, Qi Xiaoxiao arrived early at Shuejiachi's place, eager to sample Li Dong's culinary skills. "Hey, where's your man?" Upon entering and not seeing Li Dong, Qi Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. "He is finishing up the last delivery. He will be back in about half an hour," Shuejiachi replied lazily, sprawled on the sofa like a Persian cat. "Your man is truly a model worker. Running ride-hailing in the morning, managing a barbecue stand at night, and preparing 3 meals a day for you. Why can't I encounter such a good man?" Qi Xiaoxiao plopped down beside Shuejiachi. "There are a few decent-looking bosses at the snack street. Should I have Li Dong inquire for you?" Shuejiachi teased. "Uft. By the way, did you try what I mentioned yesterday?" Qi Xiaoxiao asked with a mischievous smile directed at Shuejiachi. "No." Shuejiachi's face inexplicably flushed. "Really? You didn't tea?" Qi Xiaoxiao looked at her suspiciously. "Really didn't tea. Li Dong came back a bit late yesterday, and by the time he finished washing up, I had already fallen asleep." Shuejiachi shook her head. "Fine, I wanted to ask you about your feelings. Let me know after you've experienced it." Qi Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Xiaoxiao, you have more experience. Could you tell me what it feels like?" Shuejiachi asked shyly. "Hey, what do you mean by saying I have experience? Don't slander me. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the absurdity of it all. "Don't change the subject. Tell me," Shuejiachi pressed curiously. "That night at the hotel, She had been in a daze, completely unaware of what it felt like. Later, after becoming pregnant and living with Li Dong, they could not engage in such activities, which made her quite curious. However, asking others would be inappropriate. Only Qi Xiaoxiao, the seasoned veteran, could enlighten her. How to explain it? Qi Xiaoxiao mused, whispering a few words into Xue Jieqi's ear. Before she could finish her thought, Xue Jieqi's pretty face turned crimson again. Such matters are often beyond words. Once you experience it, you will inherently understand. It's something that can only be intuitively grasped, not articulated. Qi Xiaoxiao said mysteriously, resembling a sage. Just then, Li Dong returned. Ah, Teacher Qi is here. Li Dong greeted with a warm smile. Indeed, your teacher Xue has praised your culinary skills to the heavens. I've come to investigate the truth of the matter, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked. Teacher Xue's words may contain some exaggeration, perhaps due to her elevated status. Do not hold your expectations too high, Li Dong replied, his face beaming with friendliness. Whether it's exaggerated or not, we will find out once we taste it, and see what kind of culinary prowess has kept our Jieqi so plump and rosy. Qi Xiaoxiao said with a smile, taking the opportunity to pinch Xue Jiaqiu's pert backside. Please wait a moment. Have some fruit to tide you over. Li Dong replied with a grin as he headed into the kitchen. How is the decoration of your new home coming along? Qi Xiaoxiao bit into an apple. The electrical wiring is complete, the walls have been painted, and we are currently laying the flooring. A portion of the custom furniture has been crafted, while the remainder is still in progress. A look of pure happiness crossed Xue Jiaqiu's face at the thought of their new abode. Quite swiftly done. Watching your love nest take shape day by day must be filled with a sense of anticipation, Qi Xiaoxiao asked playfully. Yes, it feels much like nurturing this little life within me. Witnessing her growth day by day brings immense fulfillment. Xue Jiaqiu gently caressed her abdomen. By the way, have you discovered whether it's a boy or a girl? Qi Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Dong, who was busy bustling about in the kitchen. No. Li Dong says it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, and I feel the same way, Xue Jiaqiu chuckled softly. Once the child learns to walk in a couple of years, we can consider having a second child, so they have each other for companionship, to avoid loneliness. Let us not rush. The first child is still on the way, and a second is even further down the line. She had discussed the prospect of a second child with Li Dong, who assured her he would fully respect her wishes should she desire to have another. They would, if not. There would be no pressure, and he would never treat her as merely a vessel for childbearing. It smells delightful. It seems Li Dong truly has culinary skills. Qi Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose, inhaling deeply, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. I just hope you don't linger here after tasting it. Mooching off our meals every day, Xue Jiaqiu teased. Would you welcome me? I could sleep on the floor in your room, Qi Xiaoxiao jested. There's an extra bedroom. You could sleep in the guest room, Xue Jiaqiu replied, puzzled. How dull. If I sleep on the floor in the master bedroom, I could lend a hand while you and Li Dong are otherwise occupied, Qi Xiaoxiao whispered playfully into Xue Jiaqiu's ear. Uffed. Xue Jiaqiu's face flushed crimson. The imagery that involuntarily flashed through her mind was utterly scandalous. What kind of best friends were they? All right, my lovely teachers, dinner is ready, Li Dong announced with a smile as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice noodles. Jiaqiu, when did you start using such large bowls for your meals? Do you think you can finish it? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, eyeing the large and small bowls before her. Ask him, Xue Jiaqiu laughed, pointing at Li Dong. Ever since I started eating Jiaqiu's cooking, my appetite has noticeably increased, Li Dong replied with a grin. Wow, it's truly delicious. Jiaqiu didn't exaggerate. In fact, she understated it. This is definitely better than that place at the North Gate. Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, for nothing delighted her more than discovering exquisite cuisine. The ingredients in the bowl were abundant, featuring both meat and vegetables, a harmonious blend of protein and greens, complemented by corn and soybeans, mixing coarse and fine grains. The dish was a feast for the senses, beautifully presented and nutritionally balanced. Is there more in the kitchen? As Qi Xiaoxiao indulged in her meal, she exclaimed, this is simply delectable. 1 bowl is far from sufficient. No wonder Xue Jiaqing opted for a larger bowl. Such exquisite food certainly deserves to be savored in abundance. Go ahead, eat your fill. If it becomes too much, you can always loosen your belt, Li Dong teased. Teacher Xue, behold the exceptional student you have nurtured. She dares to jest with her instructor. In ancient times, such audacity would warrant a beheading, he added with a chuckle. Qi Xiaoxiao took a sip of soup, exclaiming, Oh my, This is so comforting I could cry out in delight. You are equally responsible. After all, you taught her, Shui Jiaqing replied with a smile. All right then. Chef Li, please bring me another bowl. I'm still hungry. Qi Xiaoxiao, perspiring profusely, slumped in her chair, utterly devoid of the composure expected of a teacher. Just so you know, if you overindulge, it's not my fault, Li Dong laughed. Gaining weight won't be my responsibility either, Shui Jiaqing quipped, adding to the banter. Truly, you two are a couple, ganging up on me. Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in jest. Chapter 32. The dramatic Qi Xiaoxiao, I told you to slow down. No one is competing with you. I'll keep you here for dinner tonight, so you can enjoy another meal, Shui Jiaqing remarked, observing Qi Xiaoxiao's appearance, which resembled someone starved for days. Not just tonight. I declare that I shall reside here from now on. I will eat whatever you eat, without being picky, Qi Xiaoxiao proclaimed, only to choke on a mouthful of rice noodles. Cough. Cough. Well done. Shui Jiaqing smirked. Woe is me. Chi-Chi, you have changed. You were never this way with me. Ever since you found a man, your patience with me has dwindled, Qi Xiaoxiao lamented, placing her hand dramatically over her heart. We once shared a bed, used the same restroom, bathed together, and swooned over crushes, yet now you are so callous. Li Dong, did you see this? This woman is fickle. With you as the new flame, I have become a mere memory. Qi Xiaoxiao continued, feigning heartbreak. Continue your performance. Let us witness the acting prowess of teacher Qi, Shui Jiaqing encouraged with a laugh. How presumptuous. You want to even pay for my appearance fee. A brief performance will suffice. I'm not that addictive, Qi Xiaoxiao retorted, rolling her eyes as she resumed her delightful feast of rice noodles, relishing every bite and sip. Darling, would you like some more? Li Dong inquired of Shui Jiaqing. No, I'm quite full with what I've had, she replied with a smile. What shall we have for dinner? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, finishing her last sip of soup. What is the matter? Are you planning to order? Li Dong inquired playfully. Is that allowed? Qi Xiaoxiao batted her eyelashes, feigning innocence. Witnessing the once serious teacher Qi displaying such whimsical antics was truly astonishing. She was nothing short of a performer. Of course, Li Dong nodded with a smile. Then I would like to have braised chicken rice, with the rice soft and the chicken thoroughly stewed, just mildly spicy. As I've been feeling a bit hot lately, Qi Xiaoxiao specified. The rice won't do. Jiaqing must have soup tonight, Li Dong replied, shaking his head in disapproval. Let us have some century egg and lean meat congee, a portion of pan-fried beef, and perhaps a simple side dish, Qi Xiaoxiao suggested after a moment of contemplation. You truly do not consider yourself an outsider. We have no century eggs at home, and I cannot consume that, Shui Jiaqing replied with a smile. Then let it be the lean meat congee. It has been ages since I last had it. Chi-Chi, can you really bear this? I have lost weight recently. Qi Xiaoxiao pouted. Don't look at me. I am not the one cooking, Shui Jiaqing teased. Qi Xiaoxiao then turned to Li Dong, clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication. All right, no problem, Li Dong replied with a grin. After lunch, it was time to rest. Li Dong retrieved a new set of bedding from the cupboard, allowing Qi Xiaoxiao to sleep in the guest room. My dear, Xiaoxiao's personality is just like that. Do not find her bothersome, Shui Jiaqing said with a smile as she lay on the bed, gazing at Li Dong. How could I? In fact, I quite like such personalities. They are easy to get along with, hold no grudges, and are refreshing, Li Dong replied, smiling. However, he soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as Shui Jiaqing's gaze seemed somewhat discontent, and with a playful smirk, she asked, Darling, do you have feelings for Xiaoxiao? Oh, come now, do not wrongfully accuse me. I was referring to that kind of personality. You little vinegar jar, are you ready to be dealt with again? Li Dong said with a mischievous expression, playfully squeezing her shapely form. Shui Jiaqing possessed a classic peach-shaped figure, with an impeccable waist-to-hip ratio. Particularly enticing when clad in tight-fitting pants, such as jeans, which had a significant impact on Li Dong. Humph, when do you not deal with me? Do you think I am afraid of you? Shui Jiaqing retorted playfully. Now that the conversation had reached this point, it would be unbecoming for Li Dong to remain unresponsive. He lifted her chin and, with a boldness that was unmistakable, kissed her deeply, disregarding her token resistance. Shui Jiaqing closed her eyes, lost in their world, her heart gradually igniting with passion. After an indeterminate duration, she mustered the effort to open her eyes and shyly remarked, Darling, are you feeling? Not at all. I am quite fine, Li Dong replied, fabricating a reassuring facade. Though internally he was nearing madness, yet the circumstances forbade him from revealing his true feelings. You are lying. You are certainly not being honest, Shui Jiaqing playfully chided. Hee hee, let us sleep now, Li Dong said with an embarrassed smile. Li Dong turned onto his back, preparing to sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he sensed something amiss. My dear, you have worked hard. He whispered tenderly in Shui Jiaqing's ear, filled with emotion. You naughty boy, Shui Jiaqing replied, her cheeks flushed. There is no helping it, my dear. Your charm is simply overwhelming, Li Dong said with a laugh, pinching her cheek affectionately. You can say that now, but perhaps after I give birth. I will not feel the same, Shui Jiaqing pouted. Why is that? Li Dong inquired, puzzled. After giving birth, my figure may change. And I could end up with numerous stretch marks and blemishes. If I have a natural delivery, I might even become loose. Shui Jiaqing's voice dwindled as she spoke, genuinely concerned about such possibilities. Now she has come to regard Li Dong as her husband in her heart, as someone she intends to accompany for a lifetime. However, she wonders if, once her beauty and figure diminish, Li Dong will still be as enamored with her as he is now. She lacks certainty and confidence. Fool, limit your exposure to online information. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Did I not mention that I cherish your physique, demeanor, character, eloquence, tenderness, virtue, and charm? Among countless other qualities, your appearance constitutes only a minor part of it all. In fact, as we grow closer, the significance of outward appearance will diminish, while the essence of the heart will grow in importance. Do you understand, silly one? Li Dong said with a smile. Sweet words can be deceptive. Who knows the truth? After hearing Li Dong's words, Shui Jiaqing felt a bit better internally, though her lips still echoed skepticism. I know, and you know. Li Dong lifted her chin and kissed her again. Chapter 33. Imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Awakening at 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Dong busied himself in the kitchen, preparing dinner for Shui Jiaqing. After more than an hour of labor, it was already 5 o'clock when he stepped outside. With the recent school term commencing, the snack street was bustling with business, and the demand for grilled skewers was astonishing. To enhance efficiency and save time, Li Dong invested in an automatic skewer machine, costing 5,000 yuan. This machine can skewer 2,000 skewers per hour, accommodating beef, lamb, tofu skin, gluten, vegetables, and more. He also hired a woman to operate the machine and place ingredients on it, offering a remuneration of 100 yuan for half a day's work. This lady was a homemaker living nearby, primarily occupied with taking her children to and from school. 2 days prior, while bringing her children to the snack street for barbecue, she noticed Li Dong's frantic pace and casually inquired if he needed assistance. During their brief conversation while he grilled skewers, Li Dong mentioned his desire to find someone responsible for skewering, but he had yet to find a suitable candidate. The lady volunteered to give it a try. And after proving her adeptness, Li Dong agreed to her help. Boss, you're here. Han Xiao greeted Li Dong with a smile upon his arrival. Are you almost done? Li Dong inquired cheerfully. These past 2 days, we've had 2,000 skewers, and we've nearly sold out. Even what remains is minimal. With the sales of beer and sour plum juice, business has noticeably improved, yielding a net profit of approximately 4,000 yuan daily. We're wrapping up shortly. Let me know if there's anything I've missed. I can quickly restock, Han Xiao replied with a smile. Nothing's left. This will suffice, Li Dong said, glancing over the setup and noting that it had been executed according to his instructions. All right, then I'll clean the machine and head back, Han Xiao said with a smile. As Li Dong prepared for the evening's outing, Qi Xiaoxiao and Shui Jiaqing were engaged in a discussion about innocuous topics. When Shui Jiaqing rose to use the restroom, she noticed that Qi Xiaoxiao was already awake and made her way over to share. Today, I will tell Li Dong. Really? Qu Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at Su Ji-Q, who, until now, had merely been boasting with words, yet she did not anticipate Su Ji-Q's remarkable courage. Indeed, Su Ji-Q replied with a bashful nod. You are quite impressive, my sister. You dare to transcend and surpass yourself, Qu Xiaoxiao remarked, puffing her cheeks in admiration. Oh, spare me. Su Ji-Q rolled her eyes in response. So how does it feel? Is there a certain charm to it? Is Elding overjoyed? Qu Xiaoxiao teased. Clearly, her words from yesterday had borne fruit, as Su Ji-Q began to put them into practice today. Su Ji-Q blushed and nodded. It is essential for spouses to assist one another. Although she is pregnant and unable to attend to Lding, it is also unkind to leave him in a state of yearning. A 22-year-old young man is at the zenith of vitality, especially since they share affectionate moments daily. If he were to be left unfulfilled, it would ultimately be she who suffers. Just yesterday, you were skeptical of me. You are simply too naive. Men tend to favor innocent women because they are easier to deceive. However, since you two are already married and expecting, there is no need for such innocence. Qixiaxio chuckled. That is true. Being overly coy is rather unappealing. Su GQ agreed with a nod. The most important virtue has been granted. What else is there that cannot be given or done? But you possess far more experience than I. I still have much to learn from you. Su GQ said with a smile. From what she knew, Qixiaxio had had at least 5 or 6 boyfriends, cohabiting with at least 2. And it was uncertain how many had led to intimacy. Hey you, while I am here devising strategies to enhance your marital relationship, you ought to express gratitude rather than mock me. I could easily sever our friendship. Qixiaxio pouted. No, QLosh. Please do not be angry, Su GQ flattered. Qixiaxio turned her head, her eyes darting, perhaps conceiving some mischievous idea. I was wrong, QLosh. Please forgive my transgressions. Su GQ continued to appease her. All right, I shall not stoop to your level. After all, I am of a benevolent nature. That was merely the simplest approach, merely the most fundamental skill, and the results are rather limited. However, there exists an advanced technique. Would you care to know? Qixiaxio teased. What is the advanced version? Su GQ inquired earnestly, like a diligent student. It is like this. Qixiaxio whispered softly into Su GQ's ear. Just as Su GQ was engulfed in confusion over its meaning, a sudden realization struck her, causing her face to flush deeply. This is quite something, isn't it? She stammered, visibly troubled. What? You may find it hard to accept at first, but you must give it serious consideration. You are pregnant for another 6 or 7 months, and after giving birth, it will take over a month to recuperate. Altogether, nearly 8 or 9 months. TSK, LDing is truly unfortunate, Qixiaxio lamented. Once he is deeply entranced, a hidden bond formed. And then he cannot touch his wife for an entire year. He shall be the most pitiful husband in history. That is indeed true, Su GQ nodded. Li Dong rises early each day, working tirelessly to provide for her and their child. Is it not permissible for her to engage in some intimate activities? After all, he is her husband, and whatever antics they indulge in within the confines of their chamber are merely the playful nuances of their relationship, enriching their marital bond. Marriage requires nurturing, and such nurturing must be approached with finesse. A good method can yield splendid results, ensuring that her husband remains devoted to her. Qi Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. Teacher Qi, please continue. Your words resonate with great sense. Shui Jieqi pondered Qi Xiaoxiao's insights. Such a commendable attitude. A promising student indeed. Qi Xiaoxiao gently pinched Shui Jieqi's cheek and continued, however, this should not be a frequent occurrence. Overindulgence may lead to a loss of novelty and anticipation. Do you understand? Indeed, I comprehend. Your reasoning is very sound. Shui Jieqi nodded in agreement. Chapter 34. Establishing records on the morning of September 12th, Li Dong awoke early to prepare breakfast. For he was to accompany Shui Jieqi to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Shui Jieqi was 12 weeks pregnant, and it was time for the routine examination, which included assessing the nuchal translucency of the fetus, a common early screening method for detecting potential anomalies. Darling, you can only watch me eat. The examination requires blood tests. So you cannot eat or drink anything for now, Li Dong said, placing a piece of scrambled egg into his mouth. I am so hungry. My stomach is growling. Shui Jieqi pouted. I have brought some bread and biscuits. We'll draw blood first, and once that is done, you can have a little something to tide you over. The other tests don't require fasting. I've placed the marriage certificate, household registration book, identification card, and previous test results in this file. Li Dong indicated a leather folder. Once we establish a record, will we no longer need to register for future checkups? Shui Jieqi inquired. Of course, otherwise. How would they determine the order of examinations? However, after establishing the record, each checkup's results will be documented in a manual for the doctor's review, which will also indicate the next prenatal appointment and the required tests, Li Dong replied with a smile. All right then, thank you for your efforts, dear husband. Shui Jieqi said cheerfully. Since the school year began, she had been preoccupied with academic matters, while Li Dong took care of her prenatal appointments. I am your husband. If I do not take care of these matters, who will? I may not be able to assist you with work-related issues, but you must always remember that you are pregnant. Avoid anger, refrain from lifting heavy objects, and do not engage in strenuous activities, understood? Li Dong advised. I understand. I am not a child. I know how to take care of myself, Shui Jiqi pouted. Though she was 3 years older than Li Dong, she often felt that his thoughts and maturity surpassed her own, as he approached situations with greater consideration and steadiness than she did. Knowing how to take care of yourself does not exempt you from lifting that heavy box, Li Dong retorted. As Teacher's Day approaches, the University of Science and Technology has graciously gifted each staff member a box of beef, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Yesterday, when Li Dong went to pick up Shui Jiqi, he discovered her descending with a box of beef in hand. Oh dear, you scolded me yesterday, and I've already acknowledged my mistakes. Could you perhaps refrain from admonishing me today? Shui Jiqi pleaded with a pitiful expression, deliberately fluttering her eyelashes. I am not scolding you, but rather expressing my concern for you, my silly wife, Li Dong replied with a hint of exasperation. Yes, I understand, dear husband. I assure you I won't repeat it again, Shui Jiqi promised, raising 2 fingers in a gesture of assurance. After dining, Li Dong drove directly to the First People's Hospital of Tianqing City, heading to the obstetrics and gynecology department on the 4th floor. Oh, darling, are we not going to register? Shui Jiqi inquired curiously. I already registered 2 days ago on my phone. We're the 3rd in line. If we were to register now, we would be waiting an eternity, Li Dong chuckled. Hee, you're amazing, husband. Shui Jiqi exclaimed joyfully. What makes me amazing? Li Dong asked softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Everything about you is amazing, she replied with a smile. Observing the numerous expectant mothers and their families in the waiting area, Shui Jiqi felt a surge of happiness. Having a dependable husband is indeed of great significance. Perhaps due to Shui Jiqi's striking beauty and figure, people around them cast curious glances, wondering how such an ordinary-looking young man could win the affection of such an exquisite woman. Disregarding the curious stares, they waited for approximately 20 minutes before it was Shui Jiqi's turn for an examination. Shui Jiqi, 25 years old. Is this your first pregnancy? The doctor inquired with a smile, noting their youth. Yes, doctor, it is my first, she responded. Excellent. Being young often means fewer complications during pregnancy. Today, we will conduct some routine tests. After completing all the examinations, please bring the results to me for filing. By the way, you haven't eaten, have you? The doctor asked. No, Shui Jiqi replied. That's good. Here is the list of tests. You may proceed with them one by one, starting with a blood draw. Afterward, the expectant mother should have something to eat, the doctor instructed, glancing at Li Dong. Thank you, doctor, Li Dong said with a smile, taking the checklist and exiting with Shui Jiqi. Upon arriving at the blood draw window on the 2nd floor, they found a few people in line. But the wait was brief. After approximately 5 minutes, it was Shui Jiqi's turn. During the blood draw, she, feeling timid, dared not look and kept her eyes tightly shut. Frowning in apprehension, my dear wife, come sit here and rest for a moment. Have some bread while I apply pressure to the site, Li Dong said, pulling a filled bread from his bag and pressing it to her arm. I've always fainted at the sight of blood. I can't bear to look. Shui Jiqi confessed, taking a bite of the bread. Many people experience this, especially during blood draws. It's quite normal to feel apprehensive. Li Dong reassured her with a smile. Which one shall we do next? Shui Jiqi inquired. Let me see. Perhaps we should perform a routine urine test? Is there any urine at the moment? Li Dong chuckled. None at all. Not a drop has passed my lips. How could there be any urine? Shui Jiqi shot him a glance. Here, have a sip of water. The temperature is just right. Drink a bit more to aid digestion. Li Dong opened his thermos and offered her a few sips. Why not start with something else? We can do this once I have some urine, Shui Jiqi suggested. All right. Finish your meal first, and then we can proceed with the ECG and tests for thyroid function, as well as for HIV and STDs, Li Dong replied. Glancing at the list, we need to test for STDs too? Are you sure you read that correctly? Shui Jiqi asked in surprise. Indeed. It's right here. Syphilis and herpes, Li Dong smiled, showing her the list. Fine, she said with a pout. Her health was robust, free of any infectious diseases. And she felt no concern over these tests, merely curiosity. As they completed each examination, it was already 10:30. 2 full hours had passed. The files are all set up. Your next checkup will be at 16 weeks. Besides the routine checks like blood pressure, weight, abdominal circumference, and fundal height. An important one will be the Down syndrome screening, the doctor remarked with a smile. All right, doctor, we will come on time for the next checkup, Shui Jiqi assured. By the way, are you local residents? The doctor inquired. I am, Shui Jiqi responded. When she joined the Polytechnic University, She had transferred her household registration to the collective account of the school. Li Dong was currently in the process of transferring his household registration, intending to move it once their new house renovations were complete, and then he would transfer Xue Jieqi's registration as well. The couple must certainly share the same household registration, as it clearly delineates their relationship as husband and wife. Local residents enjoy a benefit, allowing for free Down syndrome screening. Just bring a copy of your ID next time, the doctor advised. Thank you, doctor, Li Dong replied with a smile, then stood up to leave with Xue Jieqi. Honey, the baby's development is perfectly normal, Xue Jieqi exclaimed joyfully. Your health is also completely normal, Li Dong said, one hand carrying the bag while the other wrapped around her waist. Tests such as the complete blood count, routine urine test, hepatitis B panel, ECG, thyroid function, infectious disease screening, blood glucose, and blood pressure were all satisfactory. The only concern was that her weight had increased a bit too quickly. The doctor advised that in the early stages, it should not exceed 1 pound per week, lest the gain accelerate later on. Xue Jieqi pouted. Ever since I began eating the meals Li Dong prepares, my appetite has soared. From just 1 bowl to now starting with 1.5 bowls, sometimes even 2. Plus, with Li Dong occasionally making snacks. I can't help but indulge a bit more. True, but one must not starve oneself, she added. The trials of pregnancy are arduous, and attending classes while enduring such discomfort warrants some indulgence in palatable food, Li Dong expressed with concern. How annoying. At this rate, I'll surely become a hefty figure, Xue Jieqi playfully retorted, gesturing dramatically to illustrate her point. She understood Li Dong's sentiments. Yet as a woman, especially one who prides herself on both beauty and figure, she was acutely aware of her appearance. Darling, there happens to be a shopping mall next to the hospital. Let us take a stroll there. Consider it a form of exercise, Xue Jieqi suggested with a smile, linking her arm with Li Dong's. It's almost time for a meal. Shall we not eat first and then browse? Li Dong remarked, checking the time. The mall has eateries as well. Today, you, the chef, can take a break, Xue Jieqi responded with a grin. Very well, let us enjoy a prepared meal today. Li Dong acquiesced, clearly understanding that his wife was eager to shop, and he did not wish to argue further. Upon arriving at the mall, they found the first floor adorned with a plethora of jewelry and luxury brand displays, a veritable feast for the eyes. Dear, how about I buy you a watch? Since our wedding, I haven't given you a proper gift, Xue Jieqi inquired. I don't want one. I have no habit of wearing a watch. Moreover, it would be cumbersome while I'm barbecuing. I can check the time on my phone, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. In his middle school days, he had worn a digital watch for a period, taking it off at night and donning it each morning. However, after it broke, he grew accustomed to not wearing one and never purchased another. Soon, you will be a successful individual. How can you be without a watch? Xue Jieqi teased. This was indeed a sentiment Li Dong had expressed just days prior, asserting that once his restaurant flourished, he would consider himself a success. Ultimately, the measure of my success does not hinge on the watch I wear, the brands I don, or the luxury vehicles I drive, you know? Li Dong stated. What then? Does determine success? Xue Jieqi inquired curiously. How do you define success? Most people instinctively think of these material aspects: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, he explained. Look at how youthful you are, he added with a smile. His remark left Xue Jieqi momentarily speechless. What did her youth have to do with his success? You're quite puzzled, aren't you, my dear? Li Dong chuckled. I am. So please enlighten me, Xue Jieqi pouted. The reasoning is quite simple. What kind of man attracts women who are both young and beautiful, especially when he himself is not young? Li Dong queried with a grin. A young man with a young and beautiful woman does not necessarily signify anything, as such examples abound in schools. However, when an older man is with a younger, attractive woman, it suggests that he possesses either power or wealth. Otherwise, what would compel her? Your perspective indeed seems to hold merit, after all. Isn't that the typical scenario with men who have mistresses? Xue Jieqi's observation left Li Dong momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the implications of her analogy. Thus, what I wear is of little significance. What truly matters is the elegance of your attire and the level of care you bestow upon your appearance. You women, when gathered in conversation, may find delight in discussing your husband's careers, and soon thereafter, the academic pursuits of your children. 20 years hence, your discourse will revolve around who appears more youthful, who possesses fewer gray hairs, and who bears the least wrinkles, remarked Li Dong. Your words hold merit. I never anticipated your youthful years would be accompanied by such wisdom, lessons not imparted by any school teacher, Su Jiaqing replied, casting a look of approval toward Li Dong. This is all wisdom. Li Dong smugly indicated his own head. My dear, why did you not consider purchasing a diamond ring when you proposed? Su Jiaqing inquired as they passed the diamond display. Diamonds are but illusions. Gold is tangible and substantial. With wealth, one can acquire a greater quantity to hoard. If you truly desire a diamond, I shall procure for you a synthetic one someday, Li Dong chuckled. Just a small piece, akin to rice. Can fetch tens of thousands. What a ruse. Let us not even delve into the fact that synthetic diamonds can be mass-produced in various sizes, nor the inexhaustible reserves of natural diamonds. Diamonds are merely a century-old fabrication woven by capital. Diamonds are forever. A single gem shall endure. Alas, women have been brainwashed. It seems that at some point, the size of an engagement or wedding ring has come to symbolize the authenticity and depth of a man's affection for a woman. Hee. Spare me. I am not one to indulge in vanity. I have no need for synthetic diamonds, Su Jiaqing laughed. Are the jewels worn by the affluent truly authentic? Perhaps not. My dear, come, let us seek out a couple of garments for you, Su Jiaqing suggested. I have sufficient clothing. A few outfits to alternate will suffice. You must acquire several pieces. Soon your belly shall grow, and your previous attire will no longer fit, as you still need to attend classes. It would be impractical to wear ill-fitting clothes, Li Dong advised. Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It is already September. If we buy now, it must be for autumn and winter attire, Su Jiaqing remarked, belatedly realizing. There are times I awaken, believing I am still unencumbered by pregnancy. Come. This is fortuitously a women's clothing store, and quite a reputable one at that. Let us step inside, Li Dong proposed. Indeed, Su Jiaqing said, linking her arm with Li Dong as they entered the shop. Good day to you both. How may I assist you? We have recently stocked a few new styles of sweatshirts and trousers that you might like to try, the sales associate cheerfully announced. Upon observing Su Jiaqing's appearance and figure, a twinge of envy stirred within her. How does one possess such a form? With curves in all the right places. Fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. Chapter 36. Learning from Senior Li Dong, I would like to try that one. Su Jiaqing pointed to a light yellow, long sweatshirt. Certainly beautiful. This particular piece has been a bestseller and complements your aura splendidly, especially given your height. It is most suitable for you, the sales associate enthusiastically replied. What can you discern about my aura? Su Jiaqing playfully inquired. You strike me as an intellectually refined woman, a modern lady of higher education and financial independence, remarked the salesperson with a smile. In sales, it is essential to possess a discerning eye for people. In simpler terms, it's about tailoring one's approach to the individual. Li Dong chuckled silently beside them, content to play the role of a supportive companion. Darling, what do you think? Shui Jiaqing asked, standing before the mirror in a hoodie. It truly complements your aura, Li Dong teased. To use a different expression, Shui Jiaqing shot back with an eye roll. It looks lovely. I like it. Li Dong replied straightforwardly. Alas, it won't be worn for long. Just over a month, Shui Jiaqing laughed, removing the garment and handing it back to the salesperson, who appeared bewildered. However, Li Dong understood her implication. Shui Jiaqing's abdomen had already begun to protrude, and soon it would be even more pronounced. What currently fit, well, would soon appear ill-suited. Let us move on and explore other shops, Shui Jiaqing said, linking her arm with Li Dong's and smiling. We could always wear it for now and purchase something else later, Li Dong suggested with a grin. I am aware, but the quality of this garment is subpar. I cannot outright say that, so I'll find an excuse, Shui Jiaqing replied, her laughter lighthearted. Ah, it seems that earning your affections is no easy feat. Li Dong jested. Of course, I know when to save and when to spend, Shui Jiaqing retorted playfully. After visiting 2 more stores without finding anything suitable, either the styles or colors were lacking, Li Dong proposed, Dear, let us rest here for a moment. Shopping all day can be quite exhausting. He guided Shui Jiaqing to a nearby bench and offered her some water from his thermos. As she sipped, a familiar face approached. Senior, are you out shopping? Wang Changfeng exclaimed upon spotting them. Oh, Teacher Shui? His smile broadened at the sight of Li Dong, and his delight quickly turned to surprise as he noticed Shui Jiaqing beside him. Just moments ago, they had been commenting on how stunning the woman in front of them was, marveling at her long legs. As they lamented that such beauty had been claimed, they realized both individuals seated before them were acquaintances. Are you just arriving or preparing to leave? Li Dong inquired with a smile. Senior, are you with Teacher Shui? Wang Changfeng asked, astonished at the affectionate demeanor shared between Li Dong and Shui Jiaqing. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I shall be your mentor, Li Dong quipped. Oh, please. Shui Jiaqing retorted, giving him a playful glare before turning to Wang Changfeng and the others. So, you have no classes today? Indeed, Teacher Shui. Wang Changfeng and his companions exchanged inquisitive glances, their eyes darting between Shui Jiaqing and Li Dong. They had heard whispers about Shui Jiaqing's marriage and pregnancy, but had been unaware of the identity of her partner, now revealed to be their own senior. On that day, while Wang Changfeng was enjoying skewers with Li Dong, he couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction, unaware that the subject of his critique was right before him. It turned out that the senior was indeed the one he had disparaged. Wang Changfeng, with a smile, remarked to Li Dong, "You, my friend, should be cautious of your impoliteness towards our esteemed teacher, lest you find yourself failing your courses." Li Dong chuckled and responded, "Mr. Shui, please take a break. We shall explore other places." As Wang Changfeng and his companions conversed with Mr. Shui, the other two onlookers cast curious glances at Li Dong. Their expressions filled with envy and bewilderment. Why would Mr. Shui be in the company of a former student? Although Li Dong had graduated, their prior relationship raised questions, especially since they had yet to discern any remarkable qualities in him. Once Wang Changfeng and the others departed, Shui Jiaqing, stifling a laugh, inquired, "How did you come to be called the one deserving of 1,000 cuts? When did this nickname arise?" "They are simply envious," Li Dong replied with a smile. "Envious that I have won their goddess's heart." If he were in Wang Changfeng's position, he too would likely be grumbling within. Just as the public cannot accept the notion of their idol marrying, regardless of the partner's identity, it is a sentiment that resonates across various realms. "Let us find a place to dine. I am rather famished," Shui Jiaqing suggested, her smile illuminating the moment. Since being with Li Dong, her initial discomfort had transformed into a profound reliance. She could sense his care and concern for her, recognizing that he was genuinely committed to both her and their shared life. "What would you like to eat?" Li Dong inquired. "Let us see," she replied, pulling him towards the dining area. At the same time, Wang Changfeng and his companions were dining in a nearby restaurant. "Which eye of Mr. Shui's is blind to have chosen Li Dong?" One remarked, "These two are simply mismatched. If Mr. Shui were to marry, she ought to seek a dashing and affluent heir." Chen Di scoffed. "Yet, one cannot assert that wealth guarantees happiness. Alas, my goddess has now found solace in another's embrace," Zhao Yang lamented. "What do you think of Teacher Qi?" Wang Changfeng suddenly interjected, startling everyone with his unexpected suggestion. "Huh, what do you mean by that?" He continued, "Li Dong is acceptable. Why should we not be? If Mr. Shui and Teacher Qi are close friends, could it not be that Teacher Qi would also entertain a relationship with a student?" Wang Changfeng mused. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. He believed his own attributes were not lacking and fancied himself more attractive than Li Dong. What if he succeeded? What is so extraordinary about dating a classmate? Engaging with a teacher, even marrying and starting a family, would be truly remarkable. Yet, one must admit that Li Dong is indeed impressive. Both are ambitious young men at the age of 22. Yet Li Dong commands a level of respect that allows him to address his teacher with such familiarity. "Do not act rashly. This is no jest," Zhao Di cautioned. "Indeed, this is not a trivial matter," Zhao Yang concurred. "They may complain, but it merely serves as an outlet for their concealed jealousy. If they were truly compelled to pursue the teacher, they would lack the audacity to do so. How can one ascertain success without attempting?" Wang Changfeng, embodying the fearless spirit of youth, resolved to intercept Teacher Qi at the entrance tomorrow, coinciding with the English class. Chapter 37, Teacher's Day and the Mysterious Gift. On September 10th, the annual Teacher's Day dawned. Early in the morning, Li Dong busied himself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast with fervor. He made red date and millet porridge, scrambled eggs with shrimp, pickled cucumbers, and steamed dumplings. The dumplings were a special creation from the previous day, as Shui Jiaqing had a fondness for them and had asked Li Dong to buy some. However, Li Dong found the dumplings from outside overly greasy and was wary of the meat, so he decided to make them himself, deeming it a simple task. "Teacher Shui, happy holiday. It's time to wake up," Li Dong teased, gently pinching Shui Jiaqing's lovely face to rouse her. "No, let me sleep a little longer," she protested, pressing his hand down to ward off his playful actions. "If you sleep any longer, the sun will be shining on your behind. Don't you have class first thing this morning?" Li Dong chuckled. "Oh dear, I completely forgot about class. Upon hearing this, Xue Jiaqing reluctantly got out of bed. Did you just wish me a happy holiday? She inquired, sitting at the dining table, still a bit dazed. Indeed, today is Teacher's Day. You haven't forgotten, have you? Li Dong replied with a smile. Of course not. How could I forget? Xue Jiaqing retorted, feigning indifference. Hurry and eat. Your students might have prepared some gifts for you. Make sure to share half with me, Li Dong teased. Typically, a popular teacher would receive gifts from students, such as letters, bouquets, or even boxes of candy, as tokens of respect and affection. The impact of a good teacher on students is profound. A single word or action can significantly influence a student positively or negatively, and countless examples abound. Some teachers remain etched in memory for decades, their names, habits, and preferences vividly recalled, while others may be forgotten just a few years after graduation. Fine, I'll share half, Xue Jiaqing said, pouting slightly. Every year on Teacher's Day, she received numerous gifts, with flowers being the most frequent, followed closely by chocolates. However, unlike previous years where she remained indifferent, this year, she felt a subtle anticipation brewing within her. After finishing breakfast, Li Dong accompanied Xue Jiaqing downstairs, as was customary, and they made their way to the parking lot. He drove her to the entrance of the college, and during the journey, he refrained from mentioning Teacher's Day or gifts again. Xue Jiaqing, too, kept silent, though a flicker of disappointment lingered in her heart. Just as they exited the car and had taken only a few steps, two male students, seemingly in their upper years, approached, holding a bouquet of flowers and a box of chocolates. Dear Professor Xue, on behalf of the 120 students majoring in biochemistry, we wish you a joyful holiday. Thank you. Your kind gesture is appreciated, but I must decline the gift. You all have yet to earn a living, after all, remarked Xue Jiaqing with a smile. Professor, this is a collective gift from our class, a token of our heartfelt appreciation. Please accept it, or we shall have no explanation upon our return, one student insisted. Very well, thank you. I shall accept the flowers, but the chocolates are unnecessary. Xue Jiaqing replied as she accepted the bouquet. Professor, the chocolates are not expensive. Please take them, another urged. Chocolates are high in calories and not particularly friendly to women. As you all understand, Xue Jiaqing chuckled. In truth, she indulged in them occasionally, but her diet had significantly changed since her pregnancy. Then we shall take our leave, goodbye. Professor Xue. Initially feeling a twinge of disappointment, Xue Jiaqing inhaled the fragrant flowers, and her mood instantly brightened. Humph. If no one gives, then so be it. I am not particularly concerned. Someone has given. Clutching the bouquet, she made her way to the office. Upon reaching the door, more students awaited her arrival. Oh, I said we should wait downstairs for Professor Xue, but you all did not listen, one student remarked upon seeing the flowers in her hands. Happy holidays, Professor, they exclaimed in unison, presenting 2 additional bouquets and various other gifts. Thank you for your kind wishes. I appreciate the sentiment. But please do not go to such expense again. A simple word of blessing suffices, Xue Jiaqing responded joyfully. Professor, you have quite the bounty today. These teachers you. These are all heartfelt gifts from the students, Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile, placing the flowers beside her desk as she began her preparations for class. Philosophy classes are generally considered dull and boring, often resulting in high absenteeism. However, since Xue Jiaqing began her tenure as a philosophy instructor at the Polytechnic University, her classes have become some of the most attended. Many students from other majors come to sit in, often standing if no seats are available. As Xue Jiaqing habitually powered on her desk computer, she initially grumbled internally about Li Dong's silence, only to be surprised to find her usual mountain and forest wallpaper altered. The design remained the same, yet in the upper right corner, a few striking phrases had been added, attracted by beauty, captivated by talent, loyal to character. Contemplating these words, Xue Jiaqing wondered who had tampered with her computer, suspecting it might be a suitor. As she printed out 2 documents and reached for a pen in her drawer, she noticed a pink thermos inside. Curiously, she extracted the cup, which featured 2 cartoon characters kissing, accompanied by an artistic inscription, "The wind makes an appointment. Flowers do not delay. Year after year, never let down." She examined the bottom and lid of the thermos, but found nothing else, and, upon twisting the cap off, discovered it was empty. Xue Jiaqing's mind was awash with questions. Who had placed it in her drawer? It hardly seemed like one of her students, for the cup was quite expensive, with even the most affordable version of this brand costing no less than 500 or 600 yuan. Not to mention this was a custom piece, making it even pricier. As Xue Jieqi returned the cup to the drawer, she noticed another object nestled within. Reaching in, she discovered a pink fountain pen, inscribed with the words, "In the depths of gazing, infinite meaning unfolds, as if we have met in a past life." This was a brand of fountain pen she had been using consistently. She owned 3 in total, blue, black, and gold, none of which bore any inscription, thus confirming that this pen was indeed a custom piece. Who could it be? No name left behind, no trace to follow. Was someone professing their affection while maintaining such a low profile? Just as she pondered the identity of the mystery giver, Teacher Zhu across the room spoke up. "Xue, it's time for class." "Oh, right," Xue Jieqi replied, glancing at her watch, which indicated it was already 8:25, only 5 minutes until class began. With her mind still clouded by questions, she gathered her books and pen and made her way to the classroom. Chapter 38. The surprise continues. Teacher Xue, happy holidays. As she stepped into the classroom, a chorus of jubilant voices jolted Xue Jieqi from her contemplation of the enigmatic figure. "Thank you all. Now, let us commence today's lesson," she said with a smile as she ascended to the podium. However, she noticed that the expressions on her students' faces bore an unusual quality, though she could not quite discern what made them seem so peculiar. Dismissing her thoughts, she began the lesson in earnest. As Xue Jieqi opened the classroom computer to present her material, she noticed a line projected on the blackboard. "Though the world may boast a myriad of charms, it is you alone who captivates my heart." Whose romantic declaration is this? Quite exquisite. Xue Jieqi inquired playfully. "It's dedicated to you, teacher," replied the class monitor. He Fei, with a grin. "I am somewhat taken aback by your affection. Thank you. Now, let us continue with our lesson," Xue Jieqi responded, momentarily stunned before smiling again. Could it be that the cup and pen in her office were indeed gifts from her students? As Xue Jieqi inserted her USB drive and opened her usual presentation, she found that, although the format was familiar, the content had been subtly altered. "The mountains have trees, trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware." The class monitor, He Fei, led her classmates in reciting this line aloud, while a student in the last row watched with a beaming smile. The presentation continued automatically, revealing the next slide. "When the mountains are devoid of edges and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then would I dare to part ways with you." The subsequent slides displayed more verses, culminating in, "To the world, you are but one person, yet to me, you are my entire universe." The final line read, "In this life, I have always been a staunch materialist, but for you, I hope for a next life." As the poetry flowed forth, Xue Jieqi simply listened with a smile, enjoying her students' heartfelt recitation. As time progressed, the sentences gradually transformed into brief phrases. However, the content was not casually composed. It astounded her to discover who possessed such eloquence, capable of crafting sentences imbued with profound philosophy and heartfelt affection. Particularly, the final statement moved even her, a philosophy instructor. "Hearing the verses you recited brings me great joy. Yet I am eager to know which talented individual penned such philosophical lines. Might you divulge the author's identity?" inquired Xue Jieqi with a smile. "Ah, Teacher Xue, it is getting late. We must commence our class. As for the author, you shall soon find out," replied He Fei with a cheerful expression. "Are we playing hide and seek with the teacher?" Just then, Xue Jieqi noticed a student departing through the back door in the last row. Though the distance rendered the figure indistinct, the entire class exchanged playful glances with Xue Jieqi, teasingly withholding the information for the moment. Faced with this, Xue Jieqi could only suppress her curiosity and proceed with the lesson. After an hour and a half of instruction, Xue Jieqi found herself free for the day. Upon reaching the college building's entrance, a young man approached her, asking, "Are you Teacher Xue? This is a package sent to you. Please accept it." "Who is it from?" Xue Jieqi inquired, intrigued. "I cannot say. I am merely a courier," the young man replied with a smile, handing her the parcel before departing. Everything today exuded an air of mystery, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating the events. Upon unwrapping the package, she discovered a handmade bouquet composed of 9 distinct colors, totaling 99 flowers. Bringing it closer, she inhaled the subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the sweet osmanthus scent she adored. "Hey, what are you doing standing there motionless?" Qi Xiaoxiao approached and asked. "I have no idea who sent this bouquet," Xue Jieqi responded. "Is there no sender's information?" Qi Xiaoxiao took the bouquet to examine it, noting its delightful aroma. Furthermore, the flowers were exquisitely crafted, with an unusual shape and harmonious color combination. None. It was delivered by a courier, Shui Jiechi explained. Perhaps it is from an admirer. Why ponder too much? If you do not want it, you can give it to me. It would make a perfect decoration for my desk, Qi Xiaoxiao suggested with a grin. Sure, if you like it, take it, Shui Jiechi replied with a smile, treating it as a trifling matter. Oh, there are words among the flowers. Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Let me see. Hearing that there were words inscribed, Shui Jiechi felt a wave of confusion. Who had the leisure to orchestrate such a thoughtful gesture? The news of her marriage and pregnancy had undoubtedly spread among the faculty and students. At least most of the student body was aware. Several threads on the school forum had been fervently discussing her marriage, maintaining a high level of interest. Knowing she was married yet going to such lengths suggested either profound admiration or that the mastermind behind it all was none other than Li Dong. Indeed, Li Dong bore the greatest suspicion. Firstly, he possesses the motivation to engage in such gestures, as Li Dong was once a student of hers, making the occasion of Teacher's Day a fitting moment for expressing his sentiments. Secondly, he has the financial means to execute these acts, whether it be a bespoke high-end thermos, a personalized pen, or the exquisite handcrafted bouquet in his possession. The cumulative value is certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary student. Lastly, Li Dong has the time to dedicate to these endeavors. Aside from his bustling evenings selling skewers, he is entirely capable of arranging everything else during his free hours. Jiechi, look at the message inscribed on this flower. It is utterly sweet, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, pulling out a red flower and handing it to Shui Jiechi. Meeting his fate. It is neither a gift nor a calamity. What a profound saying. Could it be that a monk has taken a liking to you? Qi Xiaoxiao jested. Oh please. I've never taught a monk, nor do I know any. There is no way someone would send me flowers for no reason, Shui Jiechi retorted, rolling her eyes. Look at the neat handwriting. It radiates masculinity. It must have been penned by a strikingly handsome fellow. You mustn't tell your Li Dong, or he will undoubtedly become jealous. Qi Xiaoxiao laughed, relishing the drama. He wouldn't get jealous, Shui Jiechi said unexpectedly. Why not? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. Could it be that Li Dong is so magnanimous as to tolerate a handsome man confessing his feelings to his wife? Because he wrote it himself. Shui Jiechi replied with a smile, her lips curling upward, her spirits soaring. Qi Xiaoxiao had not noticed the handwriting until now. Upon closer inspection, a sense of familiarity washed over her. At home, Li Dong seldom wrote, but she had chanced upon his university notes once, and the script was identical to what lay before her. She could not be mistaken. Chapter 39. Confession brings leniency. Ah, how romantic. Though this bouquet may not be of great monetary value, it is imbued with profound affection, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, her lips curling in envy at their evident intimacy. Each flower carries a meaningful message. It appears that all 99 blooms have unique inscriptions, Shui Jiechi joyfully declared. Let me see. If even one is so heartwarming, I must discover what the others say to learn and draw inspiration from them, Qi Xiaoxiao said with a smile. What's there to see? Come on, let us head home, Shui Jiechi said, grabbing the flowers and striding ahead. Wait for me. Good things should be shared. Didn't your mother teach you that when you were little? Qi Xiaoxiao teased as they walked toward the parking lot. Some things can be shared, while others are meant to be savored alone, Shui Jiechi said with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Earlier that morning, she had lamented Li Dong's lack of a gift for her, but it seemed she had misjudged him. Not only had he prepared a gift, but he had also continued to surprise her in delightful ways. Setting aside the value of the gifts, the sentiment behind them was enough to deeply touch her heart. She was unaware of the amount of time Li Dong had devoted to completing these tasks, including enlisting the assistance of her classmates, but it was certainly not something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. This little man had undertaken so much behind her back, while feigning nonchalance. She would see how he would manage to explain himself later. As she got into the car, Qi Xiaoxiao inquired, where shall we dine for lunch? Let us eat at home, Shui Jiechi replied thoughtfully, then pulled out her phone to call Li Dong. What's up, my dear? Li Dong asked with a smile, having just dashed back from school, still catching his breath. Are you driving? Shui Jiechi asked playfully. Ah yes. Today has been quite profitable. I plan to take on a few more rides. Why do you ask? Li Dong responded, glancing nervously at the various ingredients laid out in the kitchen. Oh, nothing much. I just finished class and was going to take Xiaoxiao out for a stroll before heading home, Shui Jiechi remarked, her eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. This man was growing bolder, telling fibs with his eyes wide open. After hanging up, Qi Xiaoxiao asked with a grin, where are we going for a stroll? Shui Jiechi replied, what stroll? We're going home. But didn't you just say you'd go out with me? Qi Xiaoxiao questioned, puzzled. This is a strategy of diversion. I intend to uncover what schemes Li Dong is concocting at home, Shuejikiki said with a laugh, appearing quite confident in her deduction. Didn't he mention he was going out to drive for ride-sharing? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered. Are these two truly living together? It seems every word they exchange is imbued with strategy and intrigue. If he were indeed driving, he would certainly have his navigation on. Yet, during our brief conversation, I heard no navigational prompts, indicating he was lying. Shuejikiki analyzed, her tone reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes. Perhaps he simply didn't have a passenger at that moment. Qi Xiaoxiao suggested. Li Dong mentioned that today's fare was decent, implying a higher volume of passengers. How could he possibly have had an empty vehicle? Moreover, during my class, I noticed someone stealthily slip out from the last row. Although I did not clearly see their face, my instincts tell me it was Li Dong. Shuejikiki continued, piecing together the day's events. She even recounted the events from this morning in the office involving the computer desktop, thermos, and pen. My goodness, this man possesses such an adorable and romantic side? Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Humph, as charming as he may be, it does not exempt him from the consequences of his actions. Shuejikiki puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance. Surely you wouldn't go so far as to be cruel? Why not be generous and let Li Dong come to me instead? I quite fancy this dynamic, Qi Xiaoxiao jested. Dream on, Shuejikiki retorted with a laugh. Meanwhile, Li Dong remained oblivious, diligently preparing one last surprise for his wife, unaware that danger was drawing near. Ah, dear, you said you were going out. So why are you back? Li Dong was momentarily taken aback before hastily shutting the kitchen door. Will you confess on your own, or shall I resort to rigorous interrogation? Shuejikiki sat on the sofa, her arms crossed, accentuating her ample bosom, which gleamed splendidly. Where should her gaze wander? Noticing Li Dong's silence, she glanced up. Incredulous that he was still fixated on her chest even at this moment, it nearly provoked her to laughter. Beside her, Qi Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle, struggling to contain her amusement. The two were indeed a pair of lively spirits. Ahem, dear wife, I must confess I cannot comprehend what you were saying. What is it you wish to convey? Li Dong attempted to evade the situation, yet how could he possibly escape the discerning gaze of teacher Shui? I shall grant you one final opportunity. You must cherish it, lest you face the consequences, Shuejikiki remarked with a huff, her eyes brimming with playful mockery. Akin to an old cat observing a small mouse. Dear wife, if you are already aware, what more do you wish me to say? Li Dong replied with a cheeky grin. Qi Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her laughter at his comical demeanor, burst into giggles. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Shuejikiki, she promptly covered her mouth, pretending nothing had transpired. Despite Shuejiki's usual gentle demeanor, she had previously projected an air of aloofness to Li Dong. She was undeniably beautiful, yet emanated a certain distance that discouraged approach. Now, as she regarded him with a stern expression, she truly appeared formidable. I shall speak, dear wife. But might you first calm your emotions? Li Dong raised his hands in surrender, smiling. You may begin, but my mood hinges upon the sincerity of your confession. Shuejikiki thought it amusing internally, yet her authoritative presence remained unwavering. At the end of last month, I began preparing for today's occasion, wishing to surprise you. Hence everything was orchestrated without your knowledge. To achieve a more impactful effect, I deliberately refrained from mentioning it during our morning trip to school. Hoping you would discover and experience it on your own, Li Dong explained. Knowing that Shuejikiki had a penchant for classical poetry, particularly verses that beautifully depict love, friendship, and familial bonds, he decided to use poetry as the theme for his gift. He extensively searched online for suitable poems and had them engraved on a thermos and a fountain pen, intending for her to see them while drinking water and writing. The 99 flowers were meticulously crafted by Li Dong, who had learned origami online and purchased specialized paper. He first inscribed his chosen messages, then folded each flower with great care. This endeavor consumed the most time and effort, as Li Dong had never engaged in such crafts before. Initially, he struggled, requiring 2 sheets of paper to successfully create one flower. As for the desktop on his office computer, that was quite simple. He prepared it in advance and merely copied it over, with assistance from teacher Zhu. The same went for the classroom, where he enlisted the help of junior students to celebrate a unique Teacher's Day for Shuejikiki. Li Dong recounted each detail, while Shuejikiki and Qi Xiaoxiao listened intently. Are you implying there is also a surprise in my car? Shuejikiki inquired, astonished. Did you not drive back? Li Dong inquired, his expression laced with confusion. I returned in Xiao Xiao's car. What surprises await us? Shui Jieqi asked with a sparkle of excitement, as the surprises were far from over. I've altered your navigation voice to my own, complete with a humorous twist, thanks to customized options available online, Li Dong chuckled. Is there more? Shui Jieqi puffed her cheeks, her heart swelling with emotion, realizing how much this seemingly oblivious man had done for her, all unbeknownst to her. In your office locker, there's a figurine of your favorite little pig, Li Dong remarked. Is there anything else? She continued to inquire. Inside your computer bag, I placed a new lipstick. The very one you had left in your shopping cart, but hadn't purchased. I took the liberty to order it for you, Li Dong said with a grin. And more? Shui Jieqi pressed on. On your vanity, I found a bottle of your favorite perfume, noticing that your previous one was depleted. I purchased an identical one based on the brand and model, Li Dong explained. Is there anything else? Shui Jieqi was at a loss for words. In your newly bought coat, I tucked away a hand cream, Li Dong stated. Qi Xiaoxiao was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, Goodness, are you a treasure trove? You're pulling out all the things women adore. The realization of these surprises would indeed leave Shui Jieqi pleasantly astonished. Is there more? She pouted, her emotions overflowing. Had Qi Xiaoxiao been present, she would have already leapt into Li Dong's embrace. That's all. Teacher Shui, Li Dong said sheepishly, scratching his head. Really, that's it? Shui Jieqi asked with a smile. Indeed, time was limited, and my efforts were somewhat hasty. I promise to make it even more exquisite next time, Li Dong replied, his demeanor lighthearted. Pardon me, I must visit the restroom. You two carry on, Xiao Xiao interjected with a laugh. Come in, Shui Jieqi beckoned Li Dong into the bedroom. Expecting a reprimand, Li Dong was instead met with a prolonged, passionate kiss that lasted a minute as Shui Jieqi pressed him against the wall. Why go to such lengths? She asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Because it's all for you. I enjoy doing this. It brings me joy, but I still feel it's not enough. Li Dong replied with a smile. Silly, this is more than enough. You're going to spoil me, Shui Jieqi blushed, her cheeks aflame. Spoiling you is my ultimate goal. That way, no one else will want you, and you'll remain solely in my grasp for a lifetime, Li Dong teased, playfully pinching her cheek. You rascal, Shui Jieqi said softly, then leaned in for another kiss. All right, Xiao Xiao is still outside. Li Dong gently nudged her away. Forget her. She is just a light bulb, Shui Jieqi laughed, wrapping her arms around Li Dong and continuing to kiss him. After Qi Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom, she found the living room devoid of any presence, with the bedroom door firmly shut. With her mischievous nature, Qi Xiaoxiao tiptoed to the entrance of the master bedroom and pressed her ear against the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the conversation within. To her surprise, the first words she heard were Shui Jieqi declaring that she was merely a third wheel. Infuriated, Qi Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to burst through the door. What kind of friendship was this? What sort of childhood bond was this? However, years of self-restraint allowed her to quell her impulse and continue listening. My darling, I love you. My heart is filled with thoughts of you. Your joys and sorrows resonate within my soul. If you are well, then it is a sunny day. Li Dong expressed to Shui Jieqi. I love you too, my husband. Your image occupies my mind, and I find myself increasingly concerned about your emotions and thoughts. Shui Jieqi replied tenderly. Listening to their affectionate exchanges, Qi Xiaoxiao felt a prickling discomfort throughout her body. What had possessed her to eavesdrop? She scolded herself for allowing her curiosity to lead her to this moment of irritation, her ears now burdened with the weight of their intimacy. It's time to prepare lunch. What would you like to eat? Li Dong inquired. Anything is fine as long as you're the one making it. Shui Jieqi replied with a smile. Well, Shui Jieqi, you've changed. Since when did you become capable of uttering such cheesy lines? Would you still eat if I made you a dish of mud? Li Dong teased, planting a kiss upon her lips. Just one more kiss, Shui Jieqi cooed, wrapping her arms around Li Dong's neck in a playful manner. At that moment, Qi Xiaoxiao could no longer bear to listen, fearing she might lose her sanity. She hurriedly seated herself on the sofa and absent-mindedly reached for a piece of fruit. Goodness, a lemon. But why is this lemon sweet? 5 minutes later, Li Dong emerged from the bedroom, greeted Qi Xiaoxiao, and proceeded to the kitchen. When Shui Jieqi finally stepped out, her cheeks still bore a hint of blush, leaving Qi Xiaoxiao curious about what had transpired in those final moments. When did you develop a taste for lemons? Shui Jieqi asked, smiling as she approached. It's sweet. Qi Xiaoxiao replied with a roll of her eyes. Sweet? What a joke. Lemons aren't sweet. Shui Jieqi laughed. This one is sweet, Qi Xiaoxiao insisted, taking another bite. Let me try, Xue Jieqi said, somewhat skeptically, before taking a bite herself. Oh my, the sourness is overwhelming, she exclaimed, her eyes squinting shut as she quickly spat it out. The lemons Li Dong had purchased were primarily meant to be sliced and infused in water. Known for their refreshing and appetite-stimulating qualities, rich in vitamins that offer antioxidant benefits and assist in eliminating free radicals, inhibiting melanin accumulation. Sour? Compared to the sweetness of your affectionate banner inside, this is practically a delicacy, Qi Xiaoxiao whispered into Xue Jieqi's ear. Echoing the words Xue Jieqi had just spoken to Li Dong. Hey, how could you eavesdrop? That's terribly unethical. Xue Jieqi's face flushed crimson. Realizing the embarrassment of her earlier words, I never intended to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help overhearing someone call me a third wheel. Humph, Qi Xiaoxiao retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Hee, I was just teasing Li Dong. Did you really take it seriously? We are closer than sisters, Xue Jieqi said with a smile. I used to believe it, but not anymore. A woman who has a man is like a man who forgets his mother after marrying. They prioritize love over friendship. Qi Xiaoxiao pronounced the phrase prioritize love over friendship with particular clarity. How could that be? No stinky man can compare to my Xiaoxiao, who is fragrant all over, Xue Jieqi chuckled. Then playfully leaned in to sniff Qi Xiaoxiao. Humph, now you're trying to appease me, but it's too late, Qi Xiaoxiao pouted. Oh, come now. Don't be so petty with a pregnant woman. Here, have another lemon. Xue Jieqi offered a lemon to Qi Xiaoxiao. I want to eat that. It's too sour. By the way, you have quite an abundance of snacks in your place. There are at least 10 types of dried fruits and 7 or 8 kinds of fresh fruits. Can you finish them all? Qi Xiaoxiao pointed to the large assortment of jars filled with dried fruits on the table. A little teasing among sisters is fine, but too much of it diminishes its charm, Xue Jieqi remarked. Li Dong insists on a balanced diet, claiming that different foods offer various nutrients, especially trace elements. That's why he bought so many varieties. I have to eat a bit of everything each day, to prevent me from getting bored. He even prepares these dried fruits or fruits as dishes, changing flavors to keep it interesting, Xue Jieqi laughed. Oh my, look at you. Your nose is practically in the air with joy. Has he captured your heart with his cooking? Qi Xiaoxiao teased. I pride myself on being somewhat picky. Yet Li Dong's cooking perfectly satisfies my palate. He never repeats a dish, and whatever I crave, he can whip it up instantly. He truly is a master chef, Xue Jieqi said with a smile. For instance, Qi Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Dong, who was busy in the kitchen, and inquired. The other day, I wanted to eat soup dumplings. He said the ones from outside were unhygienic and made me a basket himself. Not only did it taste better than those from outside, but I was also assured of the quality of the ingredients. Once, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling hungry and thought I could just grab some dried fruits or bread. Just as I took 2 bites of bread, Li Dong woke up and, without a second thought, went to the kitchen and made me a bowl of steamed egg custard, adding a couple of drops of walnut oil. It was the best egg custard I have ever tasted. Another time, I suggested we go out for grilled fish since I was tired of steamed and boiled dishes. He insisted that the outside fish wouldn't be fresh, and after running his ride-sharing errands, he bought a black fish on the way back and made me grilled fish for lunch. Thinking back, that flavor was simply exquisite. As Xue Jieqi reminisced about the little moments they shared, the genuine happiness she felt was undeniable. To be honest, Qi Xiaoxiao felt envious. She was genuinely happy that her good friend had found her happiness. Life as a woman is not easy. Having someone who understands and cares for you to share your life with is far more valuable than wealth. Who can indulge in lobsters and abalone every day? Who can travel and feast endlessly? Most of life is rather mundane, and it is in the simplicity of life that the strength of their bond truly shines. Unbeknownst to me, this freshly graduated young man exhibits such meticulousness and thoughtfulness that I, a woman, cannot help but question my own capabilities, remarked Qi Xiaoxiao with a hint of admiration. At times, I feel as though he harbors the spirit of a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, possessing a maturity that surpasses my own as an educator and a steadiness in his actions that I find commendable. Each evening, after concluding his barbecue sales, he makes it a point to change his clothes. If he finishes early, he takes a shower before returning, and if he finishes late, he still ensures to cleanse himself upon arrival, all to spare me from the discomfort of the barbecue scent, added Xue Jieqi with a smile. Does the smell bother you? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired. Perhaps at first, during the early stages of pregnancy when nausea was quite pronounced, but it has since ceased to trouble me. I mentioned it a few times, yet he remained unconcerned, insisting it was no trouble at all, Xue Jiechi replied, her face radiating happiness. Currently, his barbecue stall is thriving remarkably. I have visited a few times and found long lines of eager customers. Among all the vendors on the food street, his business flourishes the most, earning him a veritable fortune. Qi Xiaoxiao chuckled. As a food enthusiast, barbecue is an indispensable delight, particularly when crafted by Li Dong, whose culinary skills, paired with his homemade beer, create an irresistible combination that leaves Qi Xiaoxiao yearning for more. What you see is merely a portion. There is also a substantial number of takeaway orders, often requiring the delivery person to collect 5 or 6 portions at a time, Xue Jiechi remarked with mirth. Has he ever disclosed his daily earnings to you? Qi Xiaoxiao softly probed. He has mentioned it a few times, and his earnings are quite substantial. Now that business has improved, he is earning even more, far beyond what I could aspire to, Xue Jiechi expressed with admiration. In truth, she is well aware of Li Dong's daily income, as he frequently shares with her the balance in his account alongside his expenditures. Have you never considered taking charge of the finances? It is an age-old adage that a man with money may stray. Do not dismiss this matter lightly, Qi Xiaoxiao cautioned. I have faith in him, Xue Jiechi replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, one that exuded confidence upon closer inspection. Very well, as long as you are aware. Qi Xiaoxiao conceded, opting to say no more, for excessive words might tarnish the moment. Dinner is served, my lovely teachers. Li Dong called out with a grin. What delectable dishes have you prepared today, Chef Li? Qi Xiaoxiao teased. Braised pig-esh trotters with soybeans, spinach pancakes, egg pancakes, and a fruit platter, Li Dong replied cheerfully. It smells divine, Xue Jiechi exclaimed, for there is nothing more joyous than indulging in exquisite cuisine. Let me have a taste first, Qi Xiaoxiao laughed. Teacher Qi, do wash your hands first, Li Dong reminded gently. Oh, are you now concerned about the teachers? Qi Xiaoxiao playfully retorted. This matter is beyond my purview. I must wash my hands. I can hardly wait to eat, Xue Jiechi laughed. All right then, I'll give you both a moment. Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and proceeded to wash her hands. How is it? Li Dong inquired, looking at Xue Jiechi. Delicious. The pig's trotters are exceptionally tender and remarkably not greasy. The flavor is exquisite, Xue Jiechi offered her high praise. Try this spinach pancake. I've added a hint of dried shrimp. I wonder if it has a fishy taste, Li Dong remarked. Let me have a taste. Qi Xiaoxiao replied with a smile as she picked up a piece of the pancake and took a bite, nodding incessantly. Impressive, Chef Li. Do let me know when you open a restaurant. I want to invest and make a fortune together. It's a trivial matter, Li Dong chuckled, serving a piece of egg pancake to Xue Jiechi. You should eat quickly. You've worked hard. As Qi Xiaoxiao immersed herself in her meal, Xue Jiechi blew a kiss to Li Dong. Li Dong nodded with a smile, his wife's radiant expression making the morning's labor worthwhile. I can't take it anymore. I'm stuffed. After finishing the last piece of pig trotters, Qi Xiaoxiao slumped down, rubbing her belly. If it weren't for the presence of Li Dong, she might have unfastened her waistband to relieve the pressure on her stomach. I'm full too. I've overindulged today, Xue Jiechi lamented. You have no classes in the afternoon. Why don't you two go for a stroll to digest? Li Dong suggested with a smile. Today is Teacher's Day, and there are no classes scheduled in the afternoon. Consider it a little perk for the teachers. Chapter 42. Thank you for your hard work, my love. Let's take a nap first and then go out this afternoon. Xue Jiechi said cheerfully. Oh, I have something to share, but you mustn't laugh, Qi Xiaoxiao stated. What is it? Xue Jiechi asked curiously. One of my juniors, named Wang Changfeng, actually stopped me yesterday and confessed his feelings, Qi Xiaoxiao said, her expression peculiar. What? Xue Jiechi exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Li Dong, her eyes sparkling with mischief. During our English class yesterday, before I even reached the classroom door, Wang Changfeng intercepted me along the way, declaring he had liked me for a long time and wanted to embark on a passionate romance. Qi Xiaoxiao recounted the unusual confession with a smirk. Li Dong stood by, astonished. Was this fellow really so bold? For this confession, Wang Changfeng had even gone to a barber shop for a new hairstyle, borrowed cologne from a classmate, and purchased a bouquet of roses, along with writing a love letter. The contents of the love letter were quite cringeworthy, not because they were inappropriate, but due to their childishness. Lines like I fell deeply for you at first sight, and I feel empty when I don't see you for a few days. Or your smile is so healing to my heart, were hardly suitable for a trendy English teacher, let alone for any ordinary college girl. Listening to Qi Xiaoxiao's story, Xue Jiechi nearly doubled over with laughter, almost in pain from it. It's worth noting that many suitors pursued Qi Xiaoxiao, even at the engineering university. There were at least 3 or 4 male teachers vying for her attention. This was the first time she faced such a direct confession from a student, especially one so naive. "I'm curious about how you turned him down afterward," Shui Jiaqin inquired, smiling. "I mentioned that I prefer older, more mature men rather than those younger than me," Qi Xiaoxiao remarked with a shrug. And then, Shui Jiaqi asked with a smile. "Then he simply stated that he would strive and not give up, and that I should observe his subsequent actions," Qi Xiaoxiao expressed with evident annoyance. Being pursued by a student is hardly a delightful situation, and it can easily lead to unforeseen consequences. "It's time for you to step in," Shui Jiaqi said, gazing at Li Dong with a playful smile. "Me? What can I do?" Li Dong replied, puzzled. "This matter has nothing to do with me. How can I intervene? Why not have a word with your junior? You two share a decent rapport, after all. Encourage him to focus on his studies. There are more girls than boys in your program, along with numerous junior sisters. Why fixate on one major challenge?" Shui Jiaqi suggested. "I feel I am the least suitable person to offer advice," Li Dong chuckled. "Let me explain. I suspect that fellow is merely responding to my influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't behave this way. He is likely aspiring to be the next Li Dong. Wouldn't my counsel only fuel his competitive spirit? That does make sense. Perhaps you should have a candid conversation with him to clarify your feelings and intentions, so he doesn't become further entangled," Shui Jiaqi said with concern. "What can I say to him? He has such a stubborn personality. I can't tell whose traits he has inherited," Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, glancing at Li Dong with intention. "Oh, come on. This entire situation has nothing to do with me. I certainly didn't encourage him to pursue you," Li Dong asserted firmly. "An affair between a teacher and a student is still somewhat controversial in the eyes of the average person. After all, as our ancestors wisely stated, once a teacher, always a father. It's particularly different since Li Dong has already graduated, while Wang Chongfeng is still a student. Who knows? Ugh, this is so frustrating. I have a headache. I'm off to bed," Qi Xiaoxiao said, tousling her hair in exasperation before retreating to her room. After her last stay, that room had been reserved for her, and Li Dong made it a point to tidy it up daily. "Come on, let us head to bed as well," Li Dong said with a smile, wrapping his arm around Shui Jiaqi as they made their way to the master bedroom. "Darling, do you also enjoy poetry?" Shui Jiaqi asked, sensing a newfound shared interest with Li Dong. "I have loved it since middle school. Initially, I was drawn to bold and heroic verses, such as with strength to lift mountains and a spirit that dominates the world. Gradually, I began to appreciate more delicate expressions like the belt grows loose. Yet I have no regrets," Li Dong replied. "Hee, darling, will you teach me to write in the future? I find your handwriting beautiful, and when you inscribe poetry, it must be even more lovely," Shui Jiaqi said joyfully. "Of course, I will impart all my knowledge," Li Dong replied with a double entendre, though it seemed Shui Jiaqi did not catch on. "Darling, how many days did you spend folding that bouquet?" Shui Jiaqi asked, leaning into Li Dong's embrace. Today's experience was deeply etched in her memory. She would not forget it for 10 or 20 years to come. After 3 days, the pace initially was slow, but as time passed, it became swifter. Li Dong extended his finger and counted, saying, "You have done so much behind my back. Shouldn't you be punished in some way?" Shui Jiaqi playfully complained. "You can punish me however you wish, Teacher Shui," Li Dong replied with a mischievous smile, then leaned in to capture her crimson lips in a fervent kiss. The kiss was both audacious and brazen, filling the room with a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of their lips meeting. As they kissed, Li Dong's hands were not idle, exploring the appropriate territories. "You're so annoying, always bullying me," Shui Jiaqi teased after approximately 20 minutes. "Hee, I shall only bully you in this lifetime," Li Dong grinned, taking advantage of the moment. "That's perfectly acceptable," Shui Jiaqi murmured with her eyes closed. "What did you say?" Li Dong asked, his interest piqued. "The doctor said that in 3 months. It will be fine as long as we are careful," Shui Jiaqi blushed. "I know, but it's too perilous. It isn't worth the risk," Li Dong said gently, holding her close. "Being able to be this intimate is enough. It would be unwise to take such a significant risk for a fleeting moment of passion. Just be cautious," Shui Jiaqi advised, gazing into his eyes. "No, the days ahead are long. After you finish your confinement, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine in double measure. There is no need for trepidation. If any issues arise, how will I continue living?" Li Dong replied with a playful grin. "You have endured much, my husband," Shui Jiaqi said with deep emotion. She was touched by his consideration, especially since she had already consented to the situation. She was aware that many couples had intimate relations during pregnancy, with varying outcomes, some experiencing bleeding, others miscarriages, and some remaining unscathed. In comparison to the hardships of your pregnancy, my plight is negligible, Li Dong remarked, glancing downward. Chapter 43. The amusing navigation voice pack after sleeping until 3:30 in the afternoon. Xue Jiqi arranged to go shopping with Qi Xiaoxiao to discover the nature of Li Dong's recorded navigation. The two decided to return to school first and take Xue Jiqi's car, starting the vehicle and activating the navigation. They set their destination to a shopping mall in the city center. As they began to drive, Li Dong's familiar voice echoed through the speakers. Wow, beautiful lady. I envy you for having Li Dong personally guide your navigation. Qi Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, exclaiming, this guy is truly a comedian. Xue Jiqi could not help but chuckle, wondering where Li Dong had come up with such lines. As they prepared to exit the campus, the navigation voice instructed them to turn right ahead. Qi Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of confusion, thinking it should be a left turn instead. Nonetheless, she obeyed the navigation and turned the steering wheel to the right. Just as they made the turn, the voice exclaimed, hey, you big fool, you really turned right. What the heck? Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her surprise causing even Xue Jiqi to tremble with laughter. What kind of operation is this? What on earth is going on in that little head of Li Dong's? Navigating with such a voice command is quite perilous. You should swiftly replace that voice pack, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, nearly causing her seasoned driver-s mentality to unravel. I won't change it. From now on, I shall use this for navigation. I find it quite amusing, Xue Jiqi chuckled. She had seen online instances of custom voice packs being used for navigation, and many had downloaded celebrity voice packs, having previously relied solely on the system's default options. However, after experiencing Li Dong's voice navigation today, she found it rather amusing and entertaining. With a suppressed urge to strike, Qi Xiaoxiao drove the car to the shopping mall, and the two embarked on their culinary adventure for the day. In the evening, Li Dong was operating his stall at the food street as usual. With the school term having commenced, the influx of students had significantly boosted business. Moreover, having married his goddess teacher, Xue Jiaqin, had attracted many juniors eager to catch a glimpse of Li Dong in his true form. Senior, I'll have 20 skewers of grilled gluten and 2 servings of sour plum soup, with minimal chili, please. A girl with a ponytail said with a smile before scanning the payment. All right, just a moment. It'll be ready shortly, Li Dong replied, glancing up before returning to his tasks. Is he the senior who married our goddess, Teacher Xue? A fellow female vendor whispered to her companion. Yes, indeed. The ponytailed girl nodded. He looks quite ordinary, not particularly handsome. Perhaps Teacher Xue has a fondness for that type, the ponytailed girl remarked with a smile. I expected her to marry a wealthy heir, but instead, she chose someone selling skewers. Who would have thought? Shoo, that's a private matter for Teacher Xue. We, as outsiders, should not meddle, the ponytailed girl advised. Both were students of Teacher Xue and were utterly astonished by the news of her sudden marriage and pregnancy. Initially, they were surprised to learn that her husband was their senior, and later discovered he sold skewers at the food street, feeling somewhat regretful for her. They had come specifically to see him, but after tasting Li Dong's grilled gluten, they couldn't help but commend him. It was indeed superior to the skewers sold near the north gate and outside their dormitory. Boss, 2 liters of white beer, 20 skewers of meat, 20 skewers of gluten, 20 skewers of plum gluten, 1 serving of grilled eggplant, and 2 skewers of large kidneys, 2 boys announced. All right, you can take a seat inside. It'll be ready shortly, Li Dong said with a smile. Every customer was welcome, and he had vaguely overheard the earlier conversation among the girls, but remained indifferent. After all, he was indeed quite ordinary. His marriage to Xue Jiaqin was primarily due to that one unforgettable night. Such a narrative seemed only plausible in novels. Yet here it was, unfolding in his life. Furthermore, who is free from judgment? If he were to take offense at every comment made, he would accomplish nothing at all. At present, the focus is on establishing a successful skewered meat business. Once sufficient capital is accumulated, the plan is to open a restaurant, expanding it into a formidable enterprise that achieves greatness. In time, who would question his worthiness of Sujikiki? Boss, I'll take a barrel of white beer and a barrel of black beer. First, bring me 10 skewers of grilled gluten and 10 skewers of grilled meat. With extra chili, Wu Jun said, placing the 2 barrels in Li Dong's room and engaging in conversation. The beer is on the floor, just move it directly. I can't attend to you right now, Li Dong chuckled. Having been captivated by Li Dong's homemade beer, Wu Jun found himself visiting almost daily, taking away a barrel of black beer and a barrel of white beer as Li Dong's production increased slightly in recent days. The retail price for these 2 barrels of beer is 1,000 yuan, but Li Dong offers it at a wholesale price of 900. As for the price Wu Jun sells it for, Li Dong pays no mind. He is only concerned with his own profit. In a single evening, with 6 barrels of beer and 1 barrel of sour plum soup, the profit reached approximately 2,800 yuan, nearly equivalent to the earnings from selling skewers. Li Dong, your business is thriving. Have you considered opening a branch? Wu Jun inquired, munching on his skewer. No, it's too much to handle. Li Dong replied with a smile, his hands still busy. Boss, is the takeout order number 10 ready? A delivery person rushed over to ask. The grilled gluten is ready. The grilled meat will be done shortly, Li Dong responded after checking the information. Boss, is the takeout order number 12 completed? Another delivery rider approached. Just finished. Here you go, Li Dong replied with a grin. Your skills are truly remarkable. Perhaps it's a gift. To be honest, when we have gatherings at home, we also grill a few skewers, using a full set of tools and various seasonings. However, our attempts fall far short of your level. Yet, I see no special techniques in your grilling process. How do you make it so delicious? Wu Jun asked, laughing. You already know the answer. It's a gift. Li Dong chuckled in return. Order number 10 is ready, and order number 11 is also done. Li Dong packaged the skewers and handed them to the 2 delivery riders. Recently, the volume of takeout orders has been steadily increasing, with some from new customers and others that Li Dong instantly recognizes as regulars. Due to the booming business, influencers have begun to come to his establishment to live stream their experiences eating skewers. On a few occasions, Li Dong found himself unable to refuse their requests to appear on camera. One influencer suggested that if he started live streaming his grilling, he would certainly attract a following and might even become an influencer himself. Li Dong, however, declined outright, expressing no interest in fame, preferring to contentedly sell his skewers. He understands that fame can attract trouble, and he wishes to avoid complications. Chapter 44. The Little Puppy in the Evening, Su Jikiki and Qi Xiaoxiao, having completed their evening routines, sat on the bed in their bedroom, chatting. Recently, Qi Xiaoxiao had been staying over occasionally, providing companionship to Su Jikiki and alleviating her boredom. Love begins with beauty, deepens through talent, and remains loyal due to character. That was beautifully articulated, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked. How could Li Dong, a student majoring in food science, possibly be more talented than those in the Chinese language department? Shui Jieqi, holding a cushion adorned with a wedding photo of the 2, chuckled in response. Perhaps Li Dong's explanation will illuminate your understanding. What did he say? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Shui Jieqi continued. He remarked that some achieve a perfect score because the exam itself only offers that much, while others attain the same score simply because they are capable of it. Profound. Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she nodded in admiration. Do you know, Shui Jieqi reminisced with a smile. That day I asked him how he perceived the notion that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she tends to be. His response left me convinced that he possesses a maturity far beyond his years. What did he say? Qi Xiaoxiao pressed, intrigued, noting that similar discussions had emerged online and in various dramas, with answers ranging from insightful to absurd. He said that while all women are adept at deception, it is only the less attractive ones whose lies are met with skepticism. Shui Jieqi laughed heartily. My goodness, such clarity. He truly hit the nail on the head. Discerning essence beyond mere appearances, Qi Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. That answer is undoubtedly a perfect score. Speaking of deception, there's a rather amusing incident. Shui Jieqi hesitated, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Oh, come on. You can't leave me hanging like this. Qi Xiaoxiao retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. You must share it, or I'll tickle you. All right, Shui Jieqi relented. It was on the first night after we moved in together, while we were being affectionate before bed. He seriously asked if what he was touching was real. Really? Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, glancing in surprise at Shui Jieqi's figure. Both women possessed sweet, fair features, with heights nearly identical. Shui Jieqi standing at 1.7 meters and Qi Xiaoxiao at 1.71 meters, their weights similarly matched. However, a notable difference lay in their bust sizes. Shui Jieqi was well endowed, while Qi Xiaoxiao was modestly proportioned. Why did he question its authenticity? Shui Jieqi continued, her cheeks flushing. Li Dong claimed that women are particularly skilled at deception, especially regarding their busts and derrieres. He noted that what appears to be real when clothed often is not. And some revealing outfits are merely silicone-enhanced illusions. He even coined a cheeky phrase. Do you want to guess what it was? What was it? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, her interest piqued. Deceptive padding, Xue Jieqi giggled, recalling how Li Dong's remark had left her in stitches. Qi Xiaoxiao smirked, rolling her eyes again, feeling as if Li Dong was indirectly critiquing her. She, too, occasionally wore lingerie designed to enhance her figure. After all, the desire for beauty is universal, albeit without the exaggeration often seen among internet celebrities. Men are inherently untrustworthy. They deceive us women just the same. Qi Xiaoxiao lamented, surprised that Li Dong, who appeared so earnest, harbored such chaotic thoughts. Life is but a performance, and we rely entirely on our acting skills. Some play their roles convincingly, deceiving from start to finish, while others falter, revealing their true selves as the act unfolds, Xue Jieqi commented. Now that you are in your second trimester, have you two engaged in deeper conversations? Qi Xiaoxiao teased. No, Xue Jieqi replied, blushing and shaking her head. Actually, it's quite feasible. One simply needs to be mindful of the intensity, Qi Xiaoxiao jested. I know. It's him who hesitates, fearing potential risks, Xue Jieqi chuckled. Impressive. To think he can restrain his desires in the presence of such a captivating woman. His self-control is commendable, Qi Xiaoxiao expressed, regarding Li Dong with newfound respect. Not only that, he makes it a point to be affectionate every night before bed, Xue Jieqi whispered in Qi Xiaoxiao's ear. Uffed. A little puppy? Qi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, vividly picturing the scene, finding it utterly amusing. Don't say that about him, Xue Jieqi playfully scolded. It's true. I haven't said anything wrong, Qi Xiaoxiao continued to chuckle. I asked Li Dong and even researched online about it. The internet suggests that men's fascination with women's prominent features stems from a couple of reasons. One relates to memories from infancy, like the experience of breastfeeding. And the other is rooted in desire. Women with pronounced curves are more alluring to men, stimulating hormone secretion, Xue Jieqi explained. So, is he infatuated with your pert backside? Qi Xiaoxiao mischievously inquired. Xue Jieqi, possessing a standard peach-shaped figure, perhaps due to her genes or her long-standing involvement in dance during school, boasted a stunning silhouette with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio of 0.7. It's not too bad. He enjoys resting his hand there when I sleep on my side, Xue Jieqi shyly confessed. In reality, Li Dong did more than just rest his hand. He often embraced and kissed her. Enough of this. As a single person, why should I endure your lovey-dovey tales? It's simply torture. Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and prepared to return to her room, noting that it was getting late. Just as she was about to get off the bed, she heard a commotion at the door. Li Dong had returned. Still awake, Teacher Qi? Li Dong asked with a smile. Not yet. I was chatting with your wife and was just about to go to bed, Qi Xiaoxiao greeted before heading back to her room. Darling, you've worked hard. Let me pour you some water, Xue Jieqi said, emerging from the room upon seeing Li Dong preparing to pour himself a drink. It's no trouble at all. You needn't do anything but sit and watch. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm not that delicate. As your wife, isn't it only natural for me to pour you a glass of water? Xue Jieqi replied gently. This younger man had provided her with a sense of security and happiness she had never anticipated before. It is indeed appropriate, but not at this moment. Let us return indoors to rest. After finishing his drink, Li Dong embraced Xue Jieqi as they entered the house. Chapter 45. Are we considering a second child? Mom, please take a seat for a moment. I will be right there, Xue Jieqi said as she parked the car and made her way inside. She had just returned from school after attending a class when she received her mother's call, informing her that she had arrived at her doorstep. Fortunately, the house had a password-protected fingerprint lock, allowing her to enter seamlessly. Mom, what brings you here today? Xue Jieqi asked with a smile after stepping inside. Is it so unusual for me to visit my daughter? Zheng Xiao replied, pouting. Does this child not know how to converse? Hee, of course it's fine. You are welcome to come any time you wish, Xue Jieqi responded, moving to pour a glass of water for her mother. Don't bother. I'm not thirsty right now. Zheng Xia interjected. Then why not have a peach, Mom? They're all washed, Xue Jieqi offered, handing her a peach with a smile. How have you been feeling lately? It's almost time for another prenatal checkup, isn't it? Zheng Xia asked, taking a bite of the juicy peach. Things are going well. I can eat and sleep without issue. The prenatal checkup is scheduled for the 6th of next month, where I will undergo the Down syndrome screening and other routine tests. Xue Jieqi replied cheerfully. Today is September 22nd, and she is already 14 weeks into her pregnancy, with a noticeable growth in her abdomen. Is Li Dong out driving for ride-sharing again? Zheng Xia inquired. Yes, he'll check on the new house after completing his morning shifts. The renovations are nearing completion, and it's time to settle the progress payments, Xue Jieqi explained, popping a walnut kernel into her mouth. Li Dong claimed that walnuts are good for the brain, so she indulges in a few whenever she can. Have you visited the new house? How is the renovation progressing? Zheng Xia asked. I went to see it last week. They're following the design we selected, with inspections at every stage, so I'm not worried about being deceived, Xue Jieqi replied with a grin, filled with anticipation for their new home. The house was purchased with a loan from Li Dong, and the monthly payment is just over 20,000. Initially, Li Dong intended to handle the renovations himself, but his mother provided a startup fund of 200,000, with the possibility of more if necessary. However, Xue Jieqi disagreed, stating that as a couple, they should share the costs, rather than having a financial division agreement. With that single remark, she convinced Li Dong, and after paying the initial 200,000, the remaining 300,000 would be her responsibility. Well, this child is quite honest, entrusting you with the funds. Such men are a rarity nowadays. Most prefer to manage their own finances, Zheng Xia remarked with a smile. She felt a peculiar sense of affection for her son-in-law, Li Dong. Initially, she was dissatisfied, surprised and perplexed by her daughter's choice. However, this dissatisfaction and misunderstanding gradually eased as she deepened her understanding of Li Dong, aided by the various matters her daughter shared with her over the phone. Ultimately, the funds we received during our wedding and the betrothal gifts from my mother-in-law were meant for him. At that time, he insisted on my keeping them, claiming that managing finances was a task better suited for me. Xue Jieqi chuckled as she recounted this. Well, as long as you manage the dynamics of your relationship effectively. A marriage requires mutual effort and maintenance, what you young people refer to as a two-way commitment. Otherwise, over time, issues are bound to arise, Zheng Xia remarked, observing the radiant smile of happiness on her daughter's face. I understand, Mom. Let us have lunch together. Li Dong will be back soon. And you can taste his culinary skills, Xue Jieqi said, holding her mother's hand. Does he come home every day to cook for you? Zheng Xia inquired, astonished, as her daughter had mentioned lunch before, but she had not paid much attention at the time. Mostly yes. My cooking is not very good, and Li Dong insists that I don't cook. He says takeout is neither clean nor nutritious, so he runs his rideshare for 3 hours every morning, brings me to school, and then returns home to prepare lunch, Xue Jieqi replied, scooping a spoonful of black sesame into her mouth. Currently, Li Dong drives a rideshare for 3 hours each day. He drops Xue Jieqi off at school and then goes to work, returning home by noon to cook. On days when he has other commitments, he doesn't drive, and the money he earns barely covers the groceries for the day. You must keep your weight in check. Otherwise, during the later stages of your pregnancy, it may increase significantly. I noticed your face has become rounder since we last met, Zheng Xia advised. I know. But Li Dong's cooking is simply too delicious. I can't help but indulge a little more each time. He encourages me to stay active. But I'm reluctant to move around when I'm alone in the house. Xue Jieqi playfully stuck out her tongue. If you don't want to go outside, try doing some yoga. The movements are not too strenuous. Simply eating without any activity is not good for the baby either. Zheng Xia observed as Xue Jieqi continued to nibble on various snacks. Yes, I've been looking into it. I haven't decided which instructor's classes to enroll in yet, Xue Jieqi replied with a smile. By the way, do you know if it's a boy or a girl? Zheng Xia asked. I don't know, we haven't checked. Neither Li Dong nor I are particularly concerned. Xue Jieqi shook her head, looking at her mother in surprise, unsure of her mother's intentions. Don't look at me like that. Do you think your mother is one of those old-fashioned people who favor sons over daughters? Zheng Xia playfully tapped her daughter's leg. Hee. Then why ask about the gender? Xue Jieqi laughed. If your first child is a girl, would you still want a second child? Zheng Xia posed a question that caught Xue Jieqi off guard. It's a bit too early to think about a second child when I haven't even had the first yet, Xue Jieqi chuckled. Now let me ask you. If the first child is a girl, would you still want another? Zheng Xia gazed at her daughter. I don't know. I suppose it would be fine either way. Xue Jieqi pondered. The decision of whether to have one child or two is influenced by numerous factors, such as family circumstances, health conditions, and the availability of time and energy to care for the children. Well, this is something you two should discuss together, as it is ultimately your life. Zheng Xia remarked nonchalantly. Mom, are you worried that Li Dong or my mother-in-law will pressure me into having a second child? Xue Jieqi asked, belatedly realizing the implication. Upon seeing her mother nod in affirmation, she smiled and added, "As for my mother-in-law's thoughts, I am unsure. But I am certain that Li Dong will respect my wishes." "All right, that is good," Zheng Xia acknowledged with a nod, opting not to say more. It was best for parents to refrain from interfering too much in the affairs of the young couple. Often, their involvement could be more counterproductive than helpful. Chapter 46. Zheng Xia's advice. After about half an hour, Li Dong entered the house. Having received advance notice from Xue Jieqi, he had purchased an abundance of ingredients, intending to prepare a sumptuous lunch to impress his mother-in-law. "Mom, you're here," Li Dong greeted with a smile as he stepped inside. "Yes, I've been here for a while," Zheng Xia replied with a nod. "Today for lunch, I specifically bought some large hairy crabs. They're quite succulent. I also got 2 base. We'll have steamed base later," Li Dong said cheerfully. Zheng Xia cast a knowing glance at Xue Jieqi with a half-smile. The dishes of hairy crab and steamed base were among her favorites, and had it not been for her daughter's inadvertent disclosure, Li Dong would never have known. However, this was inconsequential. Since the couple wished to show their filial piety, she would gladly accept their gesture. "Shall I assist you in the kitchen?" Zheng Xia offered, standing at the entrance and surveying the heap of ingredients. "No need, Mom. You can sit and chat with Jieqi. I'll handle everything in the kitchen," Li Dong replied. "Originally, I planned to visit you and Dad, but Jieqi's classes unexpectedly increased, and we couldn't make the trip. You don't need to come back. Everything is fine at home. If I miss you, I'll just drive over since it's nearby. You're getting bigger, so you need to be careful with your movements and not be too reckless," Zheng Xia expressed with concern. "I know, Mom. How has Dad been? Is he still at the shipyard every day?" Xue Jieqi inquired with a smile. In her memory, her father had always been incredibly busy, rarely having time to play with her. Before she started middle school, he had only taken her to an amusement park twice. She often envied other children who went to amusement parks, zoos, and aquariums with their parents. Yes, he is always more devoted to his blueprints than to his wife and child. Work is of utmost importance to him, Zheng Xia lamented, accustomed to this reality after more than 20 years. "Mom, what do you think defines a successful man? In your eyes, what qualities make a man truly successful?" Xue Jieqi asked. "The money earned is sufficient for the family's daily expenses, allowing time to spend with my wife, children, and parents. Possessing good health, stable emotions, and a correct worldview, such a man, in my opinion, is indeed a successful man." Zheng Xia pondered for a moment and remarked that the definition of success is manifold, with each individual having their own perspective. Some believe that having a wife, children, a house, and a car constitutes success. Others feel that a commendable career, social prestige, and status are the true markers of success. There are also those who equate success with earning millions annually. "Li Dong has already achieved this," Xue Jieqi said, glancing at Li Dong, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, smiling as she spoke. "So you've been waiting for me here?" Zheng Xia rolled her eyes, realizing that her child had begun to play tricks. "Hee, Mom, Dad's career is quite successful. His study is filled with numerous certificates and medals. However, he has provided us, his mother and daughter, with far too little companionship and care," Xue Jieqi replied. "Oh, my child, I acknowledge that Li Dong is currently doing well, and your choice is indeed commendable. Yet, what I truly hope for is that, 10 or 20 years from now, you can still say this to me. Only then will I genuinely believe that your choice was the right one." Zheng Xia gently tapped Xue Jieqi's forehead, understanding her daughter's meaning. Successful men often lead busy careers, resulting in less time and care for their families. Money can always be earned again, but time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. "Hee. Let us wait and see," Xue Jieqi said joyfully, brimming with confidence about her future with Li Dong. The mother and daughter engaged in lively conversation, delving into increasingly intimate topics. "You two aren't engaging in reckless behavior, are you?" Zheng Xia softly inquired, leaning closer to her daughter. She recalled a colleague at work who had suffered a miscarriage due to engaging in intimate relations during pregnancy, only to take years to conceive again. "What are you talking about?" Xue Jieqi feigned ignorance. "Don't play dumb with me. You haven't been intimate, have you?" Zheng Xia asked. "No. Li Dong is cautious about the risks," Xue Jieqi replied, her cheeks flushed. That is commendable. He shows responsibility. There are various ways to address this issue, and it need not be approached in that manner, you understand?" Zheng Xia whispered, feeling that the topic was indeed rather private, even causing her to blush, despite her experience. "Yes, I understand," Xue Jieqi shyly admitted, unable to lift her gaze. Moreover, although both of you are still quite young, you must also be mindful of frequency. Intimacy can be as sharp as a double-edged sword. If you exhaust your health too early, there will come a time when you regret it, Zheng Xia advised. From her perspective, given her daughter's beauty and figure, it was inevitable that Li Dong, in his youthful vigor, might struggle to restrain himself, leading to excess. Got it. Mom, Shui Jiqi pouted. Women possess their own advantages. You must learn to utilize these strengths, achieving more with less effort, Zheng Xia continued. Yes, I understand. Shui Jiqi nodded in agreement. Understood, understood. I hope you truly comprehend. Observing her daughter in such a quail-like demeanor, Zheng Xia found herself both amused and exasperated. Mom, I genuinely understand, said Shui Jiqi with a grin. Do not be deceived by Li Dong's youth. His thoughts and maturity surpass mine, and he contemplates issues with greater thoroughness. Mom, Jiqi, it's time to wash your hands and eat. Li Dong called from the kitchen, emerging with a plate of steamed bass, presenting the fish's head towards his mother-in-law. How delightful, Shui Jiqi exclaimed, closing her eyes to savor the aroma, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Gazing at the presentation of the steamed bass, Zheng Xia had to concede that Li Dong possessed a remarkable culinary talent. Moreover, a seemingly casual gesture from him had elevated her opinion of him even further. Steamed hairy crabs have arrived, Li Dong announced, bringing forth a platter containing 7 or 8 crabs. Garlic vermicelli shrimp is here. Cold beef is served. Rice is ready. Silver fungus lotus seed red date soup has arrived. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Observing the array of dishes, Zheng Xia began to understand why her daughter had recently gained weight, although they had not yet begun to eat. The sight and fragrance of the food promised an exquisite dining experience. Mom, with your vast knowledge and experience, please taste and offer your insights so I may continue to improve, Li Dong said with a smile. Shui Jiqi refrained from picking up her chopsticks. Waiting for her mother to take the first bite, Zheng Xia sampled a piece of fish, chewing thoughtfully before nodding in approval. Indeed, your culinary skills are commendable. You flatter me, Mom. As long as it pleases your palate, that is enough, Li Dong replied with a smile. My mother is an expert in crab consumption. You have devised your own method, so showcase it to her and seek her advice, Shui Jiqi suggested with a knowing glance. Certainly, Mom. I shall prepare a crab for you, Li Dong said, donning disposable gloves. He selected a hefty hairy crab weighing about 3 taels, grabbed a small plate, and commenced his demonstration. Chapter 47. I am not a freeloader. Observing the playful banter between the two, akin to a well-rehearsed duet, Zheng Xia felt an urge to laugh, but restrained herself. Since the young couple displayed such thoughtfulness, she decided to play along. Mom, this is a special vinegar I concocted for enjoying hairy crabs, infused with ginger and sugar. It rivals that served in fine restaurants. Li Dong placed a dish of vinegar before his mother-in-law. He then proceeded to use scissors to snip off the crab's legs and detach the abdomen. He skillfully separated the crab body from the shell, noting that the crab roe was not particularly plump. The best time to eat hairy crabs would be next month. Nevertheless, Minnie could no longer resist temptation and began to indulge. With practiced ease, he removed the heart, stomach, and gills of the crab, splitting the body in half to reveal the succulent crab meat, which he delicately scraped out with chopsticks. He meticulously cleaned the meat and roe from the crab's abdomen, ensuring no morsel was wasted from the claws and legs. Place all the crab roe and meat into a small dish. Then drizzle a touch of the prepared vinegar over it. The preparation is complete before indulging. Throughout the process, both mother and daughter were captivated by Li Dong's fluid motions, leaving them utterly mesmerized. It must take countless experiences to achieve such proficiency. Zheng Xia picked up the small dish and sampled a piece of crab meat, savoring it thoughtfully before nodding in approval, remarking on its delightful flavor. Receiving her mother-in-law's praise, Li Dong and Shui Jiqi exchanged glances, both faces adorned with smiles. Mom, let me prepare a few more for you. Jiqi, being pregnant, cannot indulge in such cold food, Li Dong said with a grin, as he picked up another hairy crab to begin his task anew. Well then, I appreciate your efforts, Zheng Xia nodded in agreement. At home, she often prepared hairy crabs, though she usually did it herself, with Shui Ringang occasionally assisting her. Now, with her son-in-law so adept, she relished the ease of enjoying a ready-made meal. Not at all. As long as Mom enjoys it, that's my greatest encouragement, Li Dong remarked while handling the hairy crab. Shui Jiqi watched this scene with a smile, feeling delighted at how harmoniously Li Dong interacted with her mother. Jiqi, Do make sure to eat plenty of fish. It's nutritious and won't easily add weight, Zheng Xia advised. I'm eating, Mom. I often have steamed fish, braised fish, grilled fish, and fish head tofu soup. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained a bit of weight. Shui Jiaqi pouted. Due to its easy digestibility and her fondness for fish, Li Dong predominantly prepared fish dishes, followed by shrimp. Indeed, pregnancy can be quite challenging. Having palatable food can uplift one's spirits. But remember what I mentioned earlier, one must still engage in exercise. Otherwise, the latter stages will be more arduous. When I was pregnant with you, in the last 2 months, I could hardly turn while sleeping, and getting in and out of bed was a struggle, Zheng Xia recounted. I understand, Mom, Shui Jiaqi nodded. After dinner, Zheng Xia did not linger long, driving straight home while leaving Shui Jiaqi a card containing 500,000. Darling, let us pay off part of the mortgage early. It seems unwise to bear such interest unnecessarily, Shui Jiaqi said with a smile while nestled in Li Dong's embrace. Sharing the news of her mother's card. There's no rush, just keep the money your mother gave you for savings. I'll handle the mortgage payments. The pressure is manageable. Li Dong responded, giving Shui Jiaqi's cheek a gentle squeeze. For him, a monthly payment of 20,000 posed no stress, making the timing of repayment inconsequential. What's mine is yours. I presently have no immediate need for funds, Shui Jiaqi replied with a pout. You should keep it. A woman ought to have some money of her own. Moreover, your husband is not one to live off your means, Li Dong chuckled. Using my money is living off me? Shui Jiaqi playfully pinched his ear, questioning him with mock indignation. Dear wife, you know what I mean. Li Dong replied with a grin. I am currently saving money, preparing to seize the right opportunity to acquire a storefront and subsequently commence the operation of a restaurant. Li Dong remarked with a smile. The barbecue stall was merely a transitional phase, a stepping stone for him to accumulate initial capital. His dream was to run his own restaurant, establish a personal brand, and elevate that brand to national, even global, recognition. Shui Jiaqi pouted, her expression tinged with discontent. As a couple, they were inherently united, their fortunes intertwined. She understood Li Dong's determination, his desire to resolve financial matters independently, avoiding gossip. Yet, she couldn't shake a slight discomfort, feeling as though he did not fully regard her as a partner in this endeavor. Don't be upset, dear. As a man, it is only natural for me to earn money for you to spend. However, relying on your money would make me feel inadequate, Li Dong said, planting a gentle kiss on Shui Jiaqi's red lips. Let your money be saved as your personal reserve. I am currently able to manage my finances. But should I encounter difficulties, I will turn to you. Is that agreeable? Really? Shui Jiaqi puffed out her cheeks, her adorable demeanor charming him. It must be true. More genuine than gold, Li Dong chuckled, then kissed her luscious lips for several lingering minutes before reluctantly parting. Darling. What do you plan to sell when you open the restaurant? Shui Jiaqi inquired with a smile. To her, Li Dong's culinary skills were exceptional. Whether it was stir-fried dishes or delicacies like boiled fish and spicy hot pot, every dish was a feast for the senses. Even a simple bowl of noodles could leave one yearning for more. She was confident that if he opened a restaurant, it would flourish. My initial plan is to sell rice noodles, accompanied by various snacks such as chicken strips, potato balls, and sour plum soup, among others. Firstly, rice noodles are relatively easy to prepare, allowing for diverse flavors and quick preparation. Secondly, many people enjoy rice noodles, which are quite a common food with broad acceptance. Li Dong explained. The rice noodles you make are indeed delicious. Both Xiaoxiao and I are quite discerning when it comes to food. So your approval by 2 foodies signifies that many others will likely enjoy it as well. I have faith in you, my little man, Shui Jiaqi said cheerfully. Yes, I plan to take advantage of this time to develop a few more flavors, providing customers with options and finalizing the accompanying snacks, Li Dong replied with a smile. Different individuals have varying tastes, so a rice noodle shop cannot offer just one flavor. For instance, I have frequently made spicy beef rice noodles, pickled vegetable chicken rice noodles, mushroom chicken rice noodles, dry tossed beef rice noodles, and shrimp egg rice noodles, among others. Chapter 48, Li Dong's Business Acumen. Darling. I'm feeling a bit sleepy and wish to rest. Shui Jiaqi nuzzled her head against Li Dong's face, resembling a languid little kitten. All right, let's sleep, Li Dong smiled, embracing Shui Jiaqi as he closed his eyes. After a few minutes, just as Li Dong was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Shui Jiaqi, with her eyes wide open and her lips pouty, gazed at him, looking quite aggrieved. When I said to sleep, I didn't mean for you to actually fall asleep. You know? At that moment, as Li Dong slightly turned to his side, he found himself face to face with Xue Jieqi, and before she could react, he captured her crimson lips with a kiss. My dear wife, were you waiting for my kiss? Li Dong teased with a mischievous grin. How annoying. Of course not. Xue Jieqi replied defiantly, though her body responded earnestly to Li Dong's affection. After an intimate kiss, Li Dong held Xue Jieqi tightly, reluctant to let her go. You are such a rascal, she shyly remarked. Not at all. I am the person who treats you the best in the world, Li Dong murmured. They awakened at 3:30 in the afternoon, as Xue Jieqi had a public class to attend. Li Dong accompanied his wife to the academy before preparing for his stall. Senior, how did you win over teacher Xue? Do share your wisdom with us, a male student inquired, holding a stick of grilled gluten with a smile. Genuine feelings yield genuine responses, and the success rate naturally increases, Li Dong replied, busy grilling skewers. Recently, many of his juniors had approached him, curious about how the goddess Xue would choose a senior vendor. Come on, nowadays, who still believes in genuine feelings? It's all about money, the boy sighed. Recently, he had just experienced heartbreak, having lost his girlfriend of over 2 years to a more affluent suitor, leading him to distrust love and believe solely in monetary value. You, my friend, since you see through it all, why ask me? Li Dong chuckled. She is almost showing, and you're still not moving on. Boss. 1 bucket of white beer to go? A middle-aged man called out. Sure thing, Li Dong replied with a smile, noting the unfamiliar face before him. Boss, I'm a friend of Wu Jun. He recommended me. I had your white beer last time and found it delightful. So I came directly today, the man grinned, revealing his teeth. He was a connoisseur of fine beverages, particularly fond of beer over liquor. He could discern the quality of a drink with just a sip, or even by its aroma. All right, I'll throw in 10 skewers of grilled gluten for you to try, Li Dong said with a warm smile. Wu Ge was right. Don't let your youth deceive you. You really know how to do business, the middle-aged man laughed. 10 skewers of gluten for 20 yuan. And a bucket of white beer for 500. A bucket of white beer came with 10 skewers, which was quite generous of the boss. The art of business is intricate. It's not just about having a good product, but marketing and service play significant roles. 10 skewers of grilled meat, boss. A familiar voice rang out. What brings you here today? Li Dong gazed at Wang Xiaolei, whose complexion had darkened slightly from the sun, and inquired with a smile. The factory has been repairing equipment these days, so it's less hectic, allowing you to leave work earlier. Isn't it? Wang Xiaolei chuckled in response. Have you driven here? Care for a drink? Li Dong asked playfully. No, I came just to have a drink with you, Wang Xiaolei replied with a grin. All right, you go inside and take a seat. I'll join you for a few toasts shortly, Li Dong said. In their dormitory, there were 4 of them, and currently, Li Dong was the one progressing the fastest. Not only was he married, but his wife was also expecting, making him soon to be a father. The others were either pursuing their master's degrees or just starting their careers, with none of them even in a relationship. Boss, 10 skewers of grilled gluten and a serving of sour plum soup, please. Coming right up. Boss, is the number 20 takeaway order ready? Just finished grilling. Here you go. Take it slow. Boss, your grilled gluten is quite good. Please give us 20 more skewers and add extra chili. Thank you for your support. I'll throw in 2 extra skewers for you. Senior, could you possibly add 2 more skewers? No problem. As Wang Xiaolei enjoyed his grilled skewers and sipped beer while observing the bustling Li Dong, he reflected on how their disparities had grown increasingly pronounced. After 4 years as roommates, they knew each other well enough. Initially, he had merely perceived Li Dong as a diligent student, after all. What good was academic excellence in college if one merely needed to avoid failing? However, Li Dong had demonstrated through tangible actions that academic prowess indeed bore fruit. Take his homebrewed beer, for instance. The teacher had imparted that knowledge, yet back then, the dormitory mates had simply copied Li Dong's assignments. Now, Li Dong was able to profit handsomely from the knowledge he had acquired, though he had nearly forgotten the process of brewing itself. After sending off a wave of customers, Li Dong poured himself a glass of white beer and sat across from Wang Xiaolei, smiling as he raised his glass. Cheers. Cheers, Wang Xiaolei replied, downing his beer in one go. Your business is thriving remarkably. The customers keep coming, and it seems you can hardly keep up, Wang Xiaolei remarked with a smile. It's quite the pressure, Li Dong replied, shaking his head with a smile. With the monthly mortgage, car loan, and home renovation debt, and soon to welcome a new addition, I find myself sleepless at night. Brother, your pace is simply too rapid, getting married and having children right after graduation, then buying a house and a car. Anyone would struggle under such weight. Don't be too hard on yourself, Wang Xiaolei advised gently. There's no choice. I have to provide for my wife and child. It's incomparable to your carefree single life, Li Dong stated, sipping his drink. Being single has its advantages. One can eat to their heart's content without worrying about the family. However, it also has its downsides. After eating, one often finds themselves with nothing to do, unlike you, who can revel in the company of the enchanting Shui, Wang Xiaolei teased lightheartedly. The fact that Li Dong had married the goddess Shui had taken some time for the others to digest. Akin to a close friend suddenly revealing they were a cousin of a wealthy tycoon, one would need several days to come to terms with such news. In our class, is there not a single girl you find appealing? Previously, I heard that Ho Qian has feelings for you, yet there seems to be no sign of reciprocation. Li Dong inquired with a smile. Chapter 49. Heartfelt Grilled Gluten. Oh, please, that's merely rumor. We've only attended a couple of events together. Besides, she is not really my type, Wang Xiaolei replied, taking a sip of his drink. In your factory, with so many people, isn't there a suitable unmarried young lady? Li Dong chuckled. Indeed, there is the accountant, a lovely single girl who fits my aesthetic perfectly. However, I've asked her out twice, only to be turned down. I wonder if she finds me unappealing, Wang Xiaolei said, pouting. When you have free time, engage in casual conversations with her. Once you become familiar, asking her out will be much easier. Occasionally bringing snacks or milk tea could gradually draw you closer. You need to learn the art of high-level courting. Li Dong suggested with a grin. You've never been in a relationship. How do you possess such a well-structured approach to pursuing women? Wang Xiaolei asked, astonished. Though I have not experienced romance, consider it from her perspective. If you suddenly invite her out, what are the chances she would agree unless you are extraordinarily handsome or obviously a wealthy heir? Li Dong remarked, curling his lip. Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of grilled meat and a liter of dark beer. A familiar voice called out. All right, coming right up. Li Dong responded, hurrying over. Wife. Teacher Qi, what brings you two here? We came for some skewers, what else? Qi Xiaoxiao laughed. We were out for a stroll, and feeling a bit hungry. We decided to drop by for a few skewers. Is it free? Shui Jiaqing teased with a smile. Due to the cool evening temperature, Shui Jiaqing wore a light-colored coat, her long legs and flat shoes giving her a neighborly sister vibe. The bustling snack street suddenly attracted attention as two elegantly poised beauties appeared, causing quite a stir. Some individuals lingered, hoping for a closer look at the enchanting women, even ordering grilled skewers on the pretense of wanting to see more. Of course, beauties have their privileges. Li Dong said with a smile. You're already treating them. Why ask if they can have a few skewers for free? Are all beauties entitled to free food? Qi Xiaoxiao playfully teased. That's hardly feasible. It's a small business, and credit is out of the question, Li Dong replied, handing over the grilled gluten and several meat skewers to Shui Jiaqing. Hello, Teacher Shui, Teacher Qi, Wang Xiaolei, noticing Li Dong lingering outside, stepped forth to greet the two teachers. Hello, have you been busy with work lately? Shui Jiaqing asked, smiling. Although Wang Xiaolei was her student, he was also a close friend and roommate of her husband, making their relationship distinct from that of an ordinary student. Not too busy. I came by early after work today. I'll take my leave now, but let us gather during the National Day holiday, Wang Xiaolei said cheerfully before turning to depart. What are your plans for the holiday? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, enjoying her skewers while sipping on sour plum soup. We haven't discussed it yet. No plans for now. Shui Jiaqing replied, tasting the grilled gluten. Perhaps a trip? But considering I'm pregnant, I fear any exertion could lead to complications. Everyone seems to be lounging at home. Perhaps feeling a bit bored. One cannot binge-watch dramas every day, can they? And what about you? Shui Jiaqing took another bite of grilled meat, savoring it slowly, holding a napkin in her hand and occasionally wiping her mouth, her demeanor remarkably graceful, causing other diners in the room to glance her way with intrigue. I might have to return home for a few days. My uncle has introduced me to a potential match, and my mother insists I go meet him. If I refuse, she plans to come and drag me back, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked with a pout. She increasingly found the concept of blind dates to be unreliable. Truly exceptional individuals do not require matchmaking to resolve their romantic or marital issues, as they are often already claimed. Therefore, one should not heed what the matchmaker claims about the quality of the other party. If they were truly that splendid, would they still be available? The remaining so-called outstanding men and women each carry their own sets of problems. Some have excessively high demands, others may be a bit older, Or perhaps they possess a rich history of relationships or cohabitation. Go on. What if you take a liking to him? You shouldn't miss any opportunity, Shui Zheqi teased. There aren't that many fortunate unions. Your luck is akin to finding one in 100,000, and one cannot simply wish for it. Qi Xiaoxiao replied, still pouting. Watching the busy Li Dong grilling skewers, Shui Zheqi felt extraordinarily fortunate. She had initially believed she was merely the subject of someone else's misfortune, thinking herself unlucky. Yet she encountered a man who cherished her deeply, treating her as a treasure. Boss, we'll have 10 skewers of gluten, 2 girls approached and said. Apologies. We've sold out of gluten for today, Li Dong replied with a smile. Sold out? Well, I see there are still a few skewers up there. One girl suddenly remarked, noticing several skewers on the grill. Those are reserved for my wife. I intentionally left off any seasoning. I truly apologize. Li Dong replied with a grin. All right then, thank you. The girl said happily as she turned to leave. TSK, reserved for your wife, intentionally left unseasoned. Qi Xiaoxiao mimicked Li Dong's tone, playfully teasing Shui Zheqi. Get lost, Shui Zheqi lightly swatted Qi Xiaoxiao's hand, though her smile was radiant. Let me taste your lovingly prepared gluten to see if it differs from what we've eaten. Qi Xiaoxiao laughed, as she took a skewer from Shui Zheqi. My goodness! Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed dramatically after taking a bite, then looked at Li Dong with wide eyes of disbelief before glancing back at Shui Zheqi. You little actress. You're overdoing it. Shui Zheqi laughed heartily. Having such a vivacious friend brought her immense joy. Hee, you caught me. Qi Xiaoxiao feigned disappointment. Li Dong, do you need a hand? Qi Xiaoxiao jested as she observed Li Dong closing up. Sure, please wipe the tables and chairs with hot water first, then with cold water. And finally, dry them with a cloth. Li Dong responded in a tone reminiscent of a manager giving orders. Hey, don't be so serious. Do you really dare to instruct the teacher like that? You've become quite bold, joked Qi Xiao, grinning. You just devoured so many skewers. You ought to move around a bit to avoid gaining weight. Didn't you mention feeling a bit plumper lately? Shui Jiaqiao teased with a smile. Ah, Jiaqiao, you've changed. You never treated me like this before. Now you've become someone who prioritizes romance over friendship. Qi Xiao retorted, feigning indignation. I'm merely looking out for you. Worried you might gain weight, and that those new outfits you purchased today won't fit. Shui Jiaqiao responded with a playful smile. All right, everything's packed. Let's go. Li Dong said as he pulled down the rolling shutter and locked it with an electronic key. Chapter 50. Returning home husband. Do you think I look good in this dress? Shui Jiaqiao asked, admiring herself in the mirror as she chose an outfit for her visit home. My wife is naturally beautiful. She looks splendid in anything, Li Dong replied with a smile. Stop it. Say something useful. Give me some advice, Shui Jiaqiao retorted. Rolling her eyes, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. A woman often adorns herself for the admiration of her partner, and the compliments from her husband brought her immense joy. A woman's confidence stems not only from her own self-image, familial background, education, and financial standing, but also from the perceptions of those around her, particularly her partner's opinion, which significantly influences her self-assessment and confidence. Indeed, it's the truth. Others rely on their attire, while beautiful clothing can enhance one's appearance. In your case, even a simple outfit looks stunning on you, but that's not the garment's merit. It's your beauty that shines through, Li Dong remarked with a chuckle. Humph, you're quite the smooth talker, Shui Jiaqiao said with a beaming smile. Decision made. I'll wear this ensemble and trust in Li Dong's judgment. It was September 30th, and with no classes at school, the couple prepared to visit Shui Jiaqiao's family. My dear wife, do you think my father-in-law will kick me out? Li Dong asked, approaching her and wrapping his arms around her from behind, a worried expression on his face. On their wedding day, although Li Xiangjin and Shuirengang had indulged in drinks, her father had not voiced any objections, but that didn't necessarily mean he was entirely pleased. What if her father showed him a disapproving face during this visit? Well, you'd have to accept the consequences. After all, you did take his little girl away. It's only natural for him to be a bit upset, Shui Jiaqiao teased. According to her mother, her father was no longer as angry, as the situation was already set. Remaining upset would only add to his woes. Moreover, judging by Li Dong's performance over the past month, he had been quite competent as a husband. True enough, as long as he doesn't resort to violence. I want to retaliate, Li Dong replied with a cheeky grin. Stop that. Speak positively. It wouldn't be good if the baby heard you, Shui Jiaqiao scolded, swatting away his playful hand. Hee, darling, your father was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Grandpa is very fond of me. Did you hear that? Li Dong squatted down and gently placed his ear against Xue Jiaqing's belly, his comical demeanor eliciting a fit of laughter from her. According to the pregnancy timeline, the fetus currently weighs no more than a chicken egg and measures about 10 centimeters in length, with the auditory system yet to develop, rendering it incapable of hearing any sound. Many expectant parents begin prenatal education as early as the 8th week, and at the latest by the 12th week. Just a couple of days ago, Xue Jiaqing was torn between playing Mozart or Chopin for the baby's listening pleasure. While Li Dong asserted that there was no need for any of it, dubbing prenatal education as pseudoscience, an outright intellectual tax. Consequently, the couple engaged in a lengthy debate, thoroughly searching for literature online. Each presented their arguments, with neither able to convince the other. Eventually, Li Dong devised a solution. He would seek out relevant research papers to discern what experts had to say. As a university lecturer, Xue Jiaqing had access to CNKI and, upon logging in, uncovered over 60 related papers and reports. Li Dong dedicated more than 3 hours to summarizing these 60 articles, ultimately concluding that prenatal education is indeed pseudoscience. Despite the data and evidence, Xue Jiaqing still believed in its efficacy, though she no longer agonized over its implementation. "Darling, would you be happy if it's a girl?" Xue Jiaqing suddenly inquired. "Absolutely. I would be even happier than if it were a boy, truly," Li Dong replied, as he stood up and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "You're not just saying that to placate me, are you?" Xue Jiaqing looked at him intently. "Of course not. A daughter is a father's little treasure, and she will surely be as beautiful as you," Li Dong said with a smile. This was his heartfelt sentiment. He held no bias towards gender, nor did he subscribe to the notion of raising a son for support in old age. On the contrary, he preferred the tranquility of a daughter over the mischief of a son. But I wonder what my in-laws think," Xue Jiaqing sighed. "Their opinions don't matter. In this household, our will is paramount. You need not carry any burdens or psychological weight. If my parents ever give you a hard time for having a girl or say something unpleasant, rest assured, I will stand up for you without hesitation," Li Dong declared earnestly. He was uncertain whether his parents held traditional views favoring sons, as he was an only child and a boy, so he could not tell. Nevertheless, even if they did, the decision of whether to have a second child would ultimately rest with them. "Thank you, my dear husband," Xue Jiaqing felt a surge of emotion. Although she was unsure if such scenarios would arise in the future, Li Dong's recent words brought her considerable comfort. "What is there to thank me for? The arduous journey of pregnancy, if it culminates in a safe delivery, is already a tremendous contribution to the Li family. To quibble over gender would be unreasonable. Moreover, the determination of whether a child is a boy or a girl is not within your control, but rather a decision made by my little tadpoles. Even if there are grievances, they should be directed at me," Li Dong remarked with a smile. Xue Jiaqing nodded happily. "Come on, my dear wife, it's getting late. If we delay any further, we might miss lunch," Li Dong observed, glancing at the time. The fact that you're thinking about food indicates that your mindset is quite good. You're not overly anxious," Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile. Driving Xue Jiaqing's red sports car, they headed straight onto the highway. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion in Tianjin City, Xue Rengang and Zheng Xia were engaged in conversation. "When our daughter and son-in-law arrive, please refrain from giving him a hard time. Otherwise, not only will I be displeased, but your daughter may also choose to ignore you," Zheng Xia advised. "I understand. As long as that young man knows his place and behaves properly, how could I possibly stoop to his level?" Xue Rengang retorted with a smirk. "You love braised fish, don't you? I specially bought 2 this morning. Let Li Dong prepare them for you. It is only fitting that a son-in-law helps out when visiting his father-in-law," Zheng Xia said with a smile. "Well, if it turns out delicious, that's wonderful. But if it doesn't, don't blame me for being critical," Xue Rengang chuckled, seemingly ready to find fault. "It's acceptable to offer constructive criticism. Otherwise, how can one improve? However, nitpicking is not allowed, understand?" Zheng Xia stated. She had great faith in Li Dong's culinary skills. Her earlier comment was merely a way to give Xue Rengang a way out. After all, it was impossible for Li Dong to cook poorly, and even if he did, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. Chapter 51. Accompanying the father-in-law for a game of basketball. "Mom, we're back." As Zheng Xia opened the door, Xue Jiaqing exclaimed with a smile. Come in, come in. Why did you buy so many things? How much can just your father and I eat?" Zheng Xia chided playfully. Li Dong, with sweat glistening on his forehead, carried at least 6 or 7 gift boxes in his hands. I didn't buy too much, Mom. There are still a few boxes in the car. And I'll make another trip shortly, Li Dong replied with a smile. Indeed, everything I bought is what you and Dad love to eat, Shui Jiechi said, linking her arm with Zheng Xia's. Dad, this is the Maojian tea I bought for you. I hope it suits your taste. You are the expert. So please provide your insights. I would like to learn, Li Dong said, placing a beautifully packaged box of tea leaves on the table in front of Shui Ringang. Let me tell you, my father's expertise in tea is absolutely remarkable. This is no exaggeration. He can dispense advice effortlessly. But whether you can grasp the essence of it depends on your own understanding, Shui Jiechi added, playfully supporting Li Dong's remarks. Initially maintaining a stern demeanor, Shui Ringang found it difficult to keep a straight face as his daughter and son-in-law performed their playful banter in front of him. All right. Let me put it simply. As long as you treat my daughter well, I have no other demands, Shui Ringang said, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Dad. Li Dong nodded in assurance. Just don't go overboard since it's your son-in-law's first visit. Li Dong, come and sit down for a glass of water. Don't mind him. He just has that foul temper. Zheng Xia cheerfully beckoned. How long are you back for this time? Zheng Xia inquired, glancing at Shui Jiechi. I'm leaving tonight. I have to go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. It's time for the Down syndrome screening, Shui Jiechi replied with a smile. You seem to be in good spirits. How's your sleep quality? Zheng Xia expressed her concern. Sleeping well for now, but I'm worried that as my pregnancy progresses, it will become quite challenging. Soon, I might not even be able to turn over by myself, Shui Jiechi said. Therefore, you must control your weight and avoid gaining too quickly. The heavier you are, the more difficult it will be, Zheng Xia advised. Yes, I understand. Recently, Li Dong accompanies me for evening strolls to help with digestion, Shui Jiechi remarked with a smile. But doesn't he have to go out for work? How does he manage to accompany you? Zheng Xia asked curiously. After dinner, he takes me for a walk, and then I head home while he goes off to work. It doesn't interfere with either of our schedules, Shui Jiechi explained, chuckling. While the mother and daughter were engaged in heartfelt conversation, Li Dong and Shui Ringang were exchanging casual remarks. Father, do you exercise regularly? Like playing ball, jogging, or swimming? Li Dong asked with a smile. Not really. Just take casual walks and occasionally play badminton or table tennis, Shui Ringang replied. Which are you better at, table tennis or badminton? Li Dong inquired, still smiling. Table tennis. Though I wouldn't say I'm particularly skilled, just a bit proficient, Shui Ringang modestly stated. Overhearing the exchange between the father-in-law and son-in-law, Zheng Xia rolled her eyes. Little did they know, Shui Ringang was concealing some impressive accomplishments. His claim of being a bit proficient was far from the truth. He had won first place in the group table tennis competition and second place individually, having earned several medals. Shui Ringgang's employer, a heavy industry group, was no small entity, boasting over 300,000 employees. To excel in any sport amidst such a vast pool of talent was indeed remarkable. Oh, father, I can play a little too. When you have time, please give me some pointers, Li Dong said with a grin. Why wait for a convenient time? Rather than finding a day that suits, why not seize the moment? Are you well rested? If so, let us play a couple of games right now and get some exercise, Shui Ringang proposed. His gaze fixed on Li Dong as if he were a novice. Do you have a table tennis table here? Li Dong asked in surprise, as he had settled onto the sofa without taking note of the room's size or layout. Previously, Shui Jiechi had mentioned that her parents' home was quite spacious. Over 200 square meters, with 1 unit per floor. They usually hired help for cleaning and periodically employed a housekeeping service for thorough cleaning. Indeed, we do, however. I rarely use it due to my busy schedule. Since you're here today, let us enjoy a couple of games, Shui Ringang replied with a smile. Seeing her father's warm expression, Shui Jiechi couldn't help but pout, feeling that her father was rather mischievous, attempting to challenge Li Dong in this manner. From what she knew, Li Dong had not demonstrated any skills beyond his culinary expertise. Social interactions in daily life are infrequent, and gaming is not a pastime of mine. Occasionally, I indulge in variety shows and accompany her in watching films and television series. Zheng Xia and Shui Jiechi, mother and daughter, happen to have some free time as well. So they decided to join us to observe how the two gentlemen engage in their game. Well, as long as you don't find me too inexperienced, I'm ready to play. Li Dong stood up and followed Shui Ringang to the table tennis room. There, a red double happiness table awaited them, equipped with 2 paddles, while Shui Ringang retrieved 2 ping-pong balls from a cabinet. Best of 3 or 5? Shui Ringang inquired. bouncing the ball with one hand while holding a paddle in the other, his leisurely demeanor eliciting a twitch from Li Dong's eyelids. "Let us go with best of 3. That way, we can finish just in time for lunch," Li Dong replied with a smile, testing the paddle's elasticity and marveling at his father-in-law's affluence, as even a single paddle was worth over 2,000 yuan. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us practice a few serves to get you acquainted with the paddle," Shui Rengang suggested. Although he planned to give Li Dong a good challenge, he still believed in maintaining proper etiquette. Shui Rengang served the ball with practiced ease, sending it over the net towards Li Dong. With a horizontal grip, Li Dong lightly blocked the ball, sending it back across the table. Observing Li Dong's grip and stance, Shui Rengang was convinced that he would indeed be competent, eager to see his true skill level. When receiving the ball, Shui Rengang deliberately added some spin, causing it to curve. After warming up with a couple of rallies, the match between the father-in-law and son-in-law officially commenced. Sitting nearby, Shui Jieqi and Zheng Xia engaged in quiet conversation. "Do you think Li Dong can play?" Zheng Xia asked. "I'm not sure. He has never mentioned it. But most people can manage a game of ping-pong. It's just a matter of skill level," Shui Jieqi replied. Judging by his posture, he seems to know what he is doing," Zheng Xia remarked with a smile and a nod. The first ball of the first game was served by Li Dong. He tossed the ball high, striking it downwards with force, sending it spinning rapidly, but alas, it grazed the net. Reserve. He tossed the ball again, executing a powerful downward strike that sent the ball speeding towards the opposite side. Shui Rengang returned it with a swift flick, placing it precisely at Li Dong's backhand position. Li Dong, caught off guard, could only block, resulting in a missed return. Having effortlessly won the first point, a subtle smirk graced Shui Rengang's lips. Indeed, Li Dong's skill was lacking, unable to handle such a straightforward shot. In the second round, Li Dong persisted with the high toss serve. This time, he positioned the ball slightly closer, prompting Shui Rengang to lean forward and deliver a powerful strike that landed at the edge of the table. The speed of the ball left Li Dong no chance to respond. Once again, Shui Rengang claimed the point with ease. Watching Li Dong scramble to retrieve the ball, a smile broke through Shui Rengang's previously stern expression, casting a glance at his wife and daughter, his proud demeanor reminiscent of a child reveling in victory. Zheng Xia chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that this old fellow harbored no noble intentions, and indeed, it proved to be true. Shui Jieqi wore an expression of indignation, feeling that her father had gone too far by venting his frustrations in such a manner. If Shui Rengang were to discover his daughter's sentiments, he might very well exclaim that his daughter had begun to stray from the righteous path. For the third serve, Shui Rengang took his turn. He bent slightly, cradling the ball in his left palm, his eyes fixed on Li Dong across the table. After several moments of hesitation, he refrained from serving, leaving Li Dong feeling increasingly anxious. "Come on, serve already. Does my level warrant such psychological games?" Finally, with a powerful underspin, Shui Rengang sent the ball soaring in a curved trajectory to the opposite side, a high-speed spin that was quite pronounced. Li Dong attempted to block it with force, but the ball veered off, nearly striking his mother-in-law in the face. Such a spinning ball cannot be simply received. Attempting to do so results in a failure, necessitating a strong flick or a chop instead. Shui Rengang stood leisurely, observing Li Dong as he hurried to retrieve the ball. "All right, Dad. But your skills are more than just decent. Among amateurs, I dare say you rank as one of the most proficient," Li Dong remarked with a smile. "Proficient? It's merely for fun. Let me serve again," Shui Rengang humbly replied. This time, Shui Rengang employed a different serving technique, still utilizing high-speed spin but in the opposite direction. Unsurprisingly, Li Dong failed to return it yet again. Although he attempted to chop the ball, his effort lacked sufficient force, and it spun off the table. Shui Rengang chuckled. The technique was correct, but the force was lacking. Yet, improvement comes with practice. You should come over sometime, and we can play a few matches. A smile was gradually forming on his face. Players do not relish competing against those of significantly inferior skill, as the lack of challenge diminishes the excitement of the game. The same applies to sports. Playing against a novice only serves to diminish one's own abilities, rendering the experience unproductive, which is why many prefer not to engage with less skilled opponents. Shui Rengang felt the same way. However, when the opponent is Li Dong, it was a different story. He deserved the utmost consideration. Consequently, the audience witnessed Shui Rengang alternating between fierce strikes, counter-strikes, showcasing chops, and high tosses. Truly the star of the match. In contrast, Li Dong found himself darting back and forth to retrieve the ball, and throughout the best-of-5 contest. He managed to score fewer than 11 points, thoroughly overwhelmed. Feeling a bit heartbroken? Zheng Xia inquired with a smile, noticing Xue Jieqi pouting in discontent. My dad is just bullying him. Their skill levels are clearly not on the same plane, and he doesn't even consider giving Li Dong a chance, Xue Jieqi retorted. Indignant. You are still too young, perceiving only the surface of matters. Despite being a university instructor, your emotional intelligence truly pales in comparison to that of your student. Zheng Xia remarked with a smile. How am I inferior to him? Xue Jieqi retorted, puffing out her cheeks in defiance. Observing the expression on her daughter's face, Zheng Xia discerned her thoughts, realizing that her daughter believed her statement to be inaccurate. Their family had always enjoyed favorable circumstances, and the daughter had been raised in a pampered environment, akin to a flower in a greenhouse, shielded from trials and tribulations, leading to a relatively simplistic and naive mindset. Her experiences from schooling to employment had predominantly unfolded within the confines of academia, which, compared to the complexities of society, was exceedingly simpler. Li Dong has endured your father's torment for quite some time. Does he not recognize that your father is acting with intent? Yet, has there been even a flicker of displeasure on Li Dong's face? Zheng Xiao whispered into Xue Jieqi's ear. That's merely because Li Dong has a good temperament. If it were me, I would have stormed off long ago, Xue Jieqi replied, pouting. Though your father has tacitly accepted your relationship, a significant part of that is due to circumstance. Events have progressed to this point, and he has been compelled into acceptance, harboring resentment all the while. Do you understand? Zheng Xia patiently elucidated to her daughter. I understand, but didn't my father and my father-in-law toast on the wedding day? Xue Jieqi asked, looking bewildered. That was just one aspect, a rather minor one at that. After all, it was your momentous day. What could your father have done? He certainly couldn't have caused a scene at the wedding, could he? His discontent has always lingered, though repressed. Since your marriage, Li Dong's recent conduct has been commendable. He is ambitious, attentive towards you, and possesses the ability to earn. Overall, he seems a suitable match, and your father's concerns have gradually dissipated. However, for your father to genuinely accept Li Dong, even to the point of favoring him as a son-in-law, typically that recognition would come after the birth of your child, as a gesture for the sake of the grandchild. Yet now, with Li Dong willingly subjecting himself to your father's ire, your father has been able to vent his frustrations, significantly accelerating that process. Li Dong is undoubtedly aware of this. He would relish the opportunity to engage in this manner all day, as collecting a few balls is trivial. Zheng Xia said, gently tapping Xue Jieqi on the forehead with a serious expression. Xue Jieqi pondered her mother's words, glancing at the heated exchange between her husband and father, and it did seem to hold some truth. At the very least, her father's conversation had become more frequent, his tone gradually softening, and smiles had begun to grace his face. All right, perhaps my observations have not been sufficiently meticulous. However, I cannot concede to your assertion that my emotional intelligence is inferior to Li Dong's, Xue Jieqi insisted, pouting. Li Dong was her husband, and the more accomplished he became, the happier she felt. Yet, he was also her student, a fact that would never change. Furthermore, there was an even more significant point to consider. Li Dong was 3 years her junior. An older individual lacks the emotional intelligence of a younger counterpart, yet the former remains a teacher to the latter. How could Xue Jieqi possibly find the courage to admit this? You know in your heart whether you accept this or not. It would be prudent for the two of you to consult with each other more often. Do not assume that your status as a university professor, with a higher degree and greater cultural sophistication, grants you any superiority. Your depth of understanding still falls short compared to Li Dong, Zheng Xia remarked with a smile. Chapter 53, A Mother-in-Law's Perspective on Her Son-in-Law Mom. Can I interpret this as a mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law the more she observes him? Xue Jieqi said with a pout. If you insist on framing it that way, it could certainly be so, Zheng Xia replied with a chuckle. While the mother and daughter exchanged playful banter, Li Dong had finally endured his rigorous training. All right, let us conclude for today. Your performance in the latter half has noticeably improved. If you play more matches with me, your skills will develop even more swiftly, Shuirengang said with a smile. Dad, I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. It truly is the case. Li Dong replied, proactively fetching a towel and graciously handing it to his father-in-law. Observing this scene, Zheng Xia nudged Xue Jieqi with her elbow, implying that she should learn from Li Dong, as such perceptiveness is a rare quality. You are quite sharp-witted, with a lively mind and a silver tongue. Jieqi has mentioned your commendable literary prowess. Yet what you are currently lacking is social experience. However, this deficiency will naturally be remedied as you age. And the future holds great promise for you, Shui Rengang advised Li Dong. Did he truly believe that as the chief engineer of a major industrial group, he would seek to challenge a novice merely to vent his frustrations? One's true character can be discerned from various angles. After an hour of training, Li Dong displayed no sign of displeasure. He remained cheerful throughout. Each time Shui Rengang offered guidance, Li Dong listened attentively, a quality that most young individuals struggle to embody. During their match, Li Dong consistently absorbed key points from his mentor's instructions, and the fact that he had received national awards during his studies indicates a strong capacity for learning. Dad, you are a seasoned veteran who has weathered many storms. I hope you will continue to impart your wisdom to me. I have just stepped out of the academic world, and while my youth is an asset, it also poses certain disadvantages, Li Dong said as he handed a cup to his father-in-law after twisting off the lid. Recognizing this is commendable, guidance is certainly welcome. But you must accompany me for some matches, Shui Rengang said, looking at Li Dong. Absolutely, Dad. Playing basketball is a form of physical exercise. After all, I currently lack sufficient movement and training. As long as you do not mind my novice skills, Li Dong replied with a grin. At this remark, Shui Jieqi nearly burst into laughter, for Li Dong diligently maintains a fitness regimen, regularly performing sit-ups and push-ups, most often in the morning, though sometimes in the afternoon or evening. His biceps are impressively toned, and she finds it difficult to squeeze them. Very well, it is settled then. Jieqi remarked that you possess quite the skill in preparing braised fish, and coincidentally, your mother bought 2 fish this morning, so you might as well showcase your culinary talent. Shui Rengang stated. All right, this is my forte. Just wait and see, Li Dong replied with a smile. He washed his face, donned an apron, and headed straight into the kitchen. While he was in the midst of preparing the fish, Shui Jieqi entered, pouting with an unhappy expression. What's wrong? Your lips seem capable of holding a soy sauce bottle, Li Dong teased. Darling, my father has gone too far. He's made you suffer. I want to let you come next time. Shui Jieqi gently embraced Li Dong from behind. Let me correct you, my dear. First, today is not about suffering. It's merely a friendly exchange between us, the son-in-law and father-in-law. I am simply outmatched and have nothing to say about it. Secondly, I greatly appreciate having such interactions with your father, as it deepens our bond. He is not only your father but also mine. Lastly, as your legitimate husband. How could I not come to your home? What would that signify? Li Dong said with a smile. Oh, please. The first 2 points sounded quite sensible. But that last statement was rather frivolous. You are not just my lawful husband. You are my only man, all right? Shui Jieqi playfully retorted. Hee. I relish hearing you declare that I am your man. Do say it more often during idle moments, Li Dong chuckled. Humph, look at your smug expression. It seems you haven't been sufficiently chastised this morning. Shui Jieqi pinched Li Dong's waist and then exited. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhang Xia and Shui Rengang were engaged in conversation. Feeling more at ease now? Zhang Xia inquired with a smile. What kind of person do you think I am? Shui Rengang scoffed. I am well aware of your little schemes. Let me tell you, your daughter is quite upset with you this time. Zhang Xia said with a hint of schadenfreude. Is that so? Why would she resent me? Is she perhaps feeling sympathy for that scoundrel? Shui Rengang exclaimed, looking at Zhang Xia with a surprised expression, feeling a bit befuddled. Don't be so presumptuous. Their lives are theirs to lead, not yours to dictate. As long as your daughter is happy, nothing else matters, understand? Zhang Xia replied. I know that, but she shouldn't resent me, right? Is it true that a daughter, once married, has her loyalties shifted away from her father? Just then, he noticed his daughter emerging from the kitchen and fixed his gaze on Shui Jieqi's face. What's the matter, Dad? Shui Jieqi asked, puzzled. Come here, let us have a chat. Just the two of us, Shui Rengang said with a smile. Tell me honestly, does Li Dong treat you well? Yes, very well, Shui Jieqi nodded with a smile, understanding her father's concern for her married life. Has he ever lost his temper, given you the cold shoulder, or exhibited any other undesirable behavior? Speak freely. Your father is your unwavering support, Shui Rengang questioned. No, it's always me who gets angry. He wouldn't dare, Shui Jieqi said, playfully linking her arm through Shui Rengang's. You must not be careless with your temper. Life is about living harmoniously. It's inappropriate for anyone to lose their temper indiscriminately, Zhang Xia interjected. Indeed, it could be due to the pregnancy. At times, I find myself inexplicably irritable. And my tone may not be the most pleasant, but it occurs only occasionally, Shui Jieqi explained. That is acceptable. If Li Dong ever bullies you, just inform your father. And I shall handle him, Shui Rengang said with a smile. Rest assured, if he dares to mistreat me, I will certainly let you know at the earliest opportunity. Shui Jiechi replied with a smile, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Only those closest to you will consistently care about your well-being and whether you find life burdensome. Li Dong is already quite remarkable. His culinary skills surpass those of over 90% of his peers. Moreover, at such a young age, he endures hardship. Spending several hours each day at the stall, standing the entire time, bustling about, yet still manages to speak gently with customers, which is truly commendable. Li Dong openly shares his earnings with you and discusses how to spend the money. How many men can achieve such transparency? Some have been married for decades and still cannot manage this, Zhang Xia remarked, with a hint of subtlety. Shui Rengang was about to make a few quips about Li Dong when he was silenced by her comment, realizing it was a pointed observation. Mom. Li Dong voluntarily shares this with me. I never ask, Shui Jiechi said, chuckling. That is his way of showing you respect, and such respect must be mutual, otherwise. It cannot endure, Zhang Xia advised. I understand. We will discuss significant expenditures together, Shui Jiechi nodded. Chapter 54. Shui Rengang's commentary. The fish is here. Father, you are an expert on fish. Please provide me with your feedback on its shortcomings so I can improve, Li Dong said with a smile as he presented the fish. When he placed it directly on the dining table, the fish head faced Shui Jiechi. However, Li Dong quietly turned the plate, aligning the fish head towards Shui Rengang. This small gesture elevated Shui Rengang's opinion of Li Dong, and Zhang Xia smiled knowingly at the side, appreciating the boy's thoughtfulness. Do many readers consider this detail trivial? Some may even view it as unnecessary. However, this is not the case when one is still in school. Such matters seem inconsequential because everyone is a student and no one pays attention to these nuances. Yet, once you step into society, these details can become quite significant. If a leader toasts and you refuse to drink, or if they serve you food and you turn the table, how do you think they will perceive you? I cannot claim to be an expert. I can only say that I frequently dine and have garnered some insights about fish, Shui Rengang said with a smile. Savoring a piece of fish. Indeed, this grass carp is a common ingredient for braised fish, its flesh tender and resilient, offering an exquisite taste once cooked. Additionally, many are unaware, even some chefs, that the numerous scales of the grass carp allow it to absorb the flavors of the seasonings better during cooking, enhancing the overall deliciousness of the dish, Shui Rengang elaborated. Impressive. I only recently learned this. Previously, I primarily used bass and carp for braised fish, seldom employing grass carp, replied Shui Jiechi. Li Dong gave a thumbs up in praise, remarking that the perch was also a fine ingredient commonly used for braising. However, some individuals find it difficult to acclimatize to the taste of saltwater fish. Additionally, it is worth noting that grass carp primarily feed on aquatic plants, a fact that many people are quite particular about, Shui Rengang added. Today, he gained a clearer understanding of the opinions previously expressed by his daughter and daughter-in-law regarding Li Dong's culinary skills. While he considered himself an expert in consuming fish, he admitted that he lacked the ability to prepare it. Occasionally, Zhang Xia would cook, but her dishes were barely palatable, far from the level of Li Dong's creations. Dad, please try this fish head and tofu soup and see how it compares to what you usually eat, Li Dong said with a smile. This soup is quite intriguing. Let me take another sip, Shui Rengang exclaimed after tasting it. The fish head and tofu soup prepared by Li Dong was slightly different from what he had previously tasted, with a distinctly fresher flavor, as if enhanced by special seasoning. I marinated the fish head with cooking wine, and I added a bit of tenderloin to the broth. By balancing high and low heat while cooking, I was able to preserve the fish's freshness to the greatest extent, Li Dong explained, beaming with pride. Impressive. This time, it was Shui Rengang who offered a thumbs up to Li Dong. I must ask, could you two refrain from your mutual flattery and simply enjoy a home-cooked meal? Zhang Xia teased. If you find the food agreeable, then let Li Dong cook more often. After all, he lives nearby. We still don't know if Dad can get used to it, Li Dong chuckled. It's all right. Jiechi, you should come back more often to visit your mother and me. You're my only daughter, and you never say much about coming back, Shui Rengang remarked. Indeed, I shall visit my mother more often, Shui Jiechi replied playfully. Oh, you rascal. All my affection for you has gone to waste, Shui Rengang laughed, chiding her. Li Dong, how do you prepare your rice? Is there a special secret to it? Zhang Xia inquired as she took a bite of rice. She didn't want to think about the complexities of braised fish, which she felt she could never master. but rice seemed comparatively simpler. The rice was the same kind, yet the texture differed vastly between the two cooks. Her rice tended to clump together and was less enjoyable to eat. In contrast, the rice Li Dong had steamed was fluffy and appetizing, indicating there must be some technique involved. Mom, achieving separate grains of rice is actually quite simple. You can soak the rice before steaming to allow it to absorb moisture. However, the soaking time should not exceed about 20 minutes. After soaking, the rice slightly expands, which helps reduce clumping. Then, adding a few drops of cooking oil and vinegar to the rice will enhance its appearance and make it softer, Li Dong explained with a smile. Vinegar? I never would have thought of that. After a lifetime of cooking, it seems you possess more knowledge than I do, Zheng Xia responded, astonished. Mom, you are a technical expert. You excel at reading blueprints, which is a true skill that most people cannot learn. Cooking is merely a minor pursuit, hardly worth mentioning. Li Dong humbly replied. Modesty is indeed a virtue. In every profession, excellence can be found. Your thriving barbecue stall serves as a prime example. Shui Rengan remarked with a smile. Observing her parents heap praises upon Li Dong, Shui Jikiki couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though this was precisely the scenario she had hoped for. After all, a marriage blessed by one's parents undoubtedly brings her greater peace and joy. Mom, do enjoy more of the soup. It's nourishing and will not add to your weight, Li Dong said cheerfully, filling Zheng Xia's bowl to the brim. Oh dear, I've indulged a bit too much today. It seems my recent workouts have been in vain, Zheng Xia replied with a laugh. Mom, consuming meat won't make you gain weight. You might want to reduce your intake of carbohydrates, Li Dong suggested with a grin. Is that so? Then I shall have more. It truly is delicious. Now I understand why Jikiki's weight has been increasing. With such delectable meals every day, it must be quite challenging to control portions, Zheng Xia observed, casting a glance at Shui Jikiki's face. Mom, please, continue your conversation but refrain from mentioning my weight. That's a taboo subject, Shui Jikiki pouted. This week, her weight had indeed increased a bit too quickly, and even the sight of the scale irritated her. Yet, every mealtime, she found herself unable to resist indulging, only to later lament to Li Dong about how he prepared such enticing dishes that tempted her to overeat. Jikiki, you should also drink more. It's beneficial for calcium absorption and easier to digest, Li Dong said with a smile, adding another spoonful of fish soup to her bowl. Seeing that Li Dong had only just remembered her, Shui Jikiki rolled her eyes playfully, thinking to herself, just wait until we get home. I'll deal with you then. The meal was filled with laughter and satisfaction, and everyone, especially Zheng Xia and Shui Rengan, felt pleasantly full. After the meal, Li Dong volunteered to help clean the kitchen. But Zheng Xia insisted, you sit and chat with your father. I will take care of it. Very well, Mom, Li Dong replied, nodding as he settled onto the sofa next to Shui Rengan. Chapter 55. A heartfelt conversation. I heard from Jikiki's mother that you plan to open your own restaurant in the future? Shui Rengan inquired. Yes, Dad. Currently, the barbecue stall is merely a transitional phase. I am saving up enough capital to start my business, and ideally, I want to find a suitable location to purchase a storefront. This way, I won't have to worry about potential rent increases as my business grows. Li Dong explained to Shui Rengan, carefully articulating his ambitions without being overly ambitious or appearing to underestimate the challenges ahead. Jikiki mentioned that although your barbecue stall is not large, it generates a profit of 3,000 to 4,000 per day. Are you truly willing to part with such a substantial sum? Shui Rengan asked, astonished. A profit of 3,000 to 4,000 a day translates to approximately 12,000 to 13,000 a month, nearing 200,000 a year. Such profitability not only surpasses that of the vast majority of ordinary individuals, but also rivals that of many publicly traded companies, which may struggle to achieve such earnings in an entire year. It's not a complete abandonment. I can still sell skewers alongside the restaurant offerings. However, the primary focus will be on serving main courses, with barbecue as an auxiliary offering. In the future, I can also introduce other dishes, Li Dong articulated with clarity, clearly having contemplated his plans thoroughly. What do you intend to sell? Shui Rengan inquired. The preliminary plan is to sell rice noodles, as they can be prepared swiftly and are widely accepted. As long as the taste is exquisite, the service exemplary, and the dining environment pleasant, business will undoubtedly thrive, Li Dong confidently asserted. Indeed, rice noodles have become a staple food, enjoyed by both Southerners and Northerners alike, thus possessing a vast potential clientele. The greatest folly would be to chase after trendy new products, as the risks are considerable. Shui Rengan nodded in agreement. Opening a restaurant is merely the first step. Subsequently, I will gradually cultivate my brand. My ultimate aspiration is that when people think of rice noodles, they will immediately think of our establishment. That would signify success, Li Dong envisioned. A brand? Is it akin to chain establishments like Ollie Tomato Noodles or a Jizan Ramen? Shui Rengang inquired, observing Li Dong. He was pleasantly surprised by the clarity and ambition of Li Dong's plans. It was rare for a typical restaurateur to think so far ahead. Yes, however, the journey must be taken step by step. First, we must perfect one restaurant before considering further ventures. This process may be slow, perhaps 5 years, perhaps 10. It is also possible that I might lose interest and change careers along the way, Li Dong replied. The path of entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges among 100 individuals. Only 1 or 2 may achieve success. You are still young. Do not rush headlong into things. At this stage, focus on accumulating experience and building a solid foundation. Once the timing is right, we can open a single establishment to test the waters and discern the nuances of operations. Once the processes are familiar, launching a second restaurant will be significantly easier, Shui Rengang advised. Indeed, father, I share your perspective, Li Dong nodded in agreement. A man must have a career. It need not be grand, but it must be stable. It is unacceptable to earn a fortune today only to face hunger tomorrow. As a man, particularly one on the verge of fatherhood, every decision must take into account the welfare of his wife and child. This society is restless. Most people measure success solely by monetary wealth. If you possess wealth, your social standing elevates, and you are regarded with respect. Conversely, anyone can belittle you, including relatives and friends. Shui Rengang remarked, gazing at Li Dong. You are absolutely correct, father. In this era, people value wealth over character. It is a time when society mocks poverty but accepts moral depravity. Others care only about whether you have money, disregarding the means by which it was acquired. Li Dong lamented. It is good that you understand this. However, I must remind you that with wealth comes temptation. One must remain steadfast in one's principles. Do you grasp my meaning? Shui Rengang said earnestly. Those who can earn tens of thousands a month are unlikely to lack for money in the future, are they? Once financial security is achieved, will women still be in want? When a man gains wealth, the women surrounding him become increasingly attractive, more understanding, and obedient. Rest assured, father. Li Dong nodded, refraining from making excessive promises or declarations. Words are often hollow. Actions are the most compelling form of expression. Do you know how to brew tea? Shui Rengang asked with a smile. I cannot claim to be skilled. I merely muddle through, Li Dong humbly replied. Come, let us brew a pot and see. Shui Rengang said, retrieving a box of tea leaves from the drawer and handing it over. Please do not disdain it if the brew does not meet your expectations. Li Dong accepted the tea leaves and settled into a nearby chair. Ah, it is none other than the renowned by Luo Chan, famed for its delicate fragrance. Li Dong remarked, inhaling gently. The refreshing aroma invigorated his senses. Priced at 8,000 per jean. I would not have dared to present it were you not a distinguished guest, Shui Rengang boasted. This was indeed a truthful statement for ordinary visitors. He would typically serve Mao Jian priced at 300 or 400 per jean. You may be disappointed then, for I am but a crude connoisseur, unable to discern the nuances of fine tea. To me, all varieties taste quite similar, Li Dong chuckled, while diligently warming the teapot and cups. He meticulously rinsed the gaiwan, fairness cup, and tasting cups with boiling water. While the gaiwan remained warm, he placed the Bai Luo Chun within, covered it, and gently swirled it 3 times before unveiling it and presenting it to Shui Rengang. Please, take a whiff and assess the fragrance of the dry leaves. Fragrant. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Your earlier claims of ignorance were, it seems, a ruse, Shui Rengang exclaimed, closing his eyes to savor the aroma. I once observed the process of brewing kung fu tea and inadvertently memorized it. Today, I thought to showcase it before you, Li Dong replied. In truth, he had not merely watched the brewing process. He had experimented on numerous occasions, possessing a modest set of tea utensils in his dormitory, which he enjoyed using in his leisure time. This is not mere pretension. Many are entirely unaware of this critical step, Shui Rengang sincerely praised. If prior to today, Li Dong had only rated a mere 60 in Shui Rengang's esteem, the engaging dialogue and experience had elevated him to a commendable 70. Li Dong exhibited not merely youth, but also composure, humility, steadiness, and a vibrant spirit. Next came the process of brewing tea in the gaiwan. Li Dong gracefully lifted the kettle filled with boiling water with his left hand, while his right hand removed the lid of the cup, poised to pour. The manner of pouring is indeed an art. It is not simply a matter of tipping the kettle. First, he poured along the inner walls of the gaiwan. Akin to tracing circles, this technique evenly moistens the dry leaves, allowing the flavors to be released swiftly and completely. Additionally, he brought the spout of the kettle close to the gaiwan and poured from a lower angle. Why, you may ask? Because pouring from a height, like a waterfall, can be difficult to control. The sudden impact on the dry leaves can cause splashes, soaking the tea table and even risking burns. Finally, the pouring must be done swiftly, as a slow motion increases the contact time between the tea and water, resulting in a bitter brew that is hard to swallow. Chapter 56. The Return Journey. Observing the fluidity of Li Dong's tea brewing process, Shui Ringang regarded him with newfound respect. It is not to say that brewing tea is particularly remarkable. In reality, many older individuals can do it with such natural ease. However, this skill is cultivated over many years of practice. How old is Li Dong? He is merely a recent university graduate. Yet he brews tea better than this man who has surpassed 50 years. What does this indicate? It suggests that Li Dong possesses a remarkable composure, an ability to endure solitude, and an extraordinary willpower. Why do I assert this? Because those of Li Dong's age are often preoccupied with gaming or sports. Which young person would sit patiently to brew tea? The mere act of boiling water for a drink is already a testament to diligence, as the majority resort to drinking directly from water dispensers or indulging in various beverages. Father, please taste this and see if it suits your palate, Li Dong said as he poured tea into the cup before his father-in-law. Indeed, many individuals who have been in the workforce for years do not grasp the etiquette of not filling the cup to the brim, Shui Ringang remarked with a smile. In my third year, I took an elective course called Tea Culture and Etiquette, so I possess a slight understanding, though little more, Li Dong replied. Tea should be poured 7/10 full, leaving 3/10 for courtesy, space, and moderation. The two men savored the tea while engaging in a pleasant conversation about life. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Dong took Shui Jiechi back home. Before they left, Shui Ringang repeatedly urged them to visit whenever they could, so they could continue playing basketball and enjoying tea, to which Li Dong readily agreed. On their way back, Li Dong drove while Shui Jiechi sat in the passenger seat, gazing intently at him. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Dong asked curiously, noticing her unwavering stare since they got into the car. Is this your first time visiting your mother-in-law's house? Shui Jiechi asked incredulously. Yes, indeed, it's my first time. Is there a problem? Li Dong nodded. You seem quite adept at this, without a hint of nervousness or trepidation. In fact, you managed to charm my parents, something I have rarely seen my father so joyous. Shui Jiechi remarked, pursing her lips. What do you mean by charming them? I merely moved my father-in-law and mother-in-law with sincerity, making them feel that Li Dong is a fine young man. Wouldn't a father be pleased knowing his daughter has found a worthy match? Li Dong replied with a touch of pride. Puffed, how self-satisfied. Is there no shame in extolling your own virtues? Shui Jiechi laughed at his words. By the way, there is a song I wonder if you've heard, Li Dong said. Which song? Shui Jiechi inquired. On the hillside to the east, there are two cows. The bull says to the cow, and the cow says to the bull, aren't you ashamed? The bull replies, not ashamed, not ashamed, Li Dong said, one hand on the steering wheel while the other held Shui Jiechi's hand, singing with enthusiasm. Pfft, is that a song you made up? I've never heard it before. And by the way, you're the bull, not me, Shui Jiechi teased, pinching his hand. Then you must be the dairy cow, Li Dong remarked, glancing at her chest. Pooh, you rogue. Shui Jiechi rolled her eyes and, almost instinctively, lowered her head for a glance. Uncertain if it was due to her pregnancy, but she felt that her figure had indeed become slightly fuller. Even her undergarments had begun to feel a tad snug. Do you prefer my more roguish side or my gentlemanly demeanor? Li Dong suddenly inquired. I want to tell you, Shui Jiechi huffed, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. Regardless of their beauty, women universally yearn for the recognition and admiration of their partners. Yet, what constitutes such acknowledgement and appreciation? In this regard, Shui Jiechi had once researched extensively and found a plethora of opinions online. But one fact stood out as undeniably significant. An infatuation with one's physique is paramount. Li Dong excelled in this aspect, as he never missed an opportunity to embrace and kiss her, relishing in the moment. Initially, she had felt shy, but now she had grown accustomed to it, and even relished the process. The delightful tingling sensations lifted her spirits immensely. My dear, do you plan to go out during the National Day holiday? Li Dong asked. With a 7-day break, aside from tomorrow's prenatal checkup, the rest of the time is free for arrangements. I do want to go out, yet I also feel somewhat reluctant. While pregnant, I cannot walk far. And I often feel fatigued, Xue Jiaqing reflected. She recalled seeing online discussions about the risks of overexertion during pregnancy, including spotting and even miscarriage, which weighed heavily on her mind. Clearly, the well-being of the baby within her took precedence over any excursion. Why don't we explore the nearby areas instead? We need not venture far, and we can find a hotel to stay at for the night, ensuring ample time for rest, Li Dong suggested. Staying cooped up at home for 7 days is rather unsuitable. A breath of fresh air would do us good. That sounds agreeable. We shall simply stroll around the vicinity. Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile. In the past, she typically spent holidays traveling, often accompanied by Qi Xiao, whether domestically or abroad. Occasionally, she embarked on solo road trips or joined group tours, rarely remaining at home. All right, let us tidy up and, after tomorrow's checkup, we shall set off. Consider it our honeymoon, Li Dong chuckled. The couple had wed at the end of August, and due to Xue Jiaqing's impending classes, they had forewent a honeymoon. Especially with her pregnancy being in its early and unstable stages. Now, 3 months in, the fetus had stabilized, allowing them the opportunity to venture out. Honey, if we go out, what will happen to your barbecue stand? Xue Jiaqing queried. I can close for a few days, after working so hard. It's only natural to take a break during the holidays, Li Dong replied with an air of nonchalance. But what about Wu Jun? He frequently comes to buy beer from you. If you close, won't he be unable to make his purchases? Xue Jiaqing teased. Wu Jun had indeed become a reliable customer, typically ordering 3 to 4 barrels daily. I have a bit of stock. I'll send him an extra supply today to last him for a few days. Li Dong assured her. The output has been refined and elevated as follows. Recently, production has seen a notable increase, reaching 6 to 8 barrels per day. This surge has significantly contributed to his substantial earnings over the past fortnight. Each barrel of beer yields a net profit of approximately 400 yuan. And with an average daily sale of 6 barrels, the profits from this venture alone are quite impressive. Previously, I only recognized the lucrative nature of selling snacks. Yet I never anticipated such remarkable profitability. I am tempted to join you in selling barbecue, remarked Xue Jiaqing with a smile. Her monthly earnings barely exceed 20,000 yuan, while Li Dong's monthly income suffices for her half a year. How can one compare? Chapter 57. A follow-up examination. Oh, come now. Why not embrace your role as a university professor? It is a comfortable, dignified position with a respectable income and high social standing, earning admiration. And selling barbecue? Let us not even discuss the exertion. Constantly surrounded by smoke and flames hardly does justice to your exquisite beauty and flawless physique, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. The public holds the teaching profession in high regard, akin to that of doctors. Many parents, when educating their children, will say, when you grow up, aspire to be a teacher for the people, or become a white-clad angel, yet no parent would ever instruct their child, when you grow up, be a barbecue vendor. Hee. You certainly have a sweet tongue, charming my parents effortlessly, and now you are attempting to charm me? During meals, you attend to my parents with such care, serving soup, dishing out rice, and occasionally offering a tissue. My parents look at you as if you were their own son. I feel like a transparent entity ignored by all. Only remembered after a long while, Xue Jiaqing pouted. It is only natural to win over the father-in-law on a first visit, is it not? Only after winning his favor can I visit frequently. Should you ever mistreat me, I shall drive straight to my in-laws to seek justice and appeal for fairness. Li Dong laughed. Oh, so that is your cunning plan? What is this, a rite of passage? Xue Jiaqing was thoroughly amused by Li Dong's words. It is often said that women return to their parental homes when mistreated by their in-laws. This is the first time I've heard of a man complaining to his mother-in-law about his wife. Indeed, I am part of an organized group. If I cannot manage you, there are others who can. It is like purchasing goods. If they are unsatisfactory, one seeks recourse from the manufacturer. As Li Dong parked the car and unfastened his seatbelt. Just as he stepped out, a delicate, boneless hand unexpectedly reached for his waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Dong exclaimed dramatically. Humph, consider this a warning, Xue Jiaqing playfully admonished. Dare to complain, and I shall break your legs. On the morning of October 1st, Li Dong rose early to wash up. After confirming that he had everything in order, he called for Xue Jiaqing to get up. Let me sleep a bit longer, she protested, pushing his hand away and covering her head with the blanket. If you sleep any longer, you will be late, and the wait will be interminable. You cannot eat until we finish the inspection, my dear, Li Dong coaxed patiently. With a hint of regret, Xue Jiaqing pouted as she opened her bleary eyes and remarked, "It's all your fault for keeping me up so late. Now I can't get up." Last night, after they had finished their nightly routines, the couple had lain in bed chatting. Given Li Dong's commendable behavior at her parents' place the previous day, Xue Jiaqing had inquired about the kind of reward he desired, assuring him that any reasonable request would be entertained. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong expressed that he had no particular desires for material rewards. He simply yearned for a verbal commendation from Xue Jiaqing, a reward he had long anticipated. Upon hearing this, Xue Jiaqing readily agreed to the verbal praise, even prompting Li Dong to reconsider his wish. In truth, Li Dong had merely uttered those words in jest, teasing Xue Jiaqing, never truly believing she would acquiesce. After all, Xue Jiaqing was his teacher. Although they were legally married, it felt peculiar to him. All right, it's my fault," he said, soothing her like a child, making promises until he finally managed to coax her out of bed. By the time they arrived at the hospital, a considerable number of expectant mothers were already queuing. Thanks to Li Dong's foresight in making an appointment, he could simply check in using Xue Jiaqing's identification card at the registration machine. While Li Dong's appearance was quite ordinary, his youthfulness gave him the semblance of a student. In contrast, although Xue Jiaqing wore a mask, the portion of her face that was visible was enough to reveal her stunning beauty, accentuated by her enviable figure. As the couple entered the waiting area, they instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. "Ah, I take it this is your first child?" inquired a nearby expectant mother. "Yes, it is," Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile, glancing at the woman's noticeably pregnant belly, indicating she was in the later stages of pregnancy. Standing beside her was a young girl, presumably her daughter. "You both look so young. It's best to have children early. That way, complications are rare and your body recovers more swiftly. In a couple of years, you can consider a second child. Many are still unmarried at that point," the mother said with a smile. "Is this your second child?" Xue Jiaqing asked playfully. "This is my third. My eldest is already in junior high, and this one is in elementary," the mother proudly shared. "My husband and I adore children, and since my health is good, we decided to have another. By the way, how far along are you?" the mother inquired further, her friendliness evident. 16 weeks, Xue Jiaqing answered. "Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" the mother asked. "I don't know. The hospital doesn't disclose that information," Xue Jiaqing replied, recalling the signs clearly posted in the ultrasound room prohibiting non-medical gender identification. "The hospital won't tell you, but many small clinics outside can check for a modest fee. My first two are girls, and this time, I'm expecting a boy," the mother whispered, her expression radiating joy. "Oh," Xue Jiaqing nodded, choosing to remain silent. "Everyone has their own choices, which are neither right nor wrong. Come on, it's our turn." Li Dong glanced at the display screen on the wall and spoke. Upon entering the consultation room, the doctor first outlined a few precautions, avoiding overly greasy and spicy foods, refraining from lifting heavy objects, and steering clear of excessive exercise, among others. He inquired about their recent health conditions while diligently recording the information on his computer. "Have you engaged in intimacy?" the doctor asked, looking at Xue Jiaqing and Li Dong. "No," Xue Jiaqing replied, blushing and shaking her head. "You are currently in your second trimester. If you both feel the urge to engage in intimacy, it is not entirely out of the question. However, it is essential to be mindful of the intensity and duration. As a husband and soon-to-be father, if your partner is reluctant to engage in intimacy or affection, you must not press her. At this stage, a pregnant woman's emotions and psychology can be quite sensitive, so you should be understanding," the doctor advised. "I understand. Thank you, Doctor," Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 58. Teacher Chi's blind date. Young individuals sometimes do not consider matters comprehensively, only seeking momentary pleasure. When problems arise, where is the remedy for regret? I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Whether you heed it ultimately rests with you." The doctor imparted these words earnestly. "We will certainly adhere to the doctor's instructions," Li Dong responded sincerely, then guided Xue Jiaqing to the adjacent ultrasound room for her examination. Inside the ultrasound room, Xue Jiaqing lay on a bed while the doctor applied a bottle of coupling agent to her abdomen before beginning the examination with the transducer. After approximately 20 minutes, the examination concluded, and Xue Jiaqing emerged from the ultrasound room. "Let us go for a blood draw first. Once that's done, you can eat." Li Dong assisted Xue Jiaqing while glancing at the list of examination items. "Yes, I'm feeling a bit anxious due to hunger," Shui Jiechi admitted, noting that the sensation of hunger was quite unpleasant. Previously, when she was managing her figure, she did not find the occasional hunger pangs significant, but ever since becoming pregnant, she struggled to endure even brief moments of hunger. I appreciate your endurance, my dear wife. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Li Dong said tenderly. What can we do? The real challenge lies ahead, Shui Jiechi pouted. She felt compelled to eat immediately whenever hunger struck. Otherwise, she would quickly experience low blood sugar, leaving her weak and, in severe cases, dizzy and unable to stand. I want to have another child after this one. It's too arduous. Plus, who knows if this child will grow up to be grateful. If I end up raising an ungrateful child, it might just drive us to despair, Li Dong reflected wistfully. They used to say that raising children would safeguard one's old age. But now it seems the reverse is true. That won't be the case. My baby will surely be well-behaved and obedient. Shui Jiechi playfully nudged Li Dong's arm, expressing her discontent. Let us hope so. He might treat me poorly since I haven't endured the hardships of pregnancy for 10 months or experienced the life and death moments of childbirth. But if he dares to mistreat you, despite my gentle demeanor, I will not hesitate to give him a good scolding, Li Dong asserted. Go on, go on. Why can't you say something nice? Shui Jiechi teased. Nevertheless, Li Dong's words warmed her heart considerably. Many men exhibit kindness towards pregnant women not out of love or concern for them, but rather for the sake of the child. One can discern an underlying focus on the child, treating the wife merely as a vessel for delivery. By the time all the examinations were completed, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Except for the results of the Down syndrome screening, which would take 5 more days, all other results appeared to be normal. Upon returning home, Li Dong immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After her blood test, Shui Jiechi nibbled on some soda crackers and sugar-free bread to stave off hunger. But soon her stomach growled again. Sister, today has left me utterly speechless, you know? Qi Xiaoxiao called Shui Jiechi, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What happened? Did you encounter some bizarre situation? Shui Jiechi inquired with a smile. Didn't I go on a blind date today? That man completely shattered my worldview. He was a true oddity, Qi Xiaoxiao lamented. What happened? Share with me. I could use a laugh, Shui Jiechi teased. Have a little compassion, will you? The moment he began speaking, he claimed he earned around 200,000 a year and asked if I would consider quitting my job to be a full-time housewife after marriage. I was taken aback by his very first words. Is earning 200,000 a year really that impressive? Street vendors selling barbecued skewers can make that much. Qi Xiaoxiao retorted indignantly. Hey, don't poke fun at our Li Dong. Let this one slide, but next time, I'll scratch your face, Shui Jiechi corrected. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship, Qi Xiaoxiao continued. Then he asked how many children I would be willing to have, stating that his preference was no less than 3, the more the merrier, as he could support them. I was tempted to ask if he had forgotten to take his medication before stepping out or if he had escaped from a mental institution. He hardly knew me and was already inquiring about having children. Truly a peculiar character. What did he look like? Shui Jiechi asked. He wasn't particularly handsome, nor was he ugly, probably around 1.75 meters tall, certainly not my type. He dressed quite formally, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and appearing rather refined, yet his words lacked any sense. Qi Xiaoxiao replied. Thus, it is essential to interact more. One cannot truly gauge a person during such a brief blind date, Shui Jiechi remarked. He even asked how many boyfriends I had dated, how many times I had cohabited, and if I had ever had an abortion, Qi Xiaoxiao stated. Is it now customary for blind dates to be so direct? Shui Jiechi asked in astonishment. Although she had never been on a blind date herself, she had heard friends and classmates discuss their experiences. Generally, one would begin by introducing their own situation, then find common topics to converse about. If the chemistry felt right, they would exchange contact information for further discussion. Some might even enjoy a movie or a shopping trip after dinner if the conversation flowed well. While some inquiries are straightforward, none have been as blunt as this. I was so furious after just a few exchanges that I dumped my lemonade on him and walked away, Qi Xiaoxiao fumed. Well done. Such individuals deserve to be treated that way. Shui Jiechi snapped her fingers in agreement. I was infuriated and immediately relayed the matter to my mother, who was equally upset. She berated my uncle, expressing her discontent with his recommendations, insisting that he should refrain from making suggestions without thorough understanding in the future. Qi Xiaoxiao huffed. Indeed, Shui Jiechi concurred. Dinner is served, my dear, Li Dong announced as he brought the dishes to the table. Have you eaten? I'm about to have my meal, Shui Jiechi inquired. Isn't it still early? Are you having lunch this soon? Qi Xiaoxiao glanced at the time, noting it was not yet noon. I went for a prenatal checkup this morning and skipped breakfast, so I'm having lunch a bit earlier, Shui Jiaqing replied, sipping the chicken soup with delight, her eyes narrowing in joy. Everything was normal, right? Qi Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, all is well. Next time, I'll be undergoing the four-dimensional scan. I've heard it can be challenging as the baby may not cooperate, Shui Jiaqing said, taking a generous bite of the chicken leg that Li Dong had handed her. If the baby doesn't cooperate, just give it a good smack, Qi Xiaoxiao replied, carefree. After a brief exchange, they ended the call, as Shui Jiaqing was eager to indulge in her meal. Did Teacher Qi go on a blind date? Li Dong inquired with a smile. Yes, she encountered quite a peculiar individual and was venting about it, Shui Jiaqing recounted while munching on her chicken leg. In today's society, the atmosphere is rather restless. Blind dates tend to be quite straightforward. Individuals typically present their conditions up front, cars, houses, savings, income, and so forth, then assess if the other's criteria meet their expectations. If satisfied, they continue the conversation. If not, the meal may conclude swiftly, prioritizing efficiency, Li Dong remarked. That's reasonable. It saves everyone's time, Shui Jiaqing agreed, savoring another sip of the chicken soup, which was undeniably delicious. Chapter 59. Renting a factory. I came across some amusing phrases online. Would you like to hear them? Li Dong offered, serving another bowl of chicken soup to Shui Jiaqing. What phrases? She asked, spitting out a chicken bone. A young couple was out having fun, and the man said to the woman, if you can't drink cold beverages, then you should head home early to rest, Li Dong recounted. What does that mean? Shui Jiaqing looked at him, perplexed by the seemingly disjointed statement. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback by her confusion. Sister, are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? You're 3 years older than me. Yet you're acting as if you're younger. Your words are rather nonsensical. What does it mean that if one cannot drink cold beverages, they should go home to rest? Does being able to drink cold beverages mean one doesn't need to go home? Shui Jiaqing retorted, pouting. Never mind. Just enjoy the chicken soup. It's nutritious, Li Dong concluded, realizing that Shui Jiaqing was indeed an innocent little rabbit. Looking at her bewildered expression, he hesitated to elaborate further. Stop being annoying and finish your thought, Shui Jiaqing urged, glaring at him. The implication that a girl cannot drink cold beverages suggests she is on her menstrual period. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste time. Li Dong explained, somewhat disheartened. Ugh, Shui Jiaqing rolled her eyes. There's a similar saying. If you want to go home after dinner, you can go home now. Li Dong remarked with a smile. Is that the same meaning? Shui Jiaqing inquired with a pout. Indeed. Nowadays, young people are quite direct in their interactions. Especially those who are fond of revelry, spending their days in internet cafes and bars, waiting for romantic escapades or one-night stands, Li Dong explained. You mustn't go to bars in the future, do you hear me? Shui Jiaqing suddenly recalled something and fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Li Dong. Would you believe me if I said that was my first time? Li Dong set his chopsticks down and earnestly locked eyes with Shui Jiaqing. Observing the seriousness on his face, Shui Jiaqing nodded in affirmation. After their meal, Li Dong went to tidy up the kitchen while Shui Jiaqing refreshed herself before reclining on the bed. She often felt drowsy after lunch. Without a brief nap, she would lack energy for the entire afternoon. Just as Li Dong finished cleaning the kitchen and was preparing to embrace his wife for a midday slumber, the phone rang. Hello, Wu Ge, what's the matter? Li Dong answered after glancing at the caller ID. I found a venue for you. Would you like to come see it? If it suits your needs, we can sign the contract right away, Wu Jun proposed. Last week, when Wu Jun came to buy some liquor, he mentioned that his homebrewed beer was quite popular, but the limited production couldn't meet customer demand, resulting in missed opportunities. After careful consideration and a thorough discussion with Shui Jiaqing, Li Dong decided to rent a dedicated space for brewing beer and to invest in a new set of large-capacity equipment to increase production. Li Dong calculated that purchasing 3 sets of 300-liter brewing equipment would require an investment of approximately 200,000 yuan, occupying no more than 150 square meters. The monthly rent for such a space would be around 20,000 yuan. The overall investment was modest, yet the potential returns were substantial. The 3 sets of 300-liter brewing equipment could yield up to 900 liters of homebrewed beer daily. If all were sold, the daily revenue would reach 18,000 yuan, yielding a net profit of approximately 15,000 yuan, excluding rent and labor costs. Taking into account a brewing schedule of 20 days a month, the net profit would amount to 300,000 000 yuan. Even after deducting salaries for 2 to 3 workers, rent, and equipment depreciation and maintenance, the monthly net profit would remain around 250,000 yuan. Conversely, if sales were lackluster and only 300 liters were sold daily, the monthly net profit would still exceed 80,000 yuan, which is commendable. So soon? Wu Ge, send me the location. I'm heading there now. Li Dong said gleefully. A man must earn. Especially after marrying such a beautiful wife, Li Dong felt a significant pressure to provide. Financial stability could avert many conflicts and troubles, making life considerably easier. The speed of profit from selling barbecues no longer satisfied him, thus significantly increasing the sales of craft beer became the most suitable course of action. Approximately 30 minutes later, Li Dong arrived at a technology industrial park in Qingqing City. What do you think, Li Dong? Wu Jun asked, pulling Li Dong's arm as they entered a factory building. This technology industrial park was established around 7 or 8 years ago, initially intended to attract internet and technology enterprises. However, the results of attracting investment were less than satisfactory, leading the city government to open it up for anyone interested in settling there to avoid wasting resources. The factory building is 2 stories, with the first floor covering around 150 to 160 square meters, a height of 4.5 meters, and all utilities such as water, electricity, gas, and internet readily available. There is no need for special renovations for brewing beer. It can be utilized immediately. Looks good and sufficient for my needs. What is the rent? Li Dong inquired. The monthly rent is 20,000, with a deposit of 1 month and payment for 3 months in advance. The contract must be signed for at least 1 year, Wu Jun replied. All right, those terms are acceptable, Li Dong agreed readily. After signing the contract with the park, Li Dong promptly placed an order for brewing equipment, which would be delivered in about a week, with the seller responsible for assembly. You're about to take off this time. In the future, Brother Wu will be relying on you, Wu Jun joked. Don't be modest, Brother Wu. I'll need your support moving forward, Li Dong replied politely. Currently, Wu Jun was his largest craft beer buyer, accounting for about a third of Li Dong's sales, with another substantial portion coming from takeout orders, while the remaining sales were from sporadic customers. Indeed. You've secured the venue, and the equipment is on its way. Just don't forget to handle the necessary permits and documentation. To sustain a long-term business, the paperwork must be impeccable, Wu Jun reminded. I'm aware, Brother Wu. Thank you for the reminder, Li Dong smiled and nodded. Having already gone through the process before, he was familiar with the procedures. By the time Li Dong returned home, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Shui Jieqi was sitting on the bed engrossed in a drama. What do you think of the place? She asked with a smile. After lying down at noon, she had dozed off and, upon waking, noticed Li Dong was not home. Just as she was about to call him, she saw a message from Li Dong explaining the situation. The lease has been signed, the equipment will arrive in a week, and our grand venture is about to commence. Soon, I will take you to enjoy the finer things in life, Li Dong said excitedly, wrapping his arm around Shui Jieqi's shoulders. Sounds great. I'll be living the good life with Boss Li, Shui Jieqi responded cheerfully. Chapter 60. Amusing moments in the bedroom wife. Here is my plan for our upcoming trip. Please let me know if there is anything unsuitable or if you have better suggestions, and I'll revise it, Li Dong said, handing Shui Jieqi a sheet of paper from his desk. Li Dong always believed in having a plan for any endeavor. He never engaged in battles without preparation. Oh, Li Dong, you've done quite well. It seems you've put in considerable effort. Shui Jieqi teased as she glanced at the itinerary for the next 5 days written on the paper. From grand tourist attractions to the minutiae of dining choices. Even the intervals for rest have been meticulously arranged. It can be said that the planning is exceedingly detailed. In her previous travels with Qi Xiaoxiao, she would only draft a rough itinerary, selecting a few scenic spots to visit in succession, often deciding the next destination on a whim upon arrival, which stood in stark contrast to Li Dong's comprehensive strategies. It took about 30 minutes. A well-structured plan allows for purposeful action. One cannot simply ponder after reaching a destination. That would be foolish, Li Dong remarked casually. Observing Li Dong's smug demeanor, Shui Jiaqing scoffed inwardly. Oh, feeling bold enough to speak your mind, are you? Is there a problem? Li Dong inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. Indeed, a significant one. How could you overlook such an obvious flaw? Shui Jiaqing rolled her eyes, admonishing him for his careless chatter. What flaw? Li Dong asked, bewildered. He had meticulously reviewed the plan multiple times, believing it to be free of major oversights. Yet, The resolute expression on Xue Jiaqing's face made him uncertain. Here, you have written that we will have lunch at Lu and then return to the hotel for a tower nap. If memory serves, Lu is notoriously busy, and waiting for a meal could take quite some time. By the time we finish lunch, it could easily be 1 or 2 o'clock. Will there be enough time to rest back at the hotel? Xue Jiaqing scrutinized the details. Perhaps we could rest in the car instead? Li Dong suggested hesitantly. He had considered this option but found it uncomfortable. While he could endure it, Xue Jiaqing needed a more restful sleep, especially given her pregnancy. What do you think? Li Dong, Xue Jiaqing asked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Humph. Better to offend a petty person than a woman. I do believe it's indeed inappropriate. How should we amend it? Let me think, he mused, stroking his chin. Watching Li Dong frown in deep contemplation, Xue Jiaqing felt a surge of triumph. Struggling to suppress her laughter. Perhaps we could compress the preceding itinerary and dine earlier, thus allowing us to stagger the schedule, Li Dong suggested. Lifting his gaze to Xue Jiaqing. Indeed, one must consider all aspects. Arriving only to think of solutions then would be foolish. Xue Jiaqing chuckled, her laughter bubbling over. Realizing the source of her amusement, Li Dong understood that the issue lay not in his planning, but rather in his earlier indiscreet remarks that had inadvertently made Xue Jiaqing the target of ridicule. What are you laughing at? Xue Jiaqing asked, sensing his unwavering gaze upon her, her heart racing at the thought of having exposed herself. My dear wife, there is something I wish to convey to you. Li Dong leaned closer, his expression oddly serious. I'm not listening. I'm tired and preparing for sleep. Xue Jiaqing retorted, aware that Li Dong had seen through her earlier delight, silently cursing her own overt pride. It's too late now. Li Dong embraced Xue Jiaqing, his arm draping over her shoulder, as he lifted her chin with a single finger and bestowed a passionate kiss upon her crimson lips. At times, she found herself bemused, questioning whether she had developed a fondness for the domineering Li Dong. Moments later, with her cheeks flushed, Xue Jiaqing playfully chastised him, declaring him the world's greatest scoundrel. Li Dong chuckled, nodding in agreement, holding her close, relishing the mischief he had indulged in. Now, confess, was that intentional? She inquired, her face aglow with embarrassment as she playfully twisted his ear. What? Li Dong feigned innocence. What did you say? Xue Jiaqing retorted, both flustered and irritated. My dear wife. Are you referring to the title I just used? He continued his act of pretense. Yes, she replied, her indignation mounting to the point where she wished to throttle him. It was astonishing to her that such an ostensibly honest man harbored such mischief within. Perhaps it is because you occupy my thoughts so deeply, even in moments of joy. I cannot shake the indelible mark you leave upon my heart. Li Dong rambled nonsensically. Spare me. If you ever call me that again, I shall kick you to oblivion. She threatened. Yes, yes, I promise I shall refrain next time, my lovely wife, he replied, grinning as he planted a fervent kiss on her lips, prompting her to roll her eyes in playful exasperation. Not calling me that again. Why does that sound so peculiar? She pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You bully me. A mere pregnant woman, every day. I vow to bully only you for the rest of my life, my dear wife, he said tenderly. Must it be bullying and not just affection? She queried, her lips forming a cute pout. Bully you is to love you, and to love you is to bully you. My silly wife. As Li Dong gazed at Xue Jiaqing's enchanting visage, he held her close, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, a sensation that warmed his heart. She was increasingly relishing their playful banter, the delightful exchange bringing her immense joy. Although she had just claimed he was teasing her, she fully understood that such flirtation was a delightful hallmark of marital intimacy. This playful banter served to strengthen their bond, deepening their reliance on one another. There were days when, if Li Dong did not tease her at least twice, she felt an inexplicable void, as if something essential was missing. As Qi Shushao remarked, this phenomenon could be aptly described as love blossoming post-marriage. Chapter 61. Incense at Tianhu Temple. On October 2nd, Li Dong drove Xue Jiaqing to the neighboring Tianhu city. As its name suggests, Tianhu City is home to a lake known as Tianhu, from which the city derives its name. Tianhu is a freshwater lake, the largest of its kind in Tianhu City, and ranks 9th in area among freshwater lakes nationwide, covering approximately 600 square kilometers. It is renowned both domestically and internationally for its abundant aquatic life and unique natural scenery. Surrounding Tianhu are numerous cultural attractions worth visiting, including the ancient town of Tianhu, the ancient town of Tongli, and the Great Buddha of Tianhu Mountain. particularly the Grand Buddha of Tianhu Mountain, situated within Tianhu Temple, is bustling with activity every single day of the year, with a vibrant atmosphere and abundant incense offerings. Many visitors from afar come specifically to pay their respects, seek blessings, and fulfill their vows. Have a sip of water, my dear, Li Dong said, twisting open the thermos and offering it to Xue Jieqi. No, if I drink, I'll have to use the restroom soon, Xue Jieqi replied, her expression conflicted. Since her pregnancy, she felt she needed to visit the restroom twice as often, and the intervals between these visits had noticeably shortened. Moreover, she couldn't hold it in. She had to rush whenever the urge struck, lest she risk an accident. It's all right. There are 3 public restrooms within a kilometer. You'll make it in time. You really should drink some water. Look, your lips are a bit dry, Li Dong remarked, gently touching Xue Jieqi's lips. All right then, just a sip, Xue Jieqi relented, succumbing to temptation as she took a large gulp from the cup. She felt a warmth in her heart at Li Dong's thoughtfulness, especially since he had even planned for her restroom needs. Such details often elude most people, let alone a young man like him. Look how clear the lake water is. You can see the little fish swimming, Li Dong pointed out, gesturing towards the lake. Tianhu City is renowned as a civilized and tourist-friendly city, placing great emphasis on environmental cleanliness to attract visitors from all over the country, thereby stimulating the local economy. If only we could live nearby. Taking walks here every day, enjoying the fish, and dancing in the square would surely lift our spirits, Li Dong mused. At your age, you already have thoughts of seclusion? Xue Jieqi asked curiously. Shouldn't young people prefer the hustle and bustle, the bright lights and nightlife? Who says I'm young? Li Dong whispered playfully in her ear. Uft, you're just youthful in spirit, Xue Jieqi retorted. What is wrong with being young? Isn't that sufficient for you? Li Dong teased with a mischievous grin. Getting cheeky, are we? Xue Jieqi playfully pinched his waist. Hee, it's not about age, it's about mindset. Some people in their 40s or 50s still have the spirit of youth, while some young individuals act with a maturity that belies their years, much like many men. Li Dong explained. And what about you? Which category do you belong to? Xue Jieqi inquired. To her, Li Dong's demeanor seemed too composed for his age. He meticulously planned every endeavor, considering all potential outcomes, advantages, disadvantages, and possible challenges, demonstrating a level of thoughtfulness that surpassed even her as a university professor. As for me, I'm quite simple. My entire current existence and the remainder of my life are devoted to one purpose, Li Dong said, taking Xue Jieqi's hand in his. What purpose is that? Xue Jiaqing gently inquired, as if a faint answer had begun to take shape within her heart. To bring joy and happiness to you and the child, Li Dong replied tenderly, his words slick and charming. Xue Jiaqing felt a warm glow within. Although she was a university lecturer, she was merely 25, at an age filled with dreams of love and aspirations for the future. In the midst of blooming flowers and the moonlight, the intimacy shared between them brought her great delight. Let us visit the temple, Li Dong suggested with a smile. Tianhu Temple was conveniently located beside Tianhu Lake, less than 500 meters from their current position, a mere stroll away. What do we need to go to the temple for? Xue Jiaqing asked. What else would one do at a temple? Of course, to offer incense and make a wish. We certainly aren't going there to become monks, Li Dong teased. You, educated as you are, still believe in such things? Xue Jiaqing queried in surprise. It was worth noting that she was a philosophy instructor at the university, well-versed in the nuances of religion, and could even be considered an expert. Belief exists for those who hold it, and is absent for those who do not. It serves primarily as a form of spiritual solace, not as a means to achieve anything concrete, Li Dong explained with a smile. That's good to know, Xue Jiaqing nodded. Everyone holds different beliefs. She might choose not to believe, but she could not hinder Li Dong's desire to do so, as long as it did not disrupt their lives. She would not interfere excessively. Linking her arm with Li Dong's, they entered Tianhu Temple together. Inside, the temple was bustling with a sea of people, with long lines forming to offer incense. The air was thick with fragrant smoke, giving the temple an ethereal quality from afar. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn. Li Dong clasped his hands together, slowly bending at the waist, kneeling beside the mat, and began to bow his head before presenting 3 sticks of incense. Once the offering was complete, Xue Jiaqing could not resist leaning closer to Li Dong and whispering, What were you murmuring during the offering? Was it a Buddhist chant? I recited the phrases of offering to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, Li Dong clarified, having done his research on the incense offering process beforehand. Are you fond of Buddhism? Shui Jiaqing inquired. Not exactly. I merely resonate with certain Buddhist teachings. I have read much on the subject, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. He believed firmly in science and held a casual attitude towards other matters. Such as? Shui Jiaqing asked, intrigued. Through their time spent together, Li Dong's culinary skills had astonished her, but his vast knowledge was equally impressive. Have you heard the phrase form is emptiness? Emptiness is form. Li Dong jested. Indeed. How do you interpret it? Shui Jiaqing inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Form refers to all observable and unobservable phenomena, which arise from the convergence of causes and conditions. Emptiness represents the essence of things, from which form emerges, Li Dong articulated. Impressive. Most people misinterpret it, thinking form merely signifies beauty or women, Shui Jiaqing complimented. And the rest more? She asked, nodding in praise. How can one find a perfect solution in this world, fulfilling both the Buddha and the beloved? Li Dong gazed at Shui Jiaqing and stated, That is a beautiful saying. I have encountered it before. How do you interpret it? Shui Jiaqing inquired with a smile. She had heard it long ago, pertaining to the theme of choices and sacrifices. The matter of the past has no bearing on me. Whether I bear it or not is inconsequential. Yet you, my beloved, I can never forsake in this lifetime, Li Dong teased. Such sweet words. It remains to be seen whether you can uphold them, Shui Jiaqing replied playfully, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 62. How fortunate I am in a previous life. 1,000 glances exchanged only resulted in a mere brush of shoulders in this life. 1,000 brushes of shoulders in the past culminated in this life's encounter. 1,000 encounters in the past have given rise to this life's acquaintance, and 1,000 acquaintances have blossomed into this life's profound understanding. How fortunate I am to meet you, to know you, and to love you, even to take you as my wife and share each night in your embrace. Li Dong said, wrapping his arms around Shui Jiaqing's delicate waist. Your words are becoming increasingly charming. Which teacher has imparted such eloquence to you? Shui Jiaqing felt a warm glow in her heart, her smile radiating joy. Who does not enjoy sweet nothings? What woman does not dream? Even she, a highly intelligent and educated university instructor, could not escape such delights. It was merely a heartfelt expression. Having seen enough, perhaps we should find a place to rest for a while. We have walked quite a distance, Li Dong suggested. Shui Jiaqing nodded, linking her arm with his as they strolled outward. Gazing at the tranquil lake, where many were rowing boats, the sun cast a warm glow upon them, creating a delightful atmosphere. Li Dong, may I pose you a question? Shui Jiaqing suddenly turned to him. Please, Shui teacher, present your query, Li Dong jested. What do you believe is the meaning of life? Shui Jiaqing asked. As a philosophy teacher, she often confronted or contemplated such ethereal questions. Broadly speaking, it is the pursuit of the spiritual realm. Narrowly, it risks being disconnected, a mere lament without substance. Why must life possess meaning? Li Dong retorted. Shui Jiaqing's expression faltered. His words left her momentarily speechless. What indeed is the meaning of life? Who decreed that life must have significance? Life is merely a tapestry woven from myriad experiences. If one desires, they may engage in activities that seem devoid of purpose. For instance, us sitting here in silence, or rising early to witness a sunrise, or counting the stars in the night sky and comparing which shines brightest, or even kissing you for no reason at all. Li Dong spoke earnestly, then leaned down to kiss Shui Jiaqing's soft, warm lips, irresistibly drawn to her once more. Stop it, continue speaking, Shui Jiaqing playfully chided, finding his perspective refreshingly novel. Never had anyone expressed such sentiments to her before. Life does not necessarily entail engaging in pursuits deemed meaningful by societal standards, such as amassing wealth, acquiring grand residences, driving luxurious automobiles, marrying, or procreating. The essence of meaning is subjective, defined by oneself rather than dictated by others. Li Dong remarked to Shui Jiaqing. Life resembles an expansive wilderness, where one can gallop freely, reveling in the joy of liberation. Rather than being confined to a predetermined path that everyone is expected to follow, where conformity equates to significance and deviation is deemed meaningless, such reasoning is unfounded. Do tell, how old are you? Are you concealing your true age? Shui Jiaqing playfully inquired, shaking Li Dong's head. You've scrutinized my ID countless times. How could I possibly hide my real age? I lack such prowess, Li Dong replied, gently kissing Shui Jiaqing's hand and then rubbing it against his cheek, relishing the smooth sensation. Your maturity and wisdom are incongruent with your age, at least a decade off, Shui Jieqi gestured. Your beauty surpasses my imagination of the opposite sex, transcending my understanding. The Book of Han mentions Lady Li, sister of Li Yannan, possessing unparalleled beauty. I was skeptical. How exquisite could any woman truly be? Only upon seeing you did I comprehend that such beauty indeed exists, Li Dong expressed. Flattery. I am not nearly as beautiful as you claim. Shui Jieqi's cheeks flushed with shyness, her heart racing at Li Dong's candid praise, akin to the exhilaration of romance. Regardless of others' perceptions, in my heart, you embody unparalleled beauty, worth a city in exchange. From the moment you smiled in that first class, your casual grin etched itself indelibly in my memory. I am aware you were not smiling at me, yet that moment remains forever engraved in my heart. Unerasable, unforgettable. Ever since that lesson, I have felt unwell, Li Dong confessed. Gazing at Shui Jieqi. Love sickness. Shui Jieqi chuckled. Indeed, each time I encounter someone resembling you, I hope it is you yet dread it as well. However, upon realizing it is not you, I feel relieved and regretful simultaneously, Li Dong articulated with profound emotion, and Shui Jieqi could discern the depth of his affection, deeply moved. How vexing. You bring me to tears, you better wipe them away. If you dare smudge my makeup, you shall face the consequences, Shui Jieqi pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. At your service. Li Dong produced a tissue, gently dabbing the corners of her eyes, his earnest concern palpable. Observing this younger man, Shui Jieqi's eyes brimmed with tenderness, unable to resist leaning in, and thus, the two shared their first kiss in public, signifying a profound elevation of their feelings for one another. As the two meandered around the serene Tian Lake, Shui Jieqi began to feel a tinge of fatigue. Concerned about any unforeseen mishaps, Li Dong decided to halt their leisure and suggested they dine instead. Good evening. Shall we sit on the first floor or the second? A warm-hearted server inquired as they arrived at the renowned old establishment, Yulu. The first floor, please, preferably a table by the window, Li Dong replied with a smile. This restaurant boasts a rich history spanning over 400 years and is celebrated for its exquisite Hu cuisine, serving as a culinary emblem of Tian Lake City. Many travelers from afar flock here to indulge in its delicacies. Right this way, please. The server guided them to a charming window-side table and presented the menu to Li Dong. What are your signature dishes? We would like to sample some, Li Dong inquired. Our specialties include squirrel fish, hand-peeled shrimp, fully duck, and stir-fried eel, the server elaborated. Are these dishes spicy? Li Dong asked, mindful of Shui Jieqi's pregnancy, which precluded her from consuming spicy food due to the risk of discomfort. They are not spicy, sir, the server assured with a smile. Then we shall have those 4 dishes, along with a bowl of soup and 2 bowls of rice. Li Dong glanced at Shui Jieqi for her approval. Yes, that sounds perfect. We wouldn't be able to finish more, she nodded in agreement. You two must be tourists from out of town. Later, we will have a performance of Ping An, a traditional storytelling art. If you aren't pressed for time, you may enjoy the show, which is complimentary. The server informed them before departing. Thank you, Li Dong responded graciously. Chapter 63. Pingtan, have you ever heard of Pingtan? Shui Jieqi asked Li Dong. I've seen it on television, but never in person. I only know that the soft Wu dialect has a distinctive charm, beautifully embodying the tenderness of women from the Jiangnan water towns, contrasting starkly with the forthrightness of their northern counterparts. Li Dong replied with a smile. Which do you prefer, the northern or southern style? Shui Jieqi probed. I only like you. Nothing else compares, Li Dong said playfully, determined not to falter at a critical moment. What do you like about me? Shui Jieqi asked, unable to suppress her laughter. She found his survival instincts amusing, while her heart fluttered with delight. I adore you simply for being you, not anyone else. I confess, my initial attraction was indeed sparked by your captivating beauty and flawless figure. But my love for you has evolved beyond mere infatuation or whim. What first drew me in was your appearance. Yet what truly resonated with me is your unique perspective and carefree spirit. My primal desire is to hold you close as I drift into slumber, but upon reflection, what I truly yearn for is to awaken each morning with you by my side, Li Dong articulated, gazing intently at Shui Jieqi. My goodness, are you confessing your feelings? Handsome? Before Shui Jieqi could respond, an admirer from the adjacent table turned, gazing at Li Dong with admiration. As Li Dong uttered his first sentence, she fortuitously overheard him, simultaneously critiquing the cliché nature of his confession, when the subsequent phrases he spoke ignited her excitement. Well, yes and no, Li Dong responded, momentarily taken aback. Handsome fellow. If it is, then it is. If it isn't, then at ISNT. No need for indecision. With the words you just expressed, any girl would be enchanted. As the girl continued her encouragement, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xue Jiaqin's face, and her words faltered. It was indeed challenging to ascertain with a girl of such beauty as Xue Jiaqin. However, she was soon astonished when Xue Jiaqin remarked, "Darling, your eloquence is wasted on anything other than a writer." Ah, she realized her unnecessary worry. They were evidently a couple. On Teacher's Day. Do you know what moved me the most? Xue Jiaqin inquired with a smile. I have always been a steadfast materialist. Yet for you, I wish for another life. Li Dong and Xue Jiaqin spoke in unison, their fingers entwined, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. The girl behind them was once again astonished. This young man, despite his age, possessed such literary flair. No wonder he had captured the heart of such a beautiful girl. Few peers could boast such talent. Here comes the food. Please enjoy, the waiter announced as he set the dishes down and retreated. Let us see if it's as delectable as what I prepare, Li Dong jested. It's quite similar. If placed side by side, it would be hard to distinguish, Xue Jiaqin replied, savoring a bite of squirrel fish, chewing slowly. Li Dong often prepared this dish for her as she relished fish, enjoying various styles of braised and boiled fish. The girl behind them was losing her composure again. The dishes from Yu Lu were renowned for their deliciousness, and to hear they were nearly indistinguishable from his cooking sparked her curiosity. Your culinary skills are impressive. Your words have become sweeter, Li Dong laughed, taking a bite himself. The flavor was slightly sweeter than what he usually made, yet the cooking was more adept, after all. He was still young and could not master every dish perfectly. To speak candidly, I still prefer your cooking, Xue Jiaqin said with a radiant smile. As Li Dong continued to eat, he served her more food, and just as they were enjoying their meal, music filled the air. The crowd in the hall turned their attention to a small table where two performers had taken their seats, an elderly gentleman in a long gown and a young woman in a qipao. They tested the sound and prepared to perform. The old gentleman began to sing with a resonant voice. With a firecracker, the spring festival bids farewell. Suddenly, the plum blossoms announced the early return of spring. Let us raise a toast at the plum pavilion, sharing 3 cups of wine with you. His voice was strong and clear, yet Li Dong could not comprehend the lyrics. Being a quintessential northern man, he found southern dialects largely incomprehensible. Even after 4 years of university in Tianjin City, he conversed with classmates in Mandarin, and his professors taught in the same language. You don't understand, do you? Xue Jiaqin observed his bewildered expression. No, Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement. This passage from Tianhu Pingtan is quite renowned, depicting the intertwined nature of love and marriage, symbolizing the deep respect and support for one another throughout life. Xue Jiaqi explained this to Li Dong. She was fairly familiar with Pingtan, having grown up listening to it, as her grandmother often sang it at home with great flair. In fact, she could sing it too, akin to singing in general, though not with the same level of professionalism and precision in rhythm. Most of the time, she conversed with Li Dong in Mandarin, occasionally slipping in a few dialect phrases to add some liveliness to their exchanges. Li Dong, at times, would inadvertently revert to his hometown dialect while speaking Mandarin, prompting Xue Jiaqi to mimic him. Dear, do you have a qipao? Li Dong inquired, taking a bite of fish. What's that? Have you seen someone looking pretty? Xue Jiaqi replied with a playful roll of her eyes. The woman playing the pipa was adorned in a light yellow qipao, exuding an extraordinary grace. Her beautiful features captivating all who beheld her. Hey, when we get back, put it on for me to see. I'm certain you'll steal my heart in that qipao, Li Dong remarked with a cheeky grin. The exquisite wedding dress Xue Jiaqi wore during their ceremony had already enchanted Li Dong. He could only imagine how alluring she would appear in a slit qipao. Foolish. Just show me your performance, and if it's good, who knows? Xue Jiaqi teased. She owned 5 or 6 qipaos, some with slits and some without, each boasting a different style. Previously, she had only worn them at home, seldom venturing out in them due to the overwhelming attention they drew, which made her uncomfortable. Well, you must perform well, ensuring that I attend to you splendidly, Li Dong replied. Xue Jiaqi said, playfully raising an eyebrow as she sampled some shrimp. Old person? Who are you referring to? I meant to ensure that my lady is well taken care of, Li Dong corrected himself. Now, that sounds better, Xue Jiaqi huffed lightly. The pingtan continued to play as everyone dined and enjoyed the atmosphere, perfectly balanced. Today, we appreciate the bamboo and plum together. The old gentleman's voice was quite pleasant. Although Li Dong could not comprehend the lyrics, he could discern the quality of the voice. Northerners enjoy operas, while Southerners revel in melodies. Chapter 64. Endless sweet nothings. Upon returning to the pre-booked hotel, after just half a day of shopping, Li Dong felt utterly exhausted, as if his body were falling apart. In contrast, Xue Jieqi, being pregnant, appeared to have more energy than him. Clearly, shopping was not a man's forte, even when accompanied by the woman he adored. "Honey, let us rest," Xue Jieqi said after a quick wash-up as she approached him. "All right, I'll just use the restroom and be right back," Li Dong replied, tossing his phone aside. 10 minutes later, Li Dong lay in bed, holding Xue Jieqi. "Honey, when did you read those poems and songs that you remember?" Xue Jieqi asked curiously. "From elementary school, I began memorizing poetry and continued this practice until university. Aside from the classical verses mandated by the curriculum, I managed to memorize as many as 500 or 600 pieces at my peak. Initially, it was poetry, followed by lyrical compositions, and later prose and poetry. There was even a period when I took pleasure in reading Buddhist scriptures," Li Dong remarked. "Does that mean your proficiency in the Chinese language is exceptional?" Xue Jiaqing inquired, leaning against Li Dong's arm. "One might not say it is exceptional. My scores typically hover around 120 out of 125. With essay scores ranging from 55 to 60, occasionally achieving a perfect score," Li Dong boasted. "Ah, how humble of you. A perfect score of 150 and you consider 120 not very good? Then what does that make me, who usually scores only 110, an academic underachiever?" Xue Jiaqing teased. "Surely not. My esteemed, beautiful, gracious, gentle, and virtuous teacher Xue. Is it possible that your language scores are so modest?" Li Dong feigned astonishment. "How rude. You embellish your words merely to mock me, don't you?" Xue Jiaqing playfully twisted his chest. "In my subconscious, I presumed your command of the Chinese language was excellent, your English proficient, and your mathematics lacking," Li Dong stated. "Why do you think so?" Xue Jiaqing asked, puzzled. "Because you are beautiful. Generally, the attractive girls in class excel in Chinese and English, but struggle with mathematics. I have encountered numerous examples," Li Dong explained. "Well, I am quite the opposite. My mathematics is strong, while my Chinese and English are average." Xue Jiaqing replied with a grin. "Grades are but one aspect, and those are merely remnants of the past. Besides, what does it matter how well I performed if I still have to call you Teacher Xue?" Li Dong teased, then planted a kiss on her rosy lips. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Are you suggesting that a mediocre student like me has become the teacher of an academic prodigy like you? Do you think I am unworthy?" Xue Jiaqing questioned, twisting Li Dong's ear. "In every trio, there exists a teacher. The mere fact that you can instruct me indicates you possess qualities that surpass my own." Li Dong kissed Xue Jiaqing tenderly. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Tell me, in what ways am I superior to you? If you cannot articulate it, then you shall spend the night on the sofa." Xue Jiaqing playfully bit Li Dong's lips. "For instance, your attributes surpass mine in this regard. I cannot compare to you," Li Dong said earnestly. "You rogue," Xue Jiaqing teased. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Li Dong inquired curiously. "People will mock you, especially during physical education classes when running, which can be quite unbecoming. Some female classmates, in an attempt to avoid appearing overly endowed, resort to wearing tight corsets or slouching," Xue Jiaqing lamented. "Indeed, that does seem to resonate," Li Dong nodded in agreement. "Some might even refer to those girls as cows and engage in unbecoming gestures in their presence." "Honey? Yes, what is it?" Li Dong responded. "Do you think that in a few years, you might grow weary of me and no longer adore me as you do now?" Xue Jiaqing leaned against Li Dong's arm and inquired. As her dependence on him grew, she occasionally found herself anxious about such a scenario. This sentiment had never been voiced before Li Dong. She had confided only in Qi Xiaoxiao, who remarked that she had become ensnared in the ocean of love, unable to extricate herself. "No, you are like poison. Once touched, it becomes impossible to quit. The day I manage to quit will signify the end of my life." Li Dong replied with a smile. "Please refrain from uttering such chilling words," Xue Jiaqing playfully chided. "How can one who has truly entered the heart simply forget? How can feelings that have stirred the soul be cast aside? I see all mountains adorned with flora, yet only you stand as a verdant peak. Amidst the myriad charms of the world, you alone hold my heart. To be united with you is worth more than gold. I vow to cherish our bond until the end of time. May our love endure for 1,000 years, harmonious as the strings of a zither," Li Dong said tenderly, gazing at Xue Jiaqing. She was the woman he vowed to protect for a lifetime. How could he allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance? "A true man stands by his word," I shall remember all these sweet nothings you've uttered. I hope you to keep them close to your heart. If ever you treat me poorly, I will recite these words to remind you of your promises." Xue Jiaqing pouted. In that moment, she was no longer the poised student she was in class, but rather a love-struck girl, playfully indulging in affection before her beloved. As her time with Li Dong extended, her reliance on him deepened. If she found herself apart from him for even a moment, she felt compelled to send a message or make a call, even knowing he was busy. At times, she would send him a selfie to show him her current state. If she purchased a new outfit, she would also share a photo for his appraisal. Of course, you shall never escape from my grasp. You belong solely to me. Do you understand, my Xue teacher? Li Dong declared with heartfelt sincerity. Yes, I understand, Xue Jiaqing replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. They both awoke in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock. And when Xue Jiaqing picked up her phone, she discovered a plethora of unread messages and missed calls. Concerned that their rest might be disrupted, both had set their phones to silent. Sister, you finally replied. I thought you two had gone missing. Qi Xiaoxiao's teasing voice resonated through the screen. I was napping. You know I have that habit, Xue Jiaqing said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Weren't you two off on a trip? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, having seen a photo of them by the lake on social media that morning. Who says one cannot nap while on an outing? Xue Jiaqing retorted. All right, I concede. Ever since you've been with a man, you've grown increasingly indifferent towards me. Qi Xiaoxiao sighed, sounding like a jilted lover. I only hear the laughter of newcomers, not the cries of the old. Not at all. You are my treasure, my little darling. Xue Jiaqing laughed heartily. Is Li Dong really just stringing you along? How tedious and vexing. Tomorrow, I must go on a blind date. From Qi Xiaoxiao's tone, it was apparent that she was quite unhappy. Who introduced you? Xue Jiaqing inquired. A colleague of my mother has a relative. They say the gentleman is a graduate of a prestigious university, stands at 6 feet tall, is quite handsome, works in a state-owned enterprise in a managerial position, earns a decent income, and comes from a good family background. He is a year older than me, Qi Xiaoxiao replied. Those sound like quite favorable conditions. Is there truly a man of such caliber without a partner? Xue Jiaqing asked curiously. With a height of 6 feet. Most men are already eliminated. Graduates from prestigious universities are indeed a rarity. Being in a managerial role at a state-owned enterprise indicates both capability and emotional intelligence. And at the age of 26, he is in the prime of youth. With such an advantageous family background, one must wonder how there could be no women vying for his attention. Regardless of Qi Xiaoxiao's belief, Xue Jiaqing harbored some skepticism, whether he is single or not. We shall find out when we meet tomorrow, Qi Xiaoxiao stated. Do dress up nicely. Perhaps fate truly awaits you, and you must not let a good opportunity slip by. Wear your black stockings and that fitted skirt. You will undoubtedly capture his heart, Xue Jiaqing encouraged. I hope so. By the way, is Li Dong nearby? Qi Xiaoxiao suddenly asked with a hint of mystery. Upon hearing Qi Xiaoxiao's inexplicable question, Xue Jiaqing glanced at Li Dong beside her and replied, No. He has gone to the restroom. Oh, let me ask you, have you two been driving together lately? Qi Xiaoxiao continued. Of course, we drove this morning, Xue Jiaqing remarked, feeling that Qi Xiaoxiao's inquiries were somewhat redundant. After all, they had just come from home. Would they have walked otherwise? Is it a manual or an automatic? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. An automatic, of course. Manuals are far too exhausting, and I haven't driven one in ages, Xue Jiaqing explained. She had only driven a manual when she first obtained her license. She had since used semi-automatic and for the past 2 years, exclusively automatic vehicles for convenience. As for the argument that automatic cars consume more fuel, that was hardly a concern for her. She always filled her tank with 95 octane and had never spent less than 200. What is the driving experience like? Any peculiar sounds? Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, reveling in the thrill of prying into another's private matters. Sometimes there are a few odd noises, Xue Jiaqing contemplated, realizing that her car might have issues with either the engine or the transmission, as it occasionally emitted strange sounds during gear shifts. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxiao was nearly ecstatic, discovering how exhilarating it was to uncover someone else's secrets. So, tell me honestly, do you enjoy driving with Li Dong? Qi Xiaoxiao posed the ultimate question. I do. Driving alone is rather dull. It's much more enjoyable to chat and laugh together, Xue Jiaqing responded. Seeing Xue Jiaqing chatting so joyfully, Li Dong was quite curious. It was unusual for two girls to converse over the phone without discussing clothes, handbags, or cosmetics. Instead, they commenced a dialogue about driving. Hee, drive slowly. You are expecting now, so be cautious. Safety comes first, Ji Xiaoxiao advised. I know, it's been Li Dong driving lately, and I don't have to worry about anything. Shui Jieqi replied with a smile. As long as Li Dong is around, he does the driving. In his words, even if you weren't pregnant, the passenger seat is still yours. Isn't that a delightful feeling? Ji Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. It's all right, not particularly delightful, Shui Jieqi said, looking bewildered. It's just sitting in the passenger seat. How can that be associated with delight? Could it be that Li Dong's driving skills are lacking? But then again, he is a novice. He just needs more practice. Ji Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, beginning to worry about her friend's happiness. He is not a novice. He has several years of driving experience, so he can barely be considered an experienced driver, Shui Jieqi thought aloud. She recalled Li Dong mentioning that he obtained his driver's license during his freshman winter break and occasionally drove the family's van. So he couldn't be classified as a complete beginner. Did Li Dong tell you that himself? Or did you discover it on your own? Ji Xiaoxiao suddenly sat up in surprise. Oh no, my dear friend seems to have encountered a scoundrel. I cannot ignore this matter. Li Dong appeared rather honest. Wasn't it said that he had never been in a relationship? How could he have been concealing such a depth of experience? He said it himself. What's wrong with that? Shui Jieqi asked, puzzled by her friend's unusual line of questioning. What do you mean? What's wrong? Aren't you upset? He deceived you, and you remain indifferent? Sister, have you been blinded by love? Ji Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously. It's just driving. Why would I be angry? If he's not good at it, he can just practice more. How does that equate to emotional deception? Shui Jieqi looked confused. Did you not say he has been driving for several years? Ji Xiaoxiao asked with exasperation, feeling her friend was too deeply ensnared in love to see clearly. Yes, he got his license during freshman year. Hasn't he been a few years now? Shui Jieqi replied. Driver's license? Ji Xiaoxiao was momentarily flustered. Indeed, Shui Jieqi confirmed. You mean the driver's license? Ji Xiaoxiao reiterated for clarity. What else would I be referring to? Shui Jieqi was still processing the conversation. Right, the driver's license. Mine seems to be nearing expiration. I must find time to address it promptly. Ji Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, glad that her friend was not deceived. It turned out both of them had been completely on different wavelengths while discussing this matter with fervor. What a peculiar situation. Didn't TU just renew it last year? We went together to get it changed, Shui Jieqi remarked, sensing that Ji Xiaoxiao was acting rather unusually today, as if her words were not fully thought out. Is that so? Perhaps I misremembered, Ji Xiaoxiao said, pouting. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to shop. Okay, bye-bye, thinking of you. Shui Jiaqin replied with a smile, before hanging up the phone. What are you laughing about? So cheerful. Turning her head, Shui Jiaqin curiously inquired upon seeing Li Dong's joyful expression. Chapter 66. Regrets it's nothing. Just feeling happy, Li Dong chuckled lightly. But I find Xiaoxiao quite peculiar today. Her words seemed disjointed. Shui Jiaqin sat up against the headboard, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Some individuals, despite their age, may not possess much understanding, like Shui Jiaqin. Forget her, that's just how she is, Li Dong remarked, playfully pinching Shui Jiaqin's delicate face. Dear, have you ever felt regret in your life? Shui Jiaqin asked. Regrets? As of now, I believe I have none. I have always acted with a clear conscience. What is right, and what is wrong is wrong. I do not take pride in my successes nor despair in my failures. As long as I give my all, I see no reason for regret. Why such a philosophical question all of a sudden? Are we going to role-play as teacher and student again? Li Dong jested. Enough with the role-playing. Today, I came across an article online that stated if one reaches the end of life without any regrets, it is deemed perfect. That sentiment deeply resonated with me. Shui Jiaqin rolled her eyes. I beg to differ, Li Dong said, pulling Shui Jiaqin closer. And what is your perspective? Shui Jiaqin gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, increasingly enjoying discussions of a philosophical nature with him. On one hand, her academic background in philosophy during her undergraduate and postgraduate studies endowed her with profound insights into this field. On the other hand, although they were married, their dynamic also encompassed a teacher-student relationship, and Li Dong's perspectives on various issues greatly benefited her research. Moreover, women are often drawn to strength, as her student and husband. Li Dong's ability to enlighten her in her area of expertise made her feel that, in some respects, he surpassed her. Have you watched The Demigods and Semi-Devils? Li Dong asked, brushing a strand of hair behind Shui Jiaqin's ear. Of course. I watched it countless times as a child, Shui Jiaqin responded. What do you think is the greatest regret in the demigods and semi-devils? Li Dong smiled. I believe the greatest regret is Qiao Feng's tragic demise. A great hero meeting such a woeful end is the most significant sorrow of the entire series. Additionally, he mistakenly killed a Zhu, preventing two lovers from being together. Shui Jiaqin pondered, tilting her head in thought, until she caught the teasing glint in Li Dong's eyes. Hey, what kind of expression is that? I can sense disdain in your gaze. So, what do you consider to be regret? Shui Jiaqin playfully twisted Li Dong's ear, her voice laced with indignation. Is this how you treat your students when they seek your guidance? Do you resort to physical reprimands? Li Dong smirked and replied, teacherly. This inquiry seems rather perplexing for her. I kindly ask for your elucidation. Taking a deep breath, Shui Jiaqin mustered a smile, striving to maintain her composure. You're overacting. It's a bit excessive, Li Dong chuckled. Sensing that Shui Jiaqin was on the verge of losing her temper, he quickly interjected, tell me. What was Murong Fu's lifelong ambition? It was to restore the great Yin and ascend the throne, wasn't he it? Shui Jiaqin pondered. But that goal is something Duan Yu could achieve from the moment he was born, right? Li Dong inquired. Indeed, he is the sole heir. Shui Jiaqin nodded in agreement. Duan Yu spent most of his life yearning for his unattainable love, Wang Yuyan, yet it is a prize Murong Fu could claim effortlessly. Isn't that infuriating? Li Dong remarked. Listening to Li Dong, Shui Jiaqin reflected, and it indeed seemed to be the case. If Murong Fu merely loosened his grip, Wang Yuyan would be his in an instant. It was as if everything was at his fingertips. Ding Chunxiu had slain countless individuals, yearning for the martial secrets of the Xiaoyao school, yet they came to Su Zhu with utmost ease, while Su Zhu, who solely wished to practice Buddhism at Shaolin, found himself unable to return for various reasons. Ding Chunxiu, having lived a life of wrongdoing, ultimately found refuge within the Buddhist community to end his days. Isn't that comical? Li Dong continued. With each of Li Dong's statements, Shui Jiaqin pondered in her heart, reminiscing about the plot of the television series. Striving to discover counterarguments against his assertions, yet found that he was, regrettably, correct. Yes, she conceded with a resigned nod. Duan Yu, who had no desire for martial arts since childhood, inadvertently became a master of the martial world. Jamozi, who devoted himself to acquiring the pinnacle of martial arts, ultimately lost all his abilities and became utterly incapacitated. Xiao Feng, who harbored the deepest disdain for the Khitans, was, in fact, of Khitan descent himself. After a lifetime of striving to protect the Song dynasty, he found no place for himself within it. Is that not absurd? Li Dong teased, lightly tapping the tip of Shui Jiaqin's nose. Indeed, that is quite ironic, Shui Jiaqin admitted, her gaze towards Li Dong filled with admiration. For his insights granted her a profound epiphany. Having watched demigods and semi-devils countless times, she was not entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of the narrative. At the very least, she was well acquainted with the principal arcs. However, clarity did not equate to the ability to weave these plots together, to summarize, or to elevate them to a higher understanding. She merely remembered Duan Yu's charm, Qiao Feng's valor, Su Zhu's endearing nature, and Wang Yuyan's fragility, among other traits. Some individuals are born in the heart of Rome, while many others spend their lives never reaching such heights, toiling away as mere laborers. Throughout our existence, we strive earnestly towards our goals, diligently and tirelessly. In the end, you will realize that the aspirations you tirelessly pursue in your dreams are effortlessly attained by others, while the treasures that others laboriously acquire are often dismissed by you. So, what is there truly left to regret? Li Dong remarked, placing a gentle kiss on Shui Jiaqin's crimson lips. My dear, I believe you could easily become a philosophy teacher. Shui Jiaqin gazed adoringly at Li Dong, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not at all. My sole purpose in this life is to be the best husband to you, Li Dong replied, lifting her chin with a determined gaze. How exaggerated. You lived quite well when you were single, didn't you? Shui Jiaqin teased, pouting playfully. Back then, I had never experienced love, so I was unaware of its delightful essence. Now, having savored the sweetness of love, I understand the joy of holding my wife while sleeping. It has become an addiction. You are my antidote to this love, Li Dong grinned. You flatter me daily, spinning me around with your words. One day, you might just sell me off, Shui Jiaqin said softly. How could I? You are my heart and soul. Without you, how could I possibly live? Li Dong joked. Chapter 67. Sketching on October 3rd, Li Dong and Shui Jiaqin departed from Tianhu City, driving towards the nearby Tianjing city. As a city steeped in the history of the six dynasties, Tianjin boasts a rich cultural heritage, a thriving economy, and is renowned as a prominent tourist destination. My dear, this is Wudong Avenue. If we were to come next month, when the leaves begin to turn yellow, it would be particularly beautiful, Shui Jiaqin exclaimed, linking her arm with Li Dong's joyfully. Then let us return next month. Since you enjoy it, we shall visit several times, Li Dong replied. Observing the bustling Wudong Avenue filled with tourists, I'm not sure if we will still have the freedom to roam next month, especially when my belly is even larger. And walking distances will become a challenge, Shui Jiaqin said, glancing down at her slightly rounded abdomen. Then we shall simply drive over. And you can enjoy the view from the car. Besides, next month, you will only be between 24 to 26 weeks along, far from the time when walking becomes impossible. Li Dong reassured her. Woo, my dear, I am a bit scared, Shui Jiaqin pouted. What are you afraid of? Li Dong asked, wrapping his arm around her shoulder with concern. Pain. I've heard that childbirth is excruciating, Shui Jiaqin said, her little face scrunching up in a pitiful manner. Indeed, it is painful. Dilation to 10 centimeters is a pain that even ordinary men struggle to bear. However, if the fear of pain is overwhelming, we can opt for a cesarean section, Li Dong suggested thoughtfully. I'd rather not. Natural birth allows for quicker recovery, fewer side effects, and is better for the baby. Shui Jiaqin rolled her eyes. I will be right by your side during the delivery, cheering you on. How does that sound? Li Dong comforted her. Uft. Will the doctor even allow you in there? Shui Jiaqin chuckled at Li Dong's antics. That should be permissible. I can stand by and watch silently, Li Dong mused, recalling that many hospitals offer companionship services during childbirth, albeit for an additional fee. Never mind. Giving birth is the greatest challenge a woman must face. I wish to accomplish it independently, so my child knows that their mother is a strong individual, Shui Jiaqin expressed with admiration. Indeed, Li Dong nodded, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Despite the advancements in medical science, absolute safety remains an elusive promise. The adage women are fragile, but mothers are resilient is not merely a saying. While men are undoubtedly great, women are equally formidable. Hello, handsome and beautiful. May I create a portrait for you? Free of charge? A young woman cheerfully inquired as the couple passed by a small stall. Li Dong looked down, realizing she was an art student sketching. Why is it free? He asked, puzzled. It's uncommon to encounter complimentary art, he added, having only seen paid services before. I select individuals with outstanding beauty, physique, or charisma to draw for free, the girl explained. Is it my appearance that has captivated you? Li Dong teased, acknowledging his own ordinary looks. His stature, nearly 6 feet tall, was perhaps his only distinguishing feature, as he possessed a clean complexion devoid of stubble or blemishes. The girl chuckled, actually. It's your companion's beauty and grace that inspire me to capture her likeness. If you find my work acceptable, a photograph with you both would suffice. Li Dong glanced at Shui Jiaqin, noting her lack of objection before inquiring, how long will it take? Approximately 20 minutes, the girl replied, having added 5 extra minutes to her usual time of 15 to allow for any unforeseen circumstances. All right, Shui Jiaqin nodded, taking her seat before the artist. With one hand steadying the easel and the other wielding a pencil, the girl began her work, while Li Dong stood behind her, observing the process. She started with the contours of Jiaqin's face, occasionally glancing up to capture her essence before continuing her strokes on the canvas. Almost 18 minutes later, just as Jiaqin began to fidget, the girl announced her completion. Take a look. I hope it's satisfactory, she said, wiping the sweat from her brow and presenting the drawing to Jiaqin. Impressive. It looks just like her. Truly a little artist, Jiaqin exclaimed, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. While Jiaqin was captivated by the finished piece, Li Dong had witnessed the transformation from a blank canvas to a vibrant representation of a beautiful woman. I'm flattered, but I cannot accept the title of artist just yet. May I take a picture with you? The girl politely requested. Of course, Jiaqin responded, stepping forward to pose alongside her while Li Dong captured the moment. Thank you. I won't take up more of your time. Perhaps we'll meet again by chance. The girl said with a smile, waving goodbye as she returned to her spot, awaiting the next unique individual to inspire her. That was astounding. You can't even imagine. Li Dong remarked, wrapping his arm around Jiaqin's waist as they strolled away, sharing his thoughts on the painting process they had just witnessed. During my childhood, there was a period when I took great delight in painting, to the extent that my mother enrolled me in an art class where I studied systematically for 2 years. However, I eventually became enamored with dance, and my passion for painting gradually faded away, Xue Jieqi remarked with a smile. Can you still dance? Li Dong asked, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at Xue Jieqi and then at her signature long, slender legs. Who are you underestimating? I have been dancing for a decade. While I wouldn't dare claim to be a professional, I certainly possess a solid foundation, Xue Jieqi huffed, her head held high like a proud little hen. That's wonderful. Li Dong seemed to recall something, his smile taking on an oddly enigmatic quality. After strolling through Wudong Street, the two found a well-known restaurant for their meal. Honey, this chicken liver is quite delightful. Do give it a try, Xue Jieqi suggested. Since it was just the two of them, they did not order an excessive number of dishes. Chicken liver, crab roast soup dumplings, scholars beans, duck blood vermicelli soup, and salted duck. Indeed, it is exquisite. It lives up to its reputation as a time-honored establishment. I've attempted to make it a few times myself, but it never quite turns out right. Li Dong commented after tasting a bite. While other classmates spent their holidays traveling or working part-time, Li Dong was different. He would often be found in the kitchen, poring over recipes and experimenting with various dishes and drinks. Thus, despite being a true northerner, he had a considerable understanding of southern cuisine and had even tried his hand at preparing many renowned dishes. Moreover, since being with Xue Jieqi, he had focused more on southern dishes to accommodate her tastes and preferences, delving deeper into the culinary arts. Your culinary skills are already quite impressive. The culprit behind my rapid weight gain is undoubtedly your exquisite cooking, Xue Jieqi teased playfully. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach, Li Dong said, taking a bite of the crab roe dumpling. The flavor was decent, though not as exceptional as the online review suggested. If I can't lose weight by then, you can expect to join me for some diet meals. Humph, Xue Jieqi pouted. Every day, Li Dong creatively prepared various delectable dishes for her, occasionally making snacks to tempt her. As a true foodie, it was a challenge for her to resist. Sometimes they agreed to just have a single bite. But after that first taste, she found herself unable to stop, indulging in one morsel after another while playfully critiquing how delicious Li Dong's cooking was. Since tasting Li Dong's culinary creations, Qi Xiaoxiao had taken over a room at Xue Jieqi's place, often spending at least 3 out of 7 days indulging in food and drink, claiming she was there to help share the burden of not overindulging alone. As they neared the end of their meal, Xue Jieqi's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her smile suddenly took on a peculiar expression. Aunt, what made you think to call me? Xue Jieqi answered with a smile. You, my dear, not only neglect to greet your aunt, but also seem displeased when she takes the initiative to call you. Have we intruded upon your intimate world? Su Qiaoqiao remarked with a playful frown. During their childhood, due to Su Jiaqin's parents' demanding jobs, it was often Su Qiaoqiao who kept her entertained, especially during the long summer and winter vacations when they were inseparable. Not at all. I think of you daily. I refrain from bothering you. Knowing how busy you are, Su Jiaqin replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, realizing she had indeed neglected to check in on her aunt lately. Humph. You know very well who occupies your thoughts, and you think you can fool your aunt with such words? Su Qiaoqiao teased with a smile. The bond between this niece and her aunt was special. Their relationship transcended the typical, although they were not mother and daughter. Su Qiaoqiao regarded Su Jiaqin with the same affection she would bestow upon her own child. Aunt, Li Dong and I just arrived in Tianjin City today. If you and uncle are home tomorrow, we would love to drop by, Su Jiaqin said playfully, sticking out her tongue. That is precisely what I was hoping to hear. I saw your check-in on social media and thought to give you a call. Tomorrow, both your uncle and I will be at home. Tian and Guoguo will be overjoyed to learn you're coming, Su Qiaoqiao responded. Tian and Guoguo were her twin daughters, 3 years younger than Su Jiaqin. Currently in their 3rd year of university, the sisters had always looked up to Su Jiaqin as a role model, and their bond was as close as that of biological sisters. After hanging up, Su Jiaqin turned to Li Dong, saying, Darling, let us pay a visit to Aunt and Uncle tomorrow. It's been quite a while since we last saw them. Just the other day, my mother suggested we visit during the holiday in November. Sounds good. Let us go see them. We only had a brief encounter at the wedding. And your aunt seemed eager to leave, Li Dong replied. What does your aunt enjoy? We should bring her something nice tomorrow, he added. Just a little something will do. They have everything they need, Su Jiaqin contemplated. As the director of the Execution Bureau at the Tianjin Municipal Intermediate People's Court, Su Qiaoqiao was far from the endearing name her title suggested. She was a formidable woman. A top student from her school days, she pursued a smooth path through academia, earning degrees in law for both her undergraduate and postgraduate studies. After graduating, she entered the court system, starting as a judicial assistant and rising to her current prestigious position, akin to a rising red star. All right, then let us plan to buy something nice tomorrow, Li Dong replied with a smile. After dinner, Li Dong and Su Jiaqin returned directly to their hotel. Although Su Jiaqin had hoped to explore a bit more, she understood that returning to lie down after a meal could lead to unwanted weight gain. However, Li Dong, concerned for her well-being, insisted that gaining a little weight was inconsequential compared to her health. On October 4th, Li Dong and Su Jiaqin arrived at a high-end residential area in Tianjin City, carrying gifts in hand. As a vice-provincial city, Tianjin's economy was more prosperous than that of Tianjin City, though slightly less so than Tianhu City. Nonetheless, property prices were notably high. The housing prices in this community are no less than 45,000 and may even approach 50,000 per square meter. My dear aunt, how long for you? As soon as she entered, Shui Jiaqing embraced Shui Xiaoqiao tightly, their intimacy surpassing even that of a biological mother, which took Li Dong somewhat by surprise. You little rascal, you always put on a sweet act. We are so close, yet it's been ages since you last visited. It seems that having a husband has made you forget your aunt, Shui Xiaoqiao chided affectionately. Dressed in home attire, Shui Xiaoqiao exuded an aura of decisiveness, her sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Moreover, she possessed a unique charisma, perhaps the result of her prolonged tenure in a position of authority. Not at all, you've wronged me. I've just found out I'm pregnant, so I've been avoiding going out. I only returned home once at the end of last month, and during the National Day holiday, I merely strolled around the vicinity, with my first stop being here with you, dear aunt. Shui Jiaqing replied while linking her arm with her aunt's. Come, Li Dong, please take a seat. I was so engrossed in chatting with Jiaqing that I completely forgot to attend to you. You mustn't bring gifts next time. My home is well stocked. But it could use a bit more lively company, Shui Xiaoqiao remarked, glancing at Li Dong. I didn't bring much, dear aunt. After all, it's my first visit. And it would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed, Li Dong said with a smile, settling beside Shui Jiaqing. Sister, you've clearly put on some weight, Zhao Tian declared as she emerged from the room, standing before Shui Jiaqing for a closer look. That's called being plump, not fat, Zhao Guo corrected. The two girls bore a striking resemblance, true to their status as twins, even wearing matching outfits and sharing similar body types. One might easily mistake them for one another without a keen eye. I say, you two have had enough, Shui Jiaqing playfully admonished. Hello, brother-in-law. I hear from my sister that your culinary skills are exquisite and you can prepare a variety of dishes, Zhao Tian greeted. I manage all right. Preparing a feast is no problem, but I wouldn't go so far as to claim excellence, Li Dong replied modestly. One day, when we visit Tianjin City, we shall come by and enjoy a meal at your place, Zhao Guo stated. Absolutely, it's a trivial matter. Consider it done, Li Dong responded. You two only know how to eat. Why don't you ask your brother-in-law for some academic guidance? He is a two-time national award recipient, a true scholar. Forget about national awards. If you can manage to secure a school-level scholarship, I will match whatever you earn, Shui Xiaoqiao said, looking at the two food enthusiasts with exasperation. She was aware of certain details about Li Dong, some shared by Shui Jiaqing and others gleaned from different sources. Overall, she held a favorable opinion of him. Chapter 69, Sisterly Bonds Brother-in-Law. If you excel academically, why don't you pursue further studies? Zhao Tian inquired curiously. The twins were currently in their third year of university, soon facing the pivotal decision of graduation versus further education, and they had yet to reach a consensus. If they were to consider graduate studies, they should ideally start procuring study materials for preparation now. Otherwise, the timeline would become increasingly constricted. The distinction between learning well and pursuing postgraduate studies is significant. They do not interfere with one another. The decision to embark on further studies largely hinges on one's personal aspirations or career objectives. If one possesses a genuine passion for academic inquiry and seeks to delve deeper into this realm, pursuing a graduate degree is advisable. The prestige of the institution can greatly enhance future opportunities, much like the case of your esteemed sister. Conversely, if your primary goal is merely to secure a good job, your current institutions are already adequate. Further studies may not substantially enhance your prospects, pondered Li Dong. Both individuals are exemplary students of Tianjin University, one studying accounting and the other human resource management. Indeed, mother, my brother-in-law shares the same sentiment, Zhao Guo exclaimed joyfully. Her focus on human resource management suggests that the significance of postgraduate studies is comparatively minimal. Li Dong, do you have any additional recommendations? Inquired Shui Qiao. I am not well versed in her field, but I can offer my perspective for your consideration. In human resource management, one is destined to become an office professional, overseeing personnel management within a corporation. Thus, during the forthcoming year before graduation, it would be prudent to master office software, ideally achieving proficiency, if feasible. Securing an internship at a large enterprise during the summer or winter breaks would provide invaluable insight into your future responsibilities and allow for early preparation, Li Dong thoughtfully articulated. Initially, Shui Qiao merely intended to be courteous, yet Li Dong's words resonated profoundly with her own thoughts. I am adept with office software, brother-in-law. You underestimate me. Zhao Guoguo retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. She was proficient in general word processing, spreadsheet management, and presentation creation. After all, young people are constantly interacting with computers, making such basic skills second nature. Can you edit a photo? Li Dong inquired. What do you mean? Zhao Guoguo asked, puzzled. I have a group photo with your sister. Could you remove me without leaving any trace? Li Dong casually suggested. This skill, though seemingly simple, is quite challenging. Few can achieve perfection in such tasks. I could give it a try, Zhao Guoguo replied, her confidence wavering as she realized she had not attempted anything of the sort before. Let us use this photo. It was taken by Tian Lake with your sister. Just remove me, Li Dong said, retrieving a picture from his album to send to Zhao Guoguo. What if you succeed? She asked. If you succeed, I shall treat you to a meal. How does that sound? Li Dong replied, eyeing the playful Zhao Guoguo. Agreed, but if you fail, I shall treat you instead. She laughed as she retreated to her room. Brother-in-law, do you have any advice for me? Zhao Tian inquired. She found Li Dong's previous remarks entirely accurate, as they struck at the heart of the matter. However, her younger sister was far too playful, spending her computer time either binge-watching dramas or gaming, showing little inclination to learn the operational skills of office software. You are studying accounting, where practical experience outweighs theoretical knowledge. During the summer and winter breaks, seek out internships, ideally with the assistance of your aunt, to secure a position at a prestigious accounting firm, where the accountants are among the finest. As there is still a year and a half until graduation, one can begin preparations. At graduation, it is advisable to secure qualifications, and subsequently, one can dedicate 2 to 3 years to further pursuits, remarked Li Dong. The challenge is considerable. I have heard that the pass rate each year is alarmingly low, less than a quarter, stated Shui Jiechi. The difficulty escalates with the entirely English examination. After all, being a high-achieving student, though not specialized in this field, I possess a basic understanding of the essentials, she added. If you manage to achieve this by graduation, I would consent to your decision not to pursue further studies, commented Shui Qiao. It is quite a formidable task, requiring the passing of 13 subjects to obtain the certification. Zhao Tian lamented. As a student majoring in accounting, she is well aware of the required credentials. Those of lesser difficulty are of little use, while the more challenging ones are difficult to pass. Then, you should obediently pursue further studies, and upon graduation, consider civil service examinations. I shall not interfere. Shui Qiao cheerfully suggested. I certainly do not wish to take civil service exams. I choose to study, and tomorrow I shall purchase study materials and commence my preparations. I refuse to believe I cannot succeed, Zhao Tian declared resolutely. Very well, your determination is commendable. I await your good news, encouraged Shui Qiao. What good news? Just then, a middle-aged man entered, who was Shui Jiechi's uncle, Zhao Ruizha. I was chatting with Jiechi. Why did it take you so long to buy a few items? I thought you had gotten lost, teased Shui Qiao. Old Wang did not open today, so I went to the eastern shop, but it was too crowded, and I had to wait in line for quite a while, explained Zhao Ruizha. Hello, uncle, greeted Shui Jiechi sweetly. Uncle, Li Dong stood and greeted. Please, make yourselves comfortable. There is no need for such formality among family. We have run out of snacks. I will step out to procure some. Let us enjoy a drink later. Zhao Ruizha said as he placed his purchases in the kitchen and settled onto the sofa. Certainly, but my tolerance for alcohol is limited. I can only indulge sparingly. Li Dong nodded. I've heard from Shui Jiechi that this uncle enjoys drinking, albeit his capacity is modest, at most half a gene. You two continue your conversation. I shall commence preparing dinner in the kitchen, though my culinary skills are rather average, so do not be too critical, Shui Qiao jested. Not at all. I have always enjoyed the meals prepared by my aunt, Shui Jieqi playfully replied. That was once the case, now it may be different. With Chef Li Dong providing delightful dishes daily, perhaps your palate has become more discerning, Shui Xiaoqiao said, looking at Shui Jieqi with affection. Hee, that is unlikely. Shui Jieqi replied. In truth, her mother, her aunt, and her uncle's culinary skills are all rather mediocre, merely palatable, but certainly not delectable. Perhaps their demanding jobs leave them little time to refine their cooking skills or the energy to ponder such matters. Aunt, may I lend you a hand? It could expedite the process, suggested Li Dong. No, you must not cook here. When I visit your home next time, you can prepare some hearty dishes for me. Shui Xiaoqiao waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 70. Sisterly Whispers. Sister, how is married life treating you? Zhao Tiantian and Zhao Guoguo pulled Shui Jieqi into their room for a private conversation. While in the living room, Li Dong was engaged in a discussion with their uncle. It's quite delightful, really. Having someone who cares for you, thinks of you, and accompanies you is a wonderful experience, Shui Jieqi replied with a smile. You once said you wouldn't seek a boyfriend, and now, suddenly, you are married and on the verge of motherhood. It truly takes us by surprise. Zhao Tiantian expressed with an incredulous look. Shui Jieqi had always been her role model, beautiful, with an admirable figure, grace, and intellect, as well as her own opinions. Tiantian had long aspired to emulate Shui Jieqi, yearning to become an independent woman like her. Fate intervened, I suppose. I certainly didn't foresee it, Shui Jieqi succinctly remarked. Who could have predicted that day would unfold as it did? Who could have known such a profound connection would form? Who could have anticipated Li Dong's remarkable sense of responsibility? Everything is interconnected. Without any one of these conditions, none of this would have come to pass. Sister, please tell us honestly, are you truly happy now? Zhao Guoguo inquired, gazing into Shui Jieqi's eyes. To speak candidly, I am indeed very happy, a kind of bliss I had never experienced before. What the future holds is uncertain, but at least I know that my choice was not misguided. Shui Jieqi said softly, her face radiating warmth. Reflecting on the countless moments spent with Li Dong, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. If this happiness could persist indefinitely, that would be wonderful. Even if we earn a little less, it matters not. As long as we can live joyfully together as a family, that is sufficient. That's a relief. My mother has always worried that you might have succumbed to your circumstances because of the child, but it seems this was a choice you willingly made. Zhao Tiantian sighed with relief, pleased that her sister had found her own happiness. Not at all. My sister is not one to easily bow down, Shui Jieqi asserted. Hee. Zhao Tiantian nodded in agreement. The three sisters continued their conversation, sharing a wealth of topics given their similar ages. Is your husband truly so talented? I had no idea. Zhao Guoguo asked in astonishment. Shui Jieqi had just recounted a surprise Li Dong had prepared for her during Teacher's Day. And the twins instantly felt that this brother-in-law was extraordinary. He is quite the scholar, dedicating time each day to read a variety of subjects, astronomy, geography, literature, history, poetry, and prose, and occasionally, he indulges in novels, Shui Jieqi remarked with admiration. Initially, she had thought Li Dong was merely putting on a fade as a good student to align with her identity as a teacher. However, she gradually realized that he genuinely devoted himself to reading, taking notes on the material. Some noteworthy passages he encountered were meticulously copied into a dedicated notebook. Shui Jieqi had discreetly perused Li Dong's notebook, which was nearing completion, filled with hundreds of pages of his thoughtful annotations. The content within is quite eclectic. Only a portion is familiar to her, while the majority remains unknown or unseen. There are 4 more notebooks on the shelf, all filled to the brim. Truly, she is a scholar, persisting in her studies even after graduation, a commendable spirit of diligence. Zhao Tiantian remarked with awe. She considered herself an avid reader. Yet she could not guarantee that she would remain patient enough to sit down with a book after graduation, let alone take notes. I inquired why he cherished reading. And most of his selections were extracurricular books unrelated to his major. Can you guess his response? Shui Jiaqing teased. What did your brother-in-law say? Both were curious. He stated that reading may not guarantee success or a bright future, but it can cultivate eloquence and moderation in one's speech and actions. Shui Jiaqing elucidated. Wow, how talented. Zhao Guoguo nodded repeatedly, her admiration evident. In her heart, she had begun to acknowledge Li Dong, this suddenly emerging brother-in-law. I share the same sentiment. Many of his viewpoints are quite novel. Although I do not agree with all of them, they offer significant inspiration. When in a relationship, it is not essential for all opinions to align. Rather, it is about discovering more resonance and growing together throughout the experience. Shui Jiaqing said joyfully. Sister, does this make you and your brother-in-law a pair of intellectuals? Zhao Tiantian leaned on Shui Jiaqing's shoulder, her face brimming with envy. What girl does not harbor youthful dreams? Being in the prime of their youth, both Zhao Tiantian and Shui Jiaqing certainly did not lack admirers. Although they had both experienced romance, they had never managed to see it through to the end. I don't know. Perhaps it could be considered so, Shui Jiaqing replied with a smile. Li Dong undoubtedly qualifies as an intellectual. Does that make her a beauty as well? One would think so, given her appearance and figure. Not to mention her literary cultivation. I truly envy you, sister. Your first love is your husband, and you were even teacher and student. My goodness. Wasn't it particularly thrilling when you two were together? Zhao Tiantian asked with a mischievous smile. You little rascal, are you feeling cheeky? Shui Jiaqing playfully twisted Zhao Tiantian's ear. Sister, be gentle. I'm just asking out of curiosity, especially considering the uniqueness of your relationship. At a critical moment. Uttering teacher, Shui must feel exceptionally exhilarating. Zhao Tiantian laughed heartily. We are no longer innocent maidens. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's simply how it is. In the living room outside, Zhao Ruizha and Li Dong were also engaged in animated conversation. You brew your own beer? Zhao Ruizha asked, astonished. He was quite the connoisseur of fine spirits, though he could not handle much. Beer, however, he could manage a bit more. I run a barbecue stall after all. Pairing it with beer enhances sales, and my homemade beer has a delightful taste and is quite popular, Li Dong explained. Make sure to send me a few bottles. I'd love to try it, Zhao Ruizha said, patting Li Dong on the shoulder. As the deputy director of the Tianjin City Tax Bureau, what kind of liquor has he not tasted? What brand of cigarettes has he not smoked? Such remarks merely serve to bridge the gap between him and Li Dong. My production line will soon be operational. Once I obtain the production license, I shall send 2 barrels your way, Li Dong remarked. Ambition is commendable. A true man should possess the courage to strive and fight. One cannot achieve greatness merely through honest toil and following protocol, Zhao Ruizha advised. Of course, it is imperative that all operations are compliant with regulations, with all necessary documentation at hand. Avoid engaging in unlicensed operations or unlawful sales. That is assured, uncle. I have already earned a considerable sum through legitimate means, and there is no need to jeopardize that by engaging in illegal activities, Li Dong nodded in agreement. Should you encounter any issues during the process of obtaining permits or in subsequent operations, feel free to call me. I have classmates at the Tianjin City Tax Bureau who can assist, Zhao Ruizha succinctly stated. Thank you, uncle, Li Dong replied with a nod. We are family. There is no need for formalities, Zhao Ruizha said. Chapter 71. The drunken act of Li Dong dinner is served. The table was laden with an array of dishes, most of which had been prepared by Shui Qiao, with a few platters of ready-made delicacies. Mom, you are so biased. It has been ages since I last enjoyed your cooking, and today's feast is thanks to my sister, Zhao Guo playfully remarked. The 2 siblings usually resided at school, returning home only for a couple of days on weekends, often spending time with friends, which left little opportunity for home-cooked meals. Shui Qiao, busy with work and frequently working overtime, rarely found time to cook for them. Your appetite cannot be contained. If you were as easygoing as your sister, I would gladly prepare a banquet for you every day, Shui Qiao teased. I am quite well behaved, you know, Zhao Guo pouted in response. Li Dong, come, let us toast. Zhao Ruizha raised his glass. Uncle, I raise my glass to you. I shall drink to the last drop. You may drink at your leisure. Li Dong clinked glasses with Zhao Ruizha before downing his drink in one swift motion. One drink is sufficient. We are kin, no need to drink so heavily. If you get drunk, Jiechi will not be pleased, Zhao Ruizha jested, finding delight in Li Dong's spirited demeanor. Typically, his social gatherings were so numerous that he could scarcely manage them, with countless individuals vying for his favor. He had encountered many young people like Li Dong, freshly entered into society. Some were as silent as stones, while others sipped their drinks delicately like ladies of high society. I prefer to abstain. You all enjoy. Shui Jiechi interjected. She understood Li Dong. Since their marriage, he had not touched strong liquor, having only shared a few beers with Wang Xiaolei, consuming just over a bottle. To quote Li Dong, he could not burden his wife with the responsibility of caring for him while intoxicated, especially with her being pregnant. He could not fathom such inconsiderate behavior. Can you play dice? Zhao Ruizha inquired, eyeing Li Dong. I have some familiarity. I have witnessed it often but have played little myself. However, I am more than willing to join you for a couple of rounds, Li Dong humbly replied. Let us indulge for fun. It's not about winning or losing, merely a chance to savor a few more sips of fine liquor, Zhao Ruizha remarked. Within his abode, there was no shortage of exquisite wines, predominantly Matai and Wuliangya. Come on, brothers, let's enjoy ourselves. 5 champions, 8 steeds. Hey, you rascal. Just moments ago you claimed not to partake much, yet here you are, having bested me already. Zhao Ruizha laughed as he took a sip, continuing to gesture at Li Dong. Come on, brothers, let's raise our glasses, a star shining bright, a dragon soaring high, 666. Now it's your turn to drink, my friend, Zhao Ruizha said with glee. Jiechi, let us enjoy our meal without minding those two. Men are often closer to their liquor than to their wives, Shui Qiao remarked with a smirk. Does Li Dong typically drink? He seldom indulges and does not smoke either. Once, I inquired why he, as a man, shunned cigarettes and spirits. He explained that everyone has different hobbies. Some cherish cigars and drinks, others enjoy fishing, playing cards, or gaming. He simply finds joy in reading and cooking, Shui Jiechi recounted as she served Li Dong a mouthful of food. What delightful pastimes! They harm neither the body nor the wallet, and they foster knowledge. I never imagined this lad was such a scholar, Shui Qiao teased. Mother, my brother-in-law is quite talented. His words flow effortlessly. Just earlier in the bedroom, I noted down numerous insights in my notebook, Zhao Tiantian chimed in. I've urged you all to read more. But you've never listened. Now you see the value of knowledge, don't you? Shui Qiao said. Later, let us ask my brother-in-law for some book recommendations. From this moment forth, I too shall embrace the life of a scholar, Shui Guogui declared with exuberance. If you can maintain this resolve, you'll see results within a year, Shui Jiechi affirmed. As the 4 women dined and conversed, the 2 men drank and played games, savoring their food. I cannot take any more, uncle, Li Dong declared, his speech slightly slurred. This little uncle is a master at the game. He is surely a seasoned veteran. Far beyond the capabilities of this novice, Li Dong thought. How can a man claim to be incapable? We have barely finished a bottle. Let us have another 2 rounds. Zhao Ruizha, already tipsy, insisted, relishing the moment. Uncle, should you manage to intoxicate Li Dong, I shan't leave today, Shui Jiechi jested, glancing at Li Dong, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were glazed, clearly overwhelmed by the drink. Fear not, I'll arrange a room for you. You and Li Dong can stay a few extra days. We seem to have a good rapport, Zhao Ruizha waved his hand. With a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom residence. It was no trouble to spare a room. All right, enough drinking for now. You've made Li Dong drunk on his first visit. Will he dare to return next time? Shui Qiao chided playfully. Li Dong, are you intoxicated? Zhao Ruizha inquired, patting Li Dong's shoulder. I am not drunk. Come on, uncle, let us drink again. Li Dong asserted, extending his hand to continue the game. See, even he claims he is not drunk, Zhao Ruizha responded. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. My brother and I shall continue our drinks, Zhao Ruizha mumbled, his speech already slurred. Sister, why don't you stay the night? I can share a bed with Guogua, and you can take mine. We haven't had enough time to talk, Zhao Tiantian said, clinging to Shui Jikiki's arm with reluctance. In the brief span of time, Li Dong had lost 2 more rounds and consumed 2 additional drinks. Observing the precariously inebriated Li Dong, Shui Jikiki sighed in exasperation. Given the state he was in, there was no way to take him home. After finishing a bottle of liquor, Zhao Ruizha intended to open another, but was adamantly persuaded by Shui Qiao to retire to bed instead. Shui Qiao and Zhao Tiantian assisted in guiding Li Dong back to Zhao Tiantian's room, covering him with a blanket. Just before they departed, Zhao Tiantian playfully remarked, Brother-in-law, please don't throw up. If you must, use the trash can nearby. Once the others had left, Shui Jikiki closed the door and sat at the bedside, preparing to fetch a towel to wipe Li Dong's face when he unexpectedly grasped her hand. Don't go, my dear wife, stay with me for a while, Li Dong said. Shui Jikiki looked at him in astonishment. That previous statement had been articulated with remarkable clarity. There was no trace of drunkenness. You're still pregnant. How could I possibly leave to drink more, especially to the point of inebriation? Li Dong caressed her hand, seemingly aware of her unvoiced concerns. Did you really have to act so convincingly? Was uncle also pretending? Shui Jikiki chuckled, her heart warming at the thought that Li Dong was always thinking of her. Uncle was genuinely intoxicated. If I hadn't pretended to be drunk, I'd have had to drink more later. Why would I indulge so much around family? Li Dong replied. You sly one. If Uncle knew you were so sober, he might insist on another few rounds, Shwejikiki said, her smile radiant. She hadn't expected him to be so clever, as she genuinely believed he was intoxicated moments ago. Chapter 72. Completion of winemaking equipment debugging ultimately. Neither Li Dong nor Shwejikiki stayed overnight at Aunt's house. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Dong had regained his senses, and after having dinner, the couple returned to the hotel. After spending another day in Tianjin City, they were set to return home on October 6th. With just one more day of their holiday remaining. Darling, it's time for bed, Shwejikiki said, feeling drowsy after lunch and stifling a few yawns. All right, I'll lull you to sleep first, then I'll head to the factory. The equipment arrived this morning and is currently being installed and debugged, Li Dong replied, wrapping his arm around Shwejikiki's shoulders. Why don't you tend to your work? I can manage to sleep on my own. Don't let me interfere with your important matters, Shwejikiki suggested. My primary concern is taking care of you. Everything else can wait until you are asleep, Li Dong said, gently lying down with her and adjusting the covers. Shwejikiki nestled in Li Dong's embrace, feeling a warm comfort. Due to her father's busy work schedule, she had developed a distaste for workaholics. A man should prioritize his career, yet family holds equal significance. She does not quite endorse the notion of neglecting family for the sake of one's profession. The fact that Li Dong places her above his career brings her a sense of joy. As her pregnancy progresses, her reliance on Li Dong deepens. Her emotions fluctuate more dramatically, and she becomes increasingly sensitive. After a little over half an hour, once Shwejiechi had fallen into a deep slumber, Li Dong quietly rose, freshened up, and departed. He drove to the industrial park, where the installation crew was nearly finished, wrapping up the final touches. Gazing at the 3 sets of 300-liter brewing equipment before him, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Boss, here is the delivery receipt for your review. If everything is in order, please sign here, one of the workers approached him. Very well, Li Dong nodded in agreement. He inspected the malt crusher first. The initial step in brewing, responsible for crushing the malt. Following that was the gelatinization kettle, utilized for heating and boiling the malt or other adjunct powders along with a portion of the malt mash, ensuring the starches gelatinize and liquefy. Next was the filtration tank, designed for the breakdown of malt starches and proteins, mixing with the gelatinized adjunct mash while maintaining the mash at a specific temperature to facilitate starch saccharification, resulting in wort. Li Dong meticulously examined the boiling kettle, whirlpool tank, cooler, fermentation tank, and so forth, ensuring that everything was in order. Boss, should you encounter any issues during subsequent use, do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my business card. You can rest assured regarding after-sales service, the installer remarked. Thank you very much for your hard work, Li Dong replied as he signed the receipt. With the equipment installed, the next step was to debug the production process. Then take the resulting beer to the relevant authorities for inspection and necessary procedures. Only when everything was confirmed to be satisfactory would he obtain the sales and health permits. In the following week, Li Dong busied himself during the day with equipment debugging and preparing for trial production, recruiting workers, and personally training them. While at night, he continued his barbecue stall venture. Currently, the barbecue stall served as his cash cow, one he could not afford to pause. Boss, 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 20 skewers of grilled meat, and 2 liters of dark beer, a regular customer ordered. All right, just a moment, I'll have it ready shortly, Li Dong replied without lifting his head. Boss, did you go on vacation? I haven't seen you at the stall for a week, the regular inquired. He frequently patronized Li Dong's stall, particularly enamored with the beer, which was reasonably priced and exceptionally delicious. After purchasing in bulk, Li Dong would occasionally offer him a few extra skewers. Though these complimentary skewers held little monetary value, the gesture made him feel valued, prompting him to return often for barbecued skewers and beer, sometimes bringing friends along to support. Indeed, I've been quite busy. I took the opportunity during the holiday to spend some time with my family. Here are your skewers. Would you like your beer at room temperature or chilled? Li Dong asked. It was a sultry day, and a refreshing drink was in order. Familiar patrons picked up skewers and began to indulge, settling into their seats while awaiting the arrival of beer. Senior, 2 portions of sour plum soup, 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of meat, and 1 portion of grilled flatbread, 2 young ladies announced as they approached. By now, it was common knowledge that Li Dong was a graduate of the nearby polytechnic, and many younger students referred to him as senior. Typically, he would generously offer a few extra skewers to these juniors. All right, Please hold on a moment. Li Dong replied warmly. Boss, this is the delivery order for number 9, a delivery man stated. Wow, 10 liters of beer and so many skewers. Can you handle that? Li Dong inquired as he glanced at the order. The order included not only 10 liters of beer, but also 6 portions of sour plum soup, 30 skewers of meat, 30 skewers of grilled gluten, 3 portions of grilled eggplant, 3 portions of grilled flatbread, 3 portions of grilled enoki mushrooms, 3 portions of grilled chives, 6 grilled oysters, 6 grilled kidneys, and 3 portions of grilled potatoes. Noticing that the address belonged to the adjacent Normal University, he surmised it was for a gathering in the dormitory. Yes, boss, no worries, the delivery man replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What if I can't carry it? If you can't carry it, can you not take it? He was tasked with this job. If he couldn't manage it, even a slight delay might render the delivery pointless. Have a sip of water. Li Dong offered the delivery man a bottle of mineral water along with a few napkins. Thank you, boss. You are the kindest employer I've encountered among delivery workers. The delivery man exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the water. We are all out here to earn a living. It's tough enough as it is. So we should understand each other, Li Dong replied. The service industry, particularly in dining, is perceived as one of the easiest fields to enter, requiring neither high academic qualifications nor exceptional looks. Yet, it is simultaneously one of the most challenging sectors, as the demands for service continue to escalate, and customers become increasingly difficult to please. Thank you, boss. I have a feeling your business will certainly thrive in the future. The delivery man remarked as he sipped the water. Little Li, could you supply me with some of your beer? Inquired Zhang, the owner of a nearby cold dish shop, who was seated diagonally opposite. Having tasted Li Dong's homemade beer, he found it delightful and wanted to replace some of the industrial beer in his establishment. Of course, Brother Zhang, Li Dong replied, pleased that there was no competitive rivalry. He was more than willing to oblige anyone willing to make a purchase. Great. Then let me start with 20 liters. Can you give me a discount? Zhang asked. Certainly, I can offer you a 5 discount, Li Dong responded. Oh, little Li. Your business is truly thriving. It's quite enviable, Zhang commented. Among the nearly 60 vendors in the snack street, Li Dong's barbecue stall was the most popular. We're all just trying to make a modest living, Brother Zhang. Here's your beer, Li Dong chuckled. Chapter 73. Trademark application. When Li Dong returned home that evening, Xue Jiechi was still awake, lying in bed and perusing a magazine. My dear, didn't I say you didn't need to wait for me? You must rest well. Being pregnant and going to work is quite taxing, he remarked. Li Dong entered the room, speaking with a touch of tenderness. Not yet sleepy? I indulged in a bit of a nap this afternoon. Xue Jiechi replied with a radiant smile. Though the beauty had not adorned herself with makeup, her innate charm was undeniable, causing Li Dong's heart to swell with joy. Who claims that an unattractive wife is a treasure at home? It is certainly better to have a beautiful wife. Li Dong nestled under the covers, embracing Xue Jiechi, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, which brought an intoxicating sense of delight. How are the production permits and other paperwork going for your park? Xue Jiechi inquired, resting her head on Li Dong's shoulder. She was aware that he had been preoccupied with the production and sales processes for his home-brewed beer, which constituted his primary source of income in the near future. It should be sorted out in the next couple of days. My uncle seems to have made some connections here. When I submitted the documents a few days ago, a staff member subtly asked if I had any relatives in Tianjin City. Li Dong responded. Those within the system are adept at reading nuances. The treatment one receives varies drastically based on connections. If he could leverage his uncle's name, there would be no hesitation in proceeding. After all, they were family. And having such connections was invaluable. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it's best to avoid reliance on connections, but if faced with difficult situations, one must not hesitate to utilize them, Li Dong remarked. He was not a sycophant, yet neither was he stubbornly traditional. I came across a drawing you made on your desk while tidying up today, and it bore the words Dongqi. Are you applying for a trademark? Xue Jiechi asked. Yes. I intend to register Dongqi as a trademark for my homebrewed beer and future restaurant endeavors. The trademark application process is lengthy, requiring examination and public notice. So preparations must be made in advance, Li Dong explained. Based on his prior research, the duration from application submission to receiving the certificate typically spanned 13 to 18 months, a notably protracted process. Have you submitted your application yet? Xue Jiechi inquired. Li Dong's barbecue stall was named Dongqi Barbecue, and he was now planning to register a trademark under their names, which filled Xue Jiechi with immense pride and joy. Not yet. My drawing skills are lacking. I've designed several patterns but remain unsatisfied and am still contemplating how to proceed, Li Dong admitted with a hint of frustration. He was not omnipotent. There were areas where he simply did not excel, and drawing was one of them. Let me give it a try. If you find my designs suitable, feel free to use them. If not, I can create more, Shui Jiechi suggested, looking at Li Dong. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Li Dong asked with concern. Not at all. I've already sketched a few during my free time this evening. Take a look and see if they meet your approval, Shui Jiechi said, handing him several sheets of paper from the nightstand. She was also perusing magazines for inspiration, hoping to design additional patterns for Li Dong's consideration. While she could not assist with many of his responsibilities, this was one area where she could lend a hand. My wife's designs are undoubtedly going to be beautiful, Li Dong smiled as he gazed at the patterns created by Shui Jiechi. Refrain from being so glib. Perhaps you should take a closer look first, Su Jiaqing remarked, pursing her lips. The first design features the characters Dongqi, elegantly inscribed in clerical script, accompanied by 2 letters beneath. The second design intertwines the characters Dongqi, symbolizing a harmonious unity. The third design prominently displays 2 letters, partially overlapping, in hues of blue and red, with an arrow piercing through the center. If this doesn't suffice, I can create a few more tomorrow, Su Jiaqing suggested. I favor this one. Its meaning resonates well. Let's proceed with this design, Li Dong declared, gesturing towards the third image. Are you certain? Su Jiaqing inquired with delight. In truth, she was also most pleased with this particular design, having invested considerable effort into it. Absolutely, let us go with it. Tomorrow, I shall submit the application. Everything is in place, save for this design, Li Dong replied jubilantly, planting a kiss on her rosy lips. You must think this through. It cannot be taken lightly, Su Jiaqing said cheerfully, feeling a sense of accomplishment in aiding Li Dong. I have made up my mind. I intend to elevate this trademark to national recognition, ensuring everyone understands its significance. I shall dedicate my life to this endeavor, Li Dong remarked, gently pinching Su Jiaqing's delicate face. Would you care to know how my uncle evaluates you? Su Jiaqing teased. How does my uncle perceive me? Li Dong inquired with curiosity. Su Jiaqing explained, my uncle, Zhao Ruizha, holds a prominent position at a young age, which necessitates not only exceptional professional capabilities but also a corresponding emotional intelligence and finesse. Su Jiaqing smiled, playfully gesturing to her own face. What's that about? Li Dong asked, kissing her charming visage 3 times. My uncle remarked that you possess a maturity and composure beyond your years, coupled with remarkable learning agility and self-discipline. Given the opportunity, you could ascend to great heights. Su Jiaqing relayed. This statement had been conveyed to her the day after their visit to Tianjin City, during a phone call with her aunt, Shui Qiao, who expressed high regard for Li Dong. During their conversation, Shui Qiao also shared various insights on managing a husband, addressing how to navigate relationships with increasingly accomplished partners, especially considering Li Dong's significant potential for advancement. With his current financial success, it is anticipated that he will only grow more formidable. Whether wealth will alter his character remains an ambiguous concern. Thus, understanding how to balance her relationship with her husband has become a vital contemplation for Su Jiaqing. Naturally, she decided not to disclose this to Li Dong, lest it undermine her influence over him. I too believe I can soar to great heights. I hope that day arrives soon, Li Dong declared with unwavering confidence. The affluent background of his wife's family imposed considerable pressure on him. He felt the necessity to swiftly achieve success to demonstrate to Shui Jiechi and her family and friends that he, Li Dong, was indeed worthy of her. Staying true to one's original aspiration is the key to enduring success. Future boss Li, shall we sleep? Shui Jiechi said with a cheerful smile. Yes, let's sleep. Li Dong replied, nodding as he turned off the bedside lamp and embraced Shui Jiechi. Chapter 74. Official launch on October 26th. After more than half a month of various endeavors and batch runs, Dongqi craft beer was finally ready for official sale. Li Dong, well done. The taste remains unchanged. Wu Jun, as one of the first customers and a longtime major client of Li Dong, naturally enjoyed priority purchasing. Of course, I've also incorporated a few other elements to enhance the flavor, Li Dong stated. During this period, he had not been idle. He was both fine-tuning the equipment for production and contemplating improvements to the manufacturing process. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be a slight difference, Wu Jun remarked, smacking his lips. The changes were not overtly significant. Mainly, he was concerned that customers might struggle to accept them at once. So the adjustments were subtle, Most ordinary people would likely not notice. Li Dong raised his glass to Wu Jun. All right then. I'll take 100 liters of dark beer and 100 liters of light beer, Wu Jun cheerfully declared. Brother Wu, I have bottled options here. Would you prefer bottles or kegs? Li Dong inquired. Not all customers could afford to purchase large quantities, often opting for a keg or half a keg. To cater to these smaller clientele, Li Dong specifically ordered half-liter bottles. The labels on the bottles were similar to those found on commercially sold beers, clearly indicating the malt concentration, shelf life, ingredient list, and other pertinent information. Most prominently displayed were the bold characters spelling out Dongqi beer. I'll take half in kegs and half in bottles. You're becoming quite astute in this business, Wu Jun praised. All right, Brother Wu. I'll help you load it into your vehicle, Li Dong replied. With a profit of 3,000 yuan from 200 liters of beer, he was assuredly cultivating a cash cow. No need. I can manage it myself. You focus on your work. Aren't there a few people waiting for your skewers? Wu Jun waved his hand dismissively. Being familiar acquaintances, they felt no need for excessive formality. Senior, did you just mention that you have bottled beer? A young man asked. Yes, we just finished it today. It wasn't available yesterday, Li Dong responded. Then, Senior, please give us 2 bottles, along with 20 meat skewers, 20 grilled gluten sticks, and 10 grilled bean curd sticks, with less chili, the young man joyfully requested. Certainly, have a seat, Li Dong said, deftly flipping skewers while applying seasonings. Boss, we'll take 10 bottles of dark beer, and for the skewers, 20 each of kidneys, chives, gluten, and pork belly, with extra chili, a group of 3 middle-aged men stated. Sure thing. Gentlemen, please take a seat, Li Dong acknowledged, noting that the newcomers were likely laborers from a nearby construction site who frequented his establishment. Boss, it's been a while, a visitor remarked. Hey, what have you been up to lately? Upon recognizing Wang Xiaolei, Li Dong paused momentarily before inquiring. Just busy. You know how it is. The factory sent me out for an inspection, and I just returned yesterday. I didn't even get a proper rest during the holiday. It's a classic case of capitalist exploitation of the working class, Wang Xiaolei expressed, brimming with indignation. Come on, a business trip isn't so bad. I saw on your social media that you weren't alone, Li Dong teased. Cough, cough, they are just a friend who tagged along for a couple of days. Wang Xiaolei replied, his face flushing. He had been too boastful when posting on social media, forgetting to filter out some people. He was pursuing a girl from his factory, although they were not in the same department. While she wasn't conventionally beautiful, she had a charm that was pleasing to the eye. Although she accepted his advances, she was not averse to receiving his gifts and was open to outings like dining and watching movies. Be sure to take precautions, Li Dong jested. Come on. I haven't even held her hand yet. It's far too early for that, Wang Xiaolei retorted, rolling his eyes. Just put in some effort. Girls can be won over with charm. If you know how to woo them, you could win her over in a few days. If not, it could take months. Li Dong encouraged. Let us take it one step at a time. There's no rush since we're still young. Wang Xiaolei said as he accepted a skewer of grilled meat from Li Dong and took a bite. Men with careers need not worry about finding a partner. Nowadays, wealth paves the way for romance. The red thread of fate is now in the hands of the god of wealth, Li Dong remarked while attending to the customers. I don't even have a career. I don't want to work that hard. I just wish to relax and be a salted fish, Wang Xiaolei said, sipping his chilled beer and savoring the grilled meat, relishing the moment. You speak truthfully, boss. Nowadays, it's not about the matchmaker, it's about the money. Those with wealth can have multiple partners, while the less fortunate are destined to solitude, a diner chimed in with a smile. Wang Xiaolei lingered for an hour, chatting with Li Dong and venting about his recent experiences. Boss, do you still have any dark beer? A middle-aged man inquired. There are 46 bottles left. That's about 23 liters. Li Dong counted the stock and replied. I'll take them all. Do you have any fruit beer? The middle-aged man asked again. There are only a few bottles of fruit beer remaining, Li Dong responded. I'll take all of it. Boss, I run a catering supply chain in the East City, and I need a substantial quantity. Can you offer a discount? The middle-aged man queried. Certainly. If you order over 20 liters, you get a 5% discount. Over 100 liters, you'll receive a 10% discount, Li Dong explained. Can you handle delivery? To East City? The middle-aged man asked. Of course, for larger orders. It makes sense. Smaller ones are not worth it, Li Dong contemplated before replying. We have 3 workers in the park, one of whom is a part-time driver. Deliveries within the same city are no problem. However, small orders aren't worthwhile. Larger ones are acceptable. I need 100 liters of dark beer, white beer. and fruit beer daily. Just deliver it to this location. Here is my number. Call me when it arrives. The payment for the goods will be 90% each time, and we will settle the remaining amount from the previous week every Tuesday. Is that acceptable? The middle-aged man inquired. He had savored Li Dong's craft beer on numerous occasions, though he had not visited in person as often opting for takeaway instead. He had also sought the company of a few friends who appreciated fine beverages, and they unanimously agreed that the beer was commendable and suitable for wholesale. Recently, he and his partner had deliberated extensively and finally resolved to pursue Li Dong's business. However, they were initially hesitant to place large orders, preferring to observe the situation first. That works, Li Dong mused, calculating that the profit margin on the beer was substantial, and that 90% of the payment would still yield him a considerable profit, especially since the remaining balance from the previous week would be settled soon. Essentially, it was a mere 10% retained as a guarantee with weekly settlements. The owner replied readily, "Then shall we commence delivery starting tomorrow? If so, I will pay for tomorrow's order now." "Certainly, it will be delivered punctually," Li Dong nodded, elated to have gained another significant client. Chapter 75. What's wrong with bullying? What are you doing, dear? You didn't even open the door for me. Shui Jiechi returned home directly after her morning class. In the past, she would often venture out shopping with colleagues, but since being with Li Dong, her outings had dwindled, unless her friend Qi Xiaoxiao insisted on dragging her out. "I was reading and didn't hear the doorbell." Li Dong sheepishly indicated his book. "I sent you a message when I entered the elevator, and seeing you didn't reply, I let myself in. What book has captivated you so?" Shui Jiechi hung her coat on a rack and sat beside him. There's a phrase here that resonates deeply. Those who can make you laugh may not be able to make you cry, but those who can make you cry will undoubtedly be able to make you laugh. Li Dong grasped Shui Jiechi's hand, contemplating his words. Shui Jiechi reflected that many could bring joy, relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, or even a stranger, but only a select few could evoke tears. That makes sense. Today, our teacher Zhu mentioned that performing a four-dimensional ultrasound might not go smoothly. She nodded thoughtfully. That depends on whether your daughter cooperates, Li Dong casually remarked. Cooperation is essential for a successful four-dimensional ultrasound. If the fetus cooperates, the procedure can be completed in one go, but if it doesn't, it could take all day. He elaborated. Daughter? Shui Jiechi raised her eyebrows in confusion, staring at Li Dong. Yes, a lovely girl. After all, you've always craved spicy food, he explained. That's superstitious nonsense and entirely inaccurate. Why not say a larger backside ensures a son? She pouted, but soon regretted her words, realizing it was not right to speak of herself that way. Ahem. Regardless of the gender, all will be our precious little ones. The key lies in our ability to nurture them well. Let us bring some snacks for the prenatal checkup the day after tomorrow. And you should move around a bit more to try to catch a glimpse of the baby's face, Li Dong said, nearly choking on his words. What if the baby doesn't cooperate? Shui Jiechi pouted. As she reclined on the bed, she could distinctly feel the gentle movements of the fetus, yet when standing, the sensations were less pronounced. Then discipline him. If he dares to be disobedient, I shall spank him until he can hardly bear it. If he is already unruly at such a tender age, what will he be like when he grows up? Li Dong asserted with unwavering conviction. His fervent words flowed forth with great enthusiasm, but he suddenly noticed an unusual expression on Shui Jiak's face, one that hinted at amusement. Why have you stopped speaking? Enlighten me on how one ought to discipline a fetus, Shui Jiak inquired with a playful smile. Clearing his throat, Li Dong replied, Well, at that point, we would just need to coax him. Engaging in communication might yield some results. If that fails, we can simply encourage him to adjust his position. Oh, the trials of pregnancy are so arduous. Shui Jiak lamented, leaning against Li Dong's shoulder, her lips pouting dramatically. After this one, we shall have no more. This experience is sufficient for a lifetime. Li Dong gently pinched her delicate face, his heart aching for her plight. Lowering his gaze to her crimson lips, he leaned in for a kiss. Initially taken aback, Shui Jiak soon reciprocated with enthusiasm, and the air was suffused with the fragrance of love. You rascal, you are bullying me again, she exclaimed, blushing after their passionate kiss. That's not bullying, it's affection, Li Dong retorted stubbornly. Her laughter rang out, as his cheeky demeanor had successfully amused her. Since when did bullying become synonymous with affection? Yet, in love, it seems to hold true. What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken? You are entirely mine, so what of a little teasing? Li Dong declared possessively. Did I sell myself to you? Shui Jiak teased. Indeed, during our vows. You pledged to be mine for eternity. He enveloped her in his embrace. Humph, you tricked me into this, you great deceiver, she playfully chided. Yet, beneath her playful words, her heart swelled with gratitude for having encountered such a good man rather than a scoundrel. From all appearances, she had not misjudged him nor misplaced her affections. Li Dong was not only caring and affectionate towards her, but he was also a diligent and ambitious individual, possessing a strong sense of career focus and a clear professional trajectory. Throughout their time living together, he had proven himself to be a commendable husband, and it was evident he would also be a remarkable father. His unintentional display of charisma consistently set her heart aflutter, akin to the exhilarating feelings of falling in love. By the way, my dear, the renovation company called today to inform me that the renovations are complete. Do you have classes tomorrow? We should go inspect it together. Li Dong suddenly recalled. I only have one class in the morning, and the rest of my schedule is currently unplanned. But will the newly renovated house have a strong odor? Would my presence have any adverse effects? Xue Jiak inquired with a frown. While they had chosen eco-friendly materials for the renovations, she understood that eco-friendly does not always guarantee true safety. Even the most reputable brands can be misleading. You need not enter. Simply sit on the bench in the community. I will initiate a video call, and you can observe whether you are satisfied with the interior design, as well as identify any areas requiring enhancement, Li Dong remarked. The renovation company consistently sent progress photographs to Li Dong each week, ensuring both he and Xue Jiaqing were well informed about the developments in their home. As they witnessed their little abode inching closer to completion, their hearts brimmed with joy. This was not merely a house. It was their love nest, and the place where their child would flourish, imbued with profound significance. Why must you travel just to have a video call when I could just as easily connect from home? Xue Jiaqing rolled her eyes at Li Dong, her expression suggesting he was being foolish. Oh dear, they say pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years, yet your wit seems sharper than ever. Li Dong exaggeratedly exclaimed. I expected you to agree outright, or at least take a moment to consider before acquiescing. I never imagined you would directly counter my suggestion. Get lost. I have no intention of being dull for 3 years, Xue Jiaqing retorted, unable to suppress her laughter, aware that Li Dong was merely teasing her. Tomorrow, after we assess the renovations, I will accompany you shopping to make up for the time I've been preoccupied with production and trademark registration, Li Dong said apologetically. Huh? A sudden awakening of conscience? Xue Jiaqing chuckled, playfully pinching Li Dong's cheek. Absolutely. I cannot neglect my dear little wife, Li Dong replied, wrapping his arm around Xue Jiaqing's slightly plump waist. Chapter 76. Completion of the renovation. On the morning of November 3rd, Li Dong arrived at the Shui Yifang community. Hello. Mr. Li, please proceed with the inspection, Manager Song of the renovation company greeted warmly. Throughout the 2.5 months of renovation, Li Dong had collaborated closely with Manager Song, and their interactions had been quite pleasant. Thank you for your hard work, Li Dong nodded appreciatively, his heart swelling with excitement as he gazed upon their newly renovated home. Li Dong initiated a video call with Xue Jiaqing, and under Manager Song's guidance, they began the inspection room by room. The property boasted a construction area of 156 square meters. Yet the interior space measured only 125 square meters due to the dreaded shared area, an incessant source of frustration for Li Dong. With 3 bedrooms and a living room, the space was currently adequate for Li Dong and Xue Jiaqing, especially with Li Dong's mother likely coming to assist with the baby after its arrival. Li Dong and his wife would share a room, while his mother and the child would occupy another. Should they choose to hire a postpartum caregiver, she would require her own room as well. It seemed prudent to prepare for potential future additions to their family. Otherwise, accommodating visits from Xue Jiaqing's parents would be a challenge, and they certainly could not resort to hotel stays. Such a notion was utterly absurd. The overall design of the home adhered to a Nordic aesthetic, reflecting Xue Jiaqing's preference for simplicity and minimalism, steering clear of overly complicated or vibrant decor. After deliberation, they had settled on this style. After inspecting every detail for over half an hour, Li Dong felt satisfied and finally signed off on the renovation acceptance form. The furniture and appliances have all been ordered in advance. We will move in once the new house airs out, thereby avoiding secondary renovation pollution. How does it look? My dear, are you satisfied? Li Dong inquired through the video. Yes, quite satisfied, Xue Jiaqing replied with a smile and a nod. Throughout the renovation process, they addressed any issues directly, hence there were virtually no dissatisfactions. I'll come pick you up. Let us go shopping, Li Dong suggested. All right, let me change my clothes. And I'll be down shortly, Shui Jiechi responded. Half an hour later, Shui Jiechi appeared at the entrance of the community, radiantly beautiful, captivating the attention of many. Just as some were pondering what luxury vehicle such a stunning woman might drive, Li Dong arrived in his second-hand electric car, parking right in front of her. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded as the beauty climbed into the modest vehicle and drove away. Goodness, has the world truly changed? Have beautiful women forsaken luxury cars for humble rides? My dear, the new house doesn't have much of a smell. The windows are all open. And I bought 30 pots of greenery this morning to place in various corners, Li Dong remarked while driving. Are they pothos? I've heard they work wonders. Shui Jiechi commented. Not just pothos. There are also golden border sansevieria, mint, and several other varieties. The shopkeeper was so pleased he gave me an extra pot of pothos. Li Dong chuckled. But really, who buys dozens of pots of plants at once? Shui Jiechi said with a gentle smile. My dear, Li Dong began. You look truly beautiful when you smile, he suddenly declared. You're such a smooth talker, Shui Jiechi retorted with a playful glance. Like the flowers of spring. All worries and sorrows dissipate, Li Dong sang cheerfully. You sing much better than you speak, Shui Jiechi laughed. Li Dong's remarkable sense of humor consistently lightened her mood. He always managed to amuse her effortlessly, without seeming forced. It must be said that living with someone who possesses a witty disposition brings immense joy. Even in the face of adversity, one can confront challenges with a smile. Conversely, cohabiting with a perpetually negative person can swiftly dampen one's spirits, turning joy into dismay with a single comment. The activated carbon I ordered online will arrive tomorrow. I'll place some in the wardrobe, some in the tatami of the guest room, and also on the bookshelf and desk. Each room will have an air purifier. I'll turn them on every morning and switch them off in the afternoon. I'll mop the floors every few days. And maintaining a bit of humidity in the room will enhance ventilation, Li Dong detailed. Shui Jiechi nodded occasionally, expressing her differing opinions directly when necessary. And they would then reach a consensus together. Upon arriving at a grand shopping mall in the city, Shui Jiechi linked arms with Li Dong as they entered the first floor. Dear, the weather is about to turn cold. Let me buy you a few sets of winter clothes, Li Dong proposed. I still have some from last year. Shui Jiechi hesitated. Now in her 20th week of pregnancy, she was visibly showing. Last year's down jacket would likely fit if left unzipped, but fastening it was out of the question. Do you understand now? Li Dong teased. Oh no, another expense, Shui Jiechi pouted. Today's outing was supposed to be a leisurely stroll, indulging in snacks and relaxing. But now, it seemed shopping was on the agenda. All expenses today are on me, my dear. Feel free to swipe the card, Li Dong boasted, waving a card in front of her. This card contained 250,000 yuan, all of it earned by him. Last month's purchase of brewing equipment was funded by the renovation money from Li Dong's mother, while the expenses for the new home's decor and furniture came from Shui Jiechi. Bragging, are we? Do you believe I could wipe out your card in mere minutes? Shui Jiechi said, beaming with delight. Well, if it gets maxed out, I'll just earn more. Money is meant to be spent, Li Dong replied, somewhat sulkily. Hee. Let us go then. Today, I shall feast lavishly, so don't you dare sulk, little brother, Shui Jiechi said with a grin. Compared to Li Dong, she was indeed the true affluent one. Although Li Dong was unaware of the exact amount Shui Jiechi possessed, he had seen her bank cards, all of which were gold. She often carried 2 lipsticks in her purse, and out of curiosity, Li Dong discovered that the cheapest one cost 666 yuan, while the purse itself had a market value of 46,800 yuan. On her vanity, he casually checked 2 of her least conspicuous skincare products. One was priced at 1,666 yuan, and the other 2,299 yuan. Some people could spend on a single meal what an ordinary person would subsist on for an entire year. A single bag from her wardrobe could sustain someone for half a year without food or drink. Some are born into luxury, while others toil throughout their lives. Chapter 77. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes husband. How does this down jacket look? Shui Jiechi tried on a foreign goose down coat. It looks splendid, perfectly complementing your aura, Li Dong remarked, observing her from various angles with an appreciative demeanor. Unlike many men who might casually declare something looks good, Li Dong took the time to examine it carefully, considering perspectives from afar and up close, even feigning to feel the fabric before arriving at his conclusion. This gave the impression that he was earnest and genuinely invested, rather than merely dismissive. Though he often could not discern the finer details, his attitude was commendable. I think so too. Then I shall take this one. Darling, please swipe the card, Shui Jiechi said cheerfully, beaming at Li Dong. The visage of that prosperous era left the sales associate utterly mesmerized. This gentleman was undoubtedly favored by fortune. One couldn't help but wonder if he hailed from a lineage of officials or affluent families, for how else could he be blessed with such a stunning wife, who also exuded such gentleness and grace? Shall we not take a glance at the others? Li Dong suggested, gesturing towards the array of garments in the store. Let's not dwell on them for now. We can explore other shops, Shui Jiaqing replied, having scanned the options without finding anything appealing. A down jacket priced at 9,660 yuan had its odd cents waived, resulting in a payment of 9,600 yuan, which also included a complimentary pair of cotton socks, albeit in a men's style. Li Dong recalled that the most expensive down jacket he had previously worn was a mere 900 yuan, if his memory served him correctly. Come, let us peruse the cotton boots at this establishment. This winter, you shall refrain from wearing leather or knee-high boots. Instead, opt for these modest flat cotton boots. Li Dong urged, leading Shui Jiaqing into a shoe store. Good day to you both. We have recently introduced some new styles. Do come and have a look. The sales associate greeted them warmly. The packaging of the down jacket that Li Dong held was immediately recognizable to her. Anyone who could afford such a brand of clothing would certainly be able to purchase shoes from their store as well. As a competent sales associate, one must possess the skill to effectively identify potential customers. My dear, do try on this particular pair of boots. They are sure to be warm, Li Dong suggested, pointing to a pair of short, flat, heelless cotton boots. Madam, this model is quite popular. It features a fleece lining, a non-slip sole, and a leather exterior that is easy to clean and maintain, the sales associate elaborated. I'll give them a try. Please bring me a size 39, Shui Jiaqing replied. Feeling neutral towards the shoes, Li Dong assisted her in sitting down, and much to the astonishment of both the sales associate and Shui Jiaqing, he knelt down to remove her shoes. The sales associate was taken aback, having never witnessed such a considerate man, while Shui Jiaqing was surprised that Li Dong would perform such an intimate act in a public setting. For some men, private gestures may come easily, but in public, they often maintain a facade of superiority, placing great importance on appearances. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Li Dong, standing nearly 6 feet tall, sank to the ground with effortless grace. Is it snug? I can feel that there is no gap at the front, Li Dong inquired as he pressed gently on the toe area of Shui Jiaqing's foot. It's acceptable, she nodded in response. Acceptable is not enough. Shoes must be comfortable. If they pinch, you won't be able to wear them. After a few steps, your feet will ache. Excuse me, beautiful. Could you assist us in trying a size 40? Li Dong addressed the sales associate. Absolutely, sir, she replied, turning to fetch a size 40. Indeed, the size 40 fit much better. After allowing Shui Jiaqing to walk a few steps in the store, they confirmed the choice. Li Dong was taken aback to discover that such a seemingly ordinary pair of cotton boots was priced at 1,990 yuan. Please process the payment, he instructed. What is the matter, dear? If you dislike these boots, we can return them and select a pair you truly like, he reassured her. Li Dong observed that Shui Jiaqing seemed somewhat downcast, thinking she might not appreciate the pair of shoes he had chosen and felt too shy to decline. Did you really have to crouch down to change shoes for me just now? Did you know the sales clerk's eyes nearly popped out? Shui Jiaqing remarked, looking at Li Dong. Let them pop. What is wrong with changing shoes for my wife? Is it illegal or immoral? Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Is that truly how you feel? Shui Jiaqing pouted as she gazed at him. There is no need to think about it. It came naturally. I've changed your shoes at home before, so why make such a fuss about it? Li Dong said, guiding Shui Jiaqing to sit on a chair for a moment's respite. Is home the same as outside? Shui Jiaqing looked at Li Dong with sparkling eyes, feeling warm inside. In my eyes, they're the same. Don't mention just changing shoes, even if it were something else. Li Dong chuckled and fell silent, realizing some things are better left unspoken. What else? Shui Jiaqing asked curiously. Nothing, just have a sip of water. Li Dong retrieved a thermos from his back, checked the temperature, and handed it to Shui Jiaqing. You'll spoil me like this, Shui Jiaqing teased. Isn't it the role of a husband to pamper his wife? Besides, if I spoil you, no one would dare compete with me for you. It's quite advantageous, Li Dong said, smiling as he held her hand. Humph. You've finally revealed your true intention. Shui Jiaqing playfully pinched Li Dong's cheek, delighted. After resting for a while, the couple continued their shopping spree. Shui Jiaqing purchased 2 pairs of fleece-lined joggers, 2 thermal tops, a hoodie, and 2 sets of lingerie. A humorous incident occurred while she was selecting the undergarments. When the sales clerk inquired about her usual cup size, Xue Jieqi, distracted by the styles, did not hear clearly, prompting Li Dong to answer directly. The clerk then asked for the desired colors, and Li Dong replied with black and pink. When the clerk further inquired about lace or no lace, Li Dong specified one of each. By the time Xue Jieqi realized what had transpired, Li Dong had already made the selections for her. Honey, why don't you buy a few outfits for yourself? Xue Jieqi suggested, linking her arm with his. After a morning spent purchasing clothes and shoes exclusively for her, Li Dong had not acquired anything for himself. Women enhance their allure through attire. As a man, I do not rely on such means, Li Dong declared. Then what do you rely on? Xue Jieqi asked, intrigued. I rely on you. Having such a beautiful wife as you is proof of my prowess. How many ordinary men can marry someone as lovely, gentle, virtuous, generous, intelligent, sweet, obedient, and alluring as you? Li Dong boasted. Xue Jieqi rolled her eyes, unable to suppress a smile at Li Dong's boastful nature. He had a way of charming her effortlessly. How conceited! Xue Jieqi playfully chided, her heart bubbling with joy. Women adorn themselves for those they love. Chapter 78. The beautiful Dr. Xiaoyu on the morning of November 4th. Li Dong took Xue Jiaqin to the hospital for a prenatal checkup, but despite their efforts, they were unable to complete the examination for half the morning. Let us not continue. We'll just go home and accept whatever the outcome, Xue Jiaqin said, sitting on a chair, her lips pursed in frustration. Li Dong had made an appointment 3 weeks in advance for a 4-dimensional ultrasound, so Xue Jiaqin was the first to be examined that morning. They had hoped to enjoy a leisurely outing afterward, but during the examination, the fetus's hand was positioned in front of its face, obstructing the doctor's view and preventing the ultrasound from being performed. It was not uncommon for such complications to arise, as the fetus, nestled within the mother's womb, could not be coerced into compliance. The doctor suggested that Xue Jiaqin take a walk, as the hand might move away on its own. After leaving the ultrasound room, Li Dong accompanied Xue Jiaqin as they paced the hallway and climbed several flights of stairs, exhausting her in the process. When it was finally their turn again for the checkup, the ultrasound still revealed the fetus's hand blocking its face, making it impossible to proceed. All right, let's head home. No more for today. Perhaps the baby is shy about its appearance and is intentionally hiding its face from us, Li Dong remarked, nodding in agreement. Xue Jiaqin shot him a look of disbelief. Are you really taking my frustration seriously? Who told you our baby is ugly? She retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Cough. Cough. I read online that the first child usually resembles the father. Given my looks, if the baby takes after me, it may not be very pleasing, Li Dong said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. That is nonsense. The first child can resemble either the father or the mother. Besides, even if it looks like you, it will still carry my genes. It certainly won't be unattractive, Xue Jiaqin said, pinching his waist in irritation. What kind of father claims his child is ugly? And while you may not be the most handsome man, you're certainly not unattractive, she added, scrutinizing his face. Am I not the most handsome man in the world in your eyes? Li Dong asked, feigning shock. Before Xue Jiaqin could respond, a nearby pregnant woman who was drinking water burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, she said, coughing and apologizing. How disheartening. I thought I was your favorite man, the one you would call the most handsome in the world. I have preserved that innocence for you. Closing the door to loving anyone else, Li Dong said, gazing at Xue Jiaqin with a mix of earnestness and theatricality. Xue Jiaqin couldn't help but chuckle, lightly hitting his shoulder. You're such a clown, she said, her mood significantly lifted by his antics, dispelling the earlier gloom. Is Xue Jiaqin here? Called the doctor from the ultrasound room. Yes, she replied. Li Dong promptly responded and guided Xue Jiaqin towards the ultrasound room. After just a few steps, they overheard a pregnant woman, who had just laughed, chiding her husband. Look at how well he dotes on his wife. If only you had half his charm. I would be utterly delighted. A silver-tongued flatterer is not necessarily sincere. Being down-to-earth has its merits, the husband retorted. A smooth talker might not lack authenticity. And an honest man isn't always the best, the pregnant woman countered. Xue Jiaqin and Li Dong exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's struggles, concern, and care. Half an hour later, Xue Jiaqin emerged from the ultrasound room, and upon seeing her expression, Li Dong knew the results were promising. Indeed, she joyfully announced, darling. The doctor said our baby's nose bridge is quite pronounced. A prominent nose bridge? That means they'll likely be blessed with good looks in the future, Li Dong chuckled. That's not a certainty, it's still early days. Besides, There are many instances where a child appears charming in their youth, but grows up less so. Shui Jiaqing replied, linking her arm with Li Dong's. Others are others. Our family is our family, Li Dong assured her. As they reached the hospital entrance, Li Dong went to fetch the car while Shui Jiaqing waited outside. Jiaqing? A fashionable lady called out. Oh, Xiaoya. Long time no see. I thought you were studying abroad. What brings you here? Shui Jiaqing exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing her. I was about to ask you the same. Wait, are you pregnant? Xiaoyu inquired, astonished at the sight of Shui Jiaqing's protruding belly. Xiaoyu and Shui Jiaqing were graduate school classmates, both mentored by the same professor. After graduating, Shui Jiaqing became a teacher, while Xiaoyu pursued further studies abroad, completing her doctorate 2 months ago. Yes, I'm 5 months along. I came for a prenatal checkup and am preparing to head back now, Shui Jiaqing replied. That is quite fast. Where's your husband? Xiaoyu asked, surprised. As the two beauties of their class, they were often compared in terms of looks, figure, academic performance, and family background. You want to get the car? Oh, here he comes, Shui Jiaqing pointed to a vehicle approaching. As the modest little car drew nearer, Xiaoyu felt a bit bewildered. From what she knew, Shui Jiaqing's family was relatively affluent. One would expect her husband to be a man of means, at least someone worthy of her stature. A man's worth is often judged by the car he drives. Naturally, a rented vehicle could be an exception. The electric scooter before her was merely a basic mode of transport, worth at most 100,000 yuan. What kind of capability could a man driving such a vehicle possibly possess? From afar, Li Dong noticed a beautiful woman beside Shui Jiaqing and, upon arrival, stepped out of the car. Darling, let me introduce you. This is my graduate school classmate Xiaoya, a recently returned PhD, a blend of beauty and intellect. Turning to Xiaoya, she added, Xiaoya, this is my husband Li Dong, a freelancer. Shui Jiaqing remarked, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Hello, Dr. Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Dong greeted her, feeling that the name Xiaoyu sounded somewhat familiar, though he could not recall why at that moment. Hello. Li Dong. Jiaqi, I still have some matters to attend to. I have been in Tianqing City lately. We should gather sometime soon. It has been years since we last met, and everyone has changed quite a bit. Xiaoyu cast a deliberate glance at Shui Jiaqi's abdomen, then looked at Li Dong. All right, let us arrange another time. I'll treat you then, Shui Jiaqi replied with a smile. Shall we go? Li Dong opened the car door for Shui Jiaqi, then headed directly home. Chapter 79. Philosophical discussions. Are you both from the same school? Li Dong inquired curiously. Yes, we are under the same mentor, Shui Jiaqi nodded. That is quite rare. Is your mentor male or female? Li Dong asked. He is male. Why do you ask? Shui Jiaqi responded, puzzled. Well, with two beautiful students like you, your mentor must feel quite fortunate, Li Dong teased. Oh please, my mentor is highly respected in his field. So don't say such nonsense. And by the way, were you a bit too enthusiastic just now? Shui Jiaqi said with a smirk. Not at all. It was just a normal greeting, Li Dong replied. Indeed, women often have a knack for bringing up past grievances at any moment. I hope not, Shui Jiaqi playfully retorted. Xiaoya and I share some similarities. We are both quite diligent, which spares our mentor from worrying too much. However, we differ in our personalities. She is more assertive, always eager to compete and strive. And then, Li Dong asked. That's all, Shui Jiaqi replied. Oh, Li Dong said, not quite understanding the significance of her last two statements. Upon returning home, Li Dong headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Shui Jiaqi rested in the bedroom. Hey, guess who I met today? Shui Jiaqi asked. Who? It wouldn't happen to be your first love, would it? Li Dong responded, just as the two found themselves in an awkward conversation. Qi Xiaoxiao teased, what? You don't have a first love, do you? Please, I don't, Shui Jiaqi scoffed. Isn't Li Dong your first love? Qi Xiaoxiao jested. Laughing so hard, she almost squealed. Since Shui Jiaqi and Li Dong got together, teasing them had become one of Qi Xiaoxiao's sources of joy. You can go to hell. Qi Xiaoxiao, Shui Jiaqi exclaimed, flustered. This girl was a typical example of someone who disparages what she cannot have. All right, I won't tease you anymore. So, who did you actually meet? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, regaining her composure with a smile. Xiaoya, Shui Jiaqi said nonchalantly, mentioning a name that instantly left Qi Xiaoxiao speechless. That seductive woman, Xiaoya? Qi Xiaoxiao asked incredulously after a few seconds. She just returned from her PhD abroad. I ran into her in front of the People's Hospital, Shui Jiaqi explained. Although Qi Xiaoxiao and Shui Jiaqi did not pursue the same academic discipline, Their relatively small and insular campus allowed news to spread quickly. During their first year of graduate studies, an impressive senior pursued Shuejiaki. This senior came from a well-off family, was handsome, charming, and the object of admiration for many female students, who had eagerly confessed their affections to him. Yet he had never been known to engage in a romantic relationship. However, it was soon observed that he frequently waited for Shuejiaki beneath the girls' dormitory and at the college entrance, presenting her with flowers and declarations of love, inciting envy and admiration among the other female students. Occasionally, they were seen strolling together across campus or studying side by side in the library. Just as everyone assumed that Shuejiaki had accepted the seniors' advances, an unexpected twist occurred. Xiaoya entered the scene. Not long after, rumors circulated about Xiaoya dining, studying, and even watching movies with the senior, with some claiming to have seen them leaving a hotel together. Truth or fiction, it was difficult to discern. This scandal quickly became the talk of the graduate school, given the involvement of two campus beauties and a charming young man, generating unprecedented excitement. The couple remained together for about 6 months before parting ways for reasons unknown. Have you started cooking yet? Qi Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired. I'm in the midst of it. What is up? Li Dong replied. Please add a bowl of water. I'll be there shortly, Qi Xiaoxiao said before hanging up. Shuejiaki stared at her phone for a moment, surprised by Qi Xiaoxiao's boldness in inviting herself over for dinner. Darling, your teacher Qi is coming to join us for a meal, she called out to Li Dong from the kitchen doorway. Sure, she wants to eat much, Li Dong chuckled. Darling, I have a question I'd like to ask, to gauge your perspective, Shuejiaki said, picking up a scallion from the cutting board, ready to assist. Feel free to ask, but don't get involved in the cooking, Li Dong replied, taking the scallion from her and beginning to peel it. Do you think material and spiritual matters can be separated? Shuejiaki bit her lip as she posed the question. This inquiry was steeped in philosophical implications. Perspectives would undoubtedly vary across different age groups, and even among individuals of the same age, as well as between men and women. Isn't this the kind of topic we should discuss at bedtime? Li Dong remarked, recalling their nightly exchanges before sleep. I just read a thought-provoking article by a well-known blogger that delved into this subject, offering a thorough analysis of both aspects, Shuejiaki pouted playfully. In her conversations with Li Dong, especially in private moments, Shuejiaki often exhibited a charmingly feminine side that delighted him. Over the course of a romantic relationship or marriage, as partners become familiar with each other's personalities, habits, and temperaments after several years, the initial novelty may wane, leading to a lack of passion. When a man or woman occasionally exhibits a side that diverges from their usual demeanor, it often awakens the dormant passions within the other. I personally believe that the two are inseparable. A brief separation might be tolerable, but prolonged absence renders both parties meaningless. Li Dong mused while preparing dinner. Could you elaborate? Shuejiaqi inquired, leaning against the refrigerator with her arms crossed. I envision an ideal state where partners achieve a sublime mental fusion, fulfilling each other's physical and emotional needs. Li Dong replied with a grin. However, many marriages in reality possess only one aspect, or worse, lack both, merely cohabiting and leading separate lives, Shuejiaqi countered. The two are akin to bone and flesh. They cannot be separated, nor should they stand in opposition. Li Dong raised an eyebrow and stated. As Shuejiaqi nodded. Poised to respond further, Qi Xiaoxiao arrived. Chapter 80. Those Years, Those Matters. Upon pushing the door open, Qi Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma in the air, and exclaimed excitedly, Wow, it smells delightful. What delectable dish are you preparing? Pig feed, Shuejiaqi retorted brusquely. Pig feed? Haha, indeed. Li Dong, this diligent caretaker, has certainly nourished you well, little piggy. Soon, you'll be giving birth to piglets. Qi Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. Her movements animated as she placed the fruit she was carrying onto the table. Go away, you're the little pig. Shuejiaqi shot her a glare, responding peevishly. Hee hee. Li Dong, do you need my assistance in the kitchen? Qi Xiaoxiao asked playfully, still standing at the kitchen door with a charming smile. No need. Dinner will be ready shortly. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. I have a question for you. Has Xiaoya changed? Qi Xiaoxiao asked curiously, sitting beside Shuejiaqi. Indeed. She has matured, appearing more alluring, embodying an intellectual beauty, Shuejiaqi reflected. Does she know you're pregnant? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired. She does, I informed her. And she met Li Dong. They exchanged greetings, Shuejiaqi replied, propping her chin on her hands while mimicking Li Dong's greeting. Anything else? The glint of gossip ignited in Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes. That's all. She had to leave early, saying we should gather another time, Shui Jiechi said nonchalantly. Do you plan to meet her? Qi Xiaoxiao asked. If the timing allows, why not? It's been years since we last met. We're all classmates, after all. It's good to reconnect, Shui Jiechi responded. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't think that incident from years ago affected me, do you? She questioned. Really not. Qi Xiaoxiao pressed. You don't even believe me? Shui Jiechi pouted. I just find it quite fascinating, Qi Xiaoxiao shrugged. What is so fascinating? Li Dong emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes. Ah, it is nothing, merely the whispers shared among women. Let us begin our meal. I am famished. This morning, in a bid to indulge in a few extra moments of slumber, I neglected to partake in breakfast, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked with a chuckle, grasping her chopsticks and diving into the feast. For lunch, Li Dong prepared poached fish, complemented by a fruit platter crafted from the fruits purchased by Qi Xiaoxiao. They savored a hearty meal, and post-repast, Qi Xiaoxiao lingered, opting to rest in the guest room in preparation for the evening's escapade of barbecued skewers and beer at Li Dong's place. Honey, Shui Jiechi called out from the embrace of Li Dong. Li Dong replied, his gaze warm upon Shui Jiechi. Allow me to share the tale of my interactions with Xiaoya, she continued. Although I am unaware of the specifics you wish to convey. Feel free to speak your mind. Should you wish to remain silent, do not compel yourself. The past is but a fleeting whisper, dissipating like the wind, Li Dong remarked, gently pinching Shui Jiechi's cheek. What are you pondering? Do you think there exists some dramatic intrigue within? Shui Jiechi retorted playfully, rolling her eyes. I have heard some gossip. Yet discerning truth from falsehood proves elusive, Li Dong admitted, somewhat disappointed, as he genuinely believed there might be an element of melodrama involved. Then I must elaborate further. Lest you fall prey to misguided rumors, Shui Jiechi declared, and thus began to recount the events that had once become the talk of the entire graduate school. Both Shui Jiechi and Xiaoya were under the same graduate advisor and were renowned for their beauty, drawing attention effortlessly. During a freshman social gathering, the charismatic senior, Ma Jiaolong, was captivated by Shui Jiechi's allure and pursued her ardently. Initially, he presented her with flowers, frequently gifting her 99 roses. However, Shui Jiechi remained unmoved, clearly expressing her disinterest in romantic entanglements at that time. Subsequently, he escalated his efforts, gifting her jewelry, watches, and luxurious handbags, yet Shui Jiechi remained indifferent. Ironically, what began as a light-hearted pursuit for Ma Jiaolong transformed into an obsessive endeavor, as he would appear beneath the girls' dormitory in front of the academic building, at the library, and even at public lectures, often resembling a persistent leech, refusing to relent. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were inseparable companions. In reality, this was a source of distress for Shui Jiechi. Xiaoya, sharing the same academic lineage, teased her, with such a handsome and affluent senior pursuing you. Are you not even slightly intrigued? Perhaps you might consider relinquishing him to me? Very well, Shui Jiechi replied nonchalantly. Thus, the following day, when Xiaoya was spotted strolling with Ma Jiaolong at the stadium, gossip swiftly permeated the entire graduate department. Whispers spread that Xiaoya had usurped Shui Jiechi's affections, leading to tales of rivalry and betrayal among sisters in academia. Shui Jiechi was aware of these rumors, but chose never to respond. She found it beneath her to clarify, deeming it unnecessary and a waste of precious time, believing that wisdom would quell the gossip. As days turned into months, every time Xiaoya and Ma Jiaolong appeared together, speculation inevitably linked back to Shui Jiechi, further fueling the narrative of a sisterly betrayal. Indeed, rumors are truly terrifying. Those who revel in the spectacle do not shy away from creating chaos, and there is little cost to spreading falsehoods, Li Dong remarked with a smile. Do you still have any doubts? Shui Jiaqing teased. There were never any to begin with, merely some hearsay and gossip. Besides, even if it weren't gossip, those events belong to the past. I may not have participated in your past, but I will certainly be present for your future, Li Dong replied gently. We have only just begun our journey together. We are in a honeymoon phase. Perhaps after this period of novelty fades, you might realize that I am not as wonderful as you imagine, Shui Jiaqing pouted. Life can be dull, yet I am fortunate to have you. One fears loneliness, but two fear disappointment. Embracing one another brings comfort, and companionship provides warmth. A lifetime is long. A balanced affection and fondness create the most delightful experience. You need not be perfect. Your mere presence suffices for my affection. I myself am not flawless, and as long as you do not find me lacking, that is enough. Li Dong said as he held Shui Jiaqing close. How annoying. You are flaunting your talents again, Xue Jiaqing chuckled, utterly defenseless against his sudden declaration of affection. In their 20s, women are often in their prime, while many men in the same age bracket possess little to their name. When a woman stands by you during your struggles, ensure you do not neglect her once you achieve success. A virtuous wife supports my lofty ambitions, and I will cherish her worth more than gold. Li Dong gazed at Xue Jiaqing with deep affection. Do not speak, just kiss me, Xue Jiaqing said, closing her eyes and leaning in. With such initiative from the beauty, how could Li Dong remain indifferent? He leaned in and captured her lips. Chapter 81. Li Xiao's Ventures. Where is your man? Has he gone out to set up shop so early? After waking from her afternoon slumber, Qi Xiaoxiao stretched and wandered into the living room, only to find no sign of Li Dong. Instead, she spotted Xue Jiaqing sitting in the bedroom, engrossed in a book. He has gone to the new house to clean up and water the plants, Xue Jiaqing replied, glancing up and shooting Qi Xiaoxiao a pointed look, noting her increasingly forthright manner of speaking. Goodness, how industrious! In this day and age, men who can manage household chores are indeed a rare breed. And those who excel at it are truly exceptional, Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Typically, if a man possesses true capability, he is often too preoccupied to attend to domestic matters. Conversely, those who are attentive to home life often lack significant ambition. Yet Li Dong seems to harmoniously blend both qualities, which is truly remarkable, Qi Xiaoxiao mused. Thus, you should stop obsessing over finding a so-called successful man. Understand that those who are genuinely successful are usually too busy to spend time with you, Xue Jiaqing added. I am uninterested in those lacking ambition, yet those with ambition often overlook me. I frequently hear women online claim that if their man provides them with 10,000 yuan a month, they would not care what he does outside. Even if he takes a mistress, Qi Xiaoxiao jested. That is because her partner does not earn that much. By the time he does, there will be another excuse. Su Jiaqing remarked with a pout. Let me ask you, have you two been intimate lately? Qi Xiaoxiao inquired with a curious glint in her eyes. Which one? Su Jiaqing replied. Stop pretending. You know what I mean, Qi Xiaoxiao retorted, sometimes unable to discern whether Su Jiaqing was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. In the past, she might have truly been ignorant, given her lack of romantic experience. However, now that she was 5 months pregnant and had shared a bed with Li Dong for 2 months, it was hard to believe she still knew nothing. Why do you always ask such personal questions? Su Jiaqing blushed slightly as she responded. Well, what's the point of asking anything that isn't personal? Should I inquire daily about what you eat, drink, or wear? Qi Xiaoxiao shot back. Why should I tell you? Su Jiaqing replied with a playful smile. We are like sisters. As a good friend, I must show concern for your marital happiness. After all, I've had many relationships and can impart some wisdom to you. Someone like you, who has never dated, truly needs my seasoned guidance to avoid taking wrong turns and to find the path to blissful happiness. Qi Xiaoxiao said earnestly. No. We only share kisses and hugs before sleeping, Su Jiaqing answered shyly, her face flushed. Every day, you're in the presence of such a stunning beauty. Yet he can restrain himself? His self-control is astonishing. Could there be an issue with him physically? Qi Xiaoxiao feigned astonishment. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Jiaqing rolled her eyes in irritation, gently tapping Qi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. She secretly mused. Li Dong is in his prime, and I am attractive with a good figure. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Later, Li Dong suggested they sleep separately, but Su Jiaqing disagreed, stating that sleeping apart would affect their relationship. Perhaps she thought of something amusing, as Qi Xiaoxiao erupted in laughter. Looking at Su Jiaqing's alluring lips, Qi Xiaoxiao suddenly felt an inexplicable significance in the moment. Could you please stop laughing so lewdly? Su Jiaqing felt embarrassed under Qi Xiaoxiao's peculiar gaze. Ding ding ding, Qi Xiaoxiao imitated Li Dong's tone. At 7 in the evening, Qi Xiaoxiao accompanied Su Jiaqing to the snack street. Li Xiaoer, bring on the skewers, the finest meat skewers, Qi Xiaoxiao commanded, sitting down like a queen. Do you prefer spicy or non-spicy? Li Dong asked with a smirk. Of course spicy. And bring another bottle of beer and a serving of sour plum soup. Qi Xiaoxiao replied boldly. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? Su Jiaqing teased. A little indulgence one tea hurt. I haven't had this in ages, Qi Xiaoxiao retorted. Before long, Li Dong brought over the perfectly grilled gluten, meat skewers, tofu, bean sprouts, and eggplant. You go on with your work, don't mind us. Xue Qiaqi said to Li Dong. The business was bustling, with customers arriving in waves, and she didn't wish to hinder his endeavors. Alas, I'm not accustomed to not having someone attending to me, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked as she took a bite of the grilled gluten, pouting slightly. Eating skewers doesn't silence your chatter. Should I, as a pregnant woman, serve you? Shui Xiaoqi retorted. Never mind. I shall eat myself, Qi Xiaoxiao chuckled, sipping her beer without a care for her appearance. Although she often teased Li Dong, it was merely playful banter. In truth, she held him in high regard. Not only was he a skilled cook, but he also exhibited ambition, and above all, he treated Shui Xiaoqi with genuine kindness, a fact she observed keenly as an outsider. At times, she felt he pampered her friend excessively, almost to the point of spoiling her. Indeed, in every profession, there are outstanding talents. I never used to care much for beer, but this craft brew crafted by Li Dong is quite delightful, Qi Xiaoxiao commented. He uses only quality ingredients. He has refined his recipe and technique numerous times, investing immense effort and dedication, Shui Xiaoqi added. Having accompanied Li Dong on a procurement trip, she noted his strict standards for ingredient quality. He would never settle for inferior goods or cut corners. Yes, Qi Xiaoxiao replied, rolling her eyes. Sensing that Shui Xiaoqi had fully embraced her role as Mrs. Li, always defending him. Just the other day, Li Dong specifically delivered some beer to my uncle, who couldn't stop praising it over the phone, saying it was indeed delicious and encouraging Li Dong to bring him more in the future, Shui Xiaoqi proudly stated. You reminded me. Let us have Li Dong send me a couple of cases tomorrow. I'll send them back for my father to taste, Qi Xiaoxiao said. A few cases are no problem, Shui Xiaoqi replied readily. What a good sister you are, Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, snapping her fingers. Remember to pay up. Cash or transfer will do, Shui Xiaoqi added teasingly. You truly are my dear sister. I take back what I just said, Qi Xiaoxiao joked, casting a playful glare at Shui Xiaoqi while taking a bite of a meat skewer, as if she might consume her friend whole. Chapter 82. Happiness is like drinking water. Time flies, and before one realizes, a month has passed. During this period, Li Dong prepared various meals for Shui Xiaoqi throughout her pregnancy, successfully helping her gain an additional 4 pounds, which resulted in a playful scolding from her. Nevertheless, after playfully reprimanding him, Shui Xiaoqi continued to eat heartily. There was no resisting the allure of his cooking. He also took it upon himself to pick her up and drop her off from work, arriving punctually each time, regardless of the weather, be it windy or rainy, never once absent. This devotion evoked envy among other teachers, who believed Shui Xiaoqi had truly married well. Finally, it was time to set up and dismantle the stall, and every few days, I would check on the production of craft beer. Life was rich and vibrant, flourishing in its own way. However, as the weather gradually turned colder, business at the barbecue stall began to decline, signaling the onset of the off-season. Fortunately, the word-of-mouth promotion of craft beer continued to blossom during this period, attracting more customers eager to make purchases and in significant quantities. To meet this demand, Li Dong procured an additional set of 500-liter brewing equipment and hired 2 more employees, thereby increasing the daily output to 1 for 100 liters. Remarkably, Li Dong's profits did not dwindle due to the subdued barbecue sales. Rather, they surged dramatically thanks to the booming sales of craft beer. Throughout November, Li Dong's net profit reached an impressive 280,000 yuan, and he now held 500,000 yuan in cash, just managing to classify himself as a member of the middle class. Having earned a substantial income, it was only fitting to indulge in some spending. For money spent is what truly counts, rather than merely gazing at the cold, hard figures in a bank account. Thus, at the beginning of the month, Li Dong gifted Shui Xiaoqi a pair of gold bangles, a gold necklace, a gold ring, and the latest model of a cutting-edge smartphone. On the afternoon of December 9th, the sky was overcast, and snowflakes danced gracefully down, blanketing the ground in white. Li Dong drove to the office building where Shui Xiaoqi worked, leaning against the car door, enjoying the snowy scenery while waiting to take his wife home. After approximately 20 minutes, a beautiful figure emerged from the building, walking towards him. Darling, is this the first snowfall of the year? Shui Xiaoqi asked, extending her hand to catch a few snowflakes, only to see them melt instantly. Yes, it has arrived a bit earlier than usual this year, Li Dong replied, nodding. Typically, Tianjin City experiences its first snowfall in mid to late December, but this year it came a few days sooner. It's not too heavy. Shall we walk together for a bit? Shui Xiaoqi looked at Li Dong with hopeful eyes. Absolutely. That sounds perfect, Li Dong said, taking her hand as they strolled away from the school entrance. As for the parked cars nearby, were they of any consequence? Li Dong held Shui Xiaoqi's hand as they wandered along the snowy sidewalk, leaving behind 2 sets of footprints in the pristine white ground. If only I had brought the selfie stick, we could capture this moment. Our first walk together in the snow, Xue Jiaqing lamented. Women, after all, are particularly sensitive to moments that mark firsts. For instance, even after several years of marriage, a woman may often inquire about the details of their first meeting, their first movie together, or their first travel destination. If her husband can recall these moments, all is well and harmonious. If not, it may lead to a flurry of distress and accusations of indifference, with the husband left to soothe her with his affections. This isn't the first time. It's the second, Li Dong remarked. A seemingly whimsical remark from Li Dong left Xue Jiaqing puzzled. Her adorably innocent expression directed toward him was utterly charming. It was on the morning of December 26th, 2 years prior, after a class had concluded, that I approached you with my books, seeking your guidance on a question. You, preoccupied with pressing matters, addressed my inquiries while walking, and at that moment, snow was falling much heavier than today's flurries. Li Dong brushed the snow off Xue Jiaqing's hat as he reminisced. Xue Jiaqing carefully contemplated the scene Li Dong described, yet after a few moments, her expression remained blank, devoid of any recollection. This was entirely reasonable, as she faced countless students each day. How could she possibly remember every moment? Especially from 2 years ago? Do you know, Li Dong said softly, I was particularly happy that day, and that joy lingered for a long time. Why? Xue Jiaqing inquired with a smile. At that time, you were to me like the moon in the sky, visible yet unattainable, a distant longing that I could only harbor in my heart. He continued, we walked together in the snow for several minutes, and by the time we parted, our heads were covered in snowflakes, resembling white hair. Li Dong spoke with a dreamy tone, reliving the joy of that day. Is that a metaphor for growing old together? Xue Jiaqing teased, her lips curling into a smile. Indeed, if we were to brave the snow together, this life would be a shared journey until we grow old. Li Dong replied, what a romantic verse. Xue Jiaqing beamed, realizing that Li Dong had harbored feelings for her even then, wishing to share a lifetime together. Thus, I cherish each day spent with you, treasuring every moment we share. This also answers your previous question about why a man like me enjoys taking photos together and refrains from using beauty filters. I wish to capture our shared moments, so that when we are old, I can look back at these photographs and reminisce about our beautiful times together, Li Dong explained. How annoying, suddenly becoming so sentimental. Trying to elicit my tears, Xue Jiaqing remarked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her heart stirred with emotion. Regardless of what the future held for them or how others perceived her relationship with her student, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and joy in that moment. It reminded her of a saying her mother once shared. Happiness is like drinking water. Only the one who drinks knows whether it is cold or warm. I not only wish to evoke your tears, but also to capture your heart and possess you, Li Dong declared, kissing her gently on the lips. Ah, you rascal. The unexpected kiss left Xue Jiaqing blushing as she glanced around, relieved that they had not wandered too far from the school gate. Fortunate that no acquaintances or students had witnessed the moment, lest it become awkward. Shall we continue walking? Li Dong asked. Yes. Let us walk a little longer and enjoy more snow, Xue Jiaqing replied with a gentle smile. Now 6 months pregnant, her movements were increasingly awkward, and she treaded with utmost caution. However, with Li Dong supporting her, they walked slowly, yet the air was filled with a sense of bliss. Chapter 83. Bah! Scoundrel. The couple was indulging in sweet nothings amidst the snow when Xue Jiaqing's phone rang. Hello, Mom, she answered, glancing at the caller ID before pressing the connect button. Are you in class or on break? Zhengxia inquired. Class just ended. I'm taking a stroll with Li Dong, replied Xue Jiaqing. Her arm linked with his as they carefully navigated the snowy path. You're out walking in the snow? Zhengxia asked, astonished. It's not heavy. It's the first snow of the year. Just enjoying the scenery, Xue Jiaqing responded gently. I start my vacation tomorrow and plan to stay with you for a few days. Am I welcome? Zhengxia suddenly declared. Of course, Mom. How could you even ask? Xue Jiaqing pouted, her mind racing. Her mother usually took her 20 days of vacation each year to travel with friends, exploring and indulging in local cuisines. What made her decide to visit this time? Could it be because of her pregnancy, wanting to lend her support? Unlikely. Her mother was not one to offer care easily. As long as you're coming. That's great. I'll be there first thing in the morning, Zhengxia said before hanging up. But not before reminding Xue Jiaqing to return early and avoid catching a chill. My mom is coming tomorrow, Xue Jiaqing informed Li Dong. I heard. Your mother will be staying for a few days. I'll clean the house and prepare fresh bedding and toiletries, Li Dong replied. Hee, but I find this rather unusual. Something must be afoot, Xue Jieqi mused, furrowing her brow, contemplating what could have prompted her mother's sudden decision to visit. Why overthink it? When Mom arrives tomorrow, you can ask her directly, Li Dong said, playfully pinching Xue Jieqi's slightly reddened nose. True, let us head back. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Xue Jieqi agreed, deciding to set aside her puzzlement. After dinner, she was in the study preparing lessons while Li Dong tidied up the second bedroom and organized the household. He meticulously cleaned every corner of the room and arranged everything neatly, transforming the space entirely. Have some water, dear, Li Dong said after finishing the cleaning, bringing a glass over and sitting beside Xue Jieqi. Are you tired? She asked, taking a sip while looking at him. Not at all. How could such trivial tasks wear me out? He replied, shaking his head. With the barbecue stall closed for the time being, he had ample time in the evenings to accompany Xue Jieqi or enjoy reading and writing in the house. Writing another paper? What is the topic? Li Dong inquired, noticing the document she was editing on her notebook. How to interpret the phrase "do not measure love with money," Xue Jieqi pointed to the screen. That is a profound statement. Laden with controversy, it won't be easy to tackle, Li Dong pondered. And what is your perspective, young Li Dong? With a radiant smile, Xue Jieqi resembled a blooming peony, exuding an irresistible charm. Taken in isolation, this statement appears flawed. How could love be quantified by wealth? Does a lack of riches render one unworthy of love? Clearly, such a notion contradicts our education and societal beliefs, rendering it unaccepted. However, if this statement were to be embedded within a broader context, it might yield an entirely different conclusion, remarked Li Dong. Indeed, please continue, Xue Jieqi encouraged, eager to hear how Li Dong would reconcile this notion. In a relationship, if the male partner is unable to provide material support or companionship, and fails to strive for personal growth, then all expressions of care and affection become mere words. If he frequently expresses impatience by insisting that love should not be measured by money, one must wonder what standards should be used instead. Perhaps a scale? Li Dong asserted. There exists an inherent disparity between them, not merely in terms of education, though that is not the crux of the matter, but rather in their vastly differing family backgrounds. Xue Jieqi is a wealthy heiress, while he is but a poor boy from the countryside. If he does not endeavor to improve himself daily, their lives would hardly be as harmonious as they are now, and Xue Jieqi would not have fallen for him so swiftly. I can tolerate your temporary struggles. After all, you have just graduated and lack resources and connections. However, through diligence and perseverance, you must strive to create a future for both of you, he continued. It cannot be a life of indulgence, living only for today, while tomorrow's worries are cast aside. Your partner must not feel that you are merely drifting through life without any long-term aspirations, or, worse yet, only planning without taking action. That makes sense. Do you have more to say? Xue Jieqi inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Li Dong pointed to his lips, his intention to kiss unmistakable. How mischievous. With a laugh, Xue Jieqi playfully pecked his lips, pondering if this was the joy of finding a younger husband. That's all, Li Dong shrugged. How rude, deceiving me for a kiss. Xue Jieqi teased, her voice laced with mock indignation. No deception here. I shall gift you a passage. Over time, human emotions encompass more than love. They include reliance. If one day this bond is severed, the pain will not be solely heartbreak, but also profound regret. In this world, the reasons for not loving are myriad: being too busy for companionship, lacking material wealth, or simply being incompatible in character. Yet, the manifestation of love is singular. The desire to be together, to witness sunrises and sunsets, to marvel at nature's beauty, to share household chores, and to stroll hand in hand. Li Dong earnestly held Xue Jieqi's hand. How beautifully put. How many girls have you recited this to? Xue Jieqi, secretly pleased, asked with a playful air. You are the first and the last, Li Dong replied, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. How am I to discern if your words are genuine? I heard that a junior once pursued you, confessing her feelings on the playground. Why did you refuse? Xue Jieqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Would you like to know? Li Dong asked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. I don't want to know. Speak if you wish. Xue Jieqi remarked, pouting slightly. If you don't care to, then let's prepare for bed, Li Dong suggested playfully. If you insist on speaking, I suppose I wouldn't mind listening. Xue Jieqi responded, her words betraying her true feelings. Observing her playful demeanor, Li Dong nearly burst into laughter. The stark contrast between Xue Jieqi's usual seriousness and her current lightheartedness was quite striking. In truth, it is nothing significant. I merely wanted to express my fondness for a certain girl, Li Dong whispered softly into Xue Jieqi's ear. Scoundrel. There isn't a decent man among them. Xue Jieqi retorted, spitting disdainfully, affirming the stereotype of men. Chapter 84. The awkward young couple on the morning of December 10th. Li Dong was enjoying a leisurely slumber with Xue Jieqi in his embrace when Zheng Xia arrived, pulling a suitcase behind her. Having been informed of the password by her daughter, she entered unimpeded. Upon discovering her daughter and son-in-law still in bed, Zheng Xia could only shake her head in silent resignation as she began to organize her belongings. Around 8 o'clock, Li Dong awoke first. Upon stepping out of the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of his mother-in-law already present. Before he could utter a greeting, he heard Xue Jieqi's sultry voice from within the room. Darling, where did you put my lingerie after you took it off last night? Li Dong and his mother-in-law exchanged startled glances, his face reddening as if it were a ripe fruit. It's under your pillow, he stammered, wishing desperately to vanish into the floor. I just checked in the mirror, and you've left a mark on my neck, yet you refuse to admit it, Xue Jieqi playfully chastised. Wife, my mother is here. Let us not discuss this, Li Dong urged, frantically signaling to Xue Jieqi and blinking rapidly. Do not try to divert attention. It won't work even if your father were here. You're such a mischievous man for not listening last night, Xue Jieqi said, stepping out of the room and playfully slapping his backside. Prior to sleeping, the couple had engaged in their usual affectionate antics, which, as emotions ran high, led to some playful bumps and bruises. Mom, when did you arrive? Xue Jieqi, who had intended to scold Li Dong further, suddenly caught sight of the familiar figure of her mother. She then pinched Li Dong's waist and whispered, Why didn't you warn me? This is so embarrassing. I've been here for a while, Zheng Xia chuckled, observing their little exchange. She had overheard every word of their earlier conversation. From those few sentences, she could gauge her daughter's happiness. Firstly, they were sharing a bed, contrary to her initial fears of a mere formal marriage. Secondly, they had been affectionate before sleeping, which, in her seasoned perspective, was not something to be ashamed of. Rather, it suggested a good relationship. Lastly, her daughter had merely expressed a flustered complaint, devoid of any sense of coercion. So, you heard everything I just said, didn't you, Mom? Xue Jieqi asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The two can speak freely in private, but addressing each other in front of their parents feels exceedingly awkward. Upon overhearing, Zheng Xia chuckled and looked at her daughter, amused. Now you know what it means to feel shy? It's all your fault. You could have reminded me when your mother arrived. Just wait until I sort you out. Xue Jiaqing whispered to Li Dong. Though her words were barely audible, Zheng Xia, being so close, still caught them. Mom, have you had breakfast yet? Li Dong, momentarily neglecting to comfort his wife, turned to her mother-in-law and asked. Not yet, Zheng Xia replied, shaking her head. She had packed her luggage the previous night and drove over early in the morning. Then I'll go prepare breakfast now. You and Jiaqing chat for a while. Li Dong said, hastily retreating, feeling that the situation was far too awkward. Mom, what brought you here? Xue Jiaqing inquired as she settled beside her mother, linking her arm with hers and grinning playfully. What is wrong with me coming to see you? Zheng Xia retorted, pouting slightly. Of course. You can come whenever you wish and stay as long as you like. It just feels a bit unusual. Did you have a quarrel with Dad? Xue Jiaqing asked, her concern evident. To her surprise, Zheng Xia nodded. What happened? Xue Jiaqing asked, taken aback. In her recollection, her parents rarely argued, as they were both incredibly busy, either working overtime or engaged in other commitments, leaving little time for disputes. Don't pry into the trivial matters, Zheng Xia waved her hand dismissively. That's excessive. I'll call Dad and have him apologize to you in person to earn your forgiveness, Xue Jiaqing said indignantly. What good would an apology do? I just want some peace and quiet. I find him irritating. Please don't mention him in my presence for the next few days. Zheng Xia rolled her eyes. All right, then you can stay here comfortably, and I'll have Li Dong whip up delicious meals for you every day, Xue Jiaqing teased. Do you really think I'm getting old? Zheng Xia asked, her face stern as she glared at her daughter. What? No. It's merely a term of respect. You're only 40. How could you be old? Who wouldn't praise your enduring charm? Xue Jiaqing quickly responded. Indeed. It seems I've uncovered the reason behind their quarrel. Perhaps Dad said something to provoke Mom. Go away and stop trying to distract me, Zheng Xia said, unable to suppress her laughter. In reality, she was only 50 years old, Having held a position of authority for so long, she exuded an air of quiet power. Coupled with her well-maintained appearance, her hair remained ungrayed, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were barely noticeable, making her appear nearly 40. Moreover, having given birth to such a beautiful daughter as Xue Jiaqing, one could easily imagine Zheng Xia was once a stunning beauty in her youth. Mom, since you're here this time, stay a few extra days and spend some quality time with me, Xue Jiaqing cooed. Otherwise, I might just go stay at a hotel so as not to interrupt your romantic moments, Zheng Xia joked. How could that be? Upon your arrival, Li Dong stepped aside. How can a husband compare to a mother? Xue Jiaqi quipped with a playful smile. Do you believe what you just said? Zheng Xia chuckled at her daughter's endearing demeanor. This is my heartfelt truth, dear mother, Xue Jiaqi pouted. Dinner is ready, Mom, Jiaqi, Li Dong announced as he brought out the meal. It smells delightful. I'm starving. Xue Jiaqi exclaimed, linking her arm with Zheng Xia as they sat down. The meal consisted of pumpkin millet porridge, spinach pancakes, pickled cucumbers, scrambled eggs with shrimp, and stir-fried greens with tofu. Here, let me help you clean your hands. Li Dong offered a warm towel to Xue Jiaqi. Thank you, she replied, wiping her hands and placing the towel aside. Zheng Xia observed this scene, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately refraining. Mom, please try this and see if it suits your taste, Li Dong said, handing Zheng Xia a new pair of chopsticks. It's good, quite nice. She nodded after sipping the soup, acknowledging that her own culinary skills could not reach such heights. Mom, taste this spinach pancake. It's far more delicious than those sold outside. Xue Jiaqi insisted, serving her mother a piece. The spinach pancakes made by Li Dong were small, soft, and tender, seasoned just right, allowing Xue Jiaqi to indulge in several. I can serve myself. I know what I want, Zheng Xia said. Chapter 85. Community Mishaps After Breakfast. Li Dong began tidying up the kitchen while Xue Jiaqi and Zheng Xia engaged in conversation on the sofa. Mom, would you like to go shopping this morning? Xue Jiaqi inquired. With your belly so round, can you still shop? Zheng Xia glanced at her daughter's clearly visible pregnancy. A short distance is fine. I can't walk too far, Xue Jiaqi replied. She was 6 months along, and her movements had begun to appear clumsy, though walking on flat ground was manageable. Navigating stairs was notably more challenging. No, there's nothing much to see. I can accompany you for a stroll around the community instead. We must be extra cautious at this time, Zheng Xia said. That works for me, Xue Jiaqi responded cheerfully. Previously, Zheng Xia's busy work schedule made it difficult for them to spend quality time together. Just as Li Dong finished cleaning the kitchen, he noticed his phone screen light up with a new message notification. Li Dong, has your mother arrived? Yes, Dad, she just finished breakfast with us. Li Dong glanced toward the living room and quickly typed a response. Your mother is staying with you for a few days. I hope it's not too much trouble. Dad, saying that feels like a slap in the face. My mother-in-law is also a mother. It is perfectly reasonable for her to stay with her child. There is no trouble involved. How does your mother seem? Is she in good spirits? She appears to be well. She has been chatting and laughing with Jiaqi since her arrival. Son, did you and your mother have a quarrel? Not exactly. We had a bit of a heated exchange. But it was nothing serious. Could you share the reason? It would help me to subtly reassure her. There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. A couple of days ago, a senior leader came to inspect, and I was responsible for the reception. This esteemed leader hails from the southern region, where the quality of life is rather elevated, and he has a penchant for foot massages. To cater to his preferences, I took him for a 2-hour session. A detail that would surely amuse your mother. 2 hours? Approximately 100 minutes. In that span of time, one could accomplish myriad tasks. Father, did you merely indulge in foot massages? You child, of course, it was just a foot massage. I possess a modicum of self-restraint. However, what transpired on the leader's end remains uncertain, as I have no knowledge of the technician he engaged, and the final bill was rather steep. Upon hearing this, Li Dong was nearly in stitches, for indeed, the leader was quite different. All right, I understand, Father. I shall seize this opportunity to soothe Mother, and I will promptly report any developments to you. Very well. Noticing Li Dong emerging from the kitchen, Xue Jiaqi suggested. We are planning to take a stroll around the neighborhood. Would you care to join us? I shall pass. I need to visit the new house. It's time to mop the floors and perhaps purchase a few small items to place there, Li Dong replied. All right then, you do have a floor cleaning robot, don't you? Utilize that to spare yourself from exhaustion. Xue Jiaqi expressed her concern. Yes, I am aware. What would you like for lunch? I can procure some ingredients on my way back, Li Dong inquired with a smile. Let us have rice noodles. I've been craving them. Mother, what about you? Shuejiqi pondered. She had developed a fondness for rice noodles, but ever since tasting Li Dong's preparation, she had not dared to sample any from outside, for the disparity was too pronounced. I shall have rice noodles as well, Zhang Xia nodded, as she was amenable to anything. The three of them ventured out together. And just as they exited the building, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, piquing Shuejiqi's curiosity. You shameless woman, despite your higher education, did your teachers instruct you on how to ruin other families? You might as well be old enough to be her father. Why must you choose the path of a mistress at such a young age? Are you not ashamed of the upbringing your parents provided? What of the education from your teachers? A middle-aged woman was relentlessly tugging at a young woman, berating her while attempting to tear her clothing. The straps of the young woman's undergarment were nearly dislodged, exposing her intermittently. I've devoted myself to raising children at home. And you too have the audacity to betray me during my pregnancy. Do you not feel any remorse? This is not the first time, is it? Have you gone mad? Shouted a nearby middle-aged man. Yes, I have indeed lost my mind, but it is you who has driven me to this state. Over the years, how many affairs have you had? In this very neighborhood, there is more than one. You pleaded for my forgiveness for the sake of our child, and I, soft-hearted, granted it. Is this how you repay my kindness? It turned out to be a scene of the legitimate wife confronting the mistress, which explained the throngs gathered to witness such scandalous drama. Tales of gossip always captivated the public. However, the latter part of the exchange held substantial implications. There were indeed other romantic entanglements within this community. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied the minds of the observing gentlemen. Let us depart, Li Dong urged Shuejiqi. Shuejiqi and her daughter strolled through the community while Li Dong headed towards their new residence. Initially in good spirits, Shuejiqi found her mood dampened by an unexpected scene that morning, particularly the phrase about infidelity during pregnancy, which resonated with her own circumstances. Now in her own period of gestation, she found herself contemplating Li Dong's youthful vigor and affluence, and dared not dwell further on such thoughts. Upon reaching the local fitness center, Zhang Xia sensed her daughter's melancholic demeanor and inquired whether the earlier incident had affected her mood. Shuejiqi nodded, feeling no need to conceal her emotions in front of her mother. Zhang Xia remarked on the current societal restlessness, where individuals, in pursuit of wealth and a more comfortable existence, often seek shortcuts that are, in reality, scarce. Is it not possible for two people to remain devoted to one another? Shuejiqi questioned. Of course it is, Zhang Xia replied. There are indeed many who do. Previously, people held more conservative views, enduring relationships as long as possible, with divorce being a last resort. Nowadays, any trivial reason suffices for separation. Individuals often prioritize their own perspectives, neglecting their partner's feelings, which, to put it plainly, is a form of selfishness. Zhang Xia emphasized that maintaining a household is no trivial undertaking. It demands mutual effort and contribution from both partners, rather than one party bearing the burden while the other merely reaps the benefits, a scenario that could hardly sustain longevity. Speaking of which, I must address you, she continued. It is indeed arduous for you to work while pregnant, and as a woman, I empathize deeply. Although Li Dong manages all household chores, including picking you up and preparing your meals, you must not take this for granted, understand? Zhang Xia gently tapped her daughter's arm. Chapter 86. A mother-daughter conversation. Zhang Xia had initially wished to refrain from commenting on her daughter's relationship, believing that such matters should be resolved by the couple themselves, with parents ideally remaining uninvolved. However, during dinner, Li Dong first offered a warm towel for Shuejiqi to wipe her hands. After only a few bites, Shuejiqi found her hair falling into her face due to her unstyled locks, which distracted her from eating. Li Dong instinctively retrieved a hair tie to help her gather her hair. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xia's first reaction was to feel relieved that her daughter had found a considerate partner, as such thoughtful gestures are rare. Yet, her second thought was one of concern. While her daughter was indeed pregnant, she was not at a stage where she could not care for herself. I know, Mom. I've mentioned it several times. Yet Li Dong continues to care for me in this manner, Shuejiqi admitted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Initially, she had found it difficult to adjust to Li Dong's meticulous attention, but gradually, she grew accustomed to it and began to rely on him more and more. At that moment, Li Dong expressed to her, I may not be able to create grand gestures that you will remember for a lifetime, but I can quietly dedicate a lifetime to the small, seemingly insignificant acts of love. Love is reciprocal. He can empathize with your struggles, and you must also appreciate his contributions. In our home, you are cherished, just as Li Dong is adored by his parents. Only through mutual understanding can a relationship endure. Zheng Xia remarked. Yes, I understand, Mom, Shui Jieqi nodded. Currently, she and Li Dong are in the throes of passionate love, eager to be inseparable, basking in their sweet affection. Have you purchased the furniture and appliances for your new home? Zheng Xia inquired. Yes, everything is ready, just waiting for delivery, Li Dong replied. To avoid secondary pollution, they decided against early delivery. We'll wait until the harmful gases in the room have dissipated before the items arrive, Shui Jieqi added. The furniture and appliances were selected together, with her preferences taking precedence, while Li Dong's opinions complemented hers. Indeed, that's the right approach. Health is paramount. So, will you move in after the baby is born? Isn't that a bit soon? Zheng Xia questioned. Li Dong and I have agreed to wait until after my confinement at the maternity center before moving in, by which time the room will have been ventilated for nearly 6 months. We used solid wood and metal for the renovations, avoiding materials like glue and paint that emit high levels of pollutants as much as possible, Shui Jieqi replied happily. 6 months should suffice. When do you plan to take maternity leave? Zheng Xia asked, glancing at her daughter's protruding belly. Some expectant mothers wait until the day of delivery to commence their leave, while others start as early as 2 weeks or even a month prior. I plan to finish this semester and then take leave to prepare for the baby. Shui Jieqi gently caressed her belly, having just felt a flutter, perhaps responding to their conversation. I was thinking the same. I wanted to discuss this with you. Since we are on the same page, there is no need for further elaboration. Will your mother-in-law be coming? Has Li Dong mentioned anything? Zheng Xia inquired. Yes, she will come. Li Dong alone would be overwhelmed, and hiring a nanny feels rather awkward. Since you are busy, it will have to be my mother-in-law, Shui Jieqi said with a smile. She hadn't pondered much about potential conflicts of living with her in-laws, trusting that Li Dong would manage well and believing in the wisdom of 2 women to navigate any challenges. You child, even if I'm busy, I can still visit often. It's not far, Zheng Xia remarked, giving her daughter a playful glare. Hee, you are welcome to come anytime, Shui Jieqi leaned against her mother's shoulder, beaming with joy. At noon, Li Dong prepared rice noodles. How delightful. The flavor is exquisite. I believe your skill in making rice noodles surpasses that of making regular noodles, Shui Jieqi remarked after taking a bite. Is that so? Then do eat more. I made plenty. Mom, please try it, and let me know how it compares to the rice noodles you've had before, Li Dong said, bringing over a steaming bowl. The portion was modest yet refined, appearing quite appetizing and emitting a delightful aroma. This is excellent. It's made with broth, isn't it? Zheng Xia inquired after tasting a spoonful. Indeed, the rice noodles are accompanied by chicken steak and quail eggs, with a sprinkle of seaweed powder and strips of kelp, making it quite nutritious, Li Dong remarked. Why is the seaweed made into powder? Zheng Xia inquired, perplexed. Because Jieqi does not enjoy large pieces of seaweed. Yet it is inherently nutritious. I thought it best to grind it into a powder, allowing her to consume it effortlessly while enjoying her soup. Li Dong replied with a mischievous grin. Mom, you must try this scallion pancake. It is absolutely delicious, Shui Jieqi said cheerfully as she offered her mother a piece. Can you eat so much in one sitting? Zheng Xia asked, taking a bite of the pancake and gesturing towards the 3 pieces before Jieqi. The flavor of the pancake was indeed delightful, far surpassing that of the dishes prepared by the chefs at her workplace's cafeteria. She sincerely admired her son-in-law's culinary skills. It was impressive for a man to have honed his cooking to such a degree. With such talent, Li Dong need never fear hunger or financial struggles. I cannot help myself. I always crave more, Shui Jieqi exclaimed joyfully, alternating bites of the pancake, rice noodles, and soup, declaring it a veritable feast. Do keep an eye on your weight. Even delectable food should not lead to gluttony, Zheng Xia advised. Mom, have another piece while it's still warm. It tastes best fresh. Don't let it cool down. Li Dong subtly served his mother-in-law another pancake, though she contemplated declining as she was nearly full. The enticing flavor of the scallion pancake proved irresistible. Thus, under the persistent encouragement of Li Dong and Shui Jieqi, Zheng Xia found herself pleasantly overindulged. Darling, my mother just admitted to being stuffed, Shui Jieqi said gleefully while preparing for an afternoon nap. Just moments ago, her mother had cautioned against overindulgence, yet here she was, full to the brim. Being overstuffed is the highest compliment to a chef. I am honored to have pleased my esteemed mother-in-law, Li Dong said, wrapping his arm around Shui Jieqi's shoulders. How about me? I am stuffed too, yet you have nothing to say? Shui Jieqi playfully pouted. All right. I am honored to have filled the stomach of my dear student, Li Dong replied. It's teacher, not student, Xue Jiechi corrected him. I am honored to have filled the stomach of teacher Xue Jiechi, Li Dong reiterated. Hee, that is more like it. You performed admirably today. I hope you continue to strive for excellence without becoming complacent, achieving even greater success in the future. Xue Jiechi adopted a teacherly tone. Rest assured, my esteemed wife. I shall persist in my efforts, Li Dong declared, patting his chest confidently. Chapter 87, Li Dong's concerns. Little man, I feel you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Xue Jiechi said, pouting with a blush. I was never mischievous. I was an absolute angel until I met you, and gradually I have turned a bit wicked. Li Dong said, gently brushing back Xue Jiechi's hair. So it's my fault? Xue Jiechi teased. Indeed, it is your overwhelming charm, splendid figure, striking looks, and gentle demeanor that have stolen my heart, Li Dong replied earnestly. Men are all the same, slick-tongued and unreliable, always eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. You witnessed the morning's farce in our community, did you not? Xue Jiechi remarked playfully. Such occurrences are, in truth, quite commonplace, with so many people in our country. Who can escape a few performances each day? This incident, however, happened to unfold in their neighborhood, and the original partner was someone she knew. The woman owned a cosmetics store and was not unattractive, yet despite her efforts at maintenance, she was in her 40s and could hardly compare to the youthful allure of a girl in her 20s. The reasoning behind a man seeking a mistress mirrors that of a woman straying. It is simply a quest for excitement when the monotony of daily life becomes unbearable. Little do they realize, throughout history, illicit affairs have led to dire consequences, with countless criminal cases stemming from extramarital relationships and infidelity, serving as bloody lessons. Li Dong sighed. A wife is not as good as a concubine not as good as a clandestine affair. And a clandestine affair is even worse if it cannot be had. Xue Jiechi scoffed, her mood visibly dampened. The more one cares, the greater the fear of loss. Her heart was entirely invested in Li Dong, and she could hardly fathom the madness that might ensue should she lose him one day. Others are others. But we are us. We cannot dismiss all good men simply because some are unfaithful, nor can we assume that all women are unworthy due to a few transgressions. With your beauty and figure surpassing all others, why would I seek wildflowers outside when I have such a stunning wife by my side? I am not mentally deranged. Li Dong declared. Truth be told, I worry daily about being cuckolded. So many admire you, viewing you as a goddess, while I, the thief of flowers, am seen as a thorn in their side, wished away at the earliest opportunity. He jested. Cuckolded? What do you mean? Xue Jiechi asked, momentarily perplexed. A green hat. Of course, Li Dong replied. Enough of your nonsense. Xue Jiechi playfully struck his shoulder. I speak only the truth. As time passes, you shall become even more mature and captivating, while I remain merely a poor boy from the countryside. How could I ever be worthy of your exquisite beauty and devilish figure? Surely, many wealthy heirs and officials will seek to claim you for themselves. Countless times I have awoken in the night, hastily checking if you lie beside me, fearing it might all be a dream and worrying that someone might steal you away. Li Dong lamented, shaking his head and sighing, leaving Xue Jiechi momentarily speechless. Aren't you lamenting the fickleness of men? How has this conversation turned to your inability to keep me? Come on, the more you say, the more absurd it becomes. If I were that easily snatched away by wealthy heirs or officials, I would not still be here with you, Xue Jiechi teased. Many pursued her, yet none captured her interest. Now, by a twist of fate, she found herself enamored with Li Dong. It must be said, the world is truly wondrous. However, I harbor concerns, fearing that one day you, or some influential figure, might toss a check in my direction, saying I could fill in any amount, yet I must depart. Li Dong lamented, his words a blend of truth and jest. Have you been watching too many mindless television dramas? Xue Jiechi retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Xue Jiechi, you are my very existence. Without you by my side, it would feel as though the world were collapsing around me. Do you understand? Li Dong declared earnestly. Little man, I shall always be by your side, Xue Jiechi responded gently. But what if you deceive me? How can I discern the truth in your words? After all, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive, Li Dong pouted in reply. Who told you that beautiful women are more deceitful? Xue Jiechi questioned, rolling her eyes once more. Zhang Wuji's mother, In Susu, Li Dong answered. Zhang Wuji's mother? Xue Jiechi was left speechless, finding Li Dong's reasoning rather peculiar. Indeed, Li Dong nodded, donning an innocent expression. How am I to prove it to you? Shui Jieqi asked, amusement dancing in her eyes. She perceived that while Li Dong often exhibited maturity and composure, he occasionally revealed a youthful side, as he did now. Every morning, upon waking, "You must tell me you love me 3 times. Each time you leave, a farewell kiss. Each time you return, a greeting kiss." Li Dong pondered aloud. Shui Jieqi chuckled at Li Dong's adorably earnest demeanor, recalling that it was she who had once made that request. Ever since she had said it, Li Dong had adhered remarkably well, seldom forgetting. Now he seemed to employ magic to counter magic. "Be serious. Can you do it?" Li Dong asked, pulling Shui Jieqi into his embrace, pouting once more. "Yes," Shui Jieqi nodded, stifling a laugh. After Li Dong's playful banter, her spirits lifted, her emotions returning to a state of normalcy. "If you find it hard to resist," Shui Jieqi began shyly. "Rest assured, I can contain myself," Li Dong interrupted, understanding her intentions yet unwilling to act selfishly. "Hee, then that is acceptable," Shui Jieqi laughed, her heart swelling with affection for Li Dong. "Moreover, I am exercising daily, 30 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 30 squats each morning. Do you see how my muscles are visibly more developed than before?" Li Dong flexed his biceps, showcasing them proudly. "They do appear quite developed, but being muscular doesn't necessarily mean much," Shui Jieqi remarked, pressing against his bicep, feeling its hardness akin to stone. "You shall soon understand. There are many implications," Li Dong whispered softly in her ear. "Huh, what a jumble of thoughts occupy your mind daily." "I shall ignore you now and take a nap," Shui Jieqi said, her cheeks flushed as she turned away from Li Dong to sleep. This sudden shift left Li Dong bewildered. Had he misspoken in some way? After pondering for a few moments without clarity, Li Dong decided to abandon the thought altogether. He lay down sideways, embracing Shui Jieqi, preparing to drift into slumber. Chapter 88. Male Chauvinism Husband. What are you reading? Shui Jieqi had just accompanied her mother for a brief stroll, and since her mother had yet to return to their apartment, she hurried back due to an urgent need to use the restroom. "A book on management," Li Dong replied, flipping the cover for Shui Jieqi to take a glance. "Effective management," she noted with curiosity. "What prompted you to pick up such a book?" Shui Jieqi inquired, as Li Dong had mostly indulged in poetry, essays, history, and humanities, seldom venturing into popular bestsellers. "Well, I plan to open a store in the future, so I thought I might as well learn how to be an exemplary manager in advance," Li Dong said, playfully tapping the book. "Ah, quite impressive, Li Dong. Is this your way of preparing for the future?" Shui Jieqi complimented. "I've also been scouting for shops nearby to see if any suitable ones are up for sale. If I find a good opportunity, I'll seize it," Li Dong remarked. "Are you planning to buy?" Shui Jieqi looked at him in astonishment. The area they resided in was the heart of Tianqing City, the most commercially prosperous locale, where even a modest 50 square meter shop would cost over 3 million. Prime street-facing properties would be even pricier. "If I find the right one, I will purchase it. If not, then certainly not. The rental prices are exorbitant," I've inquired. "And the annual rent for nearby shops is hovering around 300,000, Li Dong explained. "Rather than laboring for a landlord, I might as well bite the bullet and buy a place, even if it means carrying a mortgage for 10 or 20 years. In the grand scheme of things, it's a worthwhile investment. All right, as long as you've made up your mind. I have some savings, you can use them for now. The password is my birthday," Shui Jieqi said, retrieving a card from her bag and handing it to Li Dong. "I've been eyeing shops for several days now, and the reason I didn't mention it to you was that I feared you'd react this way. Your savings are our last resort. I wouldn't touch it unless absolutely necessary. I believe my own funds should suffice for the down payment," Li Dong said, returning the card to Shui Jieqi's bag. He was quite capable of earning money. It was inconceivable to him to rely on his wife's finances. "What is mine is yours. I currently have no need for it, so please use it for now. You can repay me once you start earning," Shui Jieqi pouted, expressing her discontent. Li Dong chuckled and shook his head. This was his principle and standard. "Do you have any idea how much is on this card?" Shui Jieqi asked. "I'm uncertain, but given your character and integrity, the amount is surely substantial," Li Dong replied. In truth, Li Dong's guess was accurate. This card contained 1,500,000, which Shui Jieqi had diligently saved as her private funds. She possessed several such cards, each with varying but considerable amounts. "Humph. Do you not consider me part of the family?" Shui Jieqi pouted, gazing at Li Dong with displeasure. "My dear wife, my refusal to use your money does not indicate that I do not regard you as family. Rather, it stems from my pride and principles as a man." Li Dong said gently, looking at Xue Jiaqing with warmth. Are you not proud of yourself for using my money? Xue Jiaqi pouted, struggling to comprehend Li Dong's perspective, feeling that he exhibited a touch of male chauvinism. As a married couple, must they delineate their roles so distinctly? Darling, if you were to buy me a piece of clothing, a pair of shoes, or even some undergarments, I would spend that money with ease, knowing it comes from your affection. He continued, I wish to handle the funds for my entrepreneurial endeavors on my own. Should my venture fail, at least your lives will remain unaffected, and I shall have the opportunity to rise again. If I perceive your support as a means to easily acquire wealth, it may cloud my business judgment. Do you understand? Li Dong grasped Xue Jiaqi's hand as he spoke. I don't understand, she pouted, though her mood slightly improved. For at least Li Dong was willing to explain, even if his reasoning seemed somewhat irrational to her. It's all right if you don't understand now. You will in time. Just remember this. My heart is filled solely with you. There is no room for anyone else. I can endure any hardship. But you must not suffer even the slightest injustice, especially if it arises from being with me. Li Dong embraced Xue Jiaqi tenderly. Humph, as husband and wife. We should share both joy and hardship. Your thinking is flawed, she retorted. But this is how I feel, and it will never change. I wish to ensure your happiness every single day. Isn't that infuriating? Li Dong spoke gently. Infuriating indeed. It's maddening. This is sheer male dominance. Xue Jiaqi remarked, still pouting. Yes, indeed, it is male dominance. A teacher's insight is commendable, capturing the essence perfectly, Li Dong chuckled. How annoying. I don't need your praise. Xue Jiaqi rolled her eyes playfully, yet her mood brightened considerably. Women do not inherently despise male dominance. Rather, it depends on how such dominance manifests. Observing his beloved's bashful demeanor, Li Dong leaned down and kissed her crimson lips. The two embraced, lost in a kiss. Perhaps influenced by their earlier conversation, so engrossed that they failed to notice Zheng Xia's return and the sound of the door opening. I didn't see anything, please. Continue. Zheng Xia entered only to find the young couple engrossed in their affection. Feeling awkward, she quickly retreated to her room, internally lamenting that a married daughter is like spilled water. As the mother and daughter strolled through the neighborhood, Zheng Xia felt thirsty, and Xue Jiaqi mentioned her thirst as well, suggesting a bathroom stop. Thus, they decided to let Xue Jiaqi return for some water. However, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Zheng Xia grew concerned when Xue Jiaqi did not return, ignoring messages and calls, prompting her to hurry back to check on her. Well, here I am, an anxious mother worrying about your well-being, and you two are here being all affectionate. Zheng Xia remarked upon her arrival. It's all your fault. Xue Jiaqi playfully hit Li Dong on the shoulder, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hee, blame me then. It's my fault for being unable to resist, Li Dong admitted, embracing the consequences with a grin. Xue Jiaqi rose and entered her mother's room. Smiling brightly as she exclaimed, Mom, you have no idea how unreasonable Li Dong can be. How unreasonable? Zheng Xia inquired, observing her daughter's still flushed face with a calm expression. He is currently scouting for a shop to prepare for opening a restaurant. But he insists on buying rather than renting. I suggested using my money first, but he adamantly refused, lecturing me with a plethora of grand theories. It infuriated me. Xue Jiaqi pretended to be upset as she spoke. You're so angry that you forgot to bring your mother some water, didn't you? Zheng Xia teased. Mom, I'm trying to discuss something serious here. If you keep this up, I might actually get upset. Xue Jiaqi replied, playfully pouting. Your anger is of no concern to me. It's Li Dong who has upset you, Zheng Xia chuckled. Chapter 89. The Way of Spousal Interaction. Mom. Xue Jiaqi protested, pouting and elongating her tone. All right. I won't tease you anymore. You seem to be a bit love-struck, approaching problems with a rather superficial mindset. Fortunately, Li Dong appears to be more grounded. Zheng Xia remarked with a smile, reflecting on her daughter's puzzled expression and feeling a mix of nostalgia and concern for her sheltered upbringing. Noting that her emotional maturity lagged behind that of Li Dong, a recent graduate. That's not true, Xue Jiaqi retorted defiantly. Previously, her father had also remarked on her immaturity compared to Li Dong, and now her mother echoed the sentiment. Although she sometimes felt that way herself, she certainly wasn't going to admit it aloud. Li Dong is a man. When pursuing a career, he must consider the possibility of failure. What if he invests everything and loses it all? Zheng Xia queried. That seems unlikely. Li Dong's culinary skills are exceptional. You've tasted his cooking. How could he possibly fail at running a restaurant? Xue Jiaqi replied, bewildered. Having a great product does not guarantee business success. Are all bankrupt companies merely those with poor products or services? Are all underperforming students simply unmotivated? Are all impoverished individuals just lazy? Zheng Xia fired off her points in rapid succession, leaving Xue Jieqi momentarily dumbfounded. Although she understood these principles, she struggled to wrap her mind around them in the moment. Observing her daughter's expression returning to normal, Zheng Xia continued earnestly, "In the future, consult with Li Dong more often. I believe he considers issues more comprehensively than you do. Sometimes, you approach things too impulsively and lack thoroughness. Life's journey is long. How long can your parents be there for you?" Xue Jieqi nodded, pouting slightly. At 25, she was accustomed to being treated like a child by her parents, as she would always remain their little girl in their eyes. However, hearing her parents say she was less mature than Li Dong, her peer, stung her pride a little, even if she harbored a sliver of agreement within herself. By the time she finished her grooming and returned to her bedroom, Li Dong was already nestled under the covers. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off," he said, pulling her into his embrace with concern. Xue Jieqi shook her head, at a loss for words. "Did your mom scold you? If it's about the kissing incident, I can go talk to her," Li Dong said, lifting the covers as if to rise from the bed. "Stop trying to explain. It's not about that." Xue Jieqi pouted playfully. "Then what is it?" Li Dong inquired with concern. After a moment of hesitation, Xue Jieqi recounted her recent conversation with her mother to Li Dong. Li Dong sighed heavily upon hearing her words. He had initially thought he would offer her some comfort, but instead, he merely sighed and fell silent. Xue Jieqi looked at him in confusion, wondering if she truly was being childish. "Did your parents say you're better than me? Does that make you unhappy?" Li Dong asked. "Not really," Xue Jieqi replied, pouting her lips. "You made it quite clear earlier, since I am your teacher and you are my student. When your parents say you are more considerate, it must irk you, making you feel embarrassed, right?" Li Dong remarked. Xue Jieqi remained silent, uncertain about her own feelings. "Why can't I be better than you? Just as I don't rely on your money for happiness. Does a husband have to depend on his wife's finances to feel like a family? Similarly, why can't a student surpass a teacher? Are you a better cook than I? Are you faster than me in running? Are you younger than I? You have many shortcomings, if we start counting those. How would we live?" Li Dong continued passionately. "Do you think I am too old?" Xue Jieqi initially showed no reaction to his earlier statements, but she registered his last remark. "When did I say that I disliked your age?" Li Dong stammered, realizing he had spoken without thinking. His heart sank as he recognized the implications of his words. Truly, charm lasts but a fleeting moment. "I clearly heard your last statement. Do not attempt to evade it." Xue Jieqi glared at him, teetering on the edge of frustration. "I prefer someone older, gentle, kind, compassionate, and willing to spend on me. What advantages does a younger person offer? They throw tantrums daily and require you to decipher their thoughts." Li Dong's mind raced as he sought the right words for self-preservation. "Humph." Xue Jieqi's lips curled upward, suppressing a smile. "Darling, do you understand the essence of marital harmony?" Li Dong asked, pinching Xue Jieqi's slightly rounder cheek. "Mutual respect, understanding, and tolerance. Communication is key." Xue Jieqi replied after a moment's thought, recalling her mother and mother-in-law's wisdom. "What you describe pertains to general human interaction. The principles of marital harmony should be, the husband is the sky, and only with the sky's strength can one strive for self-improvement. The wife is the earth, and only with the earth's nurturing can one possess great virtue. A husband with grace is akin to a clear sky. A wife who does not display anger represents a peaceful earth. If the sky is not clear, the family suffers. If the earth is not peaceful, the family falters. The husband guides the wife on the right path, and the wife supports the husband's virtue. If we, as husband and wife, work together, our lives will flourish and improve day by day," Li Dong said, gazing at Xue Jieqi. "Well said. A husband should fulfill his responsibilities, and a wife should do the same, each performing their respective roles." Xue Jieqi nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Li Dong remarked, playfully pinching Xue Jieqi's delicate face, finding her adorable demeanor utterly charming at times. "Humph, all you do is bully me every day, you big bad guy," Xue Jieqi pouted, though her heart swelled with joy, banishing any lingering gloom. "Shall I go and bully someone else then?" Li Dong teased, lifting her chin and planting a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. "You dare? I'll break your legs and leave you unable to care for yourself, and then we'll see if you still dare to bully others," Xue Jieqi retorted. "In that case, I have no choice but to bully you," Li Dong said with a playful grin, wrapping her in his arms with a tender expression. "Yes, in this lifetime. You can only bully me, understand? Xue Jieqi said, stroking Li Dong's head, her smile radiant. Understood, Li Dong replied with a chuckle. Xue Jieqi gazed at him affectionately and said, You silly thing. Go turn off the lights. It's getting late. Time for bed. All right, bedtime it is. Chapter 90. Shopping at the mother and baby store on December 30th. It was once again time for a prenatal checkup at the hospital. Xue Jieqi was now 28 weeks pregnant. In addition to the routine measurements of uterine height, blood pressure, weight, abdominal circumference, and fetal heart rate today, they would also conduct a cardiac ultrasound to assess the development of the fetus's heart. Outside the ultrasound room, Li Dong was waiting on a bench with some items in hand, alongside a middle-aged man who was also waiting. Hey there, you look quite young. Are you accompanying your wife for a checkup? The middle-aged man inquired curiously, noticing Li Dong's youthful appearance, which seemed only slightly older than his own son. Yes. Li Dong nodded. Impressive. How many weeks is your wife? The man asked. 28 weeks, Li Dong replied. That's about the same as my wife. She is 29 weeks along. But this is our second child, the man said with a cheerful smile, clearly delighted. Pregnancy is truly challenging for women. When my wife was pregnant with our first child, I hardly noticed. I was often away on business and returned only after the birth. This time, I've been there for her throughout, from preparation to conception. Dealing with morning sickness, then low progesterone, and after several weeks of worry, just as that stabilized, we discovered a low placenta. And later it was revealed that she had high resistance issues. It has not been smooth sailing, the middle-aged man lamented. Indeed, it is a tremendous honor for a woman to bear your child. If one does not treat their wife well, it is truly inexcusable, Li Dong remarked. That's true. For over a decade, I was preoccupied with business, neglecting my family's companionship. Fortunately, I realized my mistake in recent years and shifted my focus back to family. Although I've earned less, being able to spend time with them every day is far more valuable than anything else. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. At such a tender age, Li Dong's ability to comprehend these truths left him quite astonished, for at his age, he had been blissfully ignorant, preoccupied only with the sweet nothings of affection. My wife is coming out. I must bid you farewell, but fate may bring us together again, said a middle-aged man, rising to greet his spouse as she emerged from the ultrasound room. All right, Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement. After a span of over 5 minutes, the door to the second ultrasound room opened, and Xue Jiaqin stepped out. Darling, how did it go? Li Dong assisted Xue Jiaqin in settling into her seat. Everything appears to be normal. The doctor mentioned that younger women have a significant advantage during pregnancy, and fetal development is generally promising. However, if one conceives after the age of 35, the incidence of various complications rises considerably, Xue Jiaqin explained. That is undoubtedly true. Both of our physical constitutions are at their peak, and we have no detrimental habits, ensuring our chromosomes are in fine form. Li Dong remarked with a playful whisper in Xue Jiaqin's ear. Oh, you think so highly of yourself, she retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. The doctor did say I've gained weight rather rapidly over the past 2 weeks and advised me to keep it in check, lest my delivery becomes difficult, she added, feigning annoyance. Currently, Xue Jiaqin's weight had risen from a pre-pregnancy 108 pounds to 125 pounds, exceeding the recommended weight gain for expectant mothers by 3 pounds. So, should I cook less delicious meals from now on? Li Dong teased. What do you think? Xue Jiaqin shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes brimming with mock fury. Hey, I was just joking, Li Dong replied, somewhat chagrined. Pregnancy was already a considerable challenge, surely. Poor nutrition would only exacerbate the struggles. After conversing for a while longer, Li Dong checked the time and took Xue Jiaqin's identification to print the results from the machine. Holding the ultrasound report, he gazed at the somewhat blurred image. A wave of happiness washing over him. This was his lineage. The primal instinct of male creatures to propagate their kind is profound. Meanwhile, Xue Jiaqin, who had been waiting for Li Dong to return with the results, felt a pang of anxiety when he appeared to linger in place, prompting her to hasten over with concern. Let me see, she implored. The ultrasound report indicated a single viable fetus within the uterus. Oh, why are you hitting me? Li Dong exclaimed, bewildered by Xue Jiaqin's reaction. A gentle slap is too mild. You should be punished with a stick, she retorted, her heart racing from the fright, initially fearing that there might be an issue with the results. In the current day, the probability of newborns suffering from congenital heart disease approaches 1%. And while many cases are not severe, which mother wouldn't wish for her child's robust health? Look at how long this little one's legs are. They could grow up to be a model, Li Dong pointed to the femur length data on the report. For a fetus at 28 weeks, the femur length typically ranges from 53 to 55 millimeters, while the report indicated a length of 58 millimeters. Indeed, a sign of long legs. What can you discern at such a young age? Look, the biparietal diameter is quite large. The head is big. Xue Jiaqing pointed out the biparietal diameter measurement. A larger head signifies intelligence and greater brain capacity, Li Dong replied, grinning foolishly. It is time to prepare the clothing and hats for the little one. Ensuring we are not caught unprepared later, Su Jiechi remarked. How about we visit the maternity store and purchase a few outfits, including items that may be needed during your delivery? Li Dong suggested thoughtfully. That sounds great. Let us go take a look, Su Jiechi replied, her excitement palpable. Each day, the movements of the baby filled her with joy and anticipation. This tiny life was intrinsically linked to her, a continuation of her own existence. Upon arriving at a larger maternity store nearby, they were greeted warmly by a saleswoman as they stepped inside. Good day, how may I assist you? She inquired. We would like to see clothing, shoes, and hats for our baby, Li Dong responded. Certainly, please follow me, the saleswoman said, guiding them to a designated section within the store. This expansive maternity shop was bustling with customers browsing products and inquiring about prices. Sir, this area features baby clothing. While over there you will find toys, bedding, nursing supplies, and food, the saleswoman cheerfully explained. How many weeks along is your wife? 28 weeks, Li Dong replied. It is indeed time to make some purchases. Preparing in advance will alleviate any last-minute anxiety. Since a baby's skin is particularly delicate, the clothing, socks, and hats must be gentle and safe. These selections are among our best sellers from reputable brands, and you might find their reviews online quite favorable. This is so small, Su Jiechi remarked curiously as she picked up a tiny pink short-sleeve shirt. Indeed, it is quite diminutive, not much larger than an adult's palm. Newborns typically measure around 50 centimeters, with their body length accounting for nearly half, the saleswoman explained with a smile. Observing Li Dong and Su Jiechi's youthful appearance, she surmised they were first-time parents, likely lacking experience. Li Dong, what do you think of this charming little hat? Su Jiechi asked, holding up a pink cap. It's lovely, let us take it. It will be useful for outings, protecting against the wind, Li Dong replied. Under the saleswoman's guidance, the couple selected 3 sets of indoor clothing, 3 sets for outings, 3 pairs of shoes, 10 pairs of socks, and 3 hats for their soon-to-arrive baby. Unsure of what would be appropriate later, they decided to purchase these items, planning to acquire more if necessary. The clothing predominantly featured shades of pink and blue, with white as a complement. They also purchased a set of diapers, bibs, wet wipes, tissues, and toiletries. My dear, it's time to prepare your essentials. Let us take a look, Li Dong said, taking Su Jiechi's hand and leading her toward the maternity section. All right, she nodded, following him. Throughout their shopping experience, Li Dong primarily communicated with the saleswoman, while Su Jiechi occasionally shared her thoughts, feeling reassured by Li Dong's evident knowledge, which surpassed her own. In many aspects that she had not considered, Li Dong had taken them into account, and not merely in a superficial manner. He had genuinely exerted effort to understand and learn about them. Otherwise, he could not have engaged in such detailed discussions with the sales representatives. We can purchase a couple more restraint straps to alternate between. My dear, why don't you choose a color? Li Dong suggested, pointing at the straps. I want the pink one. The other colors are rather unattractive, Xue Jiechi replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well. We should buy 2 breast pumps. In case one is charging, we can use the other immediately, Li Dong added, placing 2 models of breast pumps into the shopping cart. And let us get several nursing bras. It will be convenient for you during breastfeeding, saving you from the hassle of repeatedly putting on and taking off, which could lead to catching a cold. There are many styles here. Pick a few that catch your eye. We should prepare 2 boxes of disposable underwear as well. During the initial period after giving birth, you will undoubtedly experience heavier discharge. With these disposables, you can simply discard them when soiled, avoiding the need for washing. Cotton slippers are also essential. You mustn't catch a chill post-delivery. Although the temperatures aren't particularly low at that time, it's prudent to avoid wearing open-toed shoes. As Li Dong was speaking enthusiastically, he suddenly noticed the absence of a response and turned to see Xue Jiechi pouting at him. What's wrong, my dear? Did I say something incorrect? If so, please feel free to tell me. I gathered this information from online sources and consulted my mother, so there may be inaccuracies. Li Dong inquired. When did you look this up? Xue Jiechi countered. I checked earlier and noted it in my phone's memo, so I wouldn't forget. What's the matter? Li Dong stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. It's wonderful to have you, Xue Jieqi suddenly exclaimed. Hee, why are we discussing this? I see the hardships of your pregnancy, and while I cannot bear the burden myself, I strive to assist you in other ways to alleviate your worries. Li Dong said gently. Is there anything else we need to buy? Xue Jieqi asked, glancing at the full shopping cart. Her heart warmed. She was already familiar with most of the items Li Dong had mentioned, albeit not in such detail. We also need nursing pads, maternity pads, and sanitary napkins. As for a stroller for the baby, we can wait a bit longer. There's no rush. Li Dong checked his phone memo and replied. All right. I'll follow your lead, Xue Jieqi said, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. She was uncertain if other women's husbands could be as attentive as Li Dong, but she knew that several of her colleagues' husbands were completely indifferent to such matters. Upon returning home, Li Dong organized the purchased items and began preparing dinner. Honey, I'm craving rice noodles. Could you also make 2 spinach pancakes? Xue Jieqi leaned against the doorframe, smiling at Li Dong. From now on, don't say what can or cannot be done. If you ask for something within my ability, it is certainly possible, Li Dong asserted confidently, donning an apron and retrieving a handful of spinach from the refrigerator. Hee, you are truly wonderful, dear. Xue Jieqi gently embraced Li Dong from behind, resting her face against his back, enveloped in a sense of bliss. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat kindly? It is a rare fortune to have met you in this lifetime, and I have no desire to lose you. You must not wish to lose me either. I do not wish for anyone to take your place, nor do I wish to know any other woman. My heart is set solely on you. To love you and accompany you until the end of our days, Li Dong expressed, patting her hand gently. Xue Jieqi nodded. Utterly defenseless against Li Dong's spontaneous declarations of love, having long since succumbed to the depths of romance. Go rest. I will call you when it's ready, he said, turning to plant a kiss upon her forehead. You're still missing one. Xue Jieqi lifted her head, leaning in closer. All right then, Li Dong chuckled, kissing her soft lips. After about half an hour, lunch was ready. It smells delightful. I believe everyone will adore this rice noodle dish. It's truly exceptional, Xue Jieqi exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes in delight. That's not a certainty. You are my wife, so you naturally support me. Others may not feel the same. As everyone has their own preferences, Li Dong replied, handing her pieces of spinach pancake. As long as the majority enjoys it, your business will surely thrive. And you'll find yourself counting money until your hands cramp, Xue Jieqi remarked as she took a bite. In that case, you will be in charge of collecting the payments, leaving the joyful yet laborious task of counting money to you, Li Dong teased. Hee, as the boss lady, I must oversee the finances. I would not trust anyone else, Xue Jieqi said proudly, tilting her head. This is all just banter. It's merely a small eatery. Anyone could manage the cash register. It hardly requires the presence of such a revered figure as you, he chuckled. Try this sweet potato ball. I've altered the recipe today. Let us see how it compares to the last. Li Dong offered a purple sweet potato ball to her plate. Delicious. It's even tastier than last time, soft and sticky. I'm sure both girls and children will love it, Xue Jieqi replied after taking a bite. From now on, we shall prepare it this way. Selling just rice noodles feels a bit monotonous. I plan to create a set meal format, Li Dong succinctly shared his vision. Leaving Xue Jieqi in awe, I think that's a splendid idea. At the very least, I would choose a set meal. It's more economical than purchasing items separately. And, more importantly, it's delicious, she said while sipping her soup. Indeed, I'm still refining it. Once I finish the menu, I'll show it to you. After all, my wife is well versed in many things. Your insights would be invaluable, Li Dong complimented, making Xue Jieqi feel elated. Hee, no problem. You've come to the right person, she responded with a smile and a nod. Chapter 92. New Year's Eve today marks the final day of 2014. And tonight is New Year's Eve. After dinner, Li Dong brought Xue Jieqi to the Binhai Bridge, where fireworks would be set off at 8 o'clock. Every year on New Year's Eve, a grand fireworks display is held here, drawing hundreds of thousands of spectators. After Li Dong parked the car, he found that even a kilometer away from the coastal bridge, movement was nearly impossible due to the throngs of people. The roads had been cordoned off, leaving only the option of proceeding on foot. Dear, look at the crowd. Perhaps we should avoid pushing our way in, Li Dong expressed his concerns. Xue Jieqi, who was expectantly carrying their child, shared his apprehension. With so many people, jostling could lead to accidents, and finding a place to cry would be difficult. Every year, there are this many people. Xiao Xiao and I usually arrive early to secure the best viewing spot, Shui Jiaqing replied. Past years are not the same as this one. It is rather unique. Let us stay here. I calculated our position before coming. While it may not be the prime spot, it still offers a view of most of the fireworks, Li Dong remarked, glancing at the map on his phone. All right then, Shui Jiaqing conceded after a moment of thought. Although she enjoyed the festivities, she understood the importance of prioritizing the health of their unborn child. Hey, where are you two? Qi Xiao Xiao's voice chimed through the phone. We're on the outskirts, still a fair distance from the bridge, Shui Jiaqing responded. Should I come and find you? Qi Xiao Xiao inquired. With this crowd, it would be difficult for you to make it here, Shui Jiaqing observed, scanning the sea of people around them. Watching alone is dull. It's much better with three of us together. Qi Xiao Xiao laughed. The sound of footsteps suggested she was on the move, interspersed with phrases like excuse me as she navigated through the crowd. Then come over. I'll send you the location, Shui Jiaqing said, pursing her lips as she shared the coordinates, realizing that their intimate moment would soon have an additional guest. Is Teacher Qi coming? Li Dong inquired. Yes. She mentioned she felt lonely on her own, Shui Jiaqing replied with a pout. If she wishes to be a third wheel, so be it. It won't affect us. Li Dong whispered gently in her ear. You're such a tease. Shui Jiaqing responded playfully, blushing. At precisely 8 o'clock, a magnificent firework burst into the night sky, heralding the commencement of the evening's spectacle. Darling, it's so beautiful, Shui Jiaqing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Women are often irresistibly drawn to beauty. Indeed, it's stunning. Even the brightest star in the night sky pales in comparison to the brilliance of the fireworks, Li Dong reflected. Their fingers intertwined. They savored the enchanting display together. Let us take a selfie to capture this beautiful moment, Shui Jiaqing suggested, pulling out her phone. They leaned in closely, taking a picture together. Shall we take another? Perhaps a more affectionate one? Li Dong proposed. How affectionate? Shui Jiaqing queried. Li Dong lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. Startled, Shui Jiaqing instinctively pressed the shutter. The photograph captured their kiss, set against the backdrop of dazzling fireworks illuminating the night sky, like blossoms blooming in the heavens. The scene symbolized a future filled with warmth and happiness for the couple. Hiki, let's have another photo of a close-up. Shui Jiaqing glanced at the kissing picture, and it resonated with her heart. Women, after all, are inherently emotional and often lack immunity to such romantic scenarios. In the vast sea of humanity, merely by casting my gaze upon you once, your visage became indelibly etched in my heart, a mark that can never be erased. The fireworks continued to burst for half an hour, and as the final blossom of light unfurled, a familiar voice broke the air. Oh dear. After struggling for so long to squeeze through, it's already over, Qi Xiaoxiao said, visibly frustrated, while others were intently watching the fireworks. She was both pushing through the crowd and admiring the spectacle. In this throng, who knows how many had taken advantage of the situation, when you can no longer wait. You might think some handsome guy has whisked you away, Shui Jiaqing teased. Just moments ago, she and Li Dong had taken over 100 selfies, many of which she cherished dearly. She planned to select a few representative pictures to print and adorn her new home. You wouldn't believe it. I did encounter several handsome fellows, but alas, they were all accompanied. Though some were truly striking, others were rather hard to behold. I can't fathom what that handsome man was thinking, Qi Xiaoxiao lamented. It's over. Let us head back, Shui Jiaqing suggested. Oh no, it's only 8:30. Why return so early? It's New Year's Eve. Let us party. Qi Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. After all, we don't have work tomorrow. Today is the last day of the year. Isn't it a crime not to celebrate while we're still young? Shui Jiaqing remarked, rolling her eyes at her noticeably growing belly. Well, if you're not feeling it, why don't you head back alone? I'll enjoy myself with Li Dong. And I'll make sure he gets home safely, Qi Xiaoxiao said with a mischievous grin. Sounds good to me, as long as Li Dong agrees, Shui Jiaqing replied generously. I can't party either. I'd rather go home and binge-watch some shows. Goodbye, Teacher Qi, Li Dong said with a smile, waving as he took Shui Jiaqing and left. Qi Xiaoxiao was left exasperated, muttering about her unfaithful friend who, now with a wife, had forgotten her former student. It truly is said that not a single family enters the same door. New Year's Day 2015 quietly dawned. Hubby, come here quickly. Do you see that dark spot on my neck? Shui Jiaqing suddenly called from the bedroom. Li Dong was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Upon hearing her, he rushed over to inspect the area she indicated. It does seem like there's a dark spot, he nodded. Woo, it will only get worse. Xue Jiechi lamented with a sorrowful expression. It 1T. This is likely a pregnancy spot caused by the sudden hormonal changes in your body due to pregnancy. Once you give birth, your hormone levels will return to normal, and the spots will fade away, Li Dong reassured her. Really? Xue Jiechi asked, half in disbelief. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Li Dong said, pinching her cute face. If there are any complications after giving birth, just wait for me, Xue Jiechi threatened, raising her fist. Not a problem. Do as you wish, Li Dong replied indulgently. Now, freshen up, dinner is ready. I've made your favorite shrimp cakes and prepared a special sauce. Indeed, Xue Jiechi, who had been preoccupied with concerns about pregnancy spots, was instantly distracted by the mention of delicious food. Hee, all right, she exclaimed cheerfully as she went to wash up. Chapter 93. Motherly's advice. With a purple sweet potato ball in her mouth and a shrimp ball in hand, Xue Jiechi was increasingly embracing her identity as a foodie. A connoisseur and a chef complement each other perfectly. The foodie relishes a variety of delectable dishes, while the chef delights in creating an assortment of culinary masterpieces. Witnessing their creations being savored entirely by diners is the highest form of acknowledgement for a chef. After their meal, Li Dong went to tidy the kitchen while Xue Jiechi sat at the desk in the bedroom when Li Dong's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her mother-in-law. Xue Jiechi picked up the phone and headed to the kitchen, signaling for Li Dong to answer. Hello, Mom, he said, pressing the answer button and putting the phone on speaker while washing the dishes. Li Dong, do you have enough money? I have 50,000 yuan from a fixed deposit that just matured. Shall I transfer it to you? Chen Sufan inquired. That is sufficient. I won't run out. You should keep it for yourself. Buy whatever you need. Don't be so frugal with Dad, Li Dong replied. The older generation tends to save more than they spend, while the younger ones often wish to spend more than they earn. This reflects a certain societal or ideological evolution, as some might call it. But you still have a mortgage and car loan, not to mention daily expenses. How could your money possibly last? Chen Sufan admonished. Though Jiechi's family isn't lacking. As a man, you should earn your own way. Don't let anyone look down on us, understand? Historically, men have been expected to provide for their families. An unchanging principle throughout time. I understand. You know your son well, Li Dong said, casting a meaningful glance at Xue Jiechi. See, if I were to spend your money, my mother wouldn't approve. It was one thing before, but now that you've married and started a family, things are different. Don't forget your mother after marrying. That's a common mistake, Chen Sufan cautioned. By the way, how's Jiechi doing? She's doing well, but her mobility has become quite limited. She can't sleep for long and has to wake up several times at night, and turning over has become quite challenging, Li Dong responded. As she enters the late stages of pregnancy, Xue Jiechi's movements and sleep are significantly affected, particularly her ability to turn over independently. The hardships of pregnancy are profound, and the coming weeks will only bring more challenges. After childbirth, there is also the possibility of her figure changing, her skin deteriorating, and sometimes even alterations in temperament. As a husband, it is imperative that you shoulder your responsibilities and not solely focus on generating income. While financial stability holds significance, companionship is of even greater importance. Particularly during these times, one must discern priorities, do you understand? Chen Sufan earnestly expressed her concerns. Regarding her daughter-in-law, Xue Jiechi, she harbored nothing but satisfaction, fearing that her son might neglect her. I understand, Mother, Li Dong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Xue Jiechi's teasing gaze. Don't just say you understand. I maintain contact with Jiechi. If I hear even a hint of wrongdoing on your part, I will fly over and give you a good talking to. Chen Sufan declared with authority. Rest assured, Mother, if I ever falter, I won't wait for you to come. I will discipline myself first. Li Dong said with a wry smile. I've transferred some money to you. Take it for now. Your father and I have no significant expenses. The cost of living is high on your end, and expenses abound. Do not hesitate to spend where necessary. If funds run low, let me know. I can manage to lend you 30 or 50,000, Chen Sufan stated. Running a small eatery, Chen Sufan's monthly profit hovered around 20,000. Li Dong's father's salary sufficed for their daily needs, allowing the restaurant's profit to be saved for their son. Li Dong's eyes suddenly glistened, and his dishwashing halted. Such is the nature of parents. They strive to provide the best for their children, even at the cost of their own lives. If a child desires something, most parents would give without hesitation. I must return to the restaurant now. Take good care of Jiechi, Chen Sufan concluded before hanging up. Li Dong was her pride and joy. Her existence revolved around his well-being. Don't be upset. Come here for a hug, Xue Jiechi said gently. gazing at Li Dong with tenderness. She had listened intently to her mother-in-law's words, though her encounters with Chen Sufan were few. Their conversations over the phone left a lasting impression. Chen Sufan, despite her lack of formal education, possessed a keen sense of discernment and wisdom. Li Dong embodied certain traits influenced by his mother-in-law, such as the belief that a man should rely on himself and avoid spending a woman's money. He understood the challenges women face, encouraging him to be more considerate of himself. Inhaling the scent of Xue Jiaqiao's hair, Li Dong felt his oppressive mood lift slightly. My dear wife, how fortunate I am to have married you. This dream, once unimaginable, has become a reality. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Li Dong remarked, caressing Xue Jiaqiao's face. Hee, you certainly have a sweet tongue. If you've saved the galaxy, then you must be an extraordinary person. Serving such an extraordinary individual is indeed an honor for a humble girl like me, Xue Jiaqiao playfully responded. The couple shared sweet moments in the morning, enveloped in affection, making the air around them feel sugary. After tidying up, Li Dong first visited the industrial park. Though the weather had turned chilly, demand for homemade beer remained largely unaffected. Good morning, boss, he greeted. In the industrial park, the manager, Song Chao, noticed Li Dong's arrival and promptly approached him to greet him. He truly admired this young entrepreneur. Having previously ventured into the restaurant industry himself, he lamented that his establishment suffered from a poor location and mediocre chefs, ultimately leading to its closure after just 6 months, resulting in a loss of over 500,000 yuan, depleting his savings and compelling him to seek employment elsewhere. Is everything running smoothly? Li Dong inquired, observing the bustling employees. Indeed, there are no issues. The generous treatment you provide is greatly appreciated by the workers, who are diligent and committed to their tasks. Without any signs of laziness or dishonesty, Song Chao replied. Whenever employees work during holidays, they receive the appropriate overtime compensation without any deductions. Salaries are disbursed punctually each month, without delay. That's reassuring. Efforts yield rewards, and I am not one to be stingy with my employees, Li Dong nodded, his voice resonating, ensuring that the other workers could hear his sentiments. The variety of beer flavors has indeed expanded, incorporating various fruits to cater to customer preferences, and has garnered significant popularity among female patrons since its launch. Chapter 94. The Versailles of Xue Jiaqing. After spending half an hour in the industrial park, Li Dong engaged with each employee to address any issues they might need assistance with before taking his leave. As a boss, a timely presence is sufficient. There is no necessity to hover around daily, unless one is distributing benefits. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoxiao and Xue Jiaqing were engrossed in animated conversation inside. Did Li Dong really say that? Qi Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment upon hearing Xue Jiaqing mention that Li Dong did not want her money. Yes. He never inquired about the balance in my account. I revealed it to him, and after that, he became even more dismissive of it. Xue Jiaqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness. What a gentleman! If it were another man, he would likely be overjoyed, yet Li Dong remains oblivious to your wealth. Qi Xiaoxiao teased. A woman with several million in private savings must possess considerable assets. However, Xue Jiaqing has always maintained a low profile. Unlike some women who flaunt their wealth, frequently showcasing their lavish meals or luxurious activities on social media, whether it be 5-star hotels or cruises, yachts, or displaying designer bags and furs. I believe that whether one is wealthy or not is inconsequential. The size of one's home does not matter either. What is truly important is finding the right partner. Our current life together is quite satisfactory, and continuing in this manner for a lifetime would be splendid, Xue Jiaqing said, resting her chin on her hands, her expression reminiscent of a love-struck young woman. At first glance, her words seemed quite positive, embodying a philosophy of contentment. However, upon reflection, they bore a hint of pretentiousness. Qi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. How is that pretentious? Xue Jiaqing asked, puzzled. Let me enlighten you about the reality of our current lifestyle. The newly decorated home, spanning over 150 square meters, is situated in a prime area of a first-tier city. The matter of loans is secondary. It is quite normal for young individuals to have mortgage obligations. As for your partner, his monthly income must be around 2 to 300,000, totaling approximately 3 million annually. Individuals with such earnings number no more than 500,000 nationwide, representing less than 0.1% of the total population. This places him at the pinnacle of society, and it is indeed reasonable for you to feel content. Should you feel otherwise, I would genuinely counsel you, remarked Qi Xiaoxiao. I have no concept of this. Li Dong has been exploring commercial properties lately, aiming to utilize his recent earnings to purchase a shop and open his own restaurant. Said Xue Jieqi, "Have you found a suitable location?" Qi Xiaoxiao inquired. Despite her frequent jibes at Li Dong, she must concede that his culinary skills are truly commendable. If he were to establish a restaurant, as long as he does not recklessly sabotage his efforts, the business should flourish. Not yet. The options are either too distant, excessively priced, or the space is unsuitable, or the surrounding environment does not meet the requirements. I've seen Li Dong meticulously jotting down notes and sketches for quite some time, gradually filtering through possibilities, Xue Jieqi remarked. This meticulousness is something Xue Jieqi greatly admires. Li Dong always approaches tasks with a clear plan, outlining what to do first and what follows, delineating every step required, identifying potential difficulties, and devising solutions with detailed strategies. He does not flounder aimlessly like a headless chicken, reacting to whatever comes his way. All right, when the restaurant opens, be sure to get me a membership card, the kind that allows for complimentary meals, Qi Xiaoxiao said. Sure. Let us see how much you can eat, Xue Jieqi replied with a roll of her eyes. By the way, have you decided on a name for your child yet? Qi Xiaoxiao asked, taking a bite of her apple. Not yet settled, Xue Jieqi pouted. She and Li Dong had previously discussed names a couple of times, but since the pregnancy was still early, there was no rush to finalize it. Now, in the late stages of her pregnancy, it is indeed time to settle on a name. Otherwise, what will they do about the birth certificate after the baby is born? With Li Dong's talent, coining a name should be effortless, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, puzzled. Li Dong had proposed several potential names. For girls, Ruoyo, Jinsheng, Yunyao, and Nanxi. For boys, Jinxian, Qingyu, Yuyu, and Mukin. I have yet to make a definitive choice, Xue Jieqi said. Thinking of you evokes the sentiment of returning like the flowing waters of the Fun, endlessly serene. Qi Xiaoxiao remarked, her eyes lighting up. Oh, your cultural knowledge is quite impressive. You even know that? Xue Jieqi looked at Qi Xiaoxiao in surprise. As an English teacher, Qi Xiaoxiao excels in foreign languages, yet her proficiency in Chinese literature is rather average, lacking in literary refinement. Hee, I only know that one. I'm not familiar with others, Qi Xiaoxiao admitted shyly, sticking out her tongue. All the names are lovely. I am at a loss as to which one to choose, Xue Jieqi said, resting her chin on her hands, visibly troubled. In a fit of self-inflicted distress, Qi Xiaoxiao remarked disdainfully towards Xue Jiaqing's ostentatiousness. Choosing a name is a significant matter. It cannot be approached so casually, lest it reflect poorly on us as parents. Xue Jiaqing shot Qi Xiaoxiao a sidelong glance and replied, a name is merely a label. As long as it is not particularly unappealing or carries negative connotations, it suffices. What truly matters is how well we nurture the child. The name is inconsequential. What do you think of the name Li Dong? Quite ordinary, isn't it? Yet, he possesses the capability to win over someone as accomplished as you, a university beauty. Therefore, do not overthink it. That is indeed a valid point, Qi Xiaoxiao conceded. It is merely a designation. What truly counts is our ability to cultivate the child. If we fail in that regard, a beautiful name holds no value. Conversely, if we succeed, even a mundane name commands respect. Xue Jiaqing's eyes sparkled with clarity as Qi Xiaoxiao's words alleviated her previous concerns, which had weighed heavily on her mind. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, Li Dong called. Since Xue Jiaqing had food in her hands, she switched to speakerphone, reasoning that there were no outsiders present. Darling, I bought a soft-shelled turtle. I'll prepare turtle soup for you tonight, nutritious and excellent for beauty, Li Dong cheerfully announced. Sounds great. I'll eat whatever you make. Xue Jiaqing responded. I initially intended to buy sea bass, but it was sold out by the time I arrived. After a bit of searching, the only thing left was the turtle. Did you know that soft-shelled turtles have a unique benefit? Li Dong teased. What is it? Xue Jiaqing inquired, even prompting Qi Xiaoxiao to lean in with interest. It nourishes yin and strengthens yang, Li Dong chuckled. Uft, you two should indulge a bit more in that. Qi Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoxiao is right here. Xue Jiaqing playfully chided. Is it on speaker? Li Dong asked, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. Yes, is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up, Xue Jiaqing said. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and amusement under Qi Xiaoxiao's teasing gaze. Nothing else. Heh, Li Dong replied foolishly. After ending the call, Qi Xiaoxiao joked. Your man has quite the sense of humor. I never noticed it while teaching him. I've asked him the same question. He arrogantly claimed that his humor is akin to pregnancy. The longer it matures, the clearer it becomes, Xue Jiaqing recounted, laughter bubbling forth. What a character. That analogy is spot on, Qi Xiaoxiao laughed. Indeed, since Xue Jiaqing was currently expecting, her burgeoning belly was becoming increasingly evident. Similarly, Li Dong's humor and talent had gone unnoticed until their deeper acquaintance revealed these qualities. There was a time when I was feeling down due to school-related matters. When I returned home, he was in the kitchen cooking and greeted me, but I did not respond. I retreated to my room to gradually adjust my mood, planning to speak with him once I felt better to avoid letting my bad mood affect him. Moments later, he wiped his hands and approached me, seemingly aware of my melancholy. In less than a minute, he had me in fits of laughter. Xue Jiaqing recounted, he was dancing and singing, looking incredibly charming yet slightly adorable. "Oh, how curious, you have an 8-pack. I exclaimed. I can't wait to see your Adam's apple with a tie," he quipped. "Hey, I'm here. You're my type." You have no idea how his flamboyant movements almost made me laugh uncontrollably. As Xue Jiaqing reminisced about that scene, her face lit up with excitement. "Ha, that guy is simply delightful. He's so endearing." Qi Xiaoxiao chuckled, her laughter causing her to tremble with joy. She had seen that video before, only featuring a young girl performing. Furthermore, there was a time when I noticed a woman's silhouette on his phone wallpaper and asked, "Who is this beauty?" I anticipated a casual response, perhaps that it was a default image or something from the internet, but he replied, "That's you." I retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I not recognize myself?" I even took a closer look, convinced it wasn't me. Xue Jiaqing spoke with a blissful expression. "So was it you?" Qi Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. He instructed, "Swipe left," and upon doing so, I found another image, this time, a frontal view, and indeed, it was me. Xue Jiaqing smiled. Her lips pressed together. "What is the story behind this?" Qi Xiaoxiao asked, her interest growing. "It was during a ceremony at the academy where I represented the young teachers and spoke while dressed in formal attire. That outfit was worn just that once, and I had long since forgotten where I tossed it." He had stealthily captured a frontal shot of me and another of my back as I descended from the stage. Xue Jiaqing explained. "Wow, such a romantic soul," Qi Xiaoxiao remarked enviously. "Once, I asked him, right now, I'm in my prime, and you might be quite infatuated with me. But perhaps in 20 years, when my beauty fades, you won't feel the same way." "What do you think he said?" Xue Jiaqing inquired. "Surely he would deny it and shower you with sweet words," Qi Xiaoxiao replied, assuming it was merely a glitch of romance. "Not quite. He said he couldn't guarantee how things would be in 20 years, but I shouldn't forsake the happiness and joy of the next 20 years because of an uncertain future." Xue Jiaqing expressed. "Impressive. Truly a master of romance. How do I get the feeling that Li Dong is a love expert?" Those words, even I, with my extensive experience, would find hard to resist. "It's all about technique," Qi Xiaoxiao remarked with a pout. That night, as Li Dong and Xue Jiaqing deliberated over names, suddenly, Xue Jiaqing paused and gestured for Li Dong to look at her belly. To his astonishment, a small bulge suddenly appeared on the right side of her abdomen, only to vanish moments later, followed by another bulge forming nearby, then disappearing again. "Is this little fellow truly so excited, even causing a ruckus in the womb?" Li Dong chuckled. As the months of gestation progressed, the fetus became increasingly active, its kicks growing in strength, enabling the mother to perceive these movements more distinctly. This interaction could be regarded as a form of communication between the unborn child and the expectant mother. By observing the patterns of fetal movement, one could glean insights into the child's condition. For instance, if there was a noticeable decrease in activity during a time when the fetus was usually active, it would be prudent to seek medical attention. "Sometimes, I find myself awakened from slumber by his antics," Xue Jiaqing remarked, her face illuminated by the glow of maternal affection. "A woman who has not experienced motherhood is incomplete, for her life lacks the most significant element." I read online that babies who are particularly active in the womb tend to be quite calm after birth, whereas those that are less active may be more boisterous. "It could very well be the opposite," Li Dong commented. "That's not necessarily true. Each child is unique, you know?" Xue Jiaqing teased, inadvertently slipping into her regional dialect. I know, Li Dong replied with a smile and a nod. "By the way, my father called today, asking if we would be returning in the next couple of days. I recall you mentioned wanting to check out baby strollers and toys, so I didn't commit to anything. Strollers are quick to purchase. There's a plethora of styles in the maternity store, and we needn't deliberate too much, as there are options for every age group. Let us go buy one tomorrow morning." And then we can visit my parents the day after to enjoy a couple of meals and chat, Li Dong suggested thoughtfully. Hee, I'll send my dad a message. He has been mentioning wanting to play basketball lately, Xue Jiaqing laughed. Oh, Li Dong exclaimed, a frown creasing his brow. Are you certain your father isn't plotting to torment me? After buying the stroller tomorrow. He thought it wise to pick up some gifts to bring along when they visited. All right, that sounds good. I'll follow your lead, Xue Jiaqing said, nodding cheerfully. Someone reached out to me today, inquiring whether I was looking to transfer my barbecue stall, Li Dong disclosed. Oh, who was it? Xue Jiaqing asked. I'm not sure how they got my number. They mentioned that I hadn't set up my stall recently and wondered if I was planning to quit. If I was considering a transfer, they would be interested in taking over, Li Dong explained. And what did you say? Xue Jiaqing inquired. I told them that I currently have no such plans, but I would contact them if I decided to transfer it. Their offer was reasonable. And if I find a suitable location for a restaurant, I would certainly have to prioritize that over the barbecue stall, Li Dong replied. That sounds good. Just make your decision, Xue Jiaqing said, leaning against Li Dong's shoulder. Chapter 96. Designated supply. Li Dong's business matters were not within her expertise. She could only offer her opinion when he sought her thoughts. Wife, it's getting late. We should head to bed, Li Dong remarked, glancing at the time. Due to the recent increase in fetal movement, Xue Jiaqing had been waking several times throughout the night. Seizing the moment of calm following a bout of activity, she aimed to catch up on some much-needed rest. She nodded in agreement. As soon as the lights were extinguished, Xue Jiaqing felt a warm breath against her face, promptly followed by Li Dong sealing her lips with a kiss that was both domineering and tender, a prelude to slumber. Darling, I feel a bit parched. Where did you place the water cup? Xue Jiaqing inquired, seated in the passenger seat, awaiting Li Dong's return. After purchasing a baby stroller the previous day, she felt quite fatigued. To accommodate her condition, Li Dong decided to take her home directly, planning to procure gifts while passing by the mall today. I believe I left it in the backpack in the trunk, my dear. Please hold on for just 2 minutes. I'll fetch it for you, Li Dong assured her. True to his word, he reappeared a couple of minutes later, arms laden with an array of gifts, their opulent packaging evident. Here you go, my love, he said, placing the gifts down and handing her the thermos. There's no need to buy so much. We didn't even finish what we brought back during the holiday. Xue Jiaqing remarked with an appreciative glance. She had not specified what items to purchase, merely suggesting that Li Dong choose whatever he liked, advising him to keep it simple. As they were returning home rather than visiting relatives, there was no need for extravagance. However, Li Dong held a different opinion, insisting on spending what was necessary without frugality. And Xue Jiaqing acquiesced. Take your time eating. It won't spoil, he said. Buckle up. We're ready to depart. With that, Li Dong started the car and directed it towards his mother-in-law's house. After an hour's drive, they arrived, and upon entering, they found Xue Ringang brewing tea, while Zheng Xia was in the living room engrossed in a television drama. Another bounty of gifts. You must refrain from such purchases next time. It would be wasteful to leave them uneaten. Zheng Xia feigned irritation as she accepted the gifts from Li Dong. I didn't buy much. You and Dad can enjoy it at your leisure, Li Dong replied. How are you feeling? Zheng Xia asked Xue Jiaqing, noticing her noticeably pronounced pregnancy belly. I'm all right. Though sleeping through the night has become a challenge, I find myself waking up several times, Xue Jiaqing responded, seated on the sofa, engaging in conversation with her mother. Dad, are you brewing gongfu tea? Li Dong inquired, sitting across from Xue Ringang. Yes, I want you to taste this tea I recently acquired. I haven't tried it yet. So it's perfect for us to share, Xue Ringang said, expertly pouring tea into Li Dong's cup. Unfortunately, I'm rather unrefined and cannot discern the quality. Li Dong chuckled, taking a sip and savoring the fragrant essence that enveloped him. With time, you'll naturally develop an understanding, just as you have with cooking. Each dish you prepare has surely undergone numerous trials and improvements to achieve its delightful flavor. Your homebrewed beer is no different. It has reached its current popularity after many refinements. At a recent gathering with a few old friends, I brought a case of your beer, and not one of the connoisseurs had a negative remark. Subsequently, they all placed orders for more, Xue Ringang remarked, looking at Li Dong with pride. Though the young couple did not visit often, Xue Ringang was well informed of their lives, thanks to Xue Jiaqing's regular phone calls and messages with her mother. Moreover, his brother-in-law holds Li Dong in high regard, noting that both his intelligence and emotional quotient surpass that of most peers. Well, he has sold over 100 boxes gradually. This time, I have brought you several boxes, including 2 new flavors for you to sample and provide your thoughts. Li Dong took the initiative to refill his father-in-law's cup with tea. Are you treating me as a mere advertisement? Schwerengang jestingly chided. Since Li Dong had already obtained his production license, he could now sell his home-brewed beer across regions. Hiki, you saw right through this little trick of mine. Li Dong confessed with a smile, unabashed. The product speaks for itself. Otherwise, how many times could I rely on this face of mine? A few days ago, I asked you to send over the business license and other information. At that time, matters were not yet finalized, so I didn't elaborate over the phone. Now that everything is settled, I can inform you that starting next week, you will deliver your home-brewed beer to these restaurants weekly. The quantity, varieties, and contacts are all listed here. Ensure that you provide excellent service. Especially with these contacts, each has their own network, so make sure to nurture those connections. Occasionally offering small gestures of goodwill. Spending a little can yield great results, if you catch my drift. If the response is favorable, the number of restaurants supplied and the quantities will increase. Schwerengang took a sheet of paper from the drawer and handed it to Li Dong. The paper listed 6 restaurants, and judging by their names, they seemed to have a slight connection to his father-in-law's organization. 3 are local, 2 are in Tianjin City, and 1 is in Tianjin City. Collectively, these 6 establishments require about 2,000 liters weekly, totaling around 8,000 liters monthly, a considerable client for Li Dong. Especially with this volume expected for at least the coming year. Sensing Li Dong's skepticism, Schwerengang added, these are all tertiary enterprises under our group. They need to procure beverages anyway, and this time they are conducting a new round of bidding. I casually submitted your home-brewed beer for consideration, and to my surprise, it was accepted. Although Schwerengang spoke nonchalantly, Li Dong understood that achieving this was not as simple as it sounded. Despite his confidence in his product, he knew that supplying a state-owned enterprise typically required connections and pathways. Excellent products alone would not guarantee success. Thank you, Dad. Li Dong poured tea into Schwerengang's cup. There's no need for such formality between us. While some personal favors were utilized, the essence lies in the quality of the product. This is something you must always remember. When relationships no longer apply, it is your product that must speak for itself. The market is vast. As long as you earn the customer's goodwill, sales will naturally flourish, and your product will gradually gain recognition through word of mouth. Schwerengang remarked. I understand, Dad. Regardless of how large the business grows in the future, product quality remains paramount. And I will never engage in actions that sever my future prospects for the sake of short-term gains, Li Dong responded earnestly. Why do some restaurants experience a surge in business upon opening, only to witness a gradual decline over time? The answer is quite straightforward. In order to attract customers, newly established restaurants often utilize high-quality ingredients and ensure generous portions, alongside providing exceptional service. However, this approach inevitably leads to lower profit margins, and in some cases, even losses.